Chapter 90. Desperate Depositors and Their King. Open the car door. Let's see what strength is. Lei Chao's voice, through the loudspeaker, rolled across the square in front of Yong'an Bank like thunder, clearly reaching everyone's ears. With his command, Abu and the dozens of bodyguards wearing black suits behind him walked in unison to the 5 huge heavy bulletproof trucks. Click. A crisp mechanical unlocking sound sounded. The heavy rear doors of the truck were slowly and simultaneously opened to both sides. Time seems to have come to a standstill at this moment. Thousands of depositors on site, including the police who were maintaining order, held their breath, widened their eyes, and looked incredulously at the scene inside the carriage. There are no complex goods, no precise instruments. Only money. Box after box, neatly stacked and transparent acrylic banknote boxes. Inside the box, there are bundles after bundles of brand new Hong Kong dollar banknotes that still emit the fragrance of ink. The red big cow and the green golden cow reflect a dazzling light in the morning sunshine. 5 trucks, like 5 open huge treasure chests filled with gold and silver treasures, were exposed to everyone naked and without any concealment. What a stunning visual impact. The entire square fell into a dead silence. The noisy shouting and crying just now disappeared without a trace. Only the continuous and increasingly heavy gasps remained. Everyone was completely stunned by the wall of pure cash in front of them. They have never dreamed of so much money in their lifetime, not to mention having seen it before. The anger generated by panic and despair instantly crumbled in the face of this absolute, crushing, and unreasonable cash power. Lei Chao is very satisfied with this effect. He raised the loudspeaker, and a cold yet powerful voice sounded once again. Listen, I am the chairman of Lei Group, Lei Chao. As soon as the name came out, an uncontrollable scream echoed in the crowd. Lei Chao, the business genius who created the Walkman myth. The Chinese hero who defeated Iha and Tycoon. The living bodhisattva who reduces electricity bills and builds buses for all Hong Kong citizens. His name is a guarantee of reputation. From now on, I, Lei Chao, have taken over this Yong'an Bank. Lei Group, provide full unlimited guarantee for Yong'an Bank. I assure you that every penny you have here will not be lost. No one's money will be lost. These words are resounding and full of unquestionable dominance. The crowd began to stir, but it was no longer anger, but rather discussion and observation. They looked at the young man standing on the steps, at the 5 trucks filled with cash behind him, and the panic in their hearts was gradually dissipating. Lei Chao knows that the heat is not enough. He wants to use the strongest medicine to completely shatter the last shred of doubt in their hearts. I know, you don't believe me. It's okay, he pointed to the trucks filled with money, his voice suddenly rising. I'll have people move the money down now. Anyone who wants to withdraw money can queue up now, including the principal and interest. A small amount will be taken from you. Those who don't want to queue up and think we Lei Group can't trust them can leave now. I, Lei Chao, will never stop you. This extremely strong and confident attitude actually made everyone hesitate. They looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to do for a moment. If Lei Chao only comforted them with empty words, they would never believe it. But now, they have placed billions of dollars in cash directly in front of you for you to withdraw. What does this mean? It shows that they are not afraid of you taking it. It shows that their strength is so strong that they cannot imagine it. At this moment, the tightly closed metal rolling shutter door of Yong'an Bank made a clack-clack-clack-clack-clack sound and slowly rose up. An old man with graying hair and wrinkles on his face stumbled out with the help of his family. It is Guo Lixian, the chairman of Yong'an Bank. He was just inside the bank and saw everything happening outside through surveillance. When he saw Lei Chao appear, especially the 5 trucks filled with cash, his already sunken heart was instantly filled with a huge, post-disaster ecstasy. He knows that a savior has arrived. Lei, Mr. Lei. Guo Lixian ran up to Lei Chao, his legs weak, and with a thump sound, he was about to kneel down. He knew that the young man in front of him was the last straw for him and the entire Guo family. Lei Chao, with his quick eyes and quick hands, helped him up. He did not let Guo Lixian lose this last dignity in front of everyone. He just leaned into Guo Lixian's ear and whispered in a voice that only 2 people could hear. Mr. Guo, I've cleaned up your mess for you. Now, take me in to talk. Guo Lixian was so excited that tears streamed down his face, and he nodded repeatedly, like a child. Lei Chao supported him, turned around, and prepared to walk into the bank. Before entering, he turned back and shouted loudly to the thousands of depositors on the square. Banks are open as usual. If you want to withdraw money, come over now. After speaking, he walked into the bank lobby without looking back. Only the 5 trucks filled with cash remained, like 5-door gods, quietly parked at the bank entrance, forming the world's most expensive and reassuring cash wall. After a long silence, the crowd finally gathered a few brave individuals with a trial and error attitude and walked up to the makeshift withdrawal counter. I want to withdraw money, 5,000 yuan. A middle-aged man nervously handed over his passbook. The ones responsible for distributing money are several bodyguards under Abu's command. Without hesitation, they took out a bundle of brand new, ink-scented banknotes from the cash box, counted out 50, and handed them over. The whole process takes less than a minute. The middle-aged man held the thick and genuine stack of banknotes in his hand, and he was completely stunned. He repeatedly confirmed, and even sniffed in front of his nose. It's true. It's really money. Got it. I really got the money. He shouted excitedly to the crowd. This news, like a reassurance pill, instantly reversed the atmosphere of the entire square. The panic began to subside. More and more people are beginning to believe that Lei Chao really has the strength to save this bank. Some people who originally wanted to withdraw money hesitated upon seeing this scene. They began to calculate, since the bank wouldn't go bankrupt, what's the point of withdrawing the money? Leaving it at home is neither safe nor profitable. And the reputation of the Lei Group is even stronger than that of the governor's office in Hong Kong now. So, a peculiar phenomenon emerged. The number of people queuing up to withdraw money has not increased, but rather decreased. Even some people who have just withdrawn their money are queuing up again, hoping to save it back. Inside the bank lobby, Lei Chao ignored the bank employees who gave him grateful looks. He walked straight into the antique decorated office belonging to the chairman. He didn't hesitate and sat directly on the yellow pear tree throne, which symbolized power. Guo, on the other hand, stood respectfully in front of him like a primary school student who had made a mistake, not even daring to breathe. Lei Chao didn't circle around him in any way. He took out a prepared equity transfer agreement from his briefcase and threw it on the table. Mr. Guo, I won't talk nonsense anymore. He looked at the old man who had completely lost his fighting spirit and got straight to the point, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. I want all the shares of Yong'an Bank held by you and the Guo family. Now, immediately. Sign it. Chapter 91. My rules are the rules. Sign here. The voice of Lei Chao was neither loud nor warm, yet it resonated with an icy detachment, akin to the force of a heavy hammer, striking mercilessly upon Guo heart. The office lay in a deathly silence. The face of Guo, marred with age spots, turned an ashen hue in an instant. He gazed incredulously at this excessively youthful man before him, then lowered his eyes to the thin yet weighty equity transfer agreement resting on the desk. His lips trembled as he tried to articulate something, but no words emerged. He understood that this man had come to rescue him. Yet, he was equally aware that in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The cost of salvation often surpasses that of death itself. Mr. Guo, he rasped, his voice laden with profound bitterness, my family, the Guo family, has established itself in Hong Kong for a century through Yong'an Bank, a culmination of my father's and my own efforts. I am aware, Lei Chao interrupted, his tone still terrifyingly calm. Therefore, I am offering you a dignified exit. He rose and approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the dark throngs below. Although the atmosphere of panic had been temporarily subdued, the thousands of depositors resembled a volcano poised to erupt, with the slightest provocation capable of plunging them back into frenzy. Mr. Guo, take a look behind you. Lei Chao pointed out the window, and observe those ordinary citizens who have nearly lost everything due to your bank's prudent operations. Among them are the elderly who have saved their entire lives to secure a wedding for their son and the patients who are risking their entire fortunes for medical care. Do you truly believe that if you fail to produce the funds today, they will respond favorably towards you? What about your family? Lei Chao's words were like the sharpest of blades, mercilessly dissecting Guo remaining dignity. Guo body trembled violently. He could almost envision the horrific fate of himself and his family being torn apart by the wrathful crowd. He opened his mouth, yet only a desperate sound escaped. Lei Chao turned and returned to the desk, no longer pressing Guo, but simply extending 2 fingers to gently tap the agreement. This document represents the sole path to survival for both you and the Guo family. By signing it, you remain the respected Mr. Guo, and your descendants will continue to enjoy wealth and honor. Should you choose not to sign, a cruel smile curled at the corners of Lei Chao's mouth. I will leave immediately, and the 5 trucks of cash behind me will depart as well. At that point, you will face not only bankruptcy, but also hell. These words shattered Guo final psychological defenses. He realized he had no choice. In this ruthless capitalist world, when your strength is insufficient to safeguard your wealth, your riches become your original sin. Trembling, he grasped the seemingly 1,000-pound Parker pen. The pen tip hovered over the paper for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, summoning every ounce of his strength, he inscribed his name at the bottom of the agreement, Guo. As he completed the final stroke, he felt as though every ounce of vitality had been drained from him, collapsing despondently into the chair. He understood that from this moment forth, the century-old legacy of the Guo family, cherished through 2 generations, had irrevocably changed hands. Lei Chao picked up the agreement, satisfied as he blew on the ink. He looked at Guo, who appeared to have aged a decade in mere moments, yet his expression bore no trace of a victor's joy. For this was neither an equal conflict nor a battle of parity. This was a complete annihilation of dimensions. Rest assured, Mr. Guo, Lei Chao secured the agreement. his tone softening slightly. I, Lei Chao, prefer to leave a door open. Your family may retain 1% of the honorary shares of Yongin Bank and continue to enjoy dividends. Furthermore, you will remain the honorary chairman of this bank for life. These words acted as a potent stimulant, rekindling a glimmer of hope in the lifeless eyes of Guo Lixian. He recognized this as the final grace bestowed by the victor. Though he had lost control, at least the dignity of the Guo family had been preserved. Thank you, Mr. Lei. He struggled to rise, bowing deeply in gratitude. Lei Chao accepted the gesture with composure. He then picked up the office intercom and dialed the number for the bank's lobby manager. Notify the staff. From this moment forth, the bank will resume normal operations. Bring the cash from the trucks, box by box, and stack it behind the counters. I want every patron withdrawing money to see it. After hanging up, Lei Chao's gaze returned to the outside world. He understood that the true performance was just beginning. Outside the bank, under Lei Chao's orders, Abu and his bodyguards sprang into action. They opened the truck's compartments, hauling in heavy, transparent acrylic boxes filled with cash, 2 by 2, as if they were bricks, into the bank lobby. This act reignited the atmosphere on site. The flashes of cameras erupted, capturing a spectacle unprecedented in Hong Kong's financial history. My goodness. They are truly bringing in the money. What is this for? Are they distributing cash? The depositors murmured excitedly, craning their necks to discern what was unfolding within the bank. Soon, they were met with a sight to behold. Behind the counters of the bank lobby, the previously empty shelves were rapidly filled with box after box of cash. Bundles of pristine Hong Kong dollars were being organized by bank staff, stacked neatly behind each teller like a wall being constructed. Before long, a towering wall of cash, reaching 2 meters high, appeared before everyone. The vibrant red and green notes, illuminated by the bright lights of the bank lobby, radiated an intoxicating, lethal allure. This was no mere display of financial prowess. It was a primal, brutal, and immensely effective act of visual violence. It declared unequivocally to all present, I possess ample funds. Dear citizens, esteemed friends. The bank's PA system suddenly resonated with Lei Chao's clear and magnetic voice. I am Lei Chao. I assure you once more. Yongin Bank is now perfectly secure. From this moment forward, there will be no limits on withdrawals. Withdraw as much as you desire. We shall provide it. Furthermore, as a token of gratitude for your trust in the Lei Group, I announce that from today, all depositors who choose to keep their funds here will see their savings account interest doubled. All fixed deposits will enjoy a 50% increase in interest. Upon hearing this announcement, the entire square erupted in astonishment. Interest doubled. What sorcery is this? While other banks attempt to reduce interest rates, this bank dares to raise them? And all this after just experiencing a run on deposits? Everyone stood bewildered by Lei Chao's unconventional maneuver, utterly flabbergasted. They gazed at the towering wall of cash barricading the bank, while the alluring promises of interest rate hikes echoed through the airwaves. In their hearts, the last flicker of the desire to withdraw funds was thoroughly shaken. Why withdraw any money at all? Indeed, if Boss Lei has said so, the bank must be perfectly fine. The interest has doubled. My $100,000, if left for a year, could yield several thousand more. That's more than I earn from my job. No withdrawals. Not only will I not withdraw, but I shall also transfer my funds from Citibank over. People are, after all, so pragmatic. In the face of absolute profit and undeniable strength, the so-called panic and worry seem utterly feeble. Moments ago, the crowd was desperate to withdraw their money. Now, the winds of change have shifted dramatically. They began to disperse spontaneously, with some even lending a hand to the police to maintain order at the scene. A crisis capable of overturning Hong Kong's financial system was, in just half an hour, deftly and casually diffused by Lei Chao through the simplest and most ruthless means. This is the power of confidence, and confidence stems from strength. Lei Chao, with his cash flow akin to a fierce flood amassed from the realm of industry, steadfastly upheld the most fragile and core credit of the financial sector. In his office, Guo Lixian watched the dramatic scene unfold through the surveillance monitor, utterly astounded. Having spent a lifetime in finance, he was witnessing for the first time that banks could operate in such a manner. He observed the young man seated in the main position, sipping tea with an air of nonchalance, filled with profound reverence. He realized that his defeat was not unjust. The young man's methods and resolve had far surpassed his comprehension. Entrusting a bank to such a person might not spell doom for Everbright Bank, but rather herald an unprecedented rebirth. At that moment, Lei Chao set down his teacup. He turned his gaze to Guo Lixian, a gentle smile gracing his face. Mr. Guo, now we can discuss the acquisition price. Guo Lixian's heart tightened abruptly. He understood that the true crux of the matter was at hand. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a tone bordering on supplication. Mr. Lei, the Guo family is willing to transfer all shares to you at half the market price, just to beseech you to leave us a path to survival. He believed this was the most significant concession he could make. However, Lei Chao's subsequent words plunged him into an icy abyss. Half. Lei Chao laughed, a hint of derision lacing his voice. He extended a single finger. No, what I seek is this figure. 100 million? Kowloon stared at the finger Lei Chao had extended, his heart jolting, yet a glimmer of relief washed over him. Although the 100 million price was a staggering discount compared to the true value of Everbright Bank, it was sufficient for the Guo family to live comfortably for the remainder of their lives, preventing them from falling into destitution. The circumstances were stronger than man. Securing the funds was preferable to losing everything. Just as he prepared to nod in agreement, he noticed Lei Chao slowly shaking his head. No. A playful smirk curled at the corners of Lei Chao's mouth as he looked at Kowloon, enunciating a figure that froze the atmosphere in the office. $1. What? Kowloon's eyes widened, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He was left dumbfounded, almost questioning the integrity of his hearing. $1? To acquire a century-old bank with total assets exceeding 400 million for merely $1. This was no mere opportunistic heist. It was unabashed, overt pillaging. Mr. Lei, you go too far. Kowloon's son, a man in his 30s, could no longer contain himself. He slammed his palm on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Lei Chao, shouting, "You're driving our Guo family to the brink of destruction." Yet, Lei Chao didn't even spare him a glance. His focus remained locked on the now ashen-faced, trembling elder. Mr. Guo, do you believe I am pressuring you? Lei Chao's voice remained calm, yet it carried a chilling frost akin to a Siberian wind. Do you believe that if I were to step out that door right now, within 10 minutes, this office would be reduced to rubble by the thousands of furious depositors downstairs? Do you believe that your name and your son's will appear on the ICAC's investigation list tomorrow, accused of illegal fundraising and financial fraud? Do you believe that the overseas assets amassed by your family over generations will be entirely frozen by the Hong Kong government under the pretext of recovering ill-gotten gains? Each of Lei Chao's words struck like the sharpest knife, piercing directly into Kowloon's most vulnerable points. His body trembled uncontrollably. He understood that every word spoken by Lei Chao was devoid of intimidation. With the power and influence this young man wielded in Hong Kong, he absolutely possessed the capability to enact all of it. Should that time arrive, the Guo family would truly be doomed. Kowloon opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched, unable to produce a sound. He glanced at the agreement on the table, symbolically inscribed with a purchase price of $1 Hong Kong, and then at the impenetrable wall of cash formed by the Lei group outside the window. The last remnants of his unwillingness and indignation evaporated like a punctured balloon, leaving only boundless sorrow and helplessness. I sign, he managed to utter, as if expending every ounce of strength to force those two syllables from his lips. Upon finishing, he felt as though every drop of vitality had been drained from him, collapsing entirely into his chair. He realized that from that moment forth, the century-old legacy of the Guo family had been brought to an end in a manner bordering on humiliation. Lei Chao nodded in satisfaction. He retrieved a pristine $1 coin from his pocket, which clinked as it struck the Wangwali wood of the desk. Transaction complete. This ultimate humiliation left Kowloon's son seething with rage, his eyes reddening and fists clenching audibly, yet ultimately, they fell weakly to his sides. In the face of absolute power, all anger was merely futile barking. Yet, I am not devoid of reason. Lei Chao observed the utterly despairing father and son, then pivoted the conversation, presenting the carrot he had long prepared. This agreement contains an additional clause. He pointed to the final page, stating that the Lei group would assume full responsibility for all current debts of Everbright Bank, including over 100 million in bad debts. In other words, from this day forth, those debt collectors outside will come looking for me. The Guo family will be unburdened, free of any concerns. This condition ignited a flicker of hope in Kowloon's eyes, which had previously been dimmed to ash. Over 100 million in bad debts. That burden had weighed heavily on his heart for years, robbing him of sleep. Now, Lei Chao was willing to take on this mess. This was nothing short of a windfall from the heavens. He hastily picked up the agreement and scrutinized the additional clause, fearful of misreading it. Once he confirmed its accuracy, a flicker of gratitude unexpectedly blossomed in his heart for Lei Chao. He considered that although the young man employed ruthless tactics, he still seemed to embody the principles of a chivalrous knight in white. Little did he know that Lei Chao's willingness to shoulder over 100 million in bad debts was not born of benevolence, but rather stemmed from his keen interest in the 100 billion worth of dowry, specifically, the prime real estate at 1881 Nathan Road. In comparison to that prospective golden territory, the 100 million in bad debts was but a drop in the ocean, utterly negligible. This seemingly disastrous acquisition, akin to throwing a penny into the abyss, was in fact Lei Chao's most triumphant and lucrative endeavor since his rebirth. Mr. Guo, if there are no objections, please sign. Lei Chao's voice resounded once more. This time, Kowloon hesitated no longer. He picked up the pen and, with an almost liberated demeanor, inscribed his name on the agreement, affixing the steel seal that represented the highest authority of Everbright Bank. With a decisive thud, the seal pressed down. In that instant, a cold mechanical notification echoed in Lei Chao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring Everbright Bank. The initial framework of the financial empire has been established, and the path to financial dominance has officially commenced. Task reward: enhanced privileges in the system's financial section, unlocking the technical blueprint for credit card payment systems. New task issued: within 3 months, surpass Standard Chartered Bank in total deposits to become the second largest bank in Hong Kong. A confident smile crept across Lei Chao's lips. He tucked away the now effective agreement, rose to his feet, and adjusted his suit. He then extended his hand toward the utterly demoralized Guo family. Mr. Guo, may our cooperation be fruitful. From this day forth, this establishment shall be known as Lei International Bank. With that, he turned his back on the father-son duo and strode out of the office. He was eager to convene a press conference to announce the dawn of a new era to all of Hong Kong and the world. Awaiting him outside the office was Zhao Yaji, who approached him immediately, dressed in a sharp black professional suit that accentuated her mature and alluring figure. Her face bore a hint of concern. Brother Chao, how did the negotiations go? Without uttering a word, Lei Chao simply handed her the agreement. Upon seeing the acquisition price of $1 Hong Kong and the clause regarding the ownership of the 1881 property, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She covered her mouth to stifle an exclamation. Looking at the man before her, who consistently achieved the miraculous, her eyes brimmed with boundless admiration and infatuation. This man was nothing short of a devil, a commercial deity who orchestrated everything with meticulous precision. Half an hour later, outside the headquarters of Everbright Bank, now to be called Lei International Bank, a massive press conference setup had been hastily erected. Journalists from every media outlet in Hong Kong flocked to the scene, their cameras ready, creating a veritable throng. Amidst the myriad of flashing lights, Lei Chao, clad in a crisp black suit, ascended the podium with an air of triumph. Behind him stood Guo Lixian, tearfully announcing his retirement. One era had drawn to a close, while another was poised to begin. Standing before the microphone and facing the lenses of all Hong Kong, Lei Chao wore a familiar, self-assured smile that exuded control over everything. Esteemed members of the media and citizens of Hong Kong, I hereby declare that from this day forth, Everbright Bank shall become a relic of the past. It is officially renamed Lei International Bank. His proclamation resonated through live broadcasts, reaching every corner of Hong Kong. At the headquarters of HSBC, in his top-floor office, Shun Bai seethed with rage as he watched the spirited visage of the young man on the television screen. He abruptly extinguished his cigar in the ashtray, his typically composed face now a mask of fury. Fuck! He roared in indignation. He had anticipated that Everbright Bank, a juicy morsel, would eventually be devoured cheaply due to insolvency by him, the liquidator. Never in his wildest dreams did he foresee that Lei Chao would execute such a masterstroke, directly thwarting him and even revitalizing the institution. This was akin to delivering a resounding slap to his face as the financial overlord of Hong Kong. On screen, it seemed as if Lei Chao sensed his gaze. He turned to the camera, flashing a dazzling, provocative smile. As the press conference concluded, Lei Chao wasted no time. He issued his first command as the new head of the bank to Zhu Yuzi. Find me the best workers in Hong Kong. Tonight, I want to see the name Lei International Bank displayed atop this building. I intend for everyone in Hong Kong to know that from this day forward, the financial realm will no longer be dominated solely by foreigners. The tides are changing. Chapter 93, Deposits for Gaming Credits? Has this bank gone mad? Tonight, I want to see the name Lei International Bank displayed atop this building. Lei Chao's command brooked no dissent. Zhu Yuzi immediately set to work, leveraging all his connections to enlist the most efficient and expensive construction crew in Hong Kong. That night, as the professionals of Central concluded their workday and exited their offices, they were taken aback to find that the Everbright Bank headquarters, which had stood in the heart of Central for decades, was now enveloped in towering scaffolding and tarpaulins. Countless workers scurried about the scaffolding like agile monkeys, the sounds of power drills and metal cutting echoing through the night. Curiosity abounded regarding what the newly appointed Lei boss was up to. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed Victoria Harbor, the mystery was unveiled. The massive red tarpaulin was gradually pulled aside, revealing an enormous sign crafted from pure copper, gleaming in the morning light. Lei International Bank, Ray's Bank International. These characters, bold and resplendent, exuded an aura of dominance and flair, as if announcing the birth of a new sovereign to the world. Every passerby stopped in their tracks, gazing up at the dazzling new sign, engaging in animated discussions. My goodness, this is astonishingly swift. They changed the sign overnight. Boss Lei is indeed formidable. He operates with such decisiveness. Let us go inside and check it out. I've heard there's a grand opening event today. The sign change was merely the first step. As the citizens, driven by curiosity, entered the revamped lobby of Lei International Bank, they were once again left speechless by Lei Chao's seemingly endless array of audacious maneuvers. In the center of the bank lobby stood not the traditional service desk, but rather 2 rows of brand-new, sci-fi-inspired Space Invaders arcade machines, radiating with futuristic allure. A group of fashionably dressed young individuals is engrossed in their enjoyment in front of a machine, attracting a considerable crowd of onlookers. On the opposite side of the hall stands a colossal exhibition booth, adorned with the latest models of the futuristic Walkman, along with an array of exquisite movie posters and merchandise. Several statuesque young ladies, clad in alluring kipayos, are graciously distributing promotional flyers to every incoming customer. Good day, sir. Welcome to Lei's Bank. Open an account now for continuous surprises and delightful gifts. A middle-aged man, initially skeptical, accepts a flyer and, upon merely glancing at it, his eyes instantly gleam with excitement. Grand opening promotions at Lei's Bank. Ignite the city with endless lavish gifts. Event 1. Open an account and receive. Anyone who opens a new account at our bank will receive 10 complimentary game tokens for the futuristic entertainment city. Event 2. Deposit rewards. Deposit a minimum of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars to receive the latest Walkman. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Event 3. Investment surprises. Purchase our bank's investment products to receive 2 limited edition movie tickets for the Invincible East, along with a chance to dine with the leading actress, Lin Qingxia. Event 4. VIP privileges. Deposit 500,000 Hong Kong dollars to become a VIP client, receiving a gold commemorative card personally signed by Mr. Lei Chao, along with a lifelong 20% discount on all industries under the Lei Group: power, transportation, entertainment, dining. Every word on this flyer detonates like a bomb, striking the nerves of every citizen in Hong Kong. Is this truly a promotional event for a bank? Surely, it cannot be a mere anniversary celebration of a shopping mall. Game tokens for deposits? A complimentary Walkman? Movie tickets? This is utterly unprecedented, particularly for those young individuals who painstakingly save for mere game tokens. This is nothing short of a miraculous blessing. Good grief. 10 tokens just for opening an account? That means I can play 10 rounds of Space Invaders for free. Deposit $1,000 and receive a Walkman? That gadget sells for several hundred outside. It's practically a gift. No time to waste. I need to deposit the tuition my mother gave me. Let us go. Withdraw all my money from HSBC and transfer it here. Those who initially came merely to observe have suddenly gone wild. They surged toward the service counters like sharks, sensing blood in the water. The entrance of Lei's Bank once again formed a line more exaggerated than the one seen during yesterday's run on the bank. However, this time, they were not there to withdraw funds, but to deposit them. Lei Chao's cross-industry marketing strategy caught all his competitors off guard. He skillfully combined his 2 most formidable assets, an industrial ecosystem and a financial platform, into a seamless entity. By using the entertainment products that young people yearned for and dreamt of as bait, he deftly captured the entire market's savings. This disruptive business model is unassailable in this era. HSBC? Standard Chartered? What can they offer? A calendar with their CEO's portrait? Other Chinese banks, witnessing the fervor surrounding Lei's Bank, attempted to emulate such promotional activities. Yet, they quickly despaired, realizing they could not replicate the success. They lacked their own Walkman factory, their own cinemas, and certainly, the futuristic entertainment city that could drive all of Hong Kong's youth into a frenzy. They could only watch helplessly as their bank account holders closed their accounts, carting away boxes of cash, eagerly lining up at the neighboring Lei's Bank. In just a single day, the number of new personal savings accounts opened at Lei's International Bank surpassed 100,000. The total amount of new deposits reached a staggering 500 million. This figure not only liberated Lei's Bank from liquidity crises, but also elevated its cash reserves to an unprecedented level, instilling fear in any potential rivals. Even Lei Lo, the newly appointed honorary president, could no longer remain idle. He secretly retrieved the last few boxes of gold bars he had hidden in his villa's basement safe, donned ordinary clothing, and, wearing a hat and sunglasses, stealthily queued at a branch to obtain a VIP gold card. When he finally held that weighty card, embossed with Lei Chao's signature, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in his eyes. He felt prouder than when he had received a medal from the Queen of the British Crown Colony. After a brief period of growing pains, Lei's Bank swiftly established itself in the international financial hub of Hong Kong with an incomprehensible, ferocious growth. It stirred the stagnant waters of the Hong Kong banking industry like a ferocious catfish. For the first time in nearly a century, the financial landscape, long monopolized by HSBC and Standard Chartered, showed signs of cracking. A new era for Chinese banks seemed imminent. In the chairman's office at Lei's Bank headquarters, Lei Chao gazed at the recently delivered report from the financial director, revealing soaring deposit figures, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. New objective, within 3 months. Surpass Standard Chartered Bank in total savings and become the second largest bank in Hong Kong. Having completed nearly half of this task in just 1 day, he understood that this was merely the beginning. With the banking platform at his disposal, there were countless innovative strategies yet to be implemented. For instance, credit cards. In an age where most still rely on cash and checks, how revolutionary would a small, overdraft-capable plastic card be for payment methods? Furthermore, consumer finance. Purchasing a Walkman on an installment plan? Financing a home. He could leverage the bank to amplify the profits from all his industries tenfold, or even 100-fold. A vast commercial loop, centered around Lei's bank, encompassing all facets of life, was slowly taking shape in his mind, while Lei Chao reveled in his grand vision. The office door was knocked upon urgently. The newly appointed assistant, a striking young woman, rushed in, her face etched with panic. "Boss, this is bad. Shenbai from HSBC has just united all the British banks in Hong Kong to issue a complete embargo against us." Chapter 94, The Lion King's Fury and the Comprehensive Embargo from Hong Kong. An embargo? Upon hearing those words, Lei Chao's expression remained unchanged, his smile unwavering. He even took a moment to appraise the new assistant, whose chest was heaving with anxiety. "Calm down," he said languidly, leaning back in his chair, taking a sip of coffee. "The sky isn't falling." His composed demeanor suggested that he perceived the news not as a potential catastrophe capable of bankrupting any bank, but rather as trivial gossip. The female assistant was momentarily captivated by his formidable aura, rendering her momentarily speechless as she gazed at him in a daze. "Speak. What specifically is the nature of the ban?" Lei Chao inquired. It was only then that the assistant regained her composure. She hastily picked up the documents in her hand and, with a voice tinged with trepidation, began to read. "Report to the boss, just 10 minutes ago. An emergency meeting was convened by the Hong Kong Bankers Association, led by HSBC. During the meeting, the esteemed Shenbai of HSBC personally issued 3 directives aimed at our Lei Banking Corporation. First, effective immediately, sever all business ties with enterprises of British origin, encompassing but not limited to corporate deposits, loans, and financial settlements. Second, leveraging the influence of the Banking Association, downgrade our Lei Bank's credit rating in the interbank lending market to the lowest tier, significantly curtailing, if not entirely freezing, our short-term financing capabilities. Third, the assistant's voice grew increasingly strained. Shenbai also pressured the Hong Kong government to impose the most stringent, indefinite scrutiny on our bank's sources of funds and operational compliance. Each of these directives was more venomous than the last. The first represented a commercial isolation, directly severing the largest source of corporate clientele for Lei Bank. The second constituted a financial strangulation. Interbank lending is the lifeblood of a bank's daily liquidity. Once this lifeline is severed, it would render Lei Bank a financial island, incapable of receiving any external support. The third, however, was the most insidious strike. By utilizing official power to undermine you, it would entrap you in an endless cycle of internal strife, paralyzing your operations. With these 3 maneuvers, not even a newly established bank could withstand the onslaught. Even venerable Chinese banks that have operated for decades would be compelled to declare bankruptcy within 3 days. Shenbai, the Lion King who has wielded financial dominion over Hong Kong for decades, finally revealed his fearsome fangs. He sought to demonstrate in the most brutal and direct manner to all of Hong Kong who the true financial sovereign of this land is. Anyone daring to challenge his authority would face but one fate: obliteration. In the top-floor office of HSBC's headquarters, Shenbai stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the bustling central below. A cruel yet triumphant smirk adorned his visage. Youthful arrogance, he mused, raising a glass of whiskey in a toast to the building that had just unveiled the Lei Bank sign. The game is over. Behind him sat a sharply dressed man, Simon Catherick, the head of EY, who had previously been so enraged at the land auction that he had spat blood. His face now radiated with the thrill of vengeance. "Sir Shenbai, your maneuver is nothing short of brilliant," he lauded. "You have cut off their supplies. That young Lei must be in utter disarray, begging for mercy by now." Shenbai erupted into laughter, a sound brimming with the arrogance of a victor. "Mercy? He has no opportunity for that now. 3 days, I grant him, but 3 days. After that, Hong Kong shall witness the demise of Lei Bank." The news swept through the financial sector of Hong Kong like a tempest, rendering everyone stunned by Shenbai's thunderous tactics. They understood that an unprecedented and comprehensive strangulation of Chinese banks by British financial conglomerates had commenced. Numerous Chinese enterprises that had contemplated collaboration with Lei Bank began to retreat in haste. Some British companies that had just opened accounts with Lei Bank hastily withdrew all their funds, fearful of being implicated. Queues once again formed at the various branches of Lei Bank, but this time, the faces of those waiting were etched with anxiety and panic. A storm was brewing, and the atmosphere in Hong Kong was thick with tension and oppression. Everyone sensed that Lei Chao had genuinely stumbled upon insurmountable obstacles. While he might wield money to create a bank, he could never hope to contend against a financial system that had been meticulously constructed over a century by the entire British financial consortium and the colonial government. It was akin to a mere egg attempting to clash with a boulder, an act of self-destruction, in stark contrast to the prevailing panic and pessimism outside. The atmosphere in the chairman's office at Lei Bank was eerily calm. Lei Chao remained leisurely seated in his executive chair, even taking the time to instruct the new, voluptuous female assistant on the proper technique for brewing a cup of hand-ground coffee. The water temperature must be maintained at 92 degrees, neither too high nor too low. The grind should be even, akin to granulated sugar. During brewing, the water flow must be steady, creating a uniform circle from the center outward. His nonchalant demeanor left Zhu Yuzi and Lei Lo, who had burst in, utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! What time is it? The fire is already at our brows. And you're still here fiddling with coffee? Lei Lo exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he snatched the coffee pot from his son's hands. Zhu Yuzi, equally flustered, was sweating profusely. Yes, young master. I just received word that our settlement accounts at Standard Chartered have been frozen. The rumor is already circulating that our bank will collapse within 3 days. Collapse? Lei Chao chuckled. He reclaimed the exquisite pour-over kettle from his father and resumed his graceful motions. Rest assured, it is not us who will face bankruptcy. He poured the freshly brewed coffee into 2 pristine porcelain cups, handing one to his father and the other to Zhu Yuzi. Father, Uncle Z, do give it a try. What? Is this really the time for coffee? Though Lei Lo protested, he couldn't help but lift the cup to his lips, taking a sizable gulp. A rich and robust aroma exploded in his mouth. Having only been accustomed to the overly sweet milk tea served in tea houses, he nearly spat it out at the bitter and astringent taste. Yuck! What on earth is this? It's dreadful. Lei Chao chuckled at his son's comical expression before turning his gaze to the window. His eyes penetrated through the layers of buildings, ultimately resting upon the HSBC edifice looming in the distance like a colossal beast. You wish to monopolize? To use the rules to strangle me? A cold, disdainful smile crept across his lips. Shunbai, oh Shunbai, you still fail to grasp the essence of this game. In this arena, I am the one who sets the rules. He picked up the telephone on his desk, dialing the internal line to the Public Relations Department. Notify the Lei Daily and TVB to issue a citywide announcement immediately. His voice, though not loud, carried a weight capable of shaking the very foundations of Hong Kong. From tomorrow onward, all enterprises under the Lei Group, including China Power, Lei Transport, and Lei Cinemas, will only accept 2 forms of payment for all services rendered to the public, cash and the other. He paused, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Is our Lei Bank's checks and account transfers. Chapter 95. You sever my financial lifeline? I shall cut off your utilities. Beginning tomorrow, all enterprises under the Lei Group, as well as all projects requiring payment from citizens, will exclusively accept 2 methods of payment. One is cash, the other is through our Lei Bank, utilizing checks and account transfers. Lei Chao's voice resonated clearly through the phone, reaching the ears of the director of the Public Relations Department. Upon hearing this directive, the director was momentarily taken aback. Only accepting payment methods from their own bank? What kind of maneuver is this? Doesn't this effectively coerce the entire populace of Hong Kong into opening accounts at Lei Bank? This transcends mere commercial practice. It is nothing short of blatant financial coercion. Will the boss's actions provoke public resentment? Surely the government won't consent to this, will they? The director inquired cautiously. Do as I say, Lei Chao replied. His response terse and authoritative, devoid of any explanation. After hanging up, he gazed out at the vibrant cityscape, a cold smile gracing his lips. Shinbai, do you think you can confine me with financial regulations? Then I shall turn the very foundation of people's livelihoods against your entire financial system. You wish to prevent British enterprises from collaborating with me? Very well. I shall see how you intend to operate your towering headquarters of Jardine Matheson. Whether it shall be powered by love, or whether your esteemed British executives will resort to climbing stairs daily. That afternoon, a resolute announcement issued by the Lei Group swiftly permeated every corner of Hong Kong through special editions of the Lei Daily and rolling news on TVB. Important announcement. To unify the internal financial settlement system of the group and enhance service efficiency, effective immediately, all chargeable services under Lei Holdings, including but not limited to China Power electricity payments, Lei Transportation bus pass recharges, Hung Hom Cross Harbor tunnel toll payments, future entertainment game coin recharges, and Lei Cinemas movie ticket purchases will adopt a unified payment channel. Citizens and corporate clients may choose to pay in cash or via transfer from Lei International bank accounts or checks. Transfers and checks from other banks will be suspended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. The moment this announcement was made, Hong Kong erupted in uproar. The immediate reaction of ordinary citizens was confusion, followed by complaints. What on earth? Do I really have to run to Lei Bank just to pay my electricity bill? How inconvenient. Exactly. I've always used HSBC checks for my electricity bill. Are those no longer accepted? Has Lei gone too far this time? Isn't this coercion? However, despite the grumbling, electricity cannot be lived without. Buses cannot be avoided, as they realize that every aspect of their lives, food, clothing, housing, and transportation, was intricately woven into the fabric of the vast Lei Empire. They found themselves with no choice but to comply with the new rules. After all, it's merely a matter of obtaining an additional bank card. It's not a matter of grave moral consequence. Moreover, Lei Bank is currently offering game coins for deposits, which, for many young people, is actually a welcome development. The true anguish and explosive rage were felt by the British financial conglomerates entrenched in Hong Kong. Jardine Matheson, President's office. Simon Cathcart glared at the financial director who presented the Lei Group's announcement, nearly overturning his desk in fury. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. His plump face turned a hue akin to liver, as he bellowed in indignation. Who does that yellow-skinned monkey think he is? The governor of Hong Kong? The financial director, a meticulous Englishman, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and cautiously stated, Mr. President, our electricity bill for this month has been issued, totaling 350 Hong Kong dollars, 000. If we do not promptly open an account at Lei Bank and complete the payment, as stipulated in the announcement, China Power reserves the right to cut off our electricity in 3 days. Cut off our electricity. Simon's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He wouldn't dare. The financial director wore a wry smile. Given Mr. Lei Chao's style, he truly would dare. Simon's breath quickened as he recalled the fear he had felt when dominated by this young man at the land auction. He had no doubt that if he failed to pay the electricity bill, that madman would unhesitatingly pull the switch on the entire Jardine building. At that moment, Jardine Matheson would become the biggest joke in all of Hong Kong. Go, get it done. Simon slumped back into his chair like a deflated balloon, squeezing out those words through gritted teeth. But, sir, I said go. Enough with your excuses. In a fit of rage, Simon hurled a crystal ashtray to the floor. A similar scene unfolded at the headquarters of Swire Group, Hutchison Whampoa, and Hong Kong Land, among other British financial consortiums. Those who typically looked down upon the Chinese as mere ants were now humiliated, dispatching their financial staff to line up at Lei Bank, akin to ordinary citizens, filling out forms for the company accounts they despised. Outside the branches of Lei Bank, a peculiar spectacle emerged. On one side stood students in uniforms, excitedly vying for a few game coins. On the other side were sharply dressed professionals from various British firms, their faces contorted in discomfort as if they had just consumed a fly. They stood distinctly in the same line, collectively contributing to the rapidly increasing number of accounts at Lei Bank. Reporters from the Lei Daily astutely captured this moment. A photo titled British Elites Queue to Open Accounts adorned the front page the following day, accompanied by a sharply ironic headline. This image served as a resounding slap across the faces of all British financial conglomerates, providing the citizens of Hong Kong with a gratifying spectacle. At the headquarters of HSBC, Shenbai surveyed the urgent report regarding the surge in Lei Bank account openings and the glaring newspaper headline presented by his subordinates. For the first time, disbelief flickered across his typically impassive face. He felt as if a massive stone had lodged itself in his chest, rendering him breathless. His meticulously crafted plan to suffocate any bank with a comprehensive ban had been so effortlessly countered by the opposition. No, this was no mere counter. They had even turned his blockade into an exceptionally successful marketing campaign. They had coerced the most arrogant enterprises, the ones least willing to engage with Chinese banks, into becoming their clients. What a terrifying strategy. This transcended commercial competition. It was a blatant, grassroots assault on financial hegemony. With a cough, Shenbai tasted blood, which erupted from his mouth, staining the pristine report before him. He clutched his chest, his body swaying, before he collapsed backward. Mr. Jazz, call an ambulance. The entire office erupted into chaos. The unprecedented financial warfare ignited by Lei Chao has achieved a phase of victory in a manner that took everyone by surprise. Lei International Bank, far from succumbing to the united onslaught of British financial consortiums, has risen like a phoenix from the ashes, firmly establishing its foothold within the financial jungle of Hong Kong. As of today, the banking sector in Hong Kong has officially entered a new era characterized by a tripartite power struggle among HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Lei's Bank. To commemorate this hard-won triumph and to announce his presence to all of Hong Kong, Lei Chao has resolved to host the most extravagant and grandiose celebration since the opening of the port at the Peninsula Hotel. He has extended invitations to all the prominent political and business figures throughout Hong Kong. On the evening of the gala, luxury cars gathered at the entrance of the Peninsula Hotel, under a dazzling starry sky. As the undeniable protagonist, Lei Chao donned an exquisite custom-made white tuxedo. To his left was the elegantly poised Zhao Yazi, adorned in a striking red backless gown, and to his right stood the alluring Lin Qingxia, clad in a sleek black strapless evening dress. With one beauty on each arm, he reveled in the envious gazes of all the men present. Striding down the red carpet amidst a flurry of flashing cameras, the atmosphere of the celebration was both fervent and opulent. Everyone surrounded Lei Chao, showering him with flattery and compliments, eager to garner a share of the fortune from this newly minted financial magnate. Lei Chao navigated the attention with ease. Just then, a figure emerged from the throng, gracefully making her way towards him. It was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, so stunning that one might forget to breathe. She appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old, the very epitome of youthful beauty. Her remarkably large, sparkling eyes seemed to convey a blend of allure and ambition. She wore a daring deep V sapphire sequin evening gown that accentuated her youthful yet astonishingly voluptuous figure and her slender waist. Holding a glass of champagne, she approached Lei Chao with a captivating sway, her crimson lips parting as she spoke in a voice dripping with sweetness. "Mr. Lei, congratulations." Chapter 96. The ambition of the beautiful woman with big eyes and the transaction beneath her skirt. "Mr. Lei, congratulations." Her voice was like a feather wrapped in honey, gently brushing against Lei Chao's heart. He turned his gaze towards the breathtaking woman before him, and in an instant, a name surfaced in his mind: Guanjilin. The woman later heralded as Hong Kong's most beautiful was renowned for her mesmerizing large eyes and countless scandalous affairs with affluent men. He never expected to encounter her here, in such a manner. At this moment, she was merely a fledgling actress, newly emerged from an artist training program, yet the innate allure she possessed, coupled with the unmasked ambition and desire reflected in her eyes, were already beginning to manifest. She resembled a black rose, poised to bloom, beautiful yet perilous. "And you are?" Lei Chao feigned ignorance, a curious smile gracing his lips. "My name is Guanjilin, and I am one of the newly appointed ambassadors for Lei International Bank." A sweet, enchanting smile blossomed on her face, one that could make any man swoon. She extended her hand, and they exchanged a gentle handshake. Her hand was soft, delicate, and carried a hint of coolness. At the moment of their clasp, her fingers subtly brushed against the palm of Lei Chao's hand, a gesture laden with unabashed seduction and suggestion. A silent chuckle arose within Lei Chao. Indeed, she was a natural temptress. "Miss Guan, it is a pleasure to meet you." Lei Chao maintained a composed demeanor, yet he did not immediately release her hand. Zhao Yaji and Lin Qingxia, witnessing this exchange, could not help but furrow their brows slightly. Both were astute women who recognized the intentions of the excessively beautiful young lady vying for their man. A flicker of wariness crossed Zhao Yaji's eyes. As one of the earliest women by Lei Chao's side, she had long positioned herself as the matriarch of this commercial empire. Any woman attempting to encroach upon Lei Chao's domain was, in her eyes, a potential threat. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxiao regarded the scene with a blend of disdain and amusement. Accustomed as she was to young women in the entertainment industry who would resort to any means necessary to ascend the ranks. To her, women leveraging their beauty for advancement were hardly worthy adversaries. However, Guanjilin seemed wholly oblivious to the animosity emanating from the two women. Her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Lei Chao. "Mr. Lei, may I ask you for a dance?" She tilted her exquisitely crafted face upwards, her tone almost playful as she extended the invitation. This gesture elicited a hushed gasp from the surrounding guests. It was evident to all that this newcomer, the big-eyed beauty, was determined to latch onto the most formidable figure in all of Hong Kong. Lei Chao smiled, appreciating such a proactive and ambitious woman. Engaging with such individuals was straightforward and direct. They each sought their own benefits without the convoluted emotional entanglements. "Of course, it would be my honor." He released Zhao Yaji and Lin Qingxia, gesturing for her to proceed. A triumphant smile illuminated Guanjilin's face as she leaned her soft body against his, entwining her arm with his. Together, they glided into the center of the dance floor. As the lilting waltz began to play, it became evident that Guanjilin had undergone professional training in dance. Her body moved like a sinuous serpent, gracefully pressing against Lei Chao's form in rhythm with the music. Her astonishingly ample bosom, separated by the thinnest of fabrics, tantalizingly brushed against his solid chest. Warm breaths, mingled with a hint of sweet perfume, brushed against his ear. "Mr. Lei, you are truly remarkable." Her voice was low, brimming with admiration and seduction. "I have idolized heroes like you since childhood." As Lei Chao held her tiny waist, feeling the incredible softness and elasticity, a knowing smile crept upon his face. "Oh really? What is it that you admire about me?" "I admire your audacity in trampling upon those arrogant British." Guanjilin's eyes sparkled with a fervent light. "My mother is of Manchu descent." and she has always taught me not to let those foreigners bully us. A flicker of intrigue passed through Lei Chao. He had not anticipated that this seemingly superficial beauty possessed such a profound background and perspective. Mr. Lei, Guanjilin leaned closer, her red lips nearly brushing against his earlobe. Her voice a mere whisper, I too wish to shine, to become a celebrated star like Miss Lin. I do not want to be regarded merely as a pretty vase. I aspire to stand at the pinnacle. Her gaze was fervent and unflinching, ablaze with an unvarnished desire for fame and power. Lei Chao chuckled. He relished this candidness. Complying with her wishes, he lowered his head and, in a tone laden with insinuation, whispered softly in her ear, everything you desire, I can grant you. The protagonist of the film, the cover star of fashion magazines, and even one of the mistresses of this commercial empire. Guanjilin's body trembled abruptly. She lifted her head, her beautiful eyes brimming with ecstasy and disbelief. She knew she had placed her bet wisely. This scene was vividly captured by a reporter nearby with a telephoto lens. The next day, the entertainment headlines across Hong Kong were destined to belong to Lei Chao once more. Business tycoon Lei Chao exposed with new flame. Rising goddess Guanjilin charms on the dance floor, another beauty to join the elite. At the edge of the dance floor, Zhao Yaji and Lin Qingxia observed the couple in the center, who were so tightly entwined they resembled conjoined twins. A complex and resigned expression graced both their faces. They exchanged glances, reading a shared understanding of their mutual plight in each other's eyes. They were acutely aware that this powerful man could never truly belong to either of them, to remain by his side. The only recourse was to accept and acclimate to this ceaseless arena of turmoil. Lei Chao did not linger in the dance floor for long. After exchanging a knowing glance with Guanjilin, he released her and turned, striding toward a corner of the cocktail party. He understood that now was not the time to indulge in romantic sentiments. Far more pressing matters awaited him. In a discreet corner of the party, there was an inconspicuous side door. Beyond it lay a lengthy secret passage leading underground. At the end of the passage stood a massive circular vault door, constructed from several tons of alloy. Lei Lo, the newly appointed honorary president of Lei International Bank, stood at the vault's entrance. Clad in a bespoke three-piece suit tailored from Seville Row in England, a Cuban cigar thicker than his fingers clamped between his lips, exuding the air of a king surveying his domain. Behind him trailed several similarly attired bank executives. Lo Gu, one executive, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, respectfully announced, "The vault is ready. You may enter at your convenience." Lei Luo nodded in satisfaction, cleared his throat, and assumed what he believed to be the epitome of a banker's demeanor. "Open the door." With his command, the heavy alloy door creaked open, sliding slowly apart amidst the intricate sounds of machinery. A wave of cold air, tinged with the scent of metal and ink from banknotes, rushed forth. Narrowing his eyes, Lei Luo peered inside. In a single glance, he was rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 97. The King Within the Vault and the Lion's Head on the Currency. As the colossal circular vault door, heavy as a city gate, creaked open, even Lei Luo, seasoned by countless tumultuous experiences and believing he had witnessed everything life had to offer, could not help but inhale sharply, exclaiming a most authentic curse from his hometown. The sight before him exceeded all his imaginings. It was an immense underground space, easily the size of half a football field. The cold, stainless steel floor reflected the bright lights of the ceiling, rendering the vast area both desolate and imposing. And within this cavernous expanse, it was brimming with wealth. Towering shelves, crafted from a special alloy, rose from the ground to nearly 15 meters high, each meticulously lined with gleaming gold bars, each weighing a kilogram, radiating an alluring luster. Thousands upon thousands of gold bars were casually stacked together, resembling golden bricks forming an unending range of mountains. Next to these golden peaks lay another, even more spectacular sight. Bundles of freshly minted Hong Kong dollars, secured with bank-specific seals, were sorted and piled high in gigantic money cages. Red bulls, green gold bulls, and blue crabs. Various denominations amassed like mountains, creating a vibrant canyon of pure wealth. Lei Luo felt his breath becoming labored. Having spent his entire life as a police officer and accumulating wealth, he considered himself one of the richest men in Hong Kong. Yet, the few safes hidden in his villa's basement seemed laughably insignificant compared to the true treasure before him. That meager sum could scarcely fill a corner of this vault. Lo Gu, please, the bank executive behind him observed his astonishment, and, though he dared not show it, secretly chuckled within. Regaining his composure, Lei Luo coughed twice to mask his embarrassment, straightened his back, and strode in as if inspecting his own troops, with an air of grandiosity. He approached a small hill made of gold bars and extended a trembling hand to grasp one. The gold bar felt heavy, cold, and solid in his grasp. He brought it to his mouth, mimicking a scene from a film, and bit down. Ouch! The hardness of the gold sent a jolt of pain through his teeth. It was real. his face flushed with excitement, akin to a child receiving their most cherished toy. He discarded his cigar and plopped down on the mound of gold, embracing the bars like a madman, a blissful expression plastered across his face. "We've struck it rich. We've truly struck it rich," he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with an unreal sense of dreaminess. Just then, Lei Chao entered from the cocktail party outside, observing his father's comical, nouveau riche demeanor. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Father, get up. What on earth are you doing?" He stepped forward and helped Lei Luo to his feet. "My dear son," Lei Luo exclaimed, embracing him tightly, tears of joy streaming down his face. "In this life, I've never admired anyone but you." He gestured at the room overflowing with wealth, his voice trembling. "This is richer than the governor's treasury. I feel like I'm greater than the governor now." A profound sense of pride and fulfillment radiated from Lei Luo's face, surpassing even the moment he donned the uniform of Chief Inspector Tonghua. Previously, when he walked the streets, people feared him for his gun and the power that accompanied him, a fear rooted in intimidation. Now, when he stepped out, people respected him because his son was Lei Chao, because the Lei family held the economic lifeblood of the city in their grasp. This respect stemmed from an intrinsic admiration for wealth and power. Once, it was the police who came to investigate him. Now, police from all over Hong Kong lined up to deposit their salaries in the bank his son operated. This dramatic transformation in status freed him entirely from the shadows of his past, as a mere $500 million inspector. He knew he could finally live openly and proudly in the sunlight. As Lei Chao observed his father's flustered excitement, he too felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him. He understood that one of his foremost objectives upon being reborn was to alter the fate of his father and the entire family. Now he had achieved that. He not only transformed the Lei family from a precarious black gold dynasty on the brink of collapse into a respected business titan, but he also helped his father discover something far more significant than power and wealth: dignity. However, Lei Chao was not satisfied with this alone. His ambitions extended far beyond. Gazing at his father's face, flushed with excitement, he calmly remarked, "Dad, what is the governor of Hong Kong to us? This is merely the beginning." Upon hearing this, Lei Luo's smile instantly froze. He looked at his son in horror, his voice trembling. "What? The governor of Hong Kong is nothing? What more do you aspire to? You can't possibly mean." He dared not finish his sentence. Lei Chao offered no reply. Instead, he casually extracted a $100 Hong Kong banknote from a nearby cash box. It was a common bill issued by HSBC, adorned with the imposing visage of a roaring lion, HSBC's emblem and a direct symbol of the British financial conglomerate's dominance over Hong Kong for nearly a century. With 2 fingers, Lei Chao held the banknote aloft under the light, his gaze igniting with fervor and madness, akin to a devotee beholding a miracle. He pointed at the domineering lion's head on the bill and, addressing his utterly bewildered father, pronounced with deliberate clarity the ultimate ambition that could send tremors through the entire British Empire. "Dad, our next goal is not to make money. It is to print this." Chapter 98. The ambition for currency issuance and the board's shock. "Print this?" Lei Luo stared at the banknote in his son's hand and then at Lei Chao's eyes, ablaze with fervent intensity, and felt as though his brain had short-circuited. Print money? What an absurd international jest. In Hong Kong, who was unaware that the right to issue currency had long been firmly held by the British banks HSBC and Standard Chartered. This was the most core and untouchable symbol of power for the British Empire in this colony. Not even he, as a Chinese bank, nor the governor himself had the authority to meddle in this matter. "Son, are you out of your mind?" Lei Luo's voice trembled as he snatched the banknote back, as if it were a scalding hot potato. "Could one simply print this? That would be counterfeit money. It could cost a head." "Who said I wanted to print counterfeit money?" Lei Chao's face broke into a confident and ambitious smile. "What I desire is the legitimate right to issue currency." This declaration reverberated like thunder in the vast and silent vault. Lei Luo and the bystander, Zhu Yuzi, were utterly stunned. Their mouths agape. They resembled 2 fish gasping for air, struggling to utter a single word. They felt their son, having achieved a series of successes, had become intoxicated by victory and was now speaking nonsense. The next day, in the boardroom of Lei International Bank, the atmosphere was dreadfully tense. All members of the board, including the recently appointed honorary directors, the Guo father and son, sat upright with grave expressions. They had received an urgent notice from Lei Chao that morning, summoning them for a high-level board meeting. They assumed this newly appointed young chairman had significant overseas investment plans to announce or intended to implement major personnel changes within the bank. However, when Lei Chao stood at the front of the meeting room and inscribed the phrase "strive for the right" to issue Hong Kong currency on the enormous electronic whiteboard, the room descended into a profound silence. Every director remained motionless, as if paralyzed, their faces etched with shock and a gaze akin to that reserved for a madman. "Chairman Lei, you can't be serious." One elder board member stammered as he stood, feeling his heart race. Guolishian was so startled that he nearly toppled from his chair. Initially, he had deemed Lei Chao's acquisition of his bank audacious, but now he realized that in comparison to this insane ambition of obtaining currency issuance rights, acquiring a modest Chinese bank was child's play. Am I jesting? Lei Chao surveyed the room, absorbing the terror on every director's face. This is impossible. The financial director, Stephen, a meticulous Englishman, was the first to voice his dissent. Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, your idea is utterly preposterous. The right to issue currency is a prized possession of British banks in Hong Kong. It is the cornerstone of the British Empire's dominance over this land. They will absolutely, unequivocally never allow any Chinese individual to encroach upon this power. Indeed, another board member concurred. HSBC and Standard Chartered would go so far as to wage actual war to defend their currency issuance status. Although our bank is currently on an upward trajectory, we remain far too weak compared to these true financial behemoths. We have no qualification to challenge them. Pessimism swiftly permeated the boardroom. Everyone felt that Lei Chao's ambition was a mere fantasy, a delusion. Yet, Lei Chao remained remarkably composed. He approached a large map of Hong Kong, seized a laser pointer, and drew a massive circle over a crucial area. The encircled region encompassed the lifeblood of Hong Kong's economy. What you say is true. Lei Chao's voice was calm, yet imbued with strength. Within traditional financial parameters, we indeed have no opportunity. However, what if we refuse to engage with them on their financial terms? He pivoted, the laser pointer's beam precisely landing on an unassuming yet vital location on the map, Kowloon. Sim Sha Sui. This was the Kowloon cargo terminal, which controlled 70% of Hong Kong's cargo throughput. Here lay the throat of Hong Kong. Lei Chao's voice deepened resonantly. Everything we consume, our food, our clothing, the goods we use, must pass through this terminal to enter Hong Kong. And who currently holds Kowloon Wharf? Jardine Matheson. One board member instinctively replied. Correct, Lei Chao nodded. If we can seize Kowloon Wharf from Jardine, it would be tantamount to choking the very throat of Hong Kong. At that point, forget HSBC and Standard Chartered. Even the governor and the prime minister in London would come begging us. Because if we were displeased, we could simply have the dockworkers strike for a single day, and the entirety of Hong Kong would come to a standstill. Supermarkets would run out of food. Factories would lack raw materials, and the stock market would collapse instantaneously. At that moment, do you think we would be the ones pleading for them to grant us the right to issue currency? Or would they be beseeching us to print money to stabilize Hong Kong's economy? Lei Chao's words struck like a clarion call, illuminating the minds of all present. For the first time, they realized that the financial war could be fought in such a manner, utilizing the most fundamental and irreplaceable industries of the people to turn the tables and hold the upper echelons of financial hegemony hostage. What a grand and audacious strategic vision this is. The conference room fell into silence once more. Yet this time, it was not out of shock and fear, but rather an exhilarating fervor had been ignited. They gazed at the young man before them, perceiving not merely a businessman, but a formidable figure poised to forge history. They understood that they were participating in a monumental struggle capable of rewriting a century of Hong Kong's history. I concur. I too agree. Damn it. Let us take on those British bastards. The chairman, command us, and we shall follow your lead. The directors' attitudes underwent a complete 360-degree transformation. Their eyes rekindled with fighting spirit. Lei Chao nodded in satisfaction, aware that his team had united as one. Excellent. He turned around, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his face. Relay my orders. From this day forth, all non-core businesses under the Lei Group shall cease expansion. We must concentrate our efforts on reclaiming funds. At all costs, we will mobilize every penny at our disposal. Our next target, Kowloon Warehouse. The moment his words fell, a ghastly white lightning cleaved through the overcast sky outside the conference room. Following that, a deep rumble of thunder rolled in. A colossal storm was imminent. Chapter 99, The King of Ships Amidst the Tempest, with a resolve to rewrite history. The tempest arrived with alarming suddenness. Torrential raindrops, mingled with fierce winds, battered against the grand floor-to-ceiling windows of the Lei Villa, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. The waters of Victoria Harbor had already transformed into a murky hue. Towering waves, akin to enraged beasts, relentlessly crashed against the coastline. All of Hong Kong lay enveloped in this unprecedented, once-in-a-century tempest. Lei Chao stood in the study on the villa's top floor, a glass of red wine in hand, quietly observing the apocalyptic scene beyond the window. Behind him stood three stunningly beautiful women, each exuding distinctly different charms. Zhao Yazi, clad in a delicate white silk nightgown, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, bore a hint of worry regarding the weather, as well as an attachment to the man beside her. She resembled a gentle white lotus, blooming serenely. Lin Qingxia, dressed in a gender-neutral black shirt and trousers, had 3 buttons of her shirt undone, revealing her exquisite collarbone and suggestive curves. Leaning against the bookshelf, she held a copy of The Art of War, her gaze icy, her demeanor akin to an elegant orchid, as if the raging storm outside had no bearing on her. Meanwhile, Guangeline was the boldest and most direct, adorned in a scanty red spaghetti-strap mini dress. She seemed to cling to Lei Chao, her captivating eyes never leaving his face, radiating an unmistakable possessiveness. Each of these three women, should they step outside alone, would be enough to drive every man in Hong Kong to madness. Yet, at this moment, they existed as the gentlest of companions, harmoniously coexisting with this man, creating the most enchanting and peculiar tableau in the study. Storms always herald new opportunities. Lei Chao regarded the tempestuous sky, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He understood that this upheaval engulfing Hong Kong was not merely a natural storm, but a financial tempest poised to ignite the entire business realm of Hong Kong. At the eye of the storm lay the target he had just set during the board meeting, Kowloon Warehouse. At this moment, the Hong Kong stock market was already rife with turbulence due to the sudden onset of the acquisition battle. One faction, led by shipping magnate Pao Yukong, represented a consortium of Chinese capital. They were sharpening their swords, amassing vast sums of money to launch a fierce assault on Kowloon Warehouse, the most delectable prize in the eyes of the British consortium. The opposing faction was the venerable British conglomerate, Jardine Matheson. They would not allow this bastion, a symbol of their century-long dominance, to fall into the hands of the Chinese. They recklessly drove up stock prices on the secondary market, constructing defenses in a desperate attempt to drain Pao Yukong's resources. This was a life-and-death struggle, wagering everything they possessed, their honor on the line. The gaze of all Hong Kong was fixed upon this first grand confrontation between Chinese and British interests. Everyone understood that the outcome of this battle would directly dictate the landscape of Hong Kong's business realm for decades to come. Should Pao lose, the Chinese merchants might find it impossible to rise again for the foreseeable future. This was a genuine turning point in history. Lei Chao turned to the three exquisite women behind him, a gentle smile gracing his features. Tonight, let us retire early. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a mission to rewrite Hong Kong's history. His voice was soft, yet carried an enchanting allure. Simultaneously, a glimmer of intoxicated light sparkled in the eyes of the three women. They understood that this man was about to engage in that which he excelled at most, the endeavor that captivated them all, the creation of miracles. However, just as this tender moment unfolded, a sudden, jarring doorbell rang, slicing through the tranquility of the villa. In the midst of the tempestuous night, the sound of the doorbell felt particularly jarring and unsettling. Downstairs in the living room, Lei Lo and Zhu Yuzi, engrossed in a card game, were startled. What the hell? Who could it be in such a downpour? Zhu Yuzi cursed as he stood up, slipping on his slippers to head to the door. Upon peering through the peephole and seeing the figure outside, he was rendered speechless. Hastily, he opened the door, and a gust of cold wind, mingled with rain, rushed in. Pow pow pow, the king of ships. Zhu Yuzi's voice trembled with disbelief. Standing outside was an elderly man, his hair white and his attire being drenched by the rain, though he appeared disheveled. His eyes exuded the authority and shrewdness of one who had long occupied the heights of power. It was none other than the world-renowned shipping magnate, Pao Yukong. Ignoring the utterly stunned Zhu Yuzi, Pao Yukong pushed past him and strode into the living room. His gaze quickly scanned the room before landing on the young man descending the staircase. Lei Chao. Pao Yukong could no longer care for the image and dignity of the king of ships. He rushed forward in 3 strides, firmly grasping Lei Chao's hand in front of the astonished onlookers. His hand trembled slightly from anxiety and cold. His face was etched with helplessness and the last vestige of hope. Lei Chao, his voice, filled with urgency and anxiety, became hoarse, imbued with a plea, "Save me." Chapter 100. The King of Ships' plea for help and the 2 billion buyout fee. Lei Chao, save me. Pao Yukong's voice echoed through the spacious and luxurious living room, carrying a subtle tremor and despair. This titan of the global shipping industry, who had commanded respect for decades and could engage in jovial discourse with political leaders worldwide, now resembled a drowning man clinging desperately to the only lifeline before him. In the living room, everyone was rendered speechless by the dramatic scene unfolding before them. The half-smoked cigar clutched between Lei Lo's lips fell with a soft thud onto the expensive Persian carpet, scorching a small hole, yet he remained utterly oblivious. He could scarcely fathom that in his lifetime, he would witness a magnate of Baoyu Gang's stature, in such a state of disarray, pleading for assistance from his own son. Zhu Yuzi, paralyzed by fear, dared not even breathe, quietly retreating a couple of steps, anxious about being caught in the midst of this celestial confrontation. On the staircase, the 3 stunning beauties, Zhao Yaji, Lin Qingxia, and Guangeline, paused, their beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity and shock as they silently observed the events transpiring below. However, on Lei Chao's face, There was no hint of surprise. It was as if he had anticipated the arrival of the shipping magnate. He grasped Bao Gang's icy hand with his own, presenting a gentle and reassuring smile. Old Ba, the rain is pouring outside. Come in and warm yourself with a cup of hot tea. He guided Bao Gang to sit on the sofa in the living room, then personally poured him a steaming cup of freshly brewed Waishan de Hongpo. A rich aroma of tea swiftly enveloped the room. Bao Gang lifted the teacup. The scalding liquid eased the stiffness in his rain-soaked body, yet he found no inclination to savor this cup of tea worth a fortune. He set the cup down, gazing at the excessively youthful yet disconcertingly composed man before him, and bluntly stated, Lei Chao, to be concise. I am in grave trouble with the acquisition battle for Kowloon Warehouse. The foreigners from IHA have gone mad. They are sparing no expense to protect Kowloon Warehouse, fiercely contesting me in the stock market. Now, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse has been maliciously inflated to an utterly irrational level. My cash flow is on the verge of collapse. Bao Gang's eyes were bloodshot, his face etched with fatigue and indignation. Shenbai from HSBC has clearly aligned himself with them, refusing to provide me with any loans. I have scoured all the Chinese banks in Hong Kong. Although they are willing to help, their capabilities are limited, and the funds they can muster are merely a drop in the bucket. Now, IHA has issued an ultimatum. If I cannot produce sufficient cash to continue purchasing in the market before the stock market closes tomorrow, they will unite all institutions to initiate a sell-off, crashing the stock price. At that point, the tens of billions I initially invested will be trapped, and I may even face forced liquidation, losing everything. As he spoke, a note of tragedy crept into Bao Gang's voice. Lei Chao, I cannot afford to lose this battle. This is no longer just about me. It is a matter of pride for all of us Chinese merchants against the British financial consortium. I need money, a substantial sum of cash. He looked at Lei Chao, his eyes brimming with desperate hope. 20 billion. If you can lend me 20 billion cash before tomorrow, I, Bao Gang, am willing to pay any price. The figure of 20 billion caused both Lei Lo and Zhu Yuze to gasp in shock. It was nearly equivalent to half of the current cash reserves of the Lei family bank. To invest such a colossal sum into a financial struggle with an uncertain outcome was an enormous risk. Just as Lei Lo was about to intervene, Lei Chao silenced him with a calm gaze. Lei Chao did not respond to Bao Gang immediately. He stood up and leisurely approached the enormous Hong Kong panorama map hanging on the living room wall. His finger glided over the map, eventually pausing at the upper left corner. Quite Chum. His finger precisely pointed at 3 red dots marked with a bright marker. Old Ba. Lei Chao turned to face Bao Gang, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. I can lend you the money. Moreover, I will not charge you a single cent in interest. Upon hearing this, Bao Gang's eyes ignited with elation. No interest? This is an immense favor. However, Lei Chao's subsequent words extinguished the joy in his heart. However, I have one condition. His finger remained on the 3 red dots, his voice calm, yet undeniably authoritative. The 3 deep-water berths at Kwai Chung, each exceeding 15 meters in depth, are currently under your name, correct? Bao Gang's heart sank. He understood that these 3 berths represented the core and most valuable assets of the entire Kwai Chung container terminal, indeed of all Hong Kong. Only these berths could accommodate the future giant ocean freighters of over 100,000 tons. They were the very foundation of his shipping empire, treasures he was loath to part with. This young man had an astute eye. Lei Chao, these 3 berths are the lifeblood of my shipping business. Bao Gang attempted to decline. 20 billion cash for your 3 berths. Lei Chao directly interrupted, presenting his terms. You either take this deal or not. Furthermore, a more avaricious smile curled at the corners of Lei Chao's mouth. Once the acquisition of Kowloon Warehouse is successful, I want a seat on the board. Bao Gang's expression turned grim. He glared at the young man before him, who wore a fox-like grin, cursing inwardly. This was not merely a loan, but a ruthless extortion. Yet, as he glanced out the window at the raging storm and contemplated the smug faces of the British at IHA, he realized he had no alternatives. Compared to the prospect of losing the entire war and becoming a laughingstock among all Chinese merchants, relinquishing 3 berths and a board seat, though costly, was at least bearable. All right, Bao Gang gritted his teeth. As if summoning every ounce of strength, he squeezed out those 2 words. Deal. As long as we can defeat these foreigners. I would yield not just 3 berths, but even half my fleet if necessary. Excellent. Old Ba is indeed straightforward. Lei Chao erupted into hearty laughter. He stepped forward and firmly shook hands with Bao Gang, whose callous palm was now clasped in his. This handshake signified not merely a transaction of 20 billion, but the inception of a new alliance capable of shaking the very foundations of the Hong Kong business landscape. Zhu Yuze, Lei Chao called out to the door. Yes, sir. Immediately notify the bank. Assemble 20 billion in cash overnight. Tomorrow morning. I want this sum to be deposited into Old Ba's account punctually. Understood. Once everything was arranged, Lei Chao returned to the window, gazing out at the gradually calming rain, his eyes shimmering with a cold, predatory glint. He turned to the equally anxious Bao Gang, who was apprehensive about this grand gamble, and said coolly, "Old Ba, rest assured. Tomorrow, I will present Iha and Shun Bai with a surprising revelation." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Iha, on the top floor of the Kowloon Lounge, the ambience was resplendent, with champagne flowing and toasts exchanged. Simon Keswick was raising a glass of champagne, celebrating the imminent victory with several executives from the British Financial Consortium. "Gentlemen, let us raise our glasses to the pitiable Chinese loach that we are about to trample underfoot. Cheers! Cheers!" Little do they know that a torrent of black funds from the Lei family, powerful enough to engulf them entirely, has silently surged into this game. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, the rules of this game will be rewritten by Lei Chao. He aims to make it known to all who the true master of Hong Kong is. Chapter 101. The Visitor on a Rainy Night, 2 billion in bribery. "Lei Sheng, save me." The voice of Bao Yugong echoed through the lavish, expansive living room of the villa, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor and despair. This titan of the global shipping industry, who had so effortlessly charmed dignitaries across the world for decades, now resembled a swimmer on the verge of drowning in a tempestuous sea, grasping desperately at what he believed to be his only lifeline. In the living room, everyone was utterly captivated by this dramatic scene. The fine Cuban cigar that Lei Lo had been holding slipped from his lips, falling onto the luxurious handmade Persian carpet and scorching a small black hole into it. Yet he remained oblivious. He could hardly fathom that in his lifetime, he would witness a magnate of Bao Yugong's stature so utterly lose composure, appearing in his home in such disarray, pleading for his son's assistance. Such a sight was typically reserved for the front pages of newspapers and television news. It was more shocking than the time he led the charge to eradicate the Kowloon Walled City. Zhu Yuze was so frightened that he dared not even breathe. His corpulent body retreated 2 steps, wishing he could shrink into the shadows of the wall. He was acutely aware of his own insignificance in such a divine clash. He was not even worthy to observe, fearing that he might be crushed by the overwhelming aura of the situation. At the corner of the staircase, the 3 stunning women, Zhao Yaji, Lin Qingxia, and Guan Zhilin, paused in their ascent to their rooms. Zhao Yaji, clad in a conservative silk nightgown, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and concern, instinctively clenched her fists, anxious for her man. She had heard of Bao Yugong's formidable reputation. To see such a figure braving the stormy night to seek help was indicative of the dire nature of the circumstances. Lin Qingxia, dressed in a gender-neutral black shirt, leaned against the stair rail, her gaze cool and observant. Although she was not well versed in business matters, she could sense the palpable tension of a game being played from Bao Yugong's anxious demeanor and Lei Chao's calm expression. Meanwhile, Guan Zhilin, the striking beauty who had just made her debut at the party, could not conceal her excitement and fervor. She watched the man who remained unflappable before the shipping magnate, as if everything were under his control, and her desire to align herself with him intensified. She understood that this would be yet another splendid stage for him to showcase his extraordinary talents. All eyes were fixed upon the excessively youthful man at the center of the living room. Yet, Lei Chao exhibited no surprise. It was as if he had anticipated the arrival of the shipping king all along. He grasped Bao Yugong's cold, clammy hand, chilled by the rain and anxiety, with a firm yet warm grip, exuding a reassuring strength. A gentle, convincing smile graced his face. "Old Bao, it's pouring outside. Come in for a cup of hot tea to warm yourself," he said, his voice soft yet soothing, instantly easing some of Bao Yugong's agitation. Lei Chao guided him to a $1 million Italian import leather sofa in the living room, before making his way to the bar. There he selected a few glossy, dark tea leaves from a purple clay jar and brewed a steaming cup of Wui de Hong Pao with freshly boiled spring water. A rich, robust aroma of rock tea quickly filled the room. Bao Yugong lifted the exquisite bone china teacup, and as the scalding liquid slid down his throat, it offered a slight reprieve to his rain-soaked, stiffened body. However, he found no inclination to savor this rare and precious tea. He set down the cup and raised his bloodshot eyes to the unnaturally young, yet unervingly composed man before him. "Lei Sheng, to be succinct, I have come to seek your assistance with a matter of life and death. I am encountering significant troubles in the acquisition battle for Kowloon Warehouse." Lei Chao gestured for him to continue, his expression remaining serene. Bao Yugong took a deep breath, releasing the heavy burden that had weighed upon him for days. "Yi and that gang of foreigners are hell-bent on opposing me to the bitter end. They have gone mad. To retain Kowloon Warehouse, they are sparing no expense, uniting all British banks and funds to counter me in the stock market. Now, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse has been maliciously inflated to an utterly irrational level, 3 times my initial acquisition price. My financial chain is about to snap." Fatigue and resentment clouded Bao's eyes as he recounted the treachery of HSBC's cunning Shun Bai, who had outright refused to grant him any loans under the pretext of excessive risk, though he had sought assistance from every Chinese bank in Hong Kong. Their willingness to help was hampered by limited resources. The funds they cobbled together were merely a drop in the bucket. Now, that insufferable fat pig Simon Kai-shek from ICAC had issued an ultimatum. If I cannot procure enough cash to continue buying in the market before the stock market closes by noon tomorrow, they will unite all institutions to engage in a reverse sell-off, causing the stock price to plummet. At that point, my initial investment of billions will be trapped, and I may even face forced liquidation by the exchange, losing everything. As he spoke, his voice carried a tragic, heroic undertone. Lei Chao, I cannot afford to lose this battle. This is not merely a matter for me, Bao Yugong. It is a struggle for all Chinese merchants against the British financial consortium that has oppressed us for over a century. It determines whether we Chinese capitalists can truly stand tall. I need money. I need a substantial amount of cash. He looked at Lei Chao, his aging eyes burning with a final, desperate hope. 20 billion. If you can lend me 20 billion in cash before the market opens tomorrow, I, Bao Yugong, am willing to pay any price. 20 billion. This astronomical figure caused both Lei Lo and Zhu Yuze to gasp in astonishment. This amount was equivalent to more than half of Lei International Bank's current cash reserves. Investing such a colossal sum into a financial battle with an uncertain outcome, where one could easily lose everything, presented an immense risk. Just as Lei Lo was about to voice his concerns, not wanting his son's hard-earned business empire dragged down by this old man, Lei Chao halted him with a calm glance. Lei Chao did not immediately respond to Bao Yugong. He stood up and slowly approached the enormous Hong Kong electronic panoramic map hanging on the living room wall. This map was a closely guarded secret of the Lei Group, marked with various colors to depict Lei Chao's vision for Hong Kong's urban planning and development over the coming decades. His fingers glided slowly across the map, traversing the bustling Hong Kong island and the clamor of Kowloon, ultimately coming to rest in the upper left corner of the map, an area that appeared rather unremarkable, Kwai-Chong. With precision, his finger landed on 3 glaring red dots circled with a vivid marker. Bao Lao turned to Lei Chao, who was standing with an air of composure, though beads of sweat betrayed his anxiety, and a meaningful smile crept across Lei Chao's face. Money, I can lend to you. Upon hearing this, Bao Yugong's eyes ignited with an exuberance reminiscent of one who has narrowly escaped calamity. Furthermore, Lei Chao's subsequent words rendered him nearly incredulous. This 2 billion. I shall require not a single cent in interest. No interest? Such a gesture was nothing short of monumental. Bao Yugong was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly leapt from the sofa, perceiving Lei Chao as a living bodhisattva sent from the heavens to rescue their Chinese merchants. However, the following statement from Lei Chao swiftly extinguished the euphoria in his heart, plunging him into an icy abyss. Yet, I have one condition. Lei Chao's finger remained steadfastly on those 3 red dots on the map, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The Kwai-Chung Container Terminal. Those 3 deep-water berths, each exceeding 15 meters in depth, capable of accommodating the largest ocean-going vessels of the future. Are they not currently under your name? Bao Yugong's heart sank heavily. He understood that these 3 berths constituted the core, the most valuable asset of the entire Kwai-Chung Container Terminal, and indeed all of Hong Kong. With the evolution of global shipping, future vessels would only grow larger. Only deep-water ports with depths exceeding 15 meters could satisfy the docking needs of megaships weighing over 100,000 tons, even 200,000 tons. These berths were acquired through his foresight and considerable investment, a cornerstone of his shipping empire, a treasure he rarely revealed. What acute insight this young man possessed. How could he fathom the strategic value of these berths? Lei Chao, these berths are the lifeblood of my shipping business. All other terms are negotiable. But this, Bao Yugong's expression revealed his struggle as he attempted to decline. 2 billion cash, for your 3 berths. Lei Chao interrupted him directly, presenting his offer, simple, blunt, and devoid of any room for negotiation. So, will you proceed with this transaction, or not? Bao Yugong's face darkened instantaneously. He gazed at the young man before him, who wore a grin reminiscent of a cunning little fox, cursing inwardly. Was this truly a loan? It was more ruthless than the most unscrupulous moneylenders in London. This was akin to looting amidst chaos. This 2 billion was not a loan, but rather a toll. Moreover, Lei Chao's lips curled into a more avaricious arc. He understood the necessity of maximizing his interests at this juncture. Once the acquisition of Kowloon Warehouse is successful, I want a seat on the board of directors that will be vacated by Jardine Matheson. Bao Yugong's breath quickened. To relinquish core assets and cede power in the forthcoming new company, this young man's appetite exceeded his wildest imaginings. Yet, he glanced outside at the still raging storm and contemplated the smug expressions of the British at Jardine Matheson, who would undoubtedly feel victorious when the stock market opened tomorrow. He realized he had no choice. compared to losing the entire war and allowing all Chinese merchants to become the laughingstock of Hong Kong. Surrendering 3 berths and a board seat, while costly, was a price he could bear. All right, Bao Yugong gritted his teeth, as if summoning every ounce of strength, squeezing out those 2 words. Deal. If it meant triumphing over these foreigners, he would not hesitate to part with 3 berths, or even half of his fleet. Excellent. Bao Lao is indeed straightforward. Lei Chao burst into hearty laughter. He stepped forward and firmly shook hands with Bao Yugong, whose calloused palm bore the weight of years. This handshake signified not merely a transaction of 2 billion, but the birth of a new alliance among Chinese merchants, one capable of reshaping the future landscape of Hong Kong. Pig oil boy, Lei Chao shouted towards the door. Here. The boy replied, scrambling in. Immediately notify Lei Bank. Assemble 20 billion in cash overnight. I want that money in Bao Lao's account by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yes. After arranging everything, Lei Chao returned to the window, gazing at the gradually subsiding rain. His eyes glinting with a cold, predatory light. He turned to Bao Yugong, who was equally apprehensive about this gamble, and said calmly, Bao Lao, rest assured. Tomorrow, I shall present Jardine Matheson and Shun Bai with a monumental surprise. Meanwhile, on the summit of Hong Kong Island, overlooking the Lei family villa, a celebration was underway in the opulent private residence of Simon Keswick, the head of Jardine Matheson. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with champagne and laughter as a small gathering of jubilant executives from British financial conglomerates celebrated their impending triumph. Gentlemen, according to our insider reports on Bao Yugong, that Chinese mudfish has exhausted all resources. Tomorrow marks his demise. They raised their glasses in a toast to the pitiful Chinese mudfish they were about to trample. Cheers. The sound of clinking glasses echoed through the lavish living room. Unbeknownst to them, a torrent of black capital from the Lei family, capable of drowning them entirely, was surreptitiously flowing through dozens of secret accounts into this game. Tomorrow, as the sun rises, the rules of this game will be rewritten by Lei Chao. He intended to make it abundantly clear who the true master of Hong Kong was. Chapter 102. Deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea, surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. The following morning, as the torrential rain finally ceased, the damp air carried a hint of earthy freshness. Hong Kong seemed rejuvenated, cleansed by the previous night's tempest. Yet beneath this calm facade, a financial storm capable of upending the entire commercial landscape of Hong Kong was quietly brewing. At precisely 8 o'clock, as countless citizens of Hong Kong awoke from their slumber and picked up the latest edition of the Lei Daily, a headline printed in the largest, most glaring red font instantly captured everyone's attention. Lei Group releases major announcement, investing heavily to increase holdings in Kowloon Warehouse. This brief announcement detonated like a deep-sea bomb, creating towering waves in the already tumultuous Hong Kong stock market. The city erupted in uproar. What the hell? What's happening? Lei Chao is also acquiring Kowloon Warehouse. What's his intention? Is he trying to intercept Bao the Ship King? No way. Aren't they all Chinese merchants? Why are they turning against each other? I doubt it. Have you forgotten that Lei Chao has a grudge against Simon from Jardine? Last time at the land auction, he made Simon so furious he almost bled. This time, he might be here to assist Bao the Ship King in confronting Jardine. No, think about it. Lei Chao just opened a bank and is in dire need of funds. Where would he find the spare cash to acquire Kowloon Warehouse? I suspect he is here to stir the pot. It's even possible that he has colluded with those British fellows at Jardine to take a bite out of Bao the Ship King. In an instant, a myriad of speculations and interpretations filled the air. The financial programs of major television networks urgently summoned so-called financial experts to analyze Lei Chao's abrupt actions. Yet, all experts astonishingly shared a bewildering lack of comprehension. Lei Chao's maneuver was so peculiar, so unexpected, that it completely defied any semblance of commercial logic. The entire financial community of Hong Kong found itself ensnared in a vast fog due to his announcement. In the executive office of the headquarters of Jardine Matheson, Simon Keswick gazed at the glaring headline in the newspaper and the solemn analyses from the so-called experts on the television screen. His mind, dulled by a hangover, instantly cleared. He erupted into a raucous, thunderous laughter. Ha! Truly, the heavens favor me. The heavens favor me. Tears nearly streamed from his eyes as his rotund body shook with mirth in the luxurious leather executive chair. Sir, what on earth is going on? His assistant queried, perplexed by his boss's uncharacteristic behavior. You don't understand, Simon exclaimed, pointing his cigar at Lei Chao's photograph in the newspaper. This audacious young Chinese lad. Who does he think he is? Does he believe he can partake in the spoils? He is courting disaster. He has no idea how deep this acquisition war runs. To Simon, Lei Chao's entry into the fray was nothing short of splendid news. His greatest concern had been that Lei Chao would ally with Bao Yugong to oppose him. In such a scenario, facing a combined onslaught from two major Chinese financial powerhouses, he would have been far from assured of victory. But now, Lei Chao had chosen to go solo, even adopting a stance that suggested he intended to vie for Pao Yukong's share. This was sheer folly. When the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who profits. The glimmer in Simon's eyes was filled with avarice and malice. Since he wished to play, Simon was more than willing to indulge him. A meticulous plan swiftly took shape in his mind. Relay my orders. He commanded his assistant with new directives. Immediately. Halt all attacks on Pao Yukong's accounts. Mobilize all our funds. Our sole target is Wheelock. I care not what methods you employ, but I demand that Wheelock's stock price is elevated by 20% by the end of today. That little brat Lei Chao wants to buy? Very well. I shall inflate the price to a height he cannot possibly endure. I will make him pay dearly for his arrogance. Simultaneously, disseminate the message that Jardine Matheson wholeheartedly welcomes a person of Mr. Lei's caliber, and is even willing to reserve a position for him on the future board of directors. Simon's stratagem was insidious and cunning. His objective was to create the illusion of a partnership between Jardine and the Lei family to jointly suppress Pao Yukong. This would not only thoroughly fragment the Chinese merchant camp, leaving Pao Yukong isolated and helpless, but it would also leverage Lei Chao's involvement to attract more retail investors, further inflating the stock price, ultimately ensnaring both Pao Yukong and Lei Chao in a precarious position at the peak. As Simon's orders were issued, the bell signaling the opening of the Hong Kong stock market rang, heralding the commencement of an unprecedented, multifaceted financial melee. Under Jardine Matheson's reckless and boundless rallying, Wheelock's stock price soared as if propelled by a rocket, opening with a dramatic jump of 10%. The entire exchange was plunged into chaos. Countless retail investors and speculative funds, captivated by the dazzling red candlestick, eagerly plunged their resources into the fray, believing a new opportunity for profit had emerged. The market atmosphere was ignited. At the Lei family villa, in the study, the atmosphere starkly contrasted the external clamor and frenzy. It was so quiet one could hear the subtle crackling of a cigar burning. Lei Chao reclined leisurely on the sofa, holding a pure silver Cuban cigar cutter, methodically trimming a freshly retrieved top-tier Romeo and Juliet cigar from the humidor. A faintly content, almost detached expression graced his face. Opposite him, Lei Luo paced anxiously like an ant on a hot skillet, restless in the study. Son, what on earth are you doing? The elder finally exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Pointing at the television screen displaying the wildly rising candlestick chart, his voice rising in pitch. Didn't you promise old Pao you would assist him? By issuing this announcement, aren't you stabbing him in the back? Look, the stock price has been inflated to such heights that old Pao can no longer buy. How can we fight this battle? You're pushing him into the fire. Lei Luo genuinely could not comprehend his son's actions. To him, Lei Chao's move was nothing short of treachery, a self-destructive folly. Lei Chao remained silent, merely lighting his cigar with a match, inhaling deeply before slowly exhaling a perfect smoke ring. The rich aroma of the cigar wafted through the study. He observed his father, who, despite having retired from the fray, still embodied the old-school ethos of loyalty and honor, and a mysterious smile crept across his face. Dad, don't be hasty. Sit down. Today I shall impart a lesson to you. He gestured toward the television screen. This lesson is entitled, Deception and Warfare. Do you think I am backstabbing Pao the Ship King? Lei Chao shook his head, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. No, I am assisting him. Assisting him? Lei Luo was even more bewildered. Precisely, Lei Chao elucidated, consider this. If I were to directly announce an alliance with Pao the Ship King, what would that rotund fool Simon do? He would undoubtedly stop at nothing, even sacrificing vast sums, to contest us to the bitter end. Because he knows this is the decisive battle between Chinese merchants and British capital, he cannot afford to lose. But now, I present myself in a guise of attempting to usurp, to engage in a black market coup. In Simon's eyes, I transform from an adversary into a foolish ally to be exploited. He surely believes I am merely helping him elevate the stock price, intending to use me as a pawn, only to bury both me and Pao the Ship King atop the mountain. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lei Chao's lips, but he could never dream that my true target is far beyond Wheelock. My sights are set on his very stronghold. The more I elevate the stock price for Pao the Ship King, the more Simon will invest in a desperate attempt to compete with me for shares, and his funds do not materialize from thin air. Through a multitude of offshore anonymous accounts, carefully established across the globe, the substantial sum of $2 billion in cash from Lei's bank did not directly find its way into Bao Yugong's account. Instead, it was meticulously fragmented into a series of inconspicuous small transactions, stealthily accumulating the cheap shares of Kowloon Development that had been hastily sold off in panic. Subsequently, through an exceedingly complex network of cross-holdings, these shares were transferred to the fund company controlled by Bao Yugong at a price that was nearly at cost, all without raising a whisper of suspicion. In this manner, Bao not only secured invaluable breathing space, but also, with minimal expenditure, subtly completed the final puzzle of his acquisition of Kowloon Development's circulating shares. The entire operation resembled a masterfully executed magic trick, an illusion that left no trace. Meanwhile, Simon Cathrick, the self-satisfied British magnate, reveled in his perceived success in sowing discord among the Chinese business community, eagerly anticipating a spectacle of mutual destruction. Little did he know that the two dogs he so contemptuously regarded had already sharpened their knives behind his back, waiting for a signal to simultaneously plunge into his corpulent and arrogant heart from two entirely different directions. Chapter 103. The Stock Market Meat Grinder. Fear not. It's merely a numerical game. Smash. Give it all you've got. In the heavily fortified VIP trading room belonging to Lei's bank, Lei Chao issued a cold, emotionless directive into the phone. With his command, an unprecedented financial blitzkrieg targeting Hong Kong Land Group was officially unleashed. The sound was akin to the opening of floodgates, as a tsunami of sell orders surged in simultaneously through dozens of clandestine trading desks, flooding a stock market already on edge due to the Kowloon development conflict. 1 million shares, 5 million shares, 10 million shares. These massive and relentless sell orders, seemingly motivated by a singular aim, sought to obliterate the stock price of the Land Group into mere scraps of paper. Within the exchange, the colossal electronic ticker displaying Hong Kong Land's figures instantly turned green. The stock price plummeted like a kite severed from its string, diving down at a shocking and near-vertical angle. 115, 110, 115, in a mere 5 minutes. This real estate giant, valued at over $100 billion and a cornerstone of Jardine Matheson, saw its stock price cruelly halved by nearly 20%. The entire exchange was plunged into an eerie silence, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of panic and despair, tenfold greater than the earlier frenzy over Kowloon development. What the hell? What is happening? Why has land collapsed? Which major player is offloading? Is someone reckless enough to smash the market like this? Run. Jardine is about to crash. Panic spread like a contagion through the trading hall. The traders, clad in red vests and typically commanding the floor, now floundered like headless flies. Drenched in sweat and pallid of face, their phones rang incessantly, inundated with clients' frantic, tear-laden shouts. Sell. Get rid of all my land shares. No matter the price. Liquidate. Immediately liquidate. I don't want to perish. The trading hall transformed into a bloody, merciless meat grinder, consuming countless fortunes and dreams. At the Jardine Matheson headquarters, in the president's office, Simon Cathrick remained engulfed in the joy of Kowloon Development's soaring stock price. He had even ordered a bottle of 1982 Lafite to celebrate his anticipated victory. Just then, his personal trading manager burst in, frantically, without even knocking. Like a wild boar being hunted, his face a mask of terror. President, this is bad. Something big has happened. What is the panic? Is the sky falling? Simon scowled, irritated by the disruption to his revelry. It's worse than the sky falling. The land. Hong Kong Land. Our stock price has collapsed. What? The wine glass in Simon's hand clattered to the luxurious carpet, the crimson liquid spreading like blood. He dashed to his trading terminal, and upon seeing the cascading green candlestick chart on the screen, his mind went blank. He finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It was a trap. A colossal scheme tailored just for him from the very beginning. That bastard Lei Chao wasn't he after Kowloon development at all. His true target was the most critical, yet defensively vulnerable Hong Kong Land. A stratagem of diversion. That damn Chinese man had played him for a fool. Withdraw. Quickly. Retrieve all funds from Kowloon development. At any cost, save land. Simon bellowed in a fit of hysteria at his trading manager. He now comprehended why Lei Chao had so willingly helped him ascend. That devil intended to ensnare his main capital in the quagmire of Kowloon development and then launch a devastating strike against his defenseless stronghold. However, he realized this too late. Just as he commanded the withdrawal of funds, an even more formidable and ferocious wave of capital surged in from another direction in the market. Bao Yugong, the long-suffering shipping magnate, having received the 20 billion in resources from Lei Chao and a substantial transfer of inexpensive shares, finally bared his sharp fangs. He had awaited this opportunity for far too long. Buy, purchase everything. Absorb all the shares that Jardine is offloading. In Bao Yugong's trading room, the atmosphere was equally fervent. Massive buy orders formed an invisible net, ensnaring the funds Simon sought to withdraw atop the lofty hill of Kowloon development. Jardine Matheson, a commercial leviathan that had reigned in Hong Kong for over a century, found itself ensnared in a precarious predicament, besieged from all sides. Their financial lifeline groaned under the unbearable pressure from both fronts, on the verge of snapping entirely. In the VIP trading room of Lei's bank, the atmosphere was eerily tranquil compared to the tumult outside. Only dozens of trading terminals quietly executed the cold commands issued by their youthful master. Phone calls rang incessantly. Report to the boss. Land stock price has fallen below the issue price, and our first batch of short positions has yielded over 500 million in profit. Report to the boss. The Ship King has launched a full assault. Jardine's capital is completely trapped and cannot be rescued. Report to the boss. A wave of panic sell-offs is occurring. Should we continue to pursue? A barrage of exhilarating news flooded in. Zhao Yaji stood behind Lei Chao, her usually poised and elegant eyes now filled with anxiety and shock. Though she grasped little of the intricate financial jargon, she could sense the brutality and ferocity of this war through the trembling voices of the traders and the ever-changing numbers on the screens, representing the flow of billions in wealth. Tens of billions, hundreds of billions in capital evaporated and shifted in this war devoid of gunpowder. She gazed at the man seated in the chair, who had remained throughout the encounter a mere observer, calmly smoking a cigar, eliciting within her an overwhelming sense of admiration and reverence. This man was not merely conducting business. He was toying with the wealth of the world, manipulating the fates of all. She noticed a bead of sweat trickling down Lei Chao's forehead, uncertain whether it was due to anxiety or the dense cigar smoke that enveloped the room. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she retrieved a subtly fragrant silk handkerchief from her pocket and approached him, gently dabbing the perspiration from his brow. Lei Chao did not flinch. He did not even turn his head. Instead, he extended his hand and grasped her soft, delicate hand, which had grown slightly cold from nervousness. He then drew her hand to his lips, bestowing a tender kiss upon the smooth expanse of her knuckles. Oh! Zhao Yazi's body jolted as if struck by electricity. She yearned to withdraw her hand, yet he held it firmly with an irresistible strength. Lei Chao's fingertips caressed her palm, slick with anxious perspiration, in a teasing manner. In this environment charged with money, power, and adrenaline, such sudden intimacy was particularly exhilarating. Zhao Yaji felt her legs weaken beneath her. Do not be afraid. Lei Chao murmured into her ear, his voice a husky, magnetic whisper meant only for her. This is merely a game of numbers. The outcome has been in my control from the very beginning. She lifted her gaze to the sharply defined profile of the man, illuminated by the flickering screen light, radiating absolute confidence, and miraculously, her racing heart began to settle. She understood that as long as she remained by his side, the sky could not fall. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when the stock price of Hong Kong land was brutally driven down to a shocking level, merely 1/10 of its peak, a startling announcement emerged from the official channels of the joint exchange. Urgent notice. Due to abnormal fluctuations in stock prices, all listed companies under Jardine Matheson, including Hong Kong Land and Wharf Holdings, are hereby applying for an emergency suspension of trading, pending an important announcement from the company. The trading was suspended. The once mighty century-old trading firm, which had regarded Chinese merchants as mere ants, had finally buckled under pressure. The entire market erupted in jubilation. Yet within the headquarters of Jardine, in the president's office that had once echoed with laughter, there now reigned a deathly silence. Simon Cathcart slumped to the ground, as if stripped of his backbone, his face devoid of its customary arrogance and pride, now only a mask of despair, as desolate as ashes. He realized that it was over for him. Jardine was finished. In that moment, a thought flickered in his mind. Struggling to rise, he lunged toward the red encrypted phone on his desk, grasping it like a lifeline. Trembling, he dialed the number he both revered and feared. Is this Sir Shinbai? He cried. Help me. I beg you. Save Jardine. Chapter 104. The Betrayal of HSBC. Simon's Downfall. Help me. I beg you. Save Jardine. Simon Cathcart's voice traveled through the red encrypted phone line to the top floor of HSBC's headquarters. The tone was stripped of its former haughtiness and authority, replaced by a primal, desperate howl. In the HSBC executive office, Shunbai listened intently to Simon's incoherent pleas for help. His face, always carrying a hint of British elegance, bore no expression, his blue eyes deep as the ocean, concealing any hint of emotion. Before him lay 2 documents. One was an emergency loan application from Jardine, seeking 50 billion Hong Kong dollars to maintain its stock price and prevent a market-driven collapse. The other had been delivered to him half an hour earlier by a mysterious courier, a tantalizing letter of intent drafted by the legal department of the Lei Group. The contents of the letter were simple, yet irresistibly alluring. The Lei Group intended to channel all its industries, including global sales returns from future electronics, operational revenues from future entertainment across Asia, and all foreign exchange settlements from upcoming maritime ventures, exclusively through HSBC for the next 3 years. What a colossal opportunity. As a banker who had wielded financial power in Hong Kong for decades, Shunbai calculated the value of this prospect in a heartbeat. Each year, it could yield hundreds of millions, if not billions, of dollars in cash flow. The potential revenue from this business, along with the deposits and investment opportunities it would generate, far outweighed any exhausted, debt-ridden firm like Jardine. Shunbai was a cold, calculating banker, driven by the pursuit of profit above all else. In his world, there were no eternal friends or enemies, only perpetual interests. The so-called British alliance crumbled before the absolute, naked pursuit of profit, as fragile as paper. He scrutinized the two documents before him, one symbolizing the past, the other the future. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. He picked up the phone and spoke to the still desperate Simon Cathcart in a cold, detached tone. Mr. Cathcart, I regret to inform you that our bank's risk control department has just evaluated your loan application. They believe Jardine's current debt ratio is excessively high, and its operational status poses significant risk, thus failing to meet our lending criteria. Consequently, your application has been denied. On the other end of the line, Simon's wails abruptly ceased. The world seemed to fall into a profound silence at that moment. After a tense pause of several seconds, a new sound emerged from the phone, not the cries of despair, but the feral roar of a cornered beast, filled with unbridled rage and madness. Shenbai, you treacherous bastard. May you suffer a wretched fate. I curse you. I curse HSBC. You shall all descend into hell. With a crash and a cacophony of smashing objects, the phone was slammed down. Shenbai expressionlessly placed the receiver back in its cradle. He approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing at the now silent Jardine headquarters in the distance, a flicker of unnoticeable pity passing through his eyes. Yet he quickly banished this surplus of emotion. The world of capital is merciless. A new generation supplants the old. The era of Jardine has concluded. While the era of the young man named Lei Chao has only just begun, he realized that from this day forward, his relationship with Lei Chao would no longer be merely one of cooperation, but rather a complex interdependence, marked by mutual exploitation and wariness. Without HSBC as their final lifeline, the once mighty commercial ship that was Jardine had sunk completely. The following day, as the stock market reopened, everyone anticipated the ensuing carnage. The stocks of all companies under the aegis of the Jardine Matheson Group were immediately marked with a ceiling on their decline the moment trading commenced. Countless sell orders piled up like mountains, yet not a single buy order was willing to take the plunge. Share prices plummeted precipitously. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bao Yugong seized this opportunity with unrelenting momentum. Utilizing the funds provided by Lei Chao and the cheap shares being hastily sold off due to panic in the market, he completed the final sweep of the Kowloon warehouse in a mere hour. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Bao Yugong convened an urgent press conference to announce to all of Hong Kong that he, along with his company, had successfully acquired 49% of the circulating shares of the Kowloon Warehouse Group, thus becoming its undisputed largest shareholder. He would officially join the board of directors and take full control of the operations of Kowloon Warehouse. Upon the dissemination of this news, the Chinese business community in Hong Kong erupted in jubilation. This marked the first time in over a century since the opening of Hong Kong that Chinese capital had boldly seized a core, lucrative asset from the hands of British financial consortiums on a legitimate commercial battlefield. The symbolic significance of this victory far surpassed its practical implications. It resonated like a clarion call, heralding the dawn of a new era dominated by Chinese leadership in Hong Kong's business landscape. Amidst this grand, epic commercial battle, the true mastermind lurking in the shadows, Lei Chao, had already amassed a fortune and quietly exited the scene. In the campaign to short-sell Hong Kong land, the funds under the Lei Group had profited over 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. This sum not only perfectly covered the 20 billion previously lent to Bao Yugong, but also earned him a substantial additional profit. More importantly, he had acquired the 3 strategically invaluable deepwater berths at Kwai Chung Dock at virtually no cost, without shedding a drop of blood. Money was made, land was secured, favors were exchanged. He even managed to decisively crush his most formidable business rival beneath his heel. A fourfold triumph. In this battle, Lei Chao emerged as the ultimate victor. Laughing last, at the headquarters of Lei Bank, in the chairman's office, Lei Chao stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, quietly surveying the bustling, vibrant Victoria harbor below. The sea breeze tousled his dark hair as a faint, victorious smile graced his features. He understood that from this day forward, he would write the commercial rules of this city. The once mighty British magnates could no longer arbitrarily determine the fate of a Chinese businessman as they once did. A new era had commenced, and he would be the sole monarch of this new age. Just then, the office door was gently pushed open. Lin Qingxia, clad in a sharp white suit, stepped inside. A glimmer of curiosity and admiration adorned her face. She had just returned from the celebratory banquet outside, having heard the entirety of this commercial battle's proceedings. She could scarcely fathom the enigmatic methods this man employed to upend the entire commercial landscape of Hong Kong in just 2 short days. What are you thinking? She inquired as she approached him from behind, her voice cool, yet laced with an imperceptible tenderness. Lei Chao turned, gazing at this strikingly beautiful woman, whose presence exuded both poise and allure, and a gentle smile broke across his face. He reached out, gently pulling her into his embrace. "I was pondering the celebratory feast tonight," he murmured, lowering his head to whisper in her ear with a rich, husky voice. "Help me choose the most stunning gown. Tonight, I want all of Hong Kong to know who the brightest leading lady by my side truly is." Chapter 105. The dressing room before the celebration banquet. A game in the mirror. Night fell at the Peninsula Hotel, in the most luxurious and expensive presidential suite in all of Hong Kong. The crystal chandelier emanated a dazzling yet gentle glow, illuminating the room like a palace from a fairy tale. The vast floor-to-ceiling windows framed the breathtaking night view of Victoria Harbour, where countless lights twinkled like diamonds scattered across a black velvet canvas. In the center of the room stood an enormous walk-in dressing room. Lin Qingxiao stood in this opulent space, facing the massive floor-to-ceiling mirror that nearly spanned an entire wall. Exhaling softly, she wore a deep V-back black evening gown, freshly airlifted from Paris and tailored for her by a top designer. The fabric, exquisite silk velvet, reflected a subtle yet luxurious sheen under the lights. The daring deep V design unabashedly showcased her delicate collarbone and expanse of fair skin, the hint of a tantalizing cleavage exuding an irresistible allure. The back was equally mesmerizing, as her smooth, porcelain-like skin extended from her neck to her waist, forming a graceful and sensual curve that could drive any man to madness. This gown was a true test of physique. Excess would appear bulky, while a deficit would fail to uphold its elegance and nobility. Yet, on Lin Qingxiao, it seemed as if it had been custom-made, perfectly accentuating her unique blend of strength and femininity. The only challenge lay in the long zipper extending nearly to her hips. She reached behind her several times, attempting to grasp it, but could not reach. "Do you need assistance?" Just then, a familiar voice laced with a hint of mischief emerged from the doorway. Lin Qingxiao turned to see Lei Chao, who had entered unnoticed, having changed out of his business suit into a white silk shirt, the top two buttons casually undone, revealing his muscular chest, with sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He radiated a relaxed, sensual aura, shedding the sharpness of the business realm. He held 2 glasses of amber champagne in his hands. "How did you get in here?" Lin Qingxiao's face flushed with a charming hue as she instinctively covered her exposed back with her arm. Lei Chao said nothing. He merely smiled as he approached, placing the champagne glasses on the nearby vanity. He then gestured to the stylists and assistants who were still tidying Lin Qingxiao's hair. "You all may step out for now." His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. The stylists, as if granted a reprieve, quickly bowed and exited. Click. Lei Chao turned and locked the dressing room door behind him. In an instant, the expansive, intimate atmosphere of the dressing room was reduced to just the two of them. Lin Qingxiao's heart raced uncontrollably. She watched as the man approached her step by step, feeling her breath become labored. Lei Chao moved behind her, not rushing to assist with the zipper. His gaze roamed hungrily over her flawless back, lingering with desire. Then, he extended his hand. His warm fingers, slightly calloused, gently brushed against her cool skin. Lin Qingxiao's body jolted as if electrified, releasing a soft, suppressed moan. An indescribable wave of tingling sensation surged through her, emanating from the point of contact. She gazed at the man's reflection in the colossal mirror before her. His face bore a playful smile, reminiscent of a hunter admiring his prey. His gaze was intensely fervent, brimming with aggression, as if he intended to consume her whole. Lin Qingxiao's eyes gradually became hazy. She was acutely aware of the man's intentions, and she too felt the same desire. However, Lei Chao's hand did not comply with her unspoken wish to pull down that damned zipper. Instead, his fingers grasped the tiny metallic pull, slowly sliding it down with a teasing hint of mischief. A faint sound echoed, barely perceptible. The slit of her gown descended further, and she felt a cool breeze wafting in from her waist. The air in the dressing room seemed to ignite, thick with palpable tension. Lin Qingxiao's cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. She sensed her body melting rapidly, transforming into a pool of scalding spring water, yielding to this man's every whim, resigning all resistance. She turned to face him in the confined space that barely accommodated two. Then, with her fair, elongated arms, she embraced Lei Chao's neck, rising onto her toes to press her trembling, luscious red lips against his. This kiss was initiated by her, tinged with a hint of awkwardness and anxiety, yet overflowing with reckless abandon, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Lei Chao was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly seized the opportunity, enveloping her delicate waist in his strong embrace, pressing her against his heated chest. His other hand threaded through her silky black hair, cradling the back of her head, deepening their kiss. It was a silent yet tension-filled duel of intimacy, a dance of conquest and submission, intertwining possession and devotion. In that cramped dressing room, they fervently sought each other, entangled in a whirlwind of passion. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Lin Qingxiao melted weakly into Lei Chao's arms. Gasping for breath, her once commanding visage now adorned with a captivating flush, and her usually icy eyes sparkled with intoxicating allure. The lipstick on her lips was already in disarray from their fervent exchange. Lei Chao gently used his thumb to wipe away the remnants of lipstick from the corner of her mouth, then turned her body to face the mirror once more, pulling her tightly against him from behind, his chin resting on her fragrant shoulder. The mirror reflected a pair of ethereal lovers, him, handsome and domineering, her, breathtakingly beautiful and aloof. They seemed perfectly matched, as if destined to be together. That night, gazing at her in the mirror, Lei Chao whispered in a voice laced with possessiveness, "You are my most exquisite trophy." With that, he leisurely reached for the zipper and pulled it down completely. They tidied their slightly disheveled attire and makeup, restoring their radiant appearances. Lei Chao extended his arm, and Lin Qingxia naturally linked hers with his. They exchanged a smile and exited the presidential suite. The elevator doors opened with a chime. However, in that fleeting moment, their smiles froze as they encountered an unexpected figure. Simon Keswick stood there, disheveled in a wrinkled suit. His hair tousled, his bloodshot eyes betraying a night of turmoil. He appeared as though he had aged 20 years overnight, his plump face etched with resentment, bitterness, and profound despair. He fixed a piercing stare upon the radiant couple, as if they were flaunting their triumph to the world. In that instant, the air felt as though it had solidified. The confined space of the elevator seemed to thicken with tension. Simon's bloodshot eyes burned with envy and hopelessness as he beheld the pair, who radiated success and confidence, ready to partake in a celebration meant for him. Meanwhile, he resembled a broken creature, frail and wretched. This stark and ironic contrast pierced his once proud heart like a sharp blade. A flicker of surprise crossed Lei Chao's face, quickly replaced by a playful, cat-and-mouse grin. He did not loosen his grip on Lin Qingxia, but instead drew her closer. An act brimming with possessiveness and ostentation that caused Simon to draw in a sharp breath, his hefty chest heaving as if ready to explode with rage. "Mr. Keswick," Lei Chao said, his voice laced with just the right amount of astonishment and unabashed mockery. "What a coincidence. Are you also here for the celebration? Although, I seem to recall not sending you an invitation." The humiliation was palpable. Simon's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his eyes narrowing into lethal slits. "Lei Chao?" he spat, each syllable dripping with venom. "Don't get too cocky, you despicable Chinese schemer. The wheel of fortune turns. Everything I've lost today, I will make you repay tenfold." He let out a beastly, impotent roar. Yet, Lei Chao merely chuckled derisively. He had no inclination to engage further with a defeated adversary. Instead, he maneuvered around Simon with Lin Qingxia in tow, making their way to another exclusive VIP elevator. As the doors began to close, he glanced back through the gap at Simon's distorted, furious visage and calmly uttered his final words, "Should you wish to play again, I am always available. But I hope your stakes will be higher next time." With a final chime, the elevator doors sealed shut, cutting off Simon's venomous gaze and frenzied curses. At the Peninsula Hotel, the top-floor banquet hall was transformed into a sanctuary celebrating the triumph of Hong Kong's Chinese merchants. The room shimmered with brilliance, filled with laughter and clinking glasses. All the prominent Chinese tycoons of Hong Kong, including Li Jiaqing, Hoda, and Zheng Yutong, were in attendance, their faces alight with an unprecedented joy and exhilaration. This acquisition battle, initiated by Paul Y.K. Pao and orchestrated behind the scenes by Lei Chao, had transcended mere business significance. It served as a potent stimulant, invigorating every Chinese merchant oppressed by British capital. For the first time, they glimpsed the hope of uniting to confront their lofty oppressors. As Lei Chao entered the banquet hall alongside Lin Qingxia, resplendent in her black evening gown and exuding an air of regal elegance, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence. All eyes were fixed intently upon this remarkably youthful man. In their gaze, there was reverence, admiration, curiosity, and a profound sense of apprehension. In the next moment, the banquet hall erupted with thunderous applause. Bao Yugong, the formidable shipping magnate who had just secured the most pivotal victory of his life, strode forward, champagne glass in hand, his expression a mixture of excitement and gratitude. Approaching Lei Chao, he raised his glass high and, addressing all the guests with a voice that resonated with sincerity, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, today, the triumph we have achieved as Chinese merchants is not merely about seizing Kowloon Wharf. Rather, it is the emergence of a prodigy from Hong Kong, Lei Sheng." Turning to Lei Chao, admiration and praise gleamed unabashedly in his eyes. Without Lei Sheng, there would be no victory today. Henceforth, let the Hong Kong business community look to Lei Sheng as our guiding star. His words resonated powerfully, transcending mere gratitude. This was a public and formal transfer of authority. Bao Yugong, the venerable leader of the older generation of Chinese merchants, personally bestowed upon the young Lei Chao the scepter that symbolized the strategist and leader of the business community, in full view of his peers from across Hong Kong. The applause intensified as all the Chinese merchants raised their glasses in tribute to the young man at the center of the stage, enveloped by admiration akin to that of stars surrounding the moon. In that moment, Lei Chao was the sole sovereign of the banquet hall. He gracefully accepted the adulation and compliments, his confident smile illuminating his face as he effortlessly clinked glasses and exchanged pleasantries with the business tycoons who approached him. Beside him, Lin Qingxia radiated the pride of a queen, quietly relishing in the glory of her man. Just then, a commotion stirred at the entrance of the banquet hall. Simon Kessick, the recently humiliated failure from the elevator, stubbornly attempted to infiltrate the gathering of victors, seeking to salvage a shred of his dignity. However, as soon as he made his appearance, he was mercilessly thwarted by two of Lei Chao's towering bodyguards stationed at the door. "Sir, this is a private party. No uninvited guests allowed." Abu's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. "Step aside. Do you know who I am? I am with Jardine Matheson." Simon's protest was cut short as Lei Chao emerged from the crowd, holding 2 glasses of champagne, a familiar devilish smile adorning his face. "Mr. Kessick, you're rather late. Unfortunately, all the seats are taken," he remarked, pausing to down his drink before turning his empty glass upside down before Simon. "Perhaps next time, arrive earlier?" This ultimate humiliation turned Simon's face a deep shade of purple. He glared at Lei Chao, his eyes burning with resentment. Ultimately, he lacked the courage to unleash his fury in that moment. Shoving Abu aside, he retreated, disappearing down the corridor amidst a chorus of mockery and disdain. His retreating figure was desolate and forlorn, reminiscent of an aged stray dog cast out from its home. Having resolved this minor interlude, Lei Chao returned to the heart of the celebration. After engaging in pleasantries with various dignitaries, he found a corner where Bao Yugong awaited him. "Lei Sheng, I cannot express my gratitude enough," Bao Yugong exclaimed, his face still alight with excitement. "This is what you sought." He handed Lei Chao a thick file. Upon opening it, Lei Chao discovered the formal property transfer agreement for 3 deep-water berths at Kwaicheng, already signed and stamped with Bao's personal company seal. "You are too modest, Bao Lao." "This is a fair transaction," Lei Chao replied, tucking the agreement away with a satisfied grin. He knew that he had finally acquired a crucial piece of the strategic puzzle for his venture in Hong Kong. Not lingering in the banquet hall any longer, he stepped onto an unoccupied balcony, retrieving his military-grade encrypted satellite phone to dial Abu. The call connected after just 1 ring. "Young master, the first phase of the plan is complete." Lei Chao's voice turned grave and serious. "Inform the vessels offshore in the south that our special cargo can now enter the port." That very night, as all of Hong Kong reveled in the euphoria of the Chinese merchants' victory at Kwaicheng Container Terminal in the new territories, the 3 recently transferred deep-water berths were thoroughly secured by Lei's group, with layers of security personnel in place. Hundreds of the most elite, fearless mercenaries, handpicked by Abu from Kowloon Walled City, were fully armed, creating an impenetrable perimeter. An atmosphere of tense anticipation hung in the air. The sea lay shrouded in darkness. Several cargo ships disguised as ordinary fishing vessels had shut down all identification signals, silently gliding towards the dock under the guidance of a pilot boat. Massive cranes began to operate, lifting 40-foot standard containers emblazoned with labels such as frozen seafood and textiles from the hold and gently depositing them onto the dock. The entire operation was quiet, efficient, and exuded professionalism. Abu approached and opened one of the container's lead seals. The heavy door creaked open, revealing not frozen seafood, but rows of war machines, meticulously wrapped in military-grade tarpaulin, exuding a cold metallic sheen and the pungent aroma of machine oil. Standing atop the dock, Lei Chao felt the sea breeze ruffle his clothing. He watched as the cargo was carefully unloaded from the containers, a satisfied yet ambitious smile gracing his face. Inside were refurbished military radar components discarded from the Vietnam War, precision optical machine tools sourced through clandestine channels from Ukrainian military factories during the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and even complete shells of Dongfeng missiles stripped of their warheads and propulsion systems. To the average person, these would appear to be perilous remnants of war. But in Lei Chao's eyes, they constituted the foundational and invaluable building blocks for constructing his future military-industrial empire. Chapter 107. The Military-Industrial Initiation. This is called high-level security equipment. "I swear, what are you trying to achieve?" Lei Luo's voice trembled, nearly unable to form a coherent sentence. His hand, clutching a cigar, shook like a leaf in autumn, the long ash burning away, eventually falling with a soft thud onto his polished, expensive Italian leather shoes. He had been curious, wanting to discover what his mysteriously secretive son was up to in the dead of night. Risking scrutiny from the ICAC and the Hong Kong government while orchestrating such a grand operation to procure some treasures from overseas. He had speculated it could be gold, diamonds, or even the lost national treasure of some obscure country. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that when the enormous container door swung open, it would reveal such items. There they were, military equipment exuding a cold metallic sheen and a heavy scent of machine oil, all cloaked in an ominous, deep green hue, radiating a grotesque beauty. The radar antenna, resembling the skeletal remains of a colossal beast. The precision machinery, thicker than a bank vault door. And even that conical metal object, resembling a gigantic firecracker, emblazoned with incomprehensible Russian script. Although he remained oblivious to its specific purpose, anyone who had watched a movie would instantly recognize its intended function. It was a weapon capable of soaring into the sky and erasing an entire city from the map with a thunderous explosion. Lei Lo felt his legs weaken in an instant. Throughout his life, he had wielded guns, engaged in shootouts, and witnessed death, considering himself braver than anyone. Yet, the sight before him transcended his understanding. This was no mere smuggling operation. This was an outright rebellion. If the British Hong Kong government were to discover this, forget about his son being a gentleman or a business tycoon. Not even the governor would be able to save him. This was tantamount to a death sentence, or worse. A trial for treason. Son, have you lost your mind? Quick, tell Abu to throw all this back into the sea. Lei Lo trembled, pointing at the equipment with a voice sharpened by sheer terror. If this were discovered, the Ray family would face utter annihilation. However, in stark contrast to his father's panic, Lei Chao remained remarkably composed. He even took the time to approach the massive missile shell, stripped of its warhead, extending his hand to gently caress its cold, aerodynamically beautiful metallic surface as if it were a work of art. Dad, don't be anxious. He turned to face his nearly petrified father, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. This is not a missile. This is an advanced long-range security device designed to protect our Ray Industrial Park. Just look at its imposing design, once positioned at our factory entrance. What fool would dare attempt theft? Lei Lo listened to his son's earnest nonsense, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Advanced security device? You dare to call this a security device? Are you planning to erase thieves and their ancestral graves from existence? Just then, the cold, mechanical notification tone echoed once more in Lei Chao's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully acquired military-grade precision machinery, military-grade radar systems, and the shells of long-range transport vehicles, among other critical precursor devices. Military-industrial empire pre-mission complete. Congratulations, host. You have activated a new branch of the technology tree, basic reverse engineering techniques. Skill description. Upon activation, the host can disassemble and analyze most existing mechanical and electronic devices, with a 30% chance of successfully replicating their core technologies and subsequently optimizing and improving them. It's done. A surge of immense ecstasy welled up within Lei Chao. He realized that with this technology, he could transform these seemingly war-torn remnants into treasures. He could dismantle those Soviet precision machines to reverse engineer the essential mechanical structures and transmission systems required for manufacturing lithography machines. He could analyze the chips and algorithms of military radars to elevate his future capabilities in electronics, particularly in communication and signal processing. More importantly, possessing these devices, capable of being converted into combat power at any moment, meant he had acquired the most potent means of self-preservation in this chaotic era. He would no longer need to worry about being manipulated by any British financial consortium or clueless politician. For starting today, he was armed. Although, for the moment, it was merely a collection of parts. Dad, rest assured. Lei Chao moved closer to his father, patting his shoulder and patiently explaining, these items are not meant for warfare. They are the cornerstones of industry. Dismantling them will reveal every component and chip, each capable of propelling our electronic technology and industrial capabilities forward significantly. With these, we can create portable music players more advanced than those of the Americans or Japanese, and more profitable gaming consoles. More importantly, a wild ambition flickered in Lei Chao's eyes. With these, we can possess the strongest foundation to safeguard our wealth and family in this world. Listening to his son, Lei Lo, though still somewhat bewildered, felt his fear gradually giving way to a different emotion. An inexplicable, exhilarating excitement coursed through his veins. He felt as if he were transported back decades, to the days of following his boss, wielding a machete, conquering the streets of Kowloon, and seizing territory. Although fear lingered, the thrill was intoxicating. This was far more impressive than being a gentleman, sipping tea and reading the news, respected, yet utterly idle. Well, all right then. Ultimately, the old man was swayed by his son's words. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered softly, but you must keep it hidden. Don't let anyone find out. With his father pacified, Lei Chao immediately turned to Zhang Debiao, who had been waiting patiently at the side, and issued orders. Old Zhang, these treasures are now your responsibility. Ensure they are transported to our most secret underground laboratory using the safest methods overnight. Yes, boss. Zhang Debiao's face mirrored the fervent excitement of a true tech enthusiast. To him, These war machines represented the pinnacle of human industrial civilization. Akin to the most seductive works of art, he could hardly contain his eagerness to disassemble them, to unveil the mysterious and captivating technological secrets they harbored. That night, a fleet of a dozen enormous, specially disguised heavy trucks, escorted by Abu and his elite security forces, quietly departed from the Kwaicheng dock. Their destination was the depths of the Kuntong industrial area, where Lei Chao had invested billions to construct a super-secret laboratory, rivaling America's Area 51. As the precision machines, glimmering with cold metallic luster, were carefully placed in the laboratory's center, Zhang Debiao and his team of engineers erupted in a chorus of joyous cheers, akin to a pilgrimage. With these machines, boasting submicron precision, all the mechanical structure, precision transmission, and optical lens polishing bottlenecks they faced in lithography machine development would be effortlessly resolved. They could already envision the day when a lithography machine, entirely designed and manufactured by Chinese hands, would finally come to fruition. Lei Chao caressed the cold, powerful exterior of the machine, his ambitions swelling boundlessly. Yet, he knew this was not enough. Machines alone were merely a shell. The true essence of a lithography machine rests in two critical components. One is the chip design software, EDA, which he could directly exchange through the system. The other, the most vital and core element, is the light source. Only with a stable and powerful extreme ultraviolet, EUV, light source, possessing a sufficiently short wavelength, can one truly manufacture those nanoscale chips that epitomize the future of technology. At that moment, Zhang Debiao approached, a freshly printed test report in hand, his expression clouded with concern. "Boss, I bring unfortunate news. Our light source development has hit a roadblock. We have exhausted various methods, yet the existing materials and technologies simply cannot produce stable, high-power extreme ultraviolet light. Unless this issue is resolved, even the finest machine tools will yield nothing more than mediocre, micrometer-level low-end chips. To reach into the realm of the future represented by nanotechnology is but a delusion." A slight furrow appeared on Lei Chao's brow. Once again, the issue pertained to the light source. Indeed, this was the most formidable challenge in lithography technology. He lifted his gaze, penetrating the heavy ceiling of the laboratory, and gazed toward the northern sky. An image of a venerable elder, clad in a traditional Zhongshan suit and sporting a benevolent smile, surfaced in his mind. It appeared that the time had come to pay a visit to the influential red capitalist, Ho, who possessed extraordinary connections between the mainland and Hong Kong. Chapter 108. Breakthroughs in the Laboratory, Miracles Achieved Through Financial Might. "Boss, our light source development is stalled." Zhang Debiao's voice fell like a bucket of cold water upon the heads of the laboratory team, who had just been elated over the acquisition of precision machine tools. His thinning hair, already sparse from countless late nights, now resembled a nest as he grasped it in frustration. His face bore the unmistakable marks of the profound helplessness and frustration that technicians experience when confronted with insurmountable technical barriers. "We have tried every known method in the world, including gas discharge and high-energy laser bombardment, yet our current materials and processes cannot yield stable, high-power extreme ultraviolet light, EUV. He gestured toward a nearby experimental apparatus, crackling and flickering with unstable arcs, and lamented, "Our best result has merely produced an extremely faint beam of ultraviolet light lasting less than 0.1 seconds, after which the target material vaporized under the immense energy impact. Boss, unless we resolve this issue, even with the finest machine tools, we can only manufacture low-tech micrometer-level chips. To aspire toward the nano-world that symbolizes the future is sheer folly." The atmosphere in the laboratory instantly grew oppressive. All engineers lowered their heads in silence, acutely aware that Zhang Debiao spoke the truth. The light source represented the Everest of lithography technology, a nearly insurmountable chasm lying before them. However, amidst the despair, Lei Chao's countenance remained unperturbed, for he had anticipated this day and had long prepared a cheat sheet capable of guiding them directly to the summit of Everest. "Old Zhang, do not fret." Lei Chao patted Zhang Debiao's shoulder and retrieved a thick document sealed in a brown paper bag from his briefcase. "Take a look at this." Zhang Debiao, skeptical yet curious, accepted the document and opened it. Upon seeing the sci-fi-like title on the first page, written in both German and English, he was momentarily stunned. LPPUV, Laser-Produced Plasma Extreme Ultraviolet Light Source, System Theory Design and Implementation Plan, Complete Version. Trembling, he turned to the second and third pages. With each passing moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his breath quickened, his body slightly trembling from overwhelming excitement. This document contained no superfluous words. It was filled with the most essential and refined mathematical formulas he could comprehend, yet could not fully grasp in principle. Alongside exquisite structural design blueprints he had never encountered before, it detailed, from the foundational theoretical physics perspective, How to utilize ultra-high-power carbon dioxide lasers to bombard a continuously dripping target of liquid tin with a diameter of only a few dozen microns, thereby generating stable and powerful extreme ultraviolet light with a wavelength of 135 nanometers in a vacuum. This was no mere technical blueprint. It was a tome from the future, capable of revolutionizing the entire semiconductor industry. Old boss, this. Zhang Debiao stuttered in astonishment, feeling as though his worldview had been entirely upended. Don't ask where it came from, Lei Chao remarked nonchalantly. Just tell me, with this blueprint, can you bring it to fruition? This blueprint had indeed been acquired by Lei Chao, costing a staggering 100 million system points from the system marketplace, representing the pinnacle of theoretical support the system could offer. Absolutely. Without a doubt. A fervent light ignited in Zhang Debiao's eyes, akin to a parched believer finally discovering their own Bible. With this blueprint, it was as if someone had meticulously marked the path to the mountaintop for them, step by step. However, his tone shifted, revealing a hint of difficulty. Boss, while the theory is established, we still lack the materials and processes to realize it. He pointed at the design for the liquid tin droplet target generator on the blueprint. You see, the nozzle must have an aperture precision of 20 microns, and it must withstand temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees and strong corrosion. Our current alloy materials simply cannot meet this requirement. Moreover, for the multi-layer membrane reflector used to reflect and focus ultraviolet light, the coating process must achieve atomic-level precision on layers thinner than a hair, I dare say. Not even the entire world could manage that at present. Zhang Debiao's concerns were grounded in reality. One may possess the technique to slay dragons, yet lack the sword to do so. This conundrum had plagued countless top scientists for decades. Nevertheless, Lei Chao merely smiled lightly. As for the material issue, you need not worry. He picked up the phone and directly dialed the number of the group's procurement department. Hello, it's me. Right now, immediately, and at any cost. Procure something worldwide. Rare earth elements. I want all types, of the highest purity. Scandium, yttrium, lanthanum, cerium. None must be missing. Price is no object. The more, the better. Funds will be deducted from my personal account. After hanging up, Lei Chao turned to see Zhang Debiao, who had been rendered utterly speechless, and a devil-may-care smile spread across his face. Old Zhang, there is no technical problem in this world that cannot be solved by money. If it cannot be solved, it merely indicates that you have not spent enough. This was Lei Chao's approach to scientific research, financial capability driving innovation. He may not comprehend the intricate physical formulas or the precise manufacturing processes, but he understood one thing: human nature. He knew that many so-called technical barriers are not insurmountable, but are simply too costly to breach. With low yield rates and unappealing commercial viability, few are willing to invest. However, Lei Chao did not mind. He had money in abundance. He permitted Zhang Debiao's team to endure 1,000, even 10,000 failures. He was determined to invest capital, relentlessly forging a blood-stained path toward the future of China's semiconductor industry. With Lei Chao's extravagant and seemingly mad financial support, the entire clandestine laboratory transformed into a true insatiable beast consuming wealth. The most exquisite rare metals and the most sophisticated experimental apparatus from around the globe flowed incessantly into this research sanctum buried deep underground. Zhang Debiao and his cadre of technological prodigies were utterly consumed by a state of fervent obsession. They lived and breathed within the laboratory, sleeping less than 4 hours each night. The distinction between day and night faded from their eyes, replaced solely by the relentless cycle of experiments, failures, and resolute recommencements. At long last, after expending over 500 million in cash and enduring countless sleepless nights, following the failure of the 1364th experiment, a miracle occurred. It was during a tranquil, deep night when Zhang Debiao, with trembling hands, pressed the final activation button. Inside the experimental chamber, a small target made of pure tin was struck by a carbon dioxide laser of terrifying energy density, erupting with precision. A faint yet perceptibly strange hum resonated, suffused with extraordinary energy. A beam of extraordinarily pure and stable extreme ultraviolet light, tinged with a dreamlike violet hue, burst forth within the vacuum chamber. It was akin to the moment of creation when God proclaimed, "Let there be light," as the first holy light pierced the darkness, illuminating the entire laboratory. It also cast a radiant glow upon the faces of every engineer, etched with fatigue and ecstasy. They had succeeded. They had triumphed. Zhang Debiao, this man in his 50s, who had weathered countless storms, could no longer contain his emotions. Like a child, he embraced Lei Chao, weeping uncontrollably. His tears were a mixture of joy for their success, the bitterness of their sacrifices, and an overwhelming sense of unparalleled achievement from transforming an impossible dream into reality. The laboratory erupted in a deafening chorus of cheers. Engineers tossed aside their notebooks, exuberantly embraced one another, and sprayed champagne into the air, celebrating this momentous occasion destined to be etched in history. They understood that from this moment forth, they had ignited the spark of the future for China's semiconductor industry. Lei Chao too was swept up in the fervent atmosphere. He patted Zhang Dabiao's back with a smile, allowing this elder statesman to wipe his tears and snot upon his expensive suit. He knew that the hardest part had already been overcome. Old Zhang, do not weep. Our journey has only just begun. He immediately issued new orders. Now, utilize our existing equipment for the first wafer test. I want to witness the birth of our own chip in the shortest time possible. A week later, when a silicon chip the size of a fingernail, adorned with intricate and exquisite circuit patterns, was extracted from the modest yet laboriously crafted lithography machine, the entire laboratory erupted once again. Lei Chao grasped the still warm chip, his fingers sensing the exhilarating pulse of technology emanating from it. He gazed at the small yet powerful Chinese character dragon, intricately engraved at the center of the chip. His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. From this day forth, it shall be named Dragon Chip 1. However, lurking behind the immense joy was an ever-present shadow of crisis. Unbeknownst to them, as the Lei Group's secret laboratory reveled in the euphoria of technological breakthroughs, their every move had already been under the surveillance of omnipresent eyes. In Langley, Virginia, at the headquarters of the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, an analyst with blonde hair and blue eyes scrutinized a recently decrypted intelligence report transmitted from Hong Kong, his expression grave. The contents were simple, yet alarming. Target: Hong Kong's Lei Group. Recently, through multiple clandestine channels, they have been procuring high-purity rare earth metals and isotopic materials in large quantities, matching the specifications required for military-grade nuclear physics experiments. Additionally, satellite infrared imagery indicated that their secret facility in the Kuntong industrial area exhibited abnormally high energy consumption, consistent with the operation of small particle accelerators or high-power laser devices. Preliminary assessment: the target is highly likely engaged in unauthorized military technology development related to the purification of weapon-grade nuclear materials or laser weaponry. This report was rapidly escalated through the ranks, ultimately landing on the desk of the Oval Office, a symbol of the world's highest power. When the hawkish president beheld this report, particularly the glaring terms nuclear weapons and laser weapons, a serious expression crossed his typically arrogant face for the first time. He picked up the red telephone on his desk without a moment's hesitation. Connect me to the Department of Commerce. Immediately. Draft the most severe sanctions under the guise of national security. I want that damned Hong Kong company to be unable to purchase even a single screw from the United States. A comprehensive technical blockade and sanctions order against the Lei Group, bearing the highest level of confidentiality, was swiftly dispatched from Washington to the distant Pearl of the Orient. A true dimensional strike from a superpower was on the horizon. Chapter 109. The U.S. Sanctions Order preempted your predictions. Boss, we are in serious trouble. The Americans have taken action against us. The following morning, the atmosphere in the Lei Group's executive conference room was so tense it could almost be cut with a knife. All senior executives, from the chief financial officer to the legal director, from the factory manager of the electronics plant to the bank president, were present. Each face was etched with profound panic and despair, akin to the end of the world. The newly appointed vice president, a financial elite poached from Wall Street, trembled as he held a freshly printed document from the fax machine, still warm from the ink. He reported in a quavering voice to Lei Chao. Seated at the head of the table, it was a resolute and uncompromising sanctions order officially issued by the U.S. Department of Commerce's Bureau of Industry and Security, BS. In light of Hong Kong's Lei Group and its affiliates engaging in unauthorized technological development activities that may be intended for military purposes, posing a potential threat to U.S. national security, the Department of Commerce hereby places Lei Group and all its subsidiaries on the entity list, effective immediately. No U.S. company, organization, or individual may export, re-export, or transfer any technology, software, or goods subject to the Export Administration Regulations, ER, to entities on the entity list without special permission from the U.S. government. Violators will face up to 20 years of imprisonment and fines of up to $10 million. This sanctions order struck like a thunderclap from across the ocean, landing heavily upon this commercial empire that had only just begun to savor the sweetness of victory. The voice of the vice president had become hoarse and dry with fear, signifying the gravity of the situation. We were no longer able to procure even a single chip or piece of equipment from the United States. Even our self-developed Lungsun 1 would be reduced to mere scrap metal. This was due to the fact that the most essential and fundamental raw material required for chip manufacturing, high-purity monocrystalline silicon wafers, is currently produced by only a handful of companies in the United States and Japan. Historically, Japan has always been a vassal of American semiconductor technology. At the slightest command from the Americans, they would undoubtedly refrain from selling us any silicon wafers. Without these wafers, no matter how advanced our lithography machines or impressive our technology, we would be left with nothing but worthless heaps of scrap iron. This statement fell like a bucket of icy water over everyone in the conference room. All present were left in utter disbelief by this sudden and devastating blow. How could this happen? Why were the Americans targeting us? It was over, utterly over. Our Walkman production line, our arcade machine production line, were on the brink of complete shutdown due to the chip shortage, and the billions we had just invested in semiconductor laboratories would all go to waste. Despair, hopelessness, anger, and resentment swiftly permeated the atmosphere of the room. We must immediately clarify our position to the Americans. One executive stood up, passionately declaring that we had not developed any military technology at all. This was a complete slander. Another executive echoed, insisting that we should promptly send a delegation to Washington, bow our heads, and apologize. If we approached them with sincerity, they might reconsider the sanctions. Just then, a cold voice, laced with a hint of sarcasm, broke the tension. Lei Chao, who had remained silent throughout the meeting, finally spoke up. He slowly rose to his feet and, before everyone's astonished gaze, picked up the document symbolizing the hegemonic sanctions of the superpower. In a deliberate manner, he began tearing it into pieces. The sound of tearing paper echoed sharply in the hushed conference room. Lei Chao casually tossed the scraps into the wastebasket at his feet. His face bore no trace of anger or panic, only a near-cold calmness, as if he were shredding not a document capable of bankrupting any enterprise, but a mere insignificant piece of paper. Do you think this is a misunderstanding? Lei Chao surveyed the room, observing his naive subordinates, still clinging to delusions about the Western world, and a compassionate smile graced his face. Do you believe that if we kneel down, bow our heads, and plead for mercy, the eagle perched atop the mountain will show us mercy, allowing this rabbit, now armed with fangs, to escape? No, it will only perceive us as insufficiently plump, and then, without hesitation, tear us apart, devouring us to the bone. To fabricate a crime, one need not lack a pretext. Lei Chao's voice was cold yet lucid. The rationale behind their sanctions has never been our actions, but rather, our very existence poses a threat to their status. They will not allow the emergence of a Chinese commercial empire equipped with its own brain, chips, and heart, finance, that operates outside their control. Thus, this war became inevitable the moment we decided to develop chips. His words struck like a revelation, awakening all the executives in the room. They finally understood that this was no mere business issue. This was a life-and-death struggle for national destiny, irreconcilable in nature. But, what difference does understanding make? Faced with the colossal presence of a superpower, what could they possibly use to counteract? Just as despair once again enveloped the room, Lei Chao smiled. His confidence radiated, as though he had anticipated this day all along. Do you think we are doomed? He approached the enormous world map, seizing a red marker. He did not gaze at North America or Europe. Instead, his pen tip landed on the vast, rooster-shaped territory of East Asia. Gentlemen, widen your eyes and behold this. Who says only Americans and Japanese can produce silicon wafers? He picked up the red encrypted phone on the desk and, before everyone's eyes, dialed a number. An elderly yet robust voice, thick with accent, answered on the other end. Hello, is it a Chao? Yes, Mr. Hua, it's me. A respectful smile appeared on Lei Chao's face. I have completed the task you entrusted me with. When will that batch of special products arrive? A hearty laugh resonated from the other end. Ha! A Chao, rest assured. Has your Uncle Hua ever let you down? The first shipment of 500 tons of the highest purity quartz sand safely arrived at your dock last night via the old trade route. And for subsequent shipments, there will be as much as you need. Hanging up the phone, Lei Chao gazed at the petrified faces in the conference room, wearing a smile that conveyed a sense of complete control. Indeed, he had anticipated this day long before. From the moment he chose to tread the delicate line of military industry, he knew that American sanctions were inevitable. Thus, he had already established contact through the secret channels of the Red capitalist, Mr. Hua, with a formidable ally, though still lagging in semiconductor technology. It possessed the world's richest and most comprehensive mineral resources and industrial system, the mainland. While it may lack the most advanced technology, it boasts abundant resources for refining high-purity polysilicon. Though it may not have the top-tier talents, it has a vast pool of researchers willing to sacrifice everything for the nation's rise. More importantly, it is in dire need of the foreign exchange he possesses and the advanced technology he commands, transcending this era. The two sides were perfectly aligned. A clandestine red smuggling route from Hong Kong to the mainland had quietly been established without anyone's knowledge. Lei Chao used the US dollars he earned from around the globe to procure raw materials and inexpensive labor from the mainland, while the mainland provided him with the most stable and least externally influenced strategic resource support. This was a flawless, mutually beneficial closed loop. Let them impose their blockade. Lei Chao gazed out at the sky owned by the British, his eyes shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. We have a more powerful backing than they do. He understood that with the mainland's support, the issue of silicon wafers would no longer pose a problem. Given time, he could even assist the mainland in establishing a complete, fully autonomous semiconductor industry chain. However, for now, he needed to accomplish one more task, to secure sufficient time and cover for this newly established, still fragile red lifeline. He needed to create a significant news story, a monumental news event that is sufficiently captivating to draw the attention of the media not only in Hong Kong, but across the globe, brimming with allure and extravagance. Has emerged to divert everyone's gaze. His attention was fixed upon the newly arrived, voluptuous woman in the conference room, who was currently gazing at his assistant with an almost adoring, infatuated expression. In an instant, a brilliant plan took shape in his mind. He turned to Zhao Yaji beside him and calmly instructed, Yaji, on behalf of our Lei group, issue a public announcement. State that in order to promote the cultural prosperity of Hong Kong, we, Lei Group, will exclusively sponsor and name this year's Miss Hong Kong beauty pageant. The prize money for the champion will be increased tenfold. Chapter 110. Diverting attention, I desire both beauty and chips. The champion's prize money will be increased tenfold. Upon the utterance of this statement by Lei Chao, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room once more. All the executives regarded their unconventional boss with expressions akin to that of observing an alien. Just moments ago, they had been engulfed in gloom over the dire crisis posed by the Americans' chip sanctions, which could potentially lead to the company's abrupt downfall. How had the conversation shifted so swiftly to a beauty pageant? Moreover, the prospect of multiplying the prize money by 10? Currently, the champion's prize for Miss Hong Kong stood at 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Tenfold, that amounts to 1 million. In an era where the monthly salary of an ordinary worker barely reaches a few $100s. 1 million Hong Kong dollars is a staggering sum that could drive anyone to madness. This amount is sufficient to purchase a luxurious mansion with a garden in the most affluent area of Hong Kong Island. Are you jesting, sir? The vice president wiped the cold sweat from his brow and cautiously inquired. We are currently facing a comprehensive blockade from the Americans, and our financial chain is already strained. How can we possibly allocate funds for a beauty pageant? Indeed, sir. The pressing issue at hand is to devise strategies to cope with the American sanctions and resolve the silicon wafer dilemma. The executives murmured among themselves, utterly bewildered by Lei Chao's intentions. Who says it's unrelated? A mysterious smile graced Lei Chao's face. What do you think the media, both in Hong Kong and around the world, is most concerned about regarding our Lei group? It is the American sanctions, whether we can survive this crisis, one executive replied. Precisely, Lei Chao nodded. Now, what if, starting tomorrow, the headlines of every newspaper in Hong Kong, the news on television, and the discussions on the streets all revolved around who will become the next millionaire heiress? Which fortunate girl will ascend to marry into wealth? When all eyes are drawn to those beauties clad in bikinis, showcasing their long legs on stage. Who will care about how many inconspicuous fishing boats have docked at our port, or how many trucks of quartz sand have entered our factories? Lei Chao's words struck like a revelation, enlightening all the executives present. They finally comprehended. Brilliant. What a stroke of genius. To conceal a strategic maneuver vital to the survival of the group under the guise of a sensational, gossip-filled, and financially enticing entertainment spectacle. This is the modern equivalent of repairing the road while secretly moving the goods, utilizing the allure of captivating beauties to divert the enemy's fire. In that moment, all the executives gazed at their remarkably youthful boss, and the last vestiges of doubt dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming, profound admiration. The news spread through Hong Kong with viral velocity. Lei Group splashes millions, exclusively sponsoring the 1974 Miss Hong Kong beauty pageant. The most expensive Miss Hong Kong ever? The champion's prize reaches 1 million Hong Kong dollars, along with a luxury seaside mansion from Lei Group. Cinderella's ultimate dream. Lei Group promises that the top 3 contestants will be directly signed by Lei Film Industry, with opportunities to star as the leading lady in the year's major production. The Lei Daily and TVB television station leveraged their powerful media influence to elevate this beauty pageant to unprecedented heights. The entire Hong Kong was in a frenzy. 1 million in cash, a seaside mansion, a leading role in a movie. These keywords acted like gigantic magnets, attracting every young girl in Hong Kong harboring dreams of stardom and wealth. They surged like a torrent from every corner of the city toward the small registration point. The scene at the registration venue was akin to the chaos of the spring festival travel rush, with lines extending from TVB's broadcasting building for kilometers to Lok Fu Park, creating a spectacular sight. As Lei Chao had hoped, the media's focus shifted instantaneously from the chilling chip sanctions to this extravagant beauty carnival. The entertainment sections of major newspapers employed the most exaggerated and sensational headlines to report on this grand event. American sanctions? No, we care more about whose legs are more beautiful. From factory girl to wealthy lady, you are just one registration away. Exclusive revelation. The inside story of Lei Group's search for a wife who will become the next Zhao Yaji. The entire public sentiment in Hong Kong had been completely redirected. Everyone was immersed in this extravagant illusion constructed from wealth and beauty. Meanwhile, in the true battleground, a significant drama concerning the future was silently unfolding. At the Lei Group headquarters, in the chairman's office, Lei Chao did not attend the bustling registration venue. Instead, he leisurely sat in his office, observing the aspiring contestants through an internal surveillance system connected to all the cameras at the registration point. Much like a sovereign surveying his subjects. Beside him sat Zhao Yazi, who was handing him the filtered application materials of the contestants. This one is unsuitable. Her chin is augmented, and her smile appears too artificial. This one won't do either. Her gaze is too common, exuding a sense of worldliness and lacking spirit. This one's legs are too thick. Reject. Lei Chao's standards were exceedingly stringent. He resembled the most discerning talent scout, dismissing those he deemed mediocre or surgically altered. In his eyes, he sought not mere decorative vases, but genuine gems possessing unique qualities and immense potential, capable of etching their names into the annals of Hong Kong cinema in the future. Zhao Yaji observed his fastidious demeanor, feeling a mix of amusement and jealousy. She was aware that this man had exceedingly high standards when it came to women, just as Lei Chao began to feel weary and contemplated shutting off the surveillance. A registration form featuring a simple black and white photo of a somewhat youthful girl was handed to him by Zhao Yaji. Lei Chao cast a casual glance at it. With just a single look, his gaze became irrevocably fixed. The girl in the photograph appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. She wore no makeup, and even her eyebrows seemed untouched, exuding a hint of wild disarray. Her skin bore a healthy wheat tone, in stark contrast to other girls who pursued a sickly pallor. Her features might not have been the most exquisite when viewed in isolation, yet together they produced a remarkable chemical reaction. Particularly striking were her eyes. Not large by any means, yet they shone like two brilliant obsidian stones. In her gaze lingered a hint of unrefined innocence, a trace of uncertainty regarding the future, yet predominantly an untamed vitality akin to that of a wildcat, fierce and full of life. The juxtaposition of sensuality and naivete coalesced seamlessly within her, creating a singular, unforgettable allure that was utterly captivating. Lei Chao's eyes gradually descended, landing on the names section of the application form. There, inscribed in a somewhat juvenile handwriting, were the three characters, Zhong, Chu, Hong. The future Honggu. In the 1980s, she would be renowned for her unique wild beauty and spirited personality. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Qingxia and Zhang Manyu, hailed as the most exquisite beauty of Hong Kong. A smile crept across Lei Chao's face. He realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. At that moment, she was merely an ordinary girl working in a jewelry store, seeking a stroke of luck due to her impoverished background. Little did she know that her future would be dazzlingly brilliant. This is promising. Lei Chao picked up a red pen and drew a large, striking red circle around Zhong Chuhong's name on the application form. It was decided. This individual would advance directly to the semifinals. Zhao Yaji observed Lei Chao's unabashed admiration and the glaring red circle, a familiar pang of jealousy quietly surfacing within her. However, she chose to remain silent. She was aware of her man's fickleness and recognized her unassailable position within this harem. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. Abu entered, his face alight with excitement. "Young master, the ship has arrived." A gleam flashed in Lei Chao's eyes. He stood and approached the window. In the distance, at the Kwaichung terminal, several cargo vessels disguised as ordinary fishing boats were basking in the sunset's afterglow, slowly unloading unremarkable containers. Everyone's attention was captivated by the glamorous beauty pageant, yet none knew that the very silicon wafers that would determine Hong Kong's future, black and shimmering with a mysterious luster, had quietly set foot on this land. The Lei Semiconductor Factory, where the colossal lithography machine had been idle for days due to a lack of materials, was finally ready to resume its operations. Lei Chao gazed at the busy scene at the terminal before turning back to the surveillance screen, where Zhong Chuhong was still passionately arguing with the staff over an error in her information. A greedy smile filled with a sense of control blossomed on his face. This is true misdirection. Beauty and chips. I want them both. Chapter 111. This judge is unprofessional. Next time, he fall into my arms. Next up, contestant number 36. Zhong Chuhong. The slightly fatigued and formulaic voice of the host resonated in the bustling TVB #1 studio. The selection event for Miss Hong Kong was less a beauty contest and more a brutal arena rife with fame and desire. The air was thick with the mingling scents of expensive perfumes, hairsprays, and the jealousy of women. In the center of the judges' panel, Lei Chao lounged languidly in an expansive leather chair, legs crossed, exuding a powerful aura that compelled others to avert their gazes. His excessively handsome face bore a trace of boredom, as if the meticulously adorned girls before him were nothing more than a tedious assembly of superficiality. Beside him sat Hong Kong's most renowned director, the most acerbic fashion critic, and TVB's leading actress. Yet, all of their brilliance was overshadowed by this excessively youthful, yet immensely powerful man. Stop! Just as a girl in an opulent evening gown stepped to the center stage. Attempting to showcase her sweetest smile, Lei Chao abruptly raised his hand. His voice, though soft, echoed clearly throughout the studio. The girl's smile froze on her face. Lei Chao picked up the microphone before him, barely glancing at her, and coldly addressed the material in his hands, devoid of any emotion. Miss Wang, is it? According to your profile, your hobbies are singing and dancing? Yes, Mr. Lei, the girl stammered, her voice trembling with nerves. Yet, from your less than 30-second performance, I discerned at least 3 distinct dance styles. When you extended your left foot, it was ballet's turned-out position, yet upon landing with your right, it transformed into a Latin rumba step. Are you implying that you are a versatile dance prodigy? No, the girl's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. And your nose? Lei Chao's gaze finally settled upon her face, his eyes sharp as a scalpel, dissecting her without mercy. The silicone you used for your nose job is imported from Japan. Isn't it? Unfortunately, your surgeon's skills are lacking. Under the lights, there is noticeable translucence on either side of your bridge. Next time, consider finding a better doctor. Or simply refrain from parading before me. I didn't. The girl's tears flowed freely as she covered her face and fled the stage. A profound silence enveloped the room. The other judges exchanged glances, hesitant to even breathe. They were aware that this Mr. Lei was the primary financier, yet they had not anticipated his biting tongue. After berating 5 or 6 contestants to tears, panic ensued among the girls backstage. They gazed at the man seated on the judges' panel, exuding an aura akin to that of the Grim Reaper, their faces pale and legs trembling. At that moment, the host called out the next name. Contestant 36, Zhong Chuang. A figure clad in a faded t-shirt and ordinary jeans timidly stepped from the shadows of the backstage. The moment she appeared, a wave of suppressed laughter erupted from the other contestants. What on earth? Why is she dressed like that? Is she here for the pageant or to shop at the market? Look at those high heels. They clearly cost a mere handful of coins from a street vendor. And they don't even fit her properly. Zhong Chuang, hearing the murmurs around her, lowered her head even further. Her unadorned, baby-faced visage flushed a deep red. Her palms were slick with sweat, and she clutched her clothing tightly. This was her first time wearing high heels, and the slender, towering stilettos made each step feel like walking on the edge of a blade. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her courage and took her first step toward the stage. However, disaster struck at that very moment, perhaps due to her nerves or the ill-fitting heels. As soon as she stepped onto the smooth stage floor, she stumbled and lost her balance. With a short gasp, she fell spectacularly in a most undignified manner, landing squarely in the center of the stage. The auditorium erupted into a cacophony of unabashed, thunderous laughter. The contestants backstage were doubled over in laughter, while the judges wore expressions of disdain, instinctively reaching to press the elimination button before them. What a disgrace. This is undoubtedly the biggest scandal in the history of the Miss Hong Kong pageant, a fashion critic remarked scornfully. Zhong Chuang lay on the cold stage, feeling as though the world's gaze pierced her like 1,000 burning needles. A searing pain shot through her knee. Yet more unbearable than the physical agony was the overwhelming sense of humiliation that engulfed her. Tears stubbornly pooled in her eyes. She wished to remain there, lying down forever. However, at that moment, a calm yet slightly amused voice resonated throughout the studio. Silence, everyone. It was Lei Chao. His frigid tone seemed to carry an enchantment that abruptly silenced the raucous laughter filling the room. All eyes were fixed upon him in astonishment. Lei Chao slowly raised his hand, halting the judges who were poised to press their buzzers. His gaze did not linger on anyone else. It was instead intrigued by the girl still sprawled in the center of the stage, trembling like a startled fawn. He made no move to assist her, nor did he utter a word of comfort. He simply watched in silence, as if savoring an amusing performance. Zhong Chuang felt the heat of his scrutinizing gaze upon her. An inexplicable surge of strength coursed through her. She clenched her teeth and, with hands trembling from pain and humiliation, pushed herself off the cold ground, rising stubbornly. Inch by inch, she did not cry. Instead, she lifted her head and straightened her back, which, though not particularly tall, stood remarkably erect. She casually brushed the dust from her face, revealing a countenance that, though still somewhat disheveled, radiated an untamed vitality. The timidness and confusion that once clouded her large eyes were replaced with the fierce light of a cornered beast, burning with defiance and resilience. In that instant, she seemed to transcend the role of an ordinary contestant in a beauty pageant, transforming into a solitary warrior poised to confront the world. The studio fell into silence once again, all present captivated by her sudden eruption of powerful, life-affirming energy. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Lei Chao's mouth, for he recognized the true essence of her being, a wild rose, unrefined yet brimming with tenacity. Amidst the astonished gazes, he lifted the golden card representing her direct advancement and held it aloft. The crisp sound of a bell proclaimed the result. Mr. Lei, this isn't in accordance with the rules, is it? She hasn't even showcased her talent yet. One judge could not contain his protest. Rules? Lei Chao lowered the card and cast a dismissive glance at him. Here, I am the rule. Taking the microphone, his eyes returned to Zhong Chuhong, still frozen on stage. Unable to believe her own eyes. With a tone filled with appreciation that everyone could hear, he slowly remarked, "You fell beautifully. At least, it's far more genuine than the hollow smiles of those below." His words instantly darkened the expressions of the contestants who had mocked her moments earlier. Lei Chao paid them no mind, instead observing Zhong Chuhong's face, flushed with excitement and embarrassment, his smile deepening with playful intrigue. With a tone laced with insinuation and teasing, he lazily added, "But next time, do be careful when walking. Preferably," he paused, lowering his voice just enough for the microphone to capture it, "in my arms." A gasp swept through the audience. The reporters went wild, furiously clicking their cameras, directing their lenses at the girl whose face was nearly crimson and the man at the judges' table, grinning like a devil. They knew the headlines for tomorrow's papers were secured. Young Master Lei publicly flirts with wrestling beauty, designates her as his new favorite, the most unorthodox judge in history. Lei Chao makes stunning remarks, turning a beauty pageant into a selection of concubines. Zhong Chuhong descended the stage amidst a whirlwind of envious, jealous, and disdainful gazes, her mind a blank slate. Save for the echo of the man's last domineering yet ambiguous words, "preferably, in my arms." Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her throat. In the opulent media room of the Lei family villa, Zhao Yaji, donned in elegant loungewear, held a glass of red wine. Her expression inscrutable as she watched the replay of the day's beauty pageant highlights on the television screen. Upon hearing Lei Chao declare, "preferably, in my arms," in front of the entire audience of Hong Kong, the stem of her wine glass cracked subtly under her grip. The crimson liquid dripped slowly from the fissure onto her pristine carpet, resembling a drop of glaring blood. After the pageant concluded, Zhong Chuhong changed back into her simple clothes, preparing to slip out the back door of the television station unnoticed. She wished to avoid the throng of reporters and the envious stares. However, as she stepped outside, she found a tall figure waiting for her. It was Lei Chao, leaning against his sleek black Rolls-Royce, a beautifully wrapped shoebox in hand. "Where are you headed?" he asked, a playful smile gracing his lips. I am preparing to go home," Zhong Chuhong replied, her gaze cast down, unable to meet his eyes. Lei Chao remained silent, merely extending the shoebox towards her. She hesitated momentarily before accepting it, puzzled. Upon opening the box, she beheld a pair of exquisitely crafted silver high heels that appeared as if sculpted from crystal. The size was neither too big nor too small, fitting her perfectly, as though tailored specifically for her. "Put them on," Lei Chao commanded, his voice imbued with an irresistible authority. "During the finals, I want to see you standing on the highest podium in them. Finals, see you then." Chapter 112. The only exception, her beauty needs not be revealed. "Put them on. See you at the finals." Lei Chao's magnetic and unassailable command echoed in Zhong Chuhong's ears like an incantation. She stood there, holding the weighty shoebox, gazing at the pair of crystal heels that shimmered dreamily in the night, feeling as if she were a Cinderella living in a fairy tale. It was only when the sleek black Rolls-Royce, like a beast of the night, let out a low growl and vanished around the corner that she snapped back to reality. Lowering her gaze, she glanced at the cheap, uncomfortable shoes on her feet, then at the custom-made high heels in her hands, an overwhelming sense of surrealism enveloping her. What exactly did this man, Lei Chao, intend? Did he truly value her so-called authenticity? Zhong Chuhong's heart was in turmoil. The wrestling beauty Zhong Chuhong became an overnight sensation. The following day, every entertainment section of Hong Kong's newspapers was dominated by her embarrassing fall and Lei Chao's suggestive remark about falling into my arms. Her photographs were splashed across the pages. Although she appeared in simple attire, perhaps even somewhat disheveled, the wildness and defiance in her eyes left an indelible impression on all who beheld her. Suddenly, the name Zhong Chuhong became the hottest topic of conversation throughout Hong Kong. Some mocked her for being unsophisticated, claiming she was unworthy of participating in the pageant. Others envied her fortune, believing she had struck gold by capturing the attention of Mr. Lei in such a manner, truly a stroke of luck. Yet more than anything, it is curiosity that prevails. Everyone is eager to discern what makes this girl, handpicked by the illustrious Lei Chao, so exceptional that she stands out amidst a sea of beauty in this contest. Amidst the fervent controversy and attention, the semifinals of the Miss Hong Kong pageant arrive as scheduled. Undoubtedly, the most captivating and attention-grabbing segment of the semifinals is the swimwear showcase. In the bustling makeup room of TVB, a vibrant spring atmosphere envelopes the space, teeming with life. Dozens of stunning contestants, possessing enviable figures and exquisite features, don the scanty, high-cut bikinis provided by the production team, strutting back and forth in the confined area. The air is thick with an intoxicating blend of perfume, body lotion, and youthful hormones. They chatter animatedly, resembling a flock of peacocks poised to display their plumage, sizing each other up while subtly flaunting their own assets. Oh, Miss Jun, your waist is astonishingly slender. What is your secret? Miss Lee, your legs must be the longest in all of Hong Kong. How unfortunate it would be not to ensure them. While they exchange compliments, their eyes betray an unmistakable jealousy and competitiveness. They are acutely aware that today, the man who will determine their fates is present. Indeed, just before the rehearsal is set to commence, the door to the makeup room creaks open. Lei Chao, clad in a well-tailored white Armani suit, strides in with an entourage of television executives, resembling an emperor surveying his harem. The moment he appears, the temperature in the room seems to rise several degrees. The contestants' breaths quicken in unison, instinctively straightening their postures to accentuate their alluring attributes. Their gazes, like hooks, dart towards Lei Chao, each hoping to capture his attention. However, Lei Chao maintains an expression of indifference, his eyes sweeping calmly over the array of youthful, alluring figures before him, pausing not even for a moment. To him, the tantalizing sights that would stir any normal man's blood seem merely a collection of pork awaiting appraisal at a market. This extreme, dismissive aloofness only heightens the contestants' anticipation. At that moment, Lei Chao halts in his tracks, standing in an inconspicuous corner of the makeup room where Zhong Chuhong is curled up. She too has donned a blue bikini, yet her face is etched with apprehension and discomfort. Wrapped tightly in a large bath towel, she reveals only her head and two smooth calves. Her skin bears a healthy wheatish hue, setting her apart from the other girls striving for the ideal of fairness. Unlike her peers, who pursue extreme leanness, her figure embodies a perfect balance, radiating strength and vitality. Though similarly curvaceous, she exudes a wild, robust beauty entirely her own. Look at that country bumpkin. Still wrapped up so tightly, as if afraid to be seen, one contestant scoffs. Right? What else with the innocent act? If she has got it, she should flaunt it. I bet she has just scared her body won't measure up to ours. A group of voluptuous contestants huddles together, pointing and openly mocking Zhong Chuhong. Hearing their biting remarks, Zhong Chuhong's face flushes crimson, wishing to vanish into the floor. She instinctively tightens her grip on the towel. Just then, a tall figure steps in front of her, shielding her from the malicious gazes. It is Lei Chao. Unbeknownst to her, he has navigated through the throng of alluring bodies and approached her directly. In a moment of stunned disbelief, the entire room watches as Lei Chao slowly removes his valuable, handcrafted Armani jacket. He then bends down, adopting an exceptionally gentle, protective posture, draping the jacket, still carrying his warmth and a hint of cologne, over Zhong Chuhong's quivering shoulder. The oversized jacket instantly conceals her enticing form and shields her from the envious stares. The makeup room falls silent, as if time has frozen. All the contestants stand transfixed, astonished by this dramatic scene. They had never imagined that the man they had meticulously stripped bare to attract would display such intimate concern for a girl who had wrapped herself so tightly. This is no mere favoritism. It is a blatant declaration of possession. Lei Chao pays no heed to the envious glares directed at him. His focus remains on Zhong Chuhong, who appears as startled as a frightened rabbit by his unexpected gesture. A smirk, both domineering and tender, graces his lips. He slowly raises his head, scanning the room with a voice that resonates clearly and coldly, audible to all. Her beauty does not need to be displayed for the likes of you. This statement lands like a sharp slap across the faces of every girl present who had sought his attention through their physical allure. Their faces flush with a burning humiliation, filled with a sense of exposure. Meanwhile, Zhong Chuhong feels her heart skip a beat at his words. She lifts her gaze, her large, defiant eyes now wide with shock. She gazes at the tall man who stands before her, shielding her from the storm. She can distinctly smell the faint, comforting scent of tobacco and high-end cologne emanating from his jacket. She can feel the residual warmth of his presence, providing an unexpected sense of security. In that moment, an unfamiliar emotion surges within her, a feeling of being cherished as a unique treasure by a powerful, assertive man. Her cheeks burn hotter than ever. This scene is captured by a paparazzo disguised as a janitor, his camera equipped with a long lens, clicking at just the right moment. He knows that tomorrow's headlines will be sensational. Young Master Lei visits backstage, drapes suit over his favorite Miss Hong Kong, the sole exception in the swimwear segment. Lei Chao, Her beauty belongs only to me. Zhong Chuhong begins to develop an unprecedented affection for this man, who embodies a blend of dominance and clumsy tenderness. For a fleeting moment, she is overwhelmed by the urge to throw herself into his embrace. Yet just then, the door to the makeup room is forcefully swung open once more. A chilling presence, exuding an aura of formidable authority, sweeps through the room. A woman clad in a sharp sapphire blue business suit, accentuated by 10-centimeter stilettos and adorned with an exquisitely aggressive makeup look, appears at the threshold. Behind her followed several equally formidable assistants and bodyguards. The moment she appeared, the temperature in the dressing room seemed to plummet to freezing point. It was none other than Zhao Yaji. She had arrived to inspect the operations in her capacity as the chairwoman of Lei Media. Yet, it was evident to all that her sharp, hawk-like gaze was fixated unwaveringly on a single spot, on Zhong Chuhong, who was tenderly enveloped in Lei Chao's suit jacket. Her eyes brimmed with an unmistakable scrutiny befitting a legitimate consort, hostility, and an almost palpable jealousy that threatened to overflow. It was over. The two words echoed in everyone's mind simultaneously. The battlefield had arrived. Chapter 113. The consort inspects, the harem ignites, the master of water-carrying survival instincts. Who could have imagined that our esteemed Lei would prioritize a mere emergency meeting to personally oversee this? Zhao Yaji's voice, neither too high nor too low, carried a perfectly calibrated indifference, yet it sliced through the air like an ice-forged dagger, precisely targeting the two protagonists in the room. She strode forward in her lethal high heels, step by step, resembling a queen poised to inspect her domain, slowly entering through the door. As she passed, the once chattering beauties fell into a hushed silence, each bowing their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. They felt the formidable aura of this woman, a terrifying presence that exuded the authority of a matriarch. The dressing room was instantly enveloped in a profound stillness, save for the rhythmic, crisp sound of her heels striking the floor, each echo a tolling bell, resonating in the hearts of all present. Eventually, she halted before Lei Chao and Zhong Chuhong. Her gaze first landed on Lei Chao, a glint of warning in her eyes, as if to say they would settle this later. Then, it descended slowly, like the most piercing X-ray, thoroughly scrutinizing Zhong Chuhong, who was hidden behind Lei Chao, clad in an ill-fitting bikini draped with her man's suit. Her look was laden with judgment, critical scrutiny, and a barely perceptible hint of feminine jealousy. Zhong Chuhong felt as though she were suffocating under the weight of Zhao Yaji's overwhelming presence. Instinctively, she wished to retreat, to escape this stifling battlefield. However, the moment she moved, she felt a broad, powerful hand firmly grip her shoulder, rendering her immobile. It was Lei Chao. Rather than retreating in the face of Zhao Yaji's arrival, a playful smirk graced his lips, as though he were relishing the unfolding drama. He understood that this performance had only just begun. Seeing his nonchalance, Zhao Yaji's jealousy and ire surged even more. Taking a deep breath, she forced a dignified, professional smile, the kind befitting the chairwoman of Lei Media, back onto her face. She extended her hand, naturally and possessively linking it with Lei Chao's other arm, pressing her mature, supple body closely against him. "Chao, why didn't you inform me before coming?" She chided, her emphasis on small event unmistakably clear. The implication was evident. A woman of such caliber deserved your personal attention? Lei Chao chuckled, aware that his survival instincts needed to kick in, lest he face repercussions at home far worse than merely kneeling on a washboard. He did not push Zhao Yaji away. Instead, he drew her into his embrace. Then, before all the beauties, staff, and the paparazzi gathered outside, he performed a stunning act that left everyone aghast. He leaned down and planted a heavy kiss on Zhao Yaji's lips, adorned with vibrant lipstick. This kiss was imbued with dominance, declaration, and an undeniable affirmation of her status. The room erupted in astonished gasps. The paparazzi's flashes lit up the scene like a constellation. Zhao Yaji was taken aback. She had not anticipated such an intimate display from Lei Chao in front of so many witnesses. Her usually aloof, queenly demeanor was instantly flushed with a captivating crimson hue. The jealousy and anger within her dissipated significantly in the wake of that overwhelming kiss. "Allow me to introduce," Lei Chao announced, still holding the slightly weak-kneed Zhao Yaji, his voice booming with affection. "This is my woman, your future matriarch, Mrs. Lei." These simple two words served as a decree, instantly solidifying Zhao Yaji's irrefutable position in this vast commercial empire's hierarchy. The beauties backstage, witnessing Zhao Yaji ensconced in Lei Chao's embrace, her face a blend of shyness and triumphant pride, were filled with endless envy and resentment. They realized their chances were utterly extinguished. Meanwhile, when Zhong Chuhong heard the title Mrs. Lei, it felt as though something had stabbed her heart. An inexplicable wave of bitterness surged within her. Instinctively, she attempted to shake off Lei Chao's hand on her shoulder, yearning to distance herself from this suffocating battlefield. Yet, Lei Chao's grip was as unyielding as iron, immobilizing her. At that moment, he leaned close to Zhao Yaji's ear, whispering in a tone meant only for her, laden with seduction, "Are you jealous?" Zhao Yaji shot him a playful glare. "This is not about wooing." A sly smile spread across Lei Chao's face. "I'm cultivating the most lucrative money tree for our future Mrs. Lei." He gestured toward Zhong Chuhong. "Look at her. Her blend of innocence and wildness is practically destined for the silver screen, with a bit of refinement. She could undoubtedly rise to become a new box office queen alongside Lin Qingxia. Every penny she earns will ultimately flow into your hands, my esteemed steward." Lei Chao's words were artfully crafted, transforming a scene steeped in romantic tension into a strategic discussion about the group's future. He made it clear to Zhao Yaji that he was not seeking a new flame for himself, but rather nurturing a potential asset to help her prosper. Listening to his earnest yet absurd remarks, Zhao Yaji, though still somewhat skeptical, visibly relaxed. She was a wise woman, knowing when to appear delicate and when to prioritize the bigger picture. She released her hold on Lei Chao, adjusted her appearance, and resumed her icy demeanor as the chairwoman of Lei Media. Approaching Zhong Chuhong, she donned a warm smile, the kind a senior might offer a junior. "Miss Zhong, I've seen your audition. You have great potential." Her tone was gentle, yet carried an air of authority. "Perform well, and the company will not overlook any talented artist." This statement served as both encouragement and a veiled warning, showcasing her magnanimity as the principal consort while subtly asserting her control over Zhong Chuhong's prospects. Zhong Chuhong gazed at the formidable presence of the woman before her, whose beauty rendered her feelings of inadequacy all the more pronounced, and in that moment, the nascent emotions within her were extinguished. With her head bowed, she murmured softly, "Thank you, Chairman Zhao." A crisis capable of triggering an upheaval in the harem was deftly averted under Lei Chao's textbook-level finesse in placating women. Observing the harmonious scene before him, Lei Chao discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He understood that soothing a woman could sometimes be more exhausting than waging a financial war. After the rehearsal concluded, Lei Chao escorted Zhao Yaji into the opulent confines of their Rolls-Royce for the journey home. Inside the vehicle, Zhao Yaji remained uncharacteristically silent. Just when Lei Chao thought she had moved past the earlier incident, she suddenly reached out and pinched the soft flesh at his waist with surprising force. "Ouch," he gasped, taken aback by the sudden pain. "What was that for?" "Humph." Zhao Yaji's face broke into a dangerous smile, reminiscent of an autumn reckoning. Leaning closer to Lei Chao, her breath fragrant like orchids, she spoke with an undeniable command. "When we get home tonight, we will thoroughly settle this account. I intend to inspect our esteemed boss Lei's contributions." Chapter 114, Yacht Party, TVB's Plow Strikes. The term contributions, uttered from Zhao Yaji's lips, painted with vibrant lipstick, carried a biting undertone, yet was laced with lethal allure. As Lei Chao beheld the glimmer of jealousy in her enchanting, doe-like eyes, any lingering guilt within him transformed into a roaring flame. He swiftly pulled the woman, who was still in the midst of her accusations, into his embrace, pressing her onto the soft, spacious back seat of the Rolls-Royce. "Inspect contributions? We need not wait until tonight," he declared, his voice husky and imbued with an irresistible dominance. "I shall ensure you have all the verifications you desire, right now." A night of contribution payments left Lei Chao feeling a slight ache in his waist by the following morning. He had to concede that a woman's jealousy could amplify her fervor exponentially. However, he had little time to rest, as the Miss Hong Kong finals were fast approaching. To further ignite the fervor surrounding this grand celebration he had orchestrated, and to appease the contestants he had inadvertently neglected during the semifinals, Lei Chao resolved to host an extravagant private yacht party the day before the finals. He chartered the largest and most luxurious three-deck yacht in all of Hong Kong, inviting the top 10 contestants of this year's Miss Hong Kong finals to join him at sea for a day of relaxation. Upon the announcement of this gathering, the 10 fortunate young women were nearly beside themselves with excitement. They understood that this was not merely a party. It was an exceptional opportunity to engage closely with the legendary Mr. Lei. Securing his favor at this event would be 100 times more significant than winning the Miss Hong Kong title itself. On the day of the finals, the private yacht pier at Repulse Bay was filled with fragrant breezes and an abundance of springtime splendor. The 10 stunning contestants, adorned in an array of eye-catching bikinis, chattered animatedly as they boarded the magnificent vessel named Future. The yacht's deck was already set with the finest champagne, exquisite delicacies, and pulsating electronic music, creating an atmosphere that soared to exhilarating heights from the very start. The contestants frolicked on the deck, laughing and posing alluringly for selfies, all the while casting furtive glances at the man leaning alone against the rail at the bow, relishing the sea breeze. Dressed casually, Lei Chao wore a white linen shirt and beach shorts, his feet clad in flip-flops. The sea breeze tousled his dark hair, accentuating the chiseled contours of his bronzed muscular physique. He resembled a lion basking lazily in the sun on its territory, seemingly relaxed, yet exuding a captivating aura that enthralled all the female attendees. Zhong Chuhong observed the man, hesitating for a considerable time before summoning her courage to grab 2 elegantly prepared glasses of vibrant red wine from the bar. She navigated through the scene filled with laughter and banter, slowly approaching him. Clad in a bikini, she wore a loose-fitting white sunshade cover that tantalizingly obscured her exquisite figure. In contrast to the other girl's boldness, her blend of youthful shyness and innocent allure made her stand out distinctly. "Mr. Lei," she said as she reached his side, offering one of the glasses with a hint of nervousness in her voice. Lei Chao turned to see her, and a gentle smile illuminated his face. Accepting the glass, he said nothing, merely leaning against the cold metal railing beside her, gazing into the vast blue where the sea met the sky. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence imbued with an inexplicable hint of intimacy. "Do you think I'm particularly foolish?" Zhong Chuhong finally broke the silence. Her gaze fixed on the swirling red liquid in her glass, her tone tinged with self-mockery. "During the preliminary rounds, I fell flat on my face in front of all of Hong Kong. In the semifinals, I was too embarrassed to show my face. Am I utterly useless? Just a vase that brings trouble?" Turning to her, Lei Chao studied her exquisite profile, slightly flushed from the wine. Her large eyes were filled with confusion and insecurity. A wave of inexplicable tenderness surged within him. He reached out, gently tucking a stray strand of hair, blown by the wind, behind her ear. "No," he replied, his voice deep and magnetic. "I do not see you as a mere vase. You are like this glass of red wine." He lifted his glass, swirling it gently in the sunlight. "The first sip may seem a tad youthful and impulsive, but if you take your time to savor it, you will find its depth is profound, rich, and endlessly delightful." As he observed the spark ignite in her eyes at his words, a confident smile graced his lips. "You will become a superstar. I promise." His words struck Zhong Chuhong like a jolt of electricity, penetrating the softest corners of her heart. She lifted her gaze to the man, her eyes glimmering with tears of gratitude and admiration. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner before. No one had ever believed in her as he did. Their eyes met, the atmosphere charged with an intoxicating blend of alcohol and sea breeze. Slowly, Lei Chao lowered his head. Zhong Chuhong, caught in an inexplicable trance, closed her eyes and slightly rose onto her toes. Their lips drew ever closer, on the verge of contact. Yet, just at that critical moment, a jarring, taunting horn blared from a nearby vessel, shattering the tranquil and intimate ambience. Both startled, they instinctively pulled apart and turned toward the sound. Before them, a yacht of similar opulence, yet adorned in a manner that appeared somewhat antiquated and ostentatious, hurtled towards them with alarming speed. At the bow of the vessel stood several middle-aged men clad in flamboyant shirts, their necks adorned with gaudy gold chains. Exuding an air of crassness, the leader, an overweight man, brandished a large megaphone. "Hey, Miss Chung over there, can you hear me?" His voice, amplified by the megaphone, pierced through the vastness of the ocean with an unsettling sharpness. "I am Wang, the vice president of TVB. Our boss, Mr. Shaw, holds you in high regard. If you disembark from that dilapidated vessel immediately and withdraw from that ridiculous Lei's Miss Hong Kong pageant, TVB is prepared to offer you double the price to sign with us. I guarantee you will be cast as the leading lady in our annual blockbuster." TVB, here to poach talent? Lei Chao's brow furrowed at once. He had not anticipated that the old coot, Sha Yuhua, would resort to such lowly, unrefined tactics to vex him. Zhong Chuhong was equally taken aback, as she gazed at the approaching yacht and the portly man who continued to shout enticing propositions through the megaphone. A fleeting moment of hesitation flickered in her mind. After all, this was TVB, the unequivocal titan of Hong Kong television, a veritable factory of stars coveted by all aspiring artists. While Lei's company was indeed on the rise, it remained a fledgling newcomer in the television arena. Lei Chao astutely detected the brief flicker of doubt in her eyes. A subtle chill swept across his face. He slowly set down his wine glass and beckoned to Abu, who had been silently guarding him like a shadow. The noise was unbearable. Lei Chao regarded the incessantly chattering TVB yacht, his voice low yet frigid, as if issuing a decree from the underworld. "Smash their engine for me. Let them spend the night on the sea, feeding the mosquitoes." "Yes, boss," Abu replied succinctly, without a hint of hesitation. His expression remained as stoic as ever, as if he were about to crush not a luxury yacht worth millions, but a trivial soda can. He signaled to his bodyguards, who, despite their casual beach attire, were muscular and fierce, resembling beasts ready to pounce. In an instant, these normally taciturn killing machines sprang into action. They did not utilize the conventional gangway. Instead, they leaped silently from the over 3-meter-high deck, one after another, like leopards, onto a small high-speed boat that awaited beside the yacht. The engine of the speedboat roared violently, cutting through the water with the ferocity of a released arrow, leaving a frothy white wake as it hurtled towards the still chattering TVB yacht at a terrifying pace. The entire operation was fluid and seamless, embodying the cold efficiency of professional mercenaries. The ladies on the deck, who had been laughing and frolicking, were utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events. Their mouths agape, they stared in bewilderment at the speedboat, which resembled a maritime battle axe, completely oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Yet, as the orchestrator of this upheaval, Lei Chao appeared unfazed. He casually retrieved a glass of champagne from the bar, returned to the railing, and resumed leisurely sipping his drink, allowing the sea breeze to wash over him, as if the impending tumult bore no relation to him. That nonchalant demeanor, that callous disregard for human life, instilled in Cheng Chuhong a mix of trepidation and an inexplicable, morbid sense of security. She understood that this man was standing up for her. On the TVB yacht, the portly vice president continued to boast through the megaphone, offering Cheng Chuhong an array of extravagant promises. Miss Cheng, you must think this through. Our boss, Mr. Shaw, has promised that as soon as you join us, we will immediately produce a 50-episode drama for you. Your co-star will be our hottest young talent, Chao Ruanfa. What future could you possibly have following Lei Chao, that upstart? He is merely a businessman. Does he even comprehend the art of filmmaking? The lewd mid-level executives surrounding him joined in the mockery, their laughter echoing with a crude resonance. They were oblivious to the fact that a black speedboat had stealthily approached their stern, like the scythe of death. Hey, who are you? What do you want? It was only when Abu and his muscular underlings effortlessly vaulted onto their deck from the speedboat that the rotund Wang finally sensed something was amiss. His eyes widened in horror as he beheld the menacing figures radiating a palpable aura of menace, their gazes devoid of humanity. Abu wasted no time with idle chatter. He cast a disdainful glance at the still blaring megaphone before seizing it from Wang's grasp. In a display of raw strength, he crushed the robust device, composed of hard plastic and metal, with a single hand, rendering it a mangled wreck. The cacophony ceased abruptly. Abu carelessly discarded the shards into the sea. What do you intend to do? I'll have you know I am the vice president of TVB. If you dare lay a finger on me, Mr. Shaw will not let you off lightly. Wang, trembling, invoked the name of his superior in a desperate attempt to intimidate. Nonetheless, Abu merely scoffed derisively. Mr. Shaw, our boss has stated that even if the governor of Hong Kong himself were here, he would not be able to protect you today. With that, he signaled his subordinates with a simple gesture. Smash. At the command, the bodyguards transformed into fearsome agents of destruction. They brandished heavy steel crowbars, which had mysteriously materialized from the speedboat. The sounds of shattering and chaos erupted aboard the yacht, accompanied by the terrified screams and pleas for mercy from the TVB executives. The expensive hardwood bar was splintered into oblivion with a single blow. The luxurious leather sofas were slashed to shreds by sharp military knives. Meanwhile, the portly Wang was seized by Abu as if he were a mere chick and unceremoniously booted towards the yacht's engine compartment. Our boss suggested you take some time to reflect at sea. Abu's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Minutes later, the once resplendent luxurious yacht belonging to TVB lay in ruins. The critical engine and transmission had been rendered unrecognizable by the crowbars and wrenches, belching black smoke. Utterly devoid of power, Wang and his minions were stripped to their underwear, bound together like a bundle of zongzi, trembling on the deck. Upon completing the task, Abu dusted off his hands and calmly reported into the intercom. Boss, it's done. A calm, monosyllabic response resonated from the other end of the intercom. Abu and his men swiftly boarded the speedboat and departed, leaving behind the utterly incapacitated yacht and the distraught TVB executives who helplessly drifted on the vast ocean, crying out for aid. On the deck of the future, Zhong Chuhong stared in disbelief at the distant yacht billowing black smoke and the speedboat that was receding into the horizon. Her youthful heart was struck by an unprecedented shock. She had never imagined that the fierce competition in business could be resolved in such a direct, brutal, and unreasonable manner. Turning her gaze, she observed the man beside her, who continued to sip his wine elegantly, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a trivial farce. A surge of complex emotions welled up within her, fear, reverence, but more so an inexplicable admiration that quickened her heartbeat. At that moment, Lei Chao turned to her. His eyes, deep as the ocean, bore into her, as if seeking to penetrate her very soul. In Hong Kong, his voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable, sovereign authority. No one can take from me what I have set my sights on, be it an object or a person. With that, he extended his hand, gently yet firmly grasping Zhong Chuhong's delicate chin, compelling her to lift her gaze to meet his. You are mine. Do you understand? This declaration, imbued with intense possessiveness and bordering on humiliation, surged through Zhong Chuhong like a powerful current, shattering the last remnants of her defenses. She gazed into his eyes, ablaze with a domineering fire, and in that moment, all her hesitations, doubts, and reservations crumbled into dust. She relinquished all thought, her mind blank as if entranced, and instinctively nodded in agreement. Her eyes no longer reflected the defiance or struggle of before. They now emanated pure, unadulterated submission and adoration, a deep-seated reverence from a woman towards a man who had conquered her heart. Excellent, Lei Chao remarked with a satisfied smile. He released her chin and lightly caressed her slightly trembling lips, a result of the tension. This was the effect he desired. He sought not merely a partner, nor a star that required his coaxing. He desired the ultimate trophy, one who would be unequivocally loyal and obedient to him. The yacht began its return journey. While the wreckage belonging to TVB could only await in despair upon the boundless sea for an uncertain rescue, accompanied by a swarm of equally famished mosquitoes. The tale, embellished by the lovely contestants, quickly spread throughout Hong Kong's entertainment industry. All companies attempting to undermine Lei's authority promptly withdrew, realizing that his associates were not to be trifled with. Consequently, Zhong Chuhong abandoned all thoughts of joining other firms. Her heart had been entirely and irrevocably captured by that domineering man. She rejected offers from all other companies, regardless of how enticing the conditions were, and devoted herself to preparing for the upcoming Miss Hong Kong finale. She aimed to secure the crown for that man. What she did not realize was that when a woman becomes aggressive for a man, another woman can equally become vicious out of jealousy. On the eve of the finale, after all the contestants had departed in the luxurious dressing room reserved for the final competition's costumes and props, a shadow of jealousy and malice stealthily slipped inside. In her hand, she clutched a small, glimmering, cold pin. Her target was the crystal high heels, prominently displayed, that belonged to Zhong Chuhong. Chapter 116, The Bloodstained Strut and the Out-of-Control Princess. Now, please welcome our final contestant, Miss Zhong Chuhong, number 36, the most talked-about competitor of this year's pageant. As the host's passionate and stirring introduction echoed, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. The atmosphere in the live broadcast of the Miss Hong Kong finale reached its zenith. Millions across Hong Kong awaited the final appearance of this wrestling champion. Backstage, in the dimly lit waiting area, Zhong Chuhong took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart overwhelmed by nerves. She gazed at her reflection, clad in a pure white strapless gown adorned with countless shimmering diamonds, chosen by Lei Chao himself. Her healthy and youthful figure resembled that of a goddess under the moonlight. Her face, always carrying a hint of wildness, was adorned with exquisite and subtle makeup, radiating an unprecedented purity and sanctity. On her feet were the crystal-clear silver heels gifted by Lei Chao. She knew that tonight, she would fight for that man and for her dreams. Chuhong, it's your turn. Go for it, a staff member urged. Nodding, Zhong Chuhong lifted her gown and took her first step toward the stage. However, the moment her right foot touched down, a piercing, agonizing pain suddenly shot through her heel without warning. It felt as if a burning steel needle had mercilessly pierced her flesh. She gasped in pain, her body swaying dangerously, nearly losing her balance. What is happening? Instinctively, she wanted to remove her shoe to see what had occurred. But the stage lights had already focused on her, and the host's voice was calling her name. There was no time. She looked down at the man seated in the center of the judges' panel, watching her with eager anticipation. She recalled his words, "You will become a superstar. In the finale, I want to see you standing on the highest podium wearing it." A surge of stubborn, fervent strength welled up from within her. No, I cannot fall. I cannot disappoint him. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She bit her lower lip, stifling a cry of pain that threatened to escape. Enduring the relentless waves of agony, she forced a radiant smile, brighter than the sun, onto her face. Then, she took her second step toward the center of the stage. Each step felt like walking on a razor's edge. With every movement, the malicious pin concealed in her shoe dug deeper into her tender flesh. She could distinctly feel warm, thick liquid seeping from her heel, staining her pristine stockings and those crystalline shoes. Yet, her face maintained the most perfect and composed smile. Her stride remained steady and graceful. Under the spotlight, she resembled a true princess, battle-scarred yet breathtakingly beautiful, tragic yet heroic. The audience present and the millions of viewers at home were profoundly captivated by the unique beauty she displayed at that moment. They sensed that tonight, Zhong Chuhong's allure was strikingly different, yet they could not articulate precisely what had changed. However, one individual discerned it. Among the judges, Lei Chao's brow had unknowingly tightened into a frown. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, was fixated on Zhong Chuhong's moving feet. How piercing was his stare! He had almost instantly detected the slightest, nearly imperceptible discord in her walk. Each time her right foot touched the ground, her body exhibited an almost undetectable minute pause and rigidity. This was not the rhythm of a professional model. It was a subconscious self-protective response born from immense pain. Lei Chao's heart plummeted. His gaze slowly descended along her calf, and at last, his pupils constricted into the most perilous pinpoints. He saw it. Under the dazzling, daylight-like stage lights, the smooth, mirror-like runway bore a faint, almost invisible trail of tiny red marks. That was blood. A surge of wrath, powerful enough to incinerate everything, erupted from the depths of Lei Chao's heart. His face, usually adorned with a playful smile, turned ashen, darkened to the point where it seemed it could drip water. The judges beside him felt a bone-chilling aura, rendered speechless and frozen in fear. In that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the competition, the live broadcast, or the damned rules. He abruptly rose from the judges' table. Then, amidst the astonished, incredulous gazes of thousands in the audience and millions in front of their televisions, he vaulted over the judges' enclosure, charging onto the sacred stage still alive with broadcast. Heavens! What was Mr. Lei doing? How did he rush up there? Director! Quick! Cut the camera! Cut to commercials! The on-site director and TVB executives were in a frenzy. They screamed into their intercoms with hoarse voices. This was a live broadcast across Hong Kong. This was undoubtedly the most severe and outrageous broadcasting incident in the history of Hong Kong television. Yet, it was too late. All cameras remained fixed on that domineering and furious man who had stormed onto the stage. Zhong Chuang was still bravely enduring excruciating pain, striving to complete her final pose. Suddenly, she felt her body lighten. She was swept up in a powerful embrace. Startled, she instinctively struggled for a moment. When she realized it was the man she had longed to leap into the arms of, she was utterly bewildered. A strong, reassuring masculine scent enveloped her. Lei Chao did not look at her. He simply held her and strode towards the microphone recently used by the host at the center of the stage. He lowered his head, gazing at the girl in his arms, whose pallor from blood loss and fright rendered her lips quivering. A fierce, unprecedented fury flashed in his eyes, coupled with a profound, unrecognized heartache. He snatched the microphone, and then, to the entire audience and all of Hong Kong, he unleashed a primal roar filled with unrelenting menace. Pause the competition. Doctor, get the best surgical team in Hong Kong here, now? With his words, he disregarded the stunned silence of the audience and judges, who were frozen in shock. He merely cradled the now trembling girl in his arms and strode purposefully towards the backstage. Zhong Chuang nestled against his solid, warm chest, listening to the furious rhythm of his heartbeat. The tension of her long-held strength finally snapped at that moment. Tears cascaded forth like a flood released from a dam, uncontrollable and overflowing. She buried her face deep into the man's embrace, stifling a whimper of suppressed grievance. This scene, captured by the live camera that had not yet cut away, vividly transmitted to countless households across Hong Kong. The once lofty business mogul, akin to a deity, now resembled an ordinary man, utterly disoriented by the injury inflicted upon his beloved. He rushed backstage with reckless abandon, embodying an urgency, care, and an overwhelming tenderness that no script could ever portray. Before their televisions, countless young girls gasped in envy at the unfolding drama. Oh my! This is the true embodiment of a domineering CEO. So handsome, so manly. I want to be swept up by him too. Woo-woo, how fortunate Zhong Chuang is. Rather than feeling repulsed by the broadcasting incident, the viewers were deeply moved by the dramatic outburst of genuine emotion. TVB's ratings monitoring center saw the data surge to an unprecedented peak at that moment. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge backstage, Lei Chao gazed at the girl in his arms. Now a pitiful sight with tears streaming down her face, yet his expression turned icy as a blade, pulsing with murderous intent. He addressed Abu, who stood at the door, pale with fear, in a voice devoid of emotion, as if delivering a death sentence. Investigate. Find out who did this. Chapter 117. Who is the culprit? Ruthless measures and a gag order. Investigate. I want to know who is responsible. Lei Chao's voice was not loud, yet it felt like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, plunging the backstage lounge into an icy silence. Abu trembled violently, having followed Lei Chao for so long. He had never witnessed such a terrifying gaze, one that seemed capable of devouring life. He understood that his boss was truly intent on bloodshed. Yes, boss. Abu nodded vigorously, without a word wasted, turning to lead a group of subordinates, a pack of wolves sensing the scent of blood. Soon, the best surgical team in Hong Kong was summoned to the scene with utmost urgency. A temporary white screen was erected in the lounge, creating a makeshift medical area. The doctors cautiously removed the bloodied crystal shoes from Zhong Chuang's feet. When the 3-centimeter-long, barbed, glinting thumbtack was extracted from her mangled heel with tweezers, gasps of shock filled the room. Even a girl as resilient as Zhong Chuang trembled in pain, biting her lip fiercely to suppress her cries. Lei Chao stood silently beside her, his expression unyielding as he stared at the bloodied thumbtack resting on the tray, his eyes brimming with escalating fury. Boss, the wound has been treated. The doctor meticulously cleaned, disinfected, sutured, and bandaged her wound, then approached Lei Chao with a respectful demeanor, reporting, "The wound is quite deep, having affected the Achilles tendon, but fortunately, it has not been completely severed. However, this young lady will likely be unable to wear high heels or engage in vigorous activities for at least a month." Lei Chao nodded thoughtfully, retrieving a checkbook from his pocket. With swift strokes, he signed a 7-digit check and handed it over. "This is your consultation fee. Furthermore, I expect that no word of this incident escapes your lips." His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable, threatening undertone. "Understood. Understood. Rest assured, Mr. Lei." The doctor accepted the check, his forehead beaded with sweat as he hurriedly led his team out of the place rife with complications. The lounge fell silent once more. Zhong Chuhong reclined on the sofa, her foot swathed in thick bandages, her delicate face pale from blood loss. She gazed at the man standing by the window, enveloped in an aura of cold silence, and felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. She recognized that he was angry on her behalf. "Mr. Lei, I'm fine. Really. It doesn't hurt that much." She attempted to muster a smile to reassure him. Lei Chao did not turn around. He merely closed his eyes and silently intoned, "System. Activate the scene retrieval function. Target, backstage dressing room. Time, 1 hour ago." Ding. Scene retrieval function activated, consuming 1,000 points. Retrieving information stream data reconstruction for the target temporal dimension. In the next moment, a series of vivid images, akin to surveillance footage, flashed rapidly through Lei Chao's mind. He witnessed a furtive figure slipping into the empty dressing room while all the contestants were preparing at the front desk. He saw the figure approach Zhong Chuhong's designated locker, extracting a glinting thumbtack from her pocket. He observed her face contorted with jealousy and malice as she carefully placed the tack within the sole of a crystal high heel. Despite the haziness of the images, Lei Chao instantly recognized the figure. It was her, the contestant number 8, Zhang Manyu, who had been hailed by the media as the voluptuous beauty in the semifinals and regarded as a formidable contender for the championship. No, not the future actress of the same name, but a woman of the same name, possessing a heart as black as coal. Slowly, Lei Chao opened his eyes, his expression devoid of all emotion, replaced by a chilling calmness akin to still waters. He grasped the intercom and pressed the call button. "Abu." "Yes, boss. Bring me that number 8. 5 minutes later, the contestant who had just been bubbling with excitement over her impending crowning was ushered into the eerie lounge by 2 towering bodyguards. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Zhong Chuhong, pale and seated on the sofa, alongside the imposing Lei Chao standing by the window, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. A wave of dread washed over her, and a foreboding sense gripped her heart. "Mr. Lei, you called for me? Are you here to congratulate me in advance on winning the championship?" She feigned a sweet smile, hoping to garner favor with her charm. However, Lei Chao merely cast her a cold glance before tossing an object at her feet. It was a thumbtack, still stained with a hint of dark red blood. The color drained from her face as she beheld the tack, her body trembling uncontrollably. "I don't know what this is," she stammered in a desperate attempt to defend herself. Without engaging in further conversation, Lei Chao addressed Abu with an indifferent tone. "Let her try putting it on herself." Abu nodded, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he stepped forward, his massive frame looming over the quaking woman. "No, please. It wasn't me. I swear." The 8th contestant implored, collapsing to her knees, clutching Lei Chao's leg in a desperate plea. "Mr. Lei, I was wrong. I truly regret it. I was just too jealous of her. Please spare me this once. I promise I won't do it again." Her tears flowed like rain, a picture of pitiful beauty. Any man witnessing such a stunning woman in such a vulnerable state would surely feel his heart soften. Yet, Lei Chao remained unmoved, his expression as frigid as ice. He slowly lifted his foot, dismissively kicking the woman clinging to him aside. Then, he gazed down at her from above, his voice resonating with the finality of a judgment from hell. "Your heart is too dark. This world is not suited for you." With that, he turned away from her, striding toward the stage supervisor. In front of everyone, he seized the final award list and boldly struck through the name of contestant number 8, Zhang Manyu, with a red pen. Then, addressing the TVB executives behind him, he declared in an unassailable tone, "From this day forth, I do not wish to see her face on any television station, in any newspaper, or in any film within Hong Kong. The Lei Group will impose an industry-wide, indefinite ban on her." His words reverberated like thunder, echoing in the ears of everyone present. They all understood the implications. This meant that the contestant who had once seemed destined for greatness had, in this moment, lost everything: her artistic career, her life, forever. In Hong Kong, offending Lei Chao was tantamount to offending the entire world. Upon hearing this pronouncement, the 8th contestant fainted, her eyes rolling back in terror. Justice was swift. This decisive and ruthless measure instilled fear in all those with ulterior motives backstage. They gazed at the man who could turn the tide for a woman. and they dared not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Zhong Chuhong observed the unfolding events, witnessing the man who had resolutely ruined another's future for her sake. Her heart swelled with gratitude. She grasped Lei Chao's sleeve, her usually defiant eyes now filled with tenderness and concern. Is it worth it? Her voice trembled slightly. You sacrificed this competition for me. Lei Chao turned to face her, his gaze softening as it fell upon her pale face. The icy malice in his eyes dissipated, replaced by boundless tenderness. He bent down, gently placing a kiss on her smooth forehead, still glistening with a hint of cold sweat. The competition can always be held again, he murmured, his voice hoarse yet undeniably resolute. However, you are but a solitary figure. Despite the tumultuous chaos that ensued during the competition, it was ultimately salvaged through the cautious remedial efforts of the higher-ups at TVB, allowing the remaining proceedings to be completed with great reluctance. Yet, it was apparent to all that the evening's climax had already passed, just as everyone presumed that this tumultuous beauty pageant was nearing its conclusion. Lei Chao once again made an unexpected move. He intended to personally arrange a conclusion for Zhong Chuhong, who had withdrawn due to injury. That would outshine even that of the champion. Chapter 118. The Uncrowned Glory of Defeat and Her Exclusive Script. Now, I shall announce that the winner of the 1974 Hong Kong Miss Pageant is. After enduring a series of upheavals and setbacks, the host finally stood at the center of the stage, poised to reveal the highly anticipated final result. However, the atmosphere in the venue felt strangely subdued. The gaze of the audience was not fixed on the few contestants, who were feigning smiles while awaiting their coronation. Instead, their collective attention was drawn to a quiet corner behind the judging panel, where Zhong Chuhong sat in silence. Her feet were encased in thick bandages, and her once immaculate evening gown bore faint traces of blood, though her face displayed a hint of pallor. The anxiety and unease that had previously clouded her bright eyes had given way to an unprecedented tranquility and composure. For she knew that beside her sat the man who could shelter her beneath an expansive sky. Lei Chao remained by her side, having chosen not to return to the raucous judging panel, instead quietly accompanying her as if the world around them were of no concern. The champion is Miss Li Huiping. Number 18. Congratulations. As polite applause trickled through the audience, the girl, who had initially been rather unremarkable but had fortuitously claimed the title due to her competitor's unexpected withdrawal, donned the crown that symbolized honor. A radiant smile of excitement spread across her face, yet she understood all too well that she was not the protagonist of the evening. She was merely a fortunate supporting character. The true leading lady was the one who, despite not even placing among the top 3, had captured the attention of all of Hong Kong and the complete adoration of that man, emerging as an uncrowned queen. Following protocol, the next step would typically involve Mr. Lei Chao, chairman of the Lei Group, the event's principal sponsor, presenting the champion with a colossal check worth 1 million Hong Kong dollars. However, it was evident to all that Lei Chao showed no inclination to rise from his seat. He merely issued a subtle instruction to Zhao Yazi, who immediately understood. She gracefully stood and ascended the stage in Lei Chao's stead, presenting the check that symbolized a meteoric rise to fame to the fortunate champion. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, as it became clear that Lei Chao was expressing his disapproval of this title holder in the most direct and unyielding manner. Just when everyone believed that this farce was destined to conclude in an embarrassing fashion, Lei Chao suddenly rose. Rather than approaching the spotlight of the award podium, he walked straight towards Zhong Chuhong, who sat in the corner, unable to stand due to her injury, under the astonished and perplexed gazes of all the media and spectators. He took the microphone from the host's hand and, before all of Hong Kong, announced a staggering revelation that eclipsed the significance of the championship itself. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I wish to declare something. Rankings have never held any importance for me. He lowered his gaze, his eyes tenderly fixed upon the girl who looked up at him in astonishment. Miss Zhong Chuhong, although you have withdrawn from the competition due to unforeseen circumstances, from this moment forth, you shall officially sign with Lei Film Industries. With his voice suddenly rising, infused with undeniable confidence and authority, he continued, moreover, your first film will be the lead role in our largest investment of the year, with a budget of 10 million. Boom. This figure detonated like a nuclear bomb, instantly igniting a fervor throughout the auditorium. Gasps of disbelief filled the room as everyone was rendered speechless by this astronomical sum. 10 million. In an era where the cost of producing a film typically hovered around a few $100,000, what did a 10 million investment signify? It was sufficient to produce 10 or even 20 ordinary films. This was nothing short of an unprecedented epic production in the annals of Hong Kong cinema. And to bestow such a role upon a newcomer who had just withdrawn from a beauty contest without even making it to the top 3, this was no mere endorsement. It was a blatant display of favoritism backed by financial might. The girl who had just been crowned champion felt her smile freeze as she beheld Zhong Chuhong. Surrounded by all the flashing lights, with eyes brimming with envy and resentment. She realized that her so-called championship was but a farce in comparison. Zhong Chuhong, though she had lost the competition, had won the world. She had become the evening's most radiant and genuine uncrowned queen. Those contestants who had once mocked and envied her now found themselves filled with regret. They finally comprehended that there exists a force in this world known as capital. There exists a whimsy that dictates that whoever Lei Chao wishes to elevate shall indeed rise to prominence. The beauty pageant concluded amid a dramatic cacophony. Through this successful publicity stunt, the Lei Group not only unearthed a plethora of promising new talent for its film division, but also propelled the Lei brand to unprecedented heights of fame. As the central figure of this storm, Zhong Chuang transformed overnight from an ordinary girl working in a jewelry store to the most sought-after topic of conversation across all of Hong Kong. That night, Lei Chao did not allow her to return home. Instead, he took her directly to his heavily secured hillside villa overlooking the sea in Repulse Bay. This villa was specifically designated for his romantic escapades, where Lin Qingxia resided. As Zhong Chuhong was half supported and half carried into this palatial abode, still limping from her injury, she beheld Lin Qingxia, clad in a black silk robe, exuding an aura of regal elegance as she leisurely sipped red wine upon the living room sofa. In that moment, the two extraordinary women, poised to stir a tempest in the Hong Kong film industry, engaged in their first encounter in a manner that was strikingly subtle. Lin Qingxia regarded the younger girl, who had been brought back by her man and still bore a touch of innocence and naivete, with a flicker of complex emotion in her eyes. However, she said nothing. Raising her glass in a gesture of welcome, she acknowledged the arrival of a new sister with the grace of one who had long been accustomed to such affairs. That night, Lei Chao's commercial harem welcomed a new star, and he reveled in the harmonious atmosphere. He understood that as long as he possessed sufficient strength, these equally proud women would learn to compromise and coexist in order to remain by his side. Just as Lei Chao was about to indulge in this rare moment of embrace, savoring his fortune, the satellite phone in his pocket, designated for confidential communications, suddenly vibrated urgently. A slight furrow appeared on his brow. He knew that this call could only come from one person. He stepped into a secluded corner and answered the phone. Immediately, Zhang Debiao's voice crackled through the line, trembling with an excitement so intense it rendered him somewhat incoherent. "Boss, we did it. We succeeded. The lithography machine, our very own prototype, has emerged. Boss, we can manufacture our own chips now." Chapter 119. The Return of the Beauties, a magnificent unveiling of the lithography machine. "Boss, we can produce our own chips." Zhang Debiao's ecstatic and tear-choked exclamation reverberated through the satellite connection, striking Lei Chao's eardrum with a forceful clarity. "We did it." These two words rang like a divine thunderclap in Lei Chao's mind. His heart, usually calm and composed, now raced uncontrollably in this moment of revelation. The lithography machine. This pinnacle of human industrial ingenuity. This national treasure that had been a formidable chokehold on China's technological advancement, held tightly by the Western world, had, against all odds, materialized in 1974 Hong Kong, within his own clandestine laboratory, forged through financial might and the fervent labor of countless individuals. Though it was merely the most rudimentary prototype, it symbolized a monumental, historical leap from 0 to 1. "I'm on my way." Lei Chao could no longer afford to linger with the two stunning beauties awaiting his attention. He hung up the phone, his expression shifting to one of unprecedented gravity and excitement. He recognized that, in comparison to the affairs of a few women, this matter was of paramount importance, one that directly influenced his future and the very survival of the Lei Empire. He scarcely had time to offer Lin Qingxia and Zhong Chuang a word of explanation, leaving only a hasty remark about a company emergency as he snatched up his car keys and dashed from the villa like a whirlwind, leaving the two exquisite women exchanging glances filled with a hint of resentment and confusion. An hour later, in the depths of the Kwun Tong Industrial District, within a super-secret laboratory as fortified as a military base, the lights blazed brightly. The atmosphere was markedly different from the usual oppressive gloom. The entire laboratory was engulfed in a euphoric frenzy. Engineers of all ranks and ages reveled like children, laughing and crying, jumping and cheering. They sprayed champagne into the air, embracing one another in celebration of this hard-won, monumental victory. At the heart of the laboratory, in the largest and most critical cleanroom, lay an enormous, futuristic silver metal machine, quietly resting. This was the first-generation lithography machine prototype, a product of countless hours of toil and over $1 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash. Its design appeared remarkably cumbersome and crude, with a body adorned with an intricate web of pipes and makeshift welding points, resembling a grotesque steel monstrosity haphazardly assembled from scrap. Initial tests indicated its precision could only reach a maximum of 1 micron. In the eyes of future generations, this figure would seem laughable. Yet in 1974, at a time when the world's leading intel had just begun to flirt with the 3-micron threshold, 1 micron was a miraculous achievement capable of sending all semiconductor companies into a frenzy. As Lei Chao pushed open the heavy lead door of the clean room and stepped inside, he saw Zhang Debiao kneeling before the machine like a devout acolyte, stretching out his calloused, grease-stained hands to gently caress its cold, yet powerful metallic shell. Tears streamed down his face. "Boss." Upon seeing Lei Chao, he struggled to rise, his voice choked with emotion. "We've justified the money you spent." Lei Chao stepped forward and firmly patted his shoulder. Words eluded him. Instead, he extended his hand and softly touched the machine that embodied his countless hopes and aspirations. His fingertips could distinctly feel the pulsating energy of the future contained beneath its metallic exterior. He understood that from this moment onward, he possessed the most formidable trump card for confronting the world, and that towering superpower. Excellent. After a lengthy moment, Lei Chao emerged from the overwhelming shock and joy. His demeanor returned to that of a composed and decisive business titan. "Old Zhang, this is not the time for celebration. Immediately, initiate the first wafer testing. I want to produce the first official version of our Longxi number 1 using this machine." "Yes, boss." Zhang Debiao wiped away his tears, his eyes reigniting with the fervent fire of a technological fanatic. He promptly gathered the finest engineers in the laboratory to commence the final adjustments and preparations. High-purity monocrystalline silicon wafers were fed into the production line. The pure extreme ultraviolet light, a culmination of countless efforts, was precisely focused. Complex and exquisite circuit designs were meticulously imprinted onto the small silicon wafer using the newly developed high-precision mask. The entire process was prolonged and fraught with uncertainty. Everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the birth of the final result. Finally, after 24 hours of relentless work without rest, the first batch of chips, based on the Longxi number 1 architecture and entirely designed and produced by the Lei Group, successfully emerged from the production line. Although testing revealed a dismally low yield rate of less than 10%, meaning that out of every 10 chips, 9 were deemed defective, this yield would spell disaster in commercial production. However, for Lei Chao, it was more than sufficient, for he did not seek mass production at this moment. What he needed was to resolve the dichotomy of existence and non-existence. He needed to break free from the shackles of American sanctions and achieve self-sufficiency in core components. Grasping a freshly minted, still warm Longxi number 1 chip, he immediately issued a new command. "Quickly, install this batch of chips into our latest run of the Space Invaders arcade machines. I want to conduct extreme performance tests on it. Simultaneously, notify the game development department to create a brand new, visually stunning, and intricately designed second-generation arcade game based on the capabilities of the Longxi number 1. Countless iconic game titles began to swirl in Lei Chao's mind. Names that would resonate through the ages: Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, Street Fighter. He was fully aware that with his own chip in hand, he could usher these avant-garde games into this world one by one. By then, his harvest would not be limited to the youth of Asia, but encompass the entire globe. Just as Lei Chao was exhilarated by the prospect of his impending gaming empire, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the colossal world map adorning the laboratory wall. Slowly, his eyes drifted away from the vast expanse representing the mainland, finally settling on a small, elongated island nation that lay across the sea from Hong Kong, Japan. A cold, disdainful smile curled at the corners of his lips as he recalled a news article he had seen a few days prior. His old rival, Sony Corporation, in a bid to reclaim the portable music player market he had snatched from them, had just unveiled their latest product, the Walkman 2, in Tokyo. It was said that this device was lighter, thinner, and boasted superior sound quality compared to his original Walkman. Akio Morita, Sony's president, had even publicly ridiculed him at the launch event, asserting that Lei's future portable music player was merely a shoddily made imitation, while true technology and artistry would forever remain in the hands of their great Japanese empire. Lei Chao let out a cold chuckle. Still playing with cassette tapes? It was time to enlighten the Japanese on what high technology truly meant. As he contemplated his technological counteroffensive with fervor, he remained unaware that his grand, glamorous business harem was quietly undergoing a silent reshuffling of power. In the opulent dressing room belonging to Zhao Yaji at the Lei family villa, the trio of Zhao Yaji, Lin Qingxia, and Zhong Chuhong, women who appeared to be rivals and competitors in the eyes of the outside world, had unexpectedly gathered together. As the undisputed main wife, Zhao Yaji reclined on the central sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, her expression a blend of languor and authority. She surveyed her two equally stunning yet stylistically divergent younger sisters, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. She understood that monopolizing that man was an impossibility. Since resistance was futile, she resolved instead to take the reins. Clearing her throat, She spoke in an authoritative tone befitting a matron addressing a concubine. From this day forth, the three of us shall delineate our roles. Henceforth, I will oversee the media operations and all administrative and financial powers of the group. Pausing, her gaze fell upon Lin Qingxia. Qingxia, you shall focus on the film industry, dedicating yourself to your artistic creations and becoming the box office queen. Then her attention shifted to the somewhat anxious Zhong Chuhong. As for you, dear sister Chuhong, a knowing smile graced her lips. You are young, beautiful, and vibrant. From now on, you will handle all brand endorsements and fashion-related affairs for the group's products. We shall each fulfill our respective duties, cooperating to help that troublesome man safeguard his vast enterprise. Do you have any objections? Lin Qingxia and Zhong Chuhong exchanged glances. They understood that this was Zhao Yaji delineating her sphere of influence and solidifying her unassailable position as the head of the harem. They had neither the qualifications nor the reasons to resist, for they all loved the same man. No objections. We will follow Sister Yaji's lead. The two lowered their heads in unison. Thus, a palace intrigue devoid of gunpowder reached a subtle accord. 3 women, 1 play. Meanwhile, the sole director and audience of this drama was busily preparing for a technological revolution that would soon reshape the world within his secret laboratory. Chapter 120, Target Sony. A dimensional strike with CD Walkman. Still playing with cassette tapes? It was time to teach the Japanese what high technology truly was. Lei Chao toyed with the small, shimmering CD in his hand, a cruel and contemptuous smile gracing his face. He knew that this little plastic disc would become the sharpest and most lethal weapon in burying Sony and the entire Japanese analog music industry. He meticulously reviewed the Walkman 2 launch event on videotape. One could not deny that Sony truly excelled in industrial design. Akio Morita and his team of engineers had nearly perfected analog technology. The Walkman 2 outperformed his own future portable music player in terms of weight, stability, and sound quality. During the launch, Morita, that ever-arrogant Japanese elder, unabashedly reveled in his triumph and mockery. In front of the global media, he placed a future portable music player alongside a Walkman 2 for comparison. Then, with a hammer in hand, he smashed the future portable music player to smithereens amidst the gasps of the audience. Trash belongs in the trash can. Morita pointed at the heap of shattered components and boldly declared to the camera in a tone filled with disdain. True art and technology are forever held in the hands of our great Japanese empire. The so-called Hong Kong miracle is nothing but a laughable imitation that resorts to opportunism. From this day forth, Walkman will reclaim its rightful throne. This humiliating footage stirred a tempest within the Lei group. Boss, this is utterly intolerable. We must retaliate immediately. Indeed, Sony has declared open war on us. We cannot allow this to stand. I propose we immediately lower the price of our portable music players. Let us drag them down with a price war. The executives were all indignant and fervently passionate. However, Lei Chao, at the center of this storm, remained remarkably composed. He simply sat in his executive chair, leisurely watching Morita, who was leaping around like a clown on the screen, a chilling smile playing at the edges of his mouth. Let him jump. Lei Chao calmly addressed his increasingly agitated subordinates. The higher he jumps, the harder he will fall. He disregarded the suggestions for a price cut retaliation. To him, slashing prices was the most rudimentary and inept method of business competition. His goal was not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Sony on the same playing field. Instead, he aimed to completely change the game. He would launch a dimensional strike using a new technology of a higher order that Sony could neither comprehend nor replicate. In the presence of all the executives, he summoned Zhang Debiao and the core members of his technical research team who had just been liberated from the photolithography project. Then, from his enigmatic briefcase that constantly produced various miracles, he extracted a meticulously sealed top-secret blueprint, encrypted with the utmost sophistication. He laid the blueprint upon the conference table. From this day forth, all research projects concerning tape recorders are to be suspended. Your sole task is unequivocal. He gestured towards the blueprint and declared in a tone that brooked no dissent. Within a month, I demand the creation of this device. Zhang Debiao, filled with curiosity, opened the blueprint. Upon merely glancing at it, he was as if struck by lightning, rendered utterly petrified. His eyes, typically brimming with a hint of technological zeal, widened in disbelief, reflecting boundless shock. The blueprint depicted a silver metallic box, lighter and thinner than the Walkman 2, exuding an aura of futuristic sci-fi. The internal structure of this small box left him feeling as though his brain might combust. There were no magnetic heads, no tapes, no intricate mechanical transmission systems. Instead, it featured an entirely new, streamlined, and efficient digital reading system composed of a high-precision laser head, a digital signal processor, DSP, and a diminutive, iridescent plastic disc. The front page of the blueprint bore a line of flamboyant English, resplendent with authority, proclaiming the name of this epic-defining product, Project Discman. Codename, Sony killer. Zhang Debiao's voice trembled with excitement as he stammered, This is music read by lasers? This completely overturns all our understanding of sound recording and playback. This is no mere technological upgrade. This is a leap from the analog era into the digital age. The other engineers present gathered around, and as they discerned the contents of the blueprint, a collective gasp of reverence escaped their lips. They realized they were witnessing the birth of a monumental invention poised to alter the course of music history. This was an unprecedented strike. It was akin to unveiling an iPhone 4 while everyone else was still using bulky mobile phones. This was a slaughter with a predetermined outcome. A month's time. Is there any problem? Lei Chao inquired, observing the now fervently enthusiastic Zhang Debiao. No problem. Absolutely none. Zhang Debiao proclaimed, thumping his chest in a pledge of allegiance. Rest assured, boss. With the computational power of the Longshin 1 and this divine blueprint, give me 20 days, and I shall present you with a prototype on the table. Excellent. Lei Chao nodded with satisfaction. The hardware issue was resolved. Yet a new challenge loomed before him. The CD player would play digital music, which necessitated a digital audio source. In other words, he not only needed to sell the machines, but also the discs. Moreover, the music rights. The very essence of the disc's contents remained firmly in the clutches of traditional record companies, which primarily dealt in vinyl and tapes. This was a war involving the entire supply chain, a multifaceted, all-encompassing battle. He needed to not only surpass Sony in hardware, but also to conquer all traditional record companies worldwide in terms of content. He required the acquisition of a record company with a substantial and exceptional catalog of music rights. He needed to find a global superstar to endorse his groundbreaking product. Lei Chao approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the shimmering expanse of Victoria Harbor, his mind already strategizing for inevitable victory. His gaze seemed to pierce through the barriers of time and space, crossing the Pacific Ocean and landing upon the bustling metropolis at the other end of the world. Brimming with fame and dreams, Los Angeles. He picked up the red encrypted international phone on his desk, a confident and ambitious smile curling at the corners of his lips. Reminiscent of a hunter. Into the receiver, he spoke in a fluent English laced with a hint of Wall Street elite's accent. Hello, is this CAA, Creative Artists Agency? Please connect me with someone. His name is Michael Jackson. Chapter 121. Sony's counterattack, still playing tapes? Do we not need to lower our prices in response? In the chairman's office on the top floor of the Lei Group headquarters, Zhao Yaji watched the television screen, where the spirited Akio Morita was showcasing Sony's latest Walkman 2 to the media of Hong Kong, her brows furrowed, her face etched with persistent concern. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the view of Victoria Harbor remained magnificent. Yet, within this office, a symbol of Hong Kong's new commercial power, the atmosphere felt palpably tense. Sony's counterattack arrived swifter and more ferociously than anyone had anticipated. Akio Morita, the revered head of the Japanese electronics empire, personally led the charge into Hong Kong. Furthermore, he provocatively chose the top-floor banquet hall of the Hilton Hotel, just a street away from the Lei Group headquarters, for Sony's product launch. Across a mere road, through the lenses of countless reporters, the tension thickened almost to the point of being tangible. On the television screen, Morita raised the silver Walkman 2, thinner by nearly half than its predecessor, exuding an aesthetic of ultimate industrial design, his face adorned with a proud smile of a victor. Dear media friends, please observe. He proclaimed to the camera in an accentuated English laden with superiority, this is the true work of art. This is the genuine portable music player. One cannot deny that Sony lived up to its name. The Walkman 2, in terms of material, craftsmanship, and the precision of its internal mechanisms, epitomized the pinnacle of analog technology of its time. It resembled a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the finest Swiss watchmakers, with every detail exuding perfection. In stark contrast, Lei's model, which still lingered at the level of the first generation, appeared somewhat crude and cumbersome, akin to a country bumpkin stumbling upon a seasoned noble knight. At the launch event, the media journalists who had previously lauded Lei's innovation now turned their backs. Good heavens, this is true black technology. Sony's technological prowess is indeed unfathomable. It's stunning. This industrial design is simply a generation ahead of Lei's. It seemed the so-called Hong Kong miracle was but a fleeting illusion. The true monarch would inevitably reclaim their throne. Various disparaging remarks regarding Lei and praises for Sony swiftly spread through television broadcasts across Hong Kong. Some citizens who had previously been fervently purchasing the future portable music player began to waver in their convictions. Meanwhile, the dealers who had stockpiled Lei's devices turned pale with fright, envisioning their inventory of small metal boxes devolving into a pile of unwanted electronic refuse, gathering dust in warehouses. A wave of panic began to spread. Sales of Lei's portable music player plummeted, marking the first significant decline since its launch. Countless calls from dealers inundated the sales department of Lei Electronics, clamoring for returns and demanding that the Lei Group promptly reduce prices to counteract Sony's onslaught. An atmosphere of impending storm enveloped the entire Lei Group, thick with tension. Yet, at the eye of this tempest, Lei Chao remained leisurely seated in his million-dollar executive chair, his face devoid of any expression. He quietly observed Akio Morita on the television screen, incessantly boasting about the greatness of his products, his gaze resembling that of a spectator watching a pitiful clown destined for the guillotine. In his hand, he idly toyed with a small plastic disc shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Zhao Yaji, witnessing his nonchalance, felt a surge of urgency within her. Unable to restrain herself, she spoke again. Chao, Sony is advancing with tremendous force. Their products are indeed exceptional. If we do not take action soon, we will lose our market share entirely. Action. Lei Chao chuckled. He turned to regard the flustered woman beside him, wagging his finger. Yaji, you must remember, his voice calm, yet imbued with unwavering confidence. A price drop is the most rudimentary and ineffectual strategy in business competition. We need not engage in this tedious game on the same track as them. What we must do is straightforward, change the course. Rising, Lei Chao approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the enormous billboard atop the opposite hotel. Emblazoned with Sony Walkman 2, The Return of the King. A cold, disdainful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Still playing with tapes? He picked up the phone on his desk and dialed the number for the group's financial director. Relay this order down. His voice was frigid and resolute. From this moment forth, clear out all inventory of cassette players in our future electronics. Sell them off at any cost, half price, or even a third. I want every last unit liquidated within 3 days. What? The financial director on the other end nearly fainted upon hearing the command. Clear out inventory? Sell at half price? Doesn't that equate to announcing our surrender to the market, to Sony? This unorthodox and utterly illogical action swiftly spread through various channels, sending shockwaves through the business community in Hong Kong. Everyone believed that Lei Chao, the young man who had conjured countless miracles, was truly out of options, preparing to cut his losses and flee. The news reached the Hilton Hotel, where Akio Morita and his cadre of Sony executives, upon hearing the announcement, were momentarily stunned before erupting into raucous laughter, brimming with the arrogance of victors. Huh, I told you, that Chinese lad is merely a cunning upstart. Faced with true technology and strength, he reveals his true colors. Surrendered? Fleeing? Splendid. The Hong Kong market has finally returned to the embrace of our great Japanese empire. The entire Sony team reveled in jubilant celebration, popping champagne in anticipation of their hard-won triumph. They believed victory was assured. Little did they know, as they raised their glasses in celebration, in the depths of a heavily guarded secret factory in the Kuntong Industrial Zone, a brand new, terrifyingly automated production line was operating tirelessly day and night. Countless robotic arms were precisely assembling futuristic, silver metal boxes. At the end of the production line, Zhang Debiao, resembling the most discerning quality inspector, was conducting final adjustments on machines freshly emerged from the assembly line. The surface of each machine bore a simple yet commanding inscription, Discman. Zhang Debiao inserted a CD into the machine, donned headphones, and pressed play. An incredibly pure, crystalline sound, reminiscent of celestial music, instantly filled his ears. A look of fervent obsession spread across his face. He knew a new era was on the horizon. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of the Lei Group's office, Lei Chao had just signed the final document, an exquisitely printed, gold-foiled invitation. The invitation contained but a single audacious line. 3 days hence, the Lei Group shall redefine music. Chapter 122. What is digital music? An ear pregnancy. 3 days later, the Lei Group would indeed redefine music. This audacious declaration, brimming with hubris, struck like thunder on a clear day, reigniting public discourse across Hong Kong. Redefining music? Has Lei Chao lost his mind? Had he not already conceded defeat? Preparing to clear out and escape? How could he possibly orchestrate such a spectacle? To many, this seemed nothing more than a desperate final struggle to draw attention, a facade to mask his impending failure. Almost everyone doubted Lei Chao's counterattack. To them, Sony's Walkman 2 represented the pinnacle of portable music technology, an insurmountable peak. What could Lei Chao possibly offer in redefinition? Even Akio Morita, upon seeing the invitation, merely scoffed. A mere buffoon's final revelry, he remarked disdainfully to the press nearby. I shall witness what he presents to redefine the era we at Sony have created. He even gladly accepted Lei Chao's invitation, determined to personally attend and observe the last desperate performance of this vanquished contender. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. The launch event was set in the newly completed Lei Group headquarters, within a state-of-the-art multifunctional hall capable of accommodating thousands. The entire venue was adorned with a striking futurism and sci-fi aesthetic, the primary hue a profound black, reminiscent of the cosmic expanse. The stage design was exceedingly minimalist, featuring only a gigantic LED screen that nearly consumed an entire wall, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. As reporters entered the hall, they were immediately struck by the overwhelming aura of mystery and sophistication. Whispers erupted among them. My goodness, this spectacle does not resemble one of surrender. Indeed, look at this stage design, the lighting, the sound. It's even more extravagant than the governor's inauguration. What scheme does this young man have up his sleeve? Just as anticipation reached its zenith, the lights dimmed abruptly. The entire hall was plunged into an absolute darkness where one could not see their hand in front of their face. Only the massive LED screen at the center of the stage gradually illuminated. No images appeared, just a simple line of cold, white text glowing. The future is now. Immediately following, a spotlight descended from above, precisely illuminating the center of the stage. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows, not clad in a suit, nor exuding a casual demeanor. Today, Lei Chao donned a sleek black turtleneck wool sweater, paired with a simple, faded blue denim jeans, and completed his ensemble with a pair of white athletic shoes. This attire starkly contrasted with his usual commanding presence reminiscent of a domineering CEO, yet it radiated an ineffable, minimalist sophistication akin to the tech elite of Silicon Valley. He ascended the stage alone, his hands conspicuously empty. Unlike Akio, who would have raised a portable cassette player aloft, he merely pinched between his fingers a diminutive, slender plastic disc that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors under the stage lights. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. All the journalists were left bewildered. What was this? A plastic frisbee? A coaster? What was Lei Chao attempting? Wasn't he supposed to unveil a new musical product? Where was the machinery? Even Akio, seated in the front row with a skeptical demeanor, furrowed his brow, his expression one of confusion. Lei Chao paid no heed to the sea of puzzled gazes below. He merely approached a meticulously designed, aerodynamically pleasing silver metal box at the center of the stage. Gently, he pressed the top of the small box. Click. A crisp mechanical sound echoed as the lid of the box slowly sprang open. Lei Chao delicately placed the disc, still shimmering with its iridescent glow, into the box before sealing it shut. He then retrieved a pair of similarly silver, metallic headphones from his pocket and donned them upon his ears. Pressing a small triangular play button on the side of the device, a hum resonated. The moment he activated the playback, the state-of-the-art Dolby surround sound system, valued in the millions, was instantaneously synchronized. An extraordinarily pure, translucent, and crystalline sound, as if it descended from the heavens, flooded the entire auditorium without warning, filling every nook and cranny. It was the unmistakable prelude to Michael Jackson's Billie Jean. Yet, the sound was unlike any version they had ever encountered. There was not a trace of the characteristic hissing background noise associated with tape playback. Each beat struck like a heavy, velvet-clad hammer, resonating powerfully yet with pristine clarity in the hearts of everyone present. The bass delved into unfathomable depths, yet it was imbued with an elasticity that seemed to vibrate the very soul. And when Michael Jackson's enchanting, singular voice emerged, the audience felt as though their scalps had exploded in an instant. The sound was so real, so pure, so rich in detail. They could even discern the faintest sound of MJ's lips parting as he inhaled. They could distinctly identify each backing vocalist's unique timbre in the harmonies. The music no longer emanated from distant, cold speakers. It felt as if MJ himself stood beside them, singing passionately for them alone. My heavens, what is this sound? It's as if my ears are experiencing a renaissance. Initially, the room fell into a profound silence. Then, an eruption of applause burst forth, more thunderous and frenzied than ever before, filled with boundless astonishment and disbelief. The journalists were beside themselves. They forgot to take photographs, forgot to document. They simply stood with mouths agape, eyes closed, like the most devout of worshippers, immersed in this unprecedented auditory banquet brought forth by digital technology. Even Akio, who had previously worn an expression of disdain, sat frozen in his seat, his typically haughty eyes now wide with shock. As a top expert in the industry, he understood better than anyone what this sound implied. It signified a revolutionary technological advancement that utterly eclipsed existing analog technology. His pride and joy, the Walkman 2 still reliant on tapes, now felt like a ludicrous relic from the previous century in the face of this celestial digital music. As the final notes lingered, the reverberations still resonated. The entire auditorium remained steeped in that immense shock, unable to regain composure, until Lei Chao slowly removed his headphones. He grasped the microphone, adorned with the confident smile of a victor in command. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice resonated clearly through the speakers. Welcome to the future. He raised the still glimmering disc. This is called a CD, compact disc. It does not record analog signals, but rather pure digital signals composed of zeros and ones. This is digital music. He then lifted the exquisitely crafted silver metal box, and this is called a Discman. It will completely replace all your cassette players. With that, his gaze sliced through the crowd, landing precisely on the ashen-faced Akio Morita. A smirk of disdain and derision curled at the corners of his mouth. As for Sony, it was merely a relic of the past. This statement struck like the loudest slap, resounding harshly against Morita's face. A humiliation, a raw, unrelenting, demoralizing blow. Morita felt a metallic taste rise in his throat, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit like the hapless Simon. Meanwhile, on stage, Lei Chao continued his demonstration, unveiling the Discman's astonishingly advanced features. Ladies and gentlemen, behold its shock resistance. He vigorously shook the Discman, even tossing it high into the air, only to catch it effortlessly. The music continued to play without a single hiccup or skip. Once again, the audience erupted in gasps. Now watch this. Lei Chao pressed the next button on the device. The music instantly transitioned from Billie Jean to the next track. Beat it, in less than a second. This is called fast track selection. You can bid farewell to the foolish era of holding down the fast forward button, waiting for tens of seconds or even minutes to find the song you wish to hear. The journalists below went utterly wild. They frantically pressed their camera shutters, the flashes illuminating the auditorium like daylight. They recognized they were witnessing the birth of history. An era of analog music, tethered to tapes, was being conclusively terminated at this very moment by this young man from Hong Kong, who seemed to embody divinity. Akio Morita watched the figure bathed in spotlight, relishing the reverence of the crowd, and his once proud heart shattered completely. He knew that Sony had been utterly defeated, decimated without any semblance of resistance. Just when everyone believed that this astonishing press conference was nearing its conclusion, Lei Chao unexpectedly unveiled one final bombshell. With a snap of his fingers, the colossal LED screen at the back of the stage transformed dramatically. A gigantic, visually arresting black and white poster materialized before the audience. The poster featured a young black man clad in a sleek black leather jacket and a black top hat. A hint of an audacious smile gracing his face as he donned a pair of silver-white headphones produced by the Lei brand. His gaze was mesmerizing, radiating an aura so powerful that it seemed to penetrate the screen and descend upon the world. Beside him was an assertive inscription in bold handwritten English: Michael Jackson. For Rei's Discman, King of Pop, King of Music. The entire hall erupted in an explosion of excitement. Michael Jackson, the global king of pop, who at that moment was sweeping the world with his Thriller album, creating an unparalleled sales phenomenon in the annals of music history. He was to become the global brand ambassador for Rei's Discman. Everyone felt their minds racing to comprehend the magnitude of this revelation. This was no mere commercial partnership. It was a formidable alliance between two kings from opposite ends of the earth. Lei Chao, the commercial emperor from the east, and Michael Jackson, the pop monarch from the west. The chemical reaction that would ensue when they stood together would be nothing short of cataclysmic. Akio Morita gazed at the screen, fixated on the face that instilled in him a profound sense of despair. As the glass of exquisite 1982 champagne he had intended to use for celebration clattered to the ground, the crimson liquid mingled with shards of glass, spilling across the floor like the shattered future of the Sony Empire. Chapter 123, The Fall of the Japanese Market, to Acquire a Company. King of Pop, King of Music. The moment Michael Jackson's enchanting visage appeared alongside the raised Discman logo on that enormous screen at the press conference, the contest for dominance in the portable music player market lost all suspense. This was a comprehensive and utterly transformative assault on all fronts, from product technology to brand marketing. Even before the conference concluded, its groundbreaking content had been broadcast globally at lightning speed via satellite television and telegrams from major news agencies. Hong Kong Rei Group launches epic-making product Discman, announcing the arrival of the digital music era. Cassettes are dead. CDs shall rise. The Sony empire crumbles overnight. The king of pop, MJ, joins forces with the Eastern business emperor. Rei's Discman may ignite a global consumer frenzy. The following day, when the first batch of 100,000 Discman units launched simultaneously worldwide, everyone witnessed what true madness looked like. In New York, Fifth Avenue, outside the flagship store just acquired by Rei Group, the line stretched from dawn until late into the night, even causing traffic paralysis in Midtown Manhattan. Countless American youths waved green dollar bills, eager to possess the mysterious black technology from the East that their idol MJ had used in his music videos. The same scene unfolded in London, Paris, and Berlin, as major commercial centers across Europe mirrored this frenzy. However, the most exaggerated and ironic spectacle unfolded in Japan. In Tokyo's Akihabara, a place hailed as the paradise of electronics, a surreal drama was playing out. All the electronics stores adorned with the Sony logo stood eerily desolate, their doors wide open yet devoid of customers. The newly launched Walkman 2, once imbued with high hopes by Akio Morita, sat neatly on the shelves, ignored and forgotten, like a collection of cold tombstones awaiting the passage of time. In stark contrast, a few stores transformed by Ray Group's Japanese distributor, Saga, had become bustling hubs of futuristic technology experiences. The entrance was thronged with an overwhelming crowd, the line extending from Akihabara's main street to several blocks beyond the Kanda Myojin Shrine. Countless fashionable young Japanese, wearing eclectic attire, bore expressions of fervent devotion akin to a pilgrimage. To be the first to own a Ray-produced Discman became the ultimate status symbol within their trendy circles. The sound quality. It's like the voice of Amaterasu. So cool. With this, who would still listen to those noisy cassettes? I stood in line all night just to get mine. Now I'm a legend at school. Panic rapidly spread within Sony's ranks. Distributors inundated the company with requests for returns. The inventory of Walkman 2 piled high on the production line transformed into ticking time bombs, threatening to detonate the company's financial stability. Sony's stock price plummeted like an avalanche at the moment of opening, collapsing dramatically. Within a single day, it fell by 30%, wiping nearly a third off its market valuation. Akio Morita, once hailed as a master of management, became the biggest joke in Japan's business circles overnight. He locked himself in his office for an entire day, and no one knew what transpired within. All that was known was that when he re-emerged before the public the next day, his meticulously groomed, graying hair seemed even whiter than before. Meanwhile, Lei Chao offered no respite to his defeated opponent. He pressed his advantage and issued a humiliating command that left all Japanese feeling subjugated. He ordered Nakayama Hayao of Saga to deploy the astronomical sum of yen that Ray Group had reaped from the Japanese market. In Tokyo's most affluent and commercially valuable Ginza district, he acquired an entire 12-story landmark building. He then swiftly transformed the building's exterior, adorning it with an enormous neon sign composed entirely of Chinese characters, exuding an air of dominance and flamboyance, suspended high above the structure. Ray Technology. As night fell, when those 4 colossal characters, radiating a blinding red glow, illuminated the night sky over Ginza, filled with signs in Japanese and English, all passing Japanese halted in their tracks. Gazing up at this aggressively imposing sign, their faces reflected a complex tapestry of emotions, shock, resentment, but most profoundly, a deep sense of powerlessness. Crushed by a civilization far more potent, both culturally and economically. This was no longer a mere commercial act. It was a blatant cultural counteroffensive. It was a resounding roar of victory from a nation once looked down upon, impoverished and weak, now asserting itself with unbridled triumph. Lei Chao declared his victory to the world in the most direct and domineering manner. And this was merely the beginning. With the Discman soaring in global sales, Ray Group completely supplanted Sony, emerging as the undisputed new titan of the global consumer electronics industry. Philips, Samsung, and Panasonic, these once mighty international electronic giants, faced with the insurmountable patent barriers established by the Lei family in the realm of CD technology, were compelled to lower their proud heads one by one. They dispatched their representatives to Hong Kong, to the headquarters of the Lei Group, queuing up and waving checks, all in a desperate bid to secure a patent license for CD technology from Lei Chao. Lei Chao, however, showed no mercy. He transformed into the most formidable and enviable patent mogul of his era, reclining within his commercial empire, doing nothing while astronomical sums in patent fees flowed effortlessly into his coffers from around the globe. At this moment, the cold mechanical chime that resided in his mind arrived as expected. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have achieved the status of Global Electronic Overlord. System reward. Global Electronic Overlord Aura has been activated. Aura effect. The brand premium capability of all brands under the host banner is permanently increased by 50. Consumer loyalty is permanently heightened by 30. Lei Chao reaped immense wealth, rivaling that of nations. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. For he understood that the success of the Discman was merely ephemeral. The true battle was just beginning. His gaze remained fixed on the pinnacle of human technological achievement, semiconductors. The triumph of Longshin No. 1 merely addressed the question of existence. Its performance paled in comparison to the formidable weapons of the future. The greatest bottleneck hindering its performance enhancement remained the photolithography machine. More precisely, it was the most crucial, intricate, and technologically sophisticated component within the photolithography machine, the lens. Only by acquiring a lens of higher precision could he further shorten the wavelength of ultraviolet light, thus etching more complex circuits onto smaller chips. In this era, there was but one company in the world capable of manufacturing the finest optical lenses, and it was located in Japan, Nikon, at the headquarters of the Lei Group. In the chairman's office, after Lei Chao finished the last document concerning the coercion of Samsung to sign the patent authorization agreement, he stretched lazily. He approached the window, gazing at the bustling harbor in the distance, his mind already set on new conquests. Just then, The office door was gently pushed open. Lin Qingxia, dressed impeccably in a white suit, entered. Having just concluded her film shoot, her strikingly handsome face bore a hint of fatigue, yet radiated vitality. Finished with work? She walked behind Lei Chao, extending her hand to gently massage his temples. Almost done, Lei Chao replied, closing his eyes and savoring the precise pressure of her fingertips. Accompany me to a place, he suddenly proposed. Where to? Lin Qingxia inquired with curiosity. Lei Chao turned to her, his gaze locking onto her perpetually cool, beautiful eyes. A smile brimming with aggression illuminating his face. To Japan. To soak in hot springs. He paused before adding, and perhaps, to acquire a company. Chapter 124. Negotiations at the Hot Spring Inn. If not for sale, then I shall acquire you. When Lei Chao uttered the phrase and perhaps, to acquire a company in a nonchalant tone, as if he were casually suggesting the purchase of a cabbage, even Lin Qingxia, who was already accustomed to his astonishing feats, couldn't suppress a chuckle. A breathtaking smile blossomed on her face, one that could turn the world upside down. All right, she replied, reaching out to link her arm with Lei Chao's, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Her voice laced with playful teasing, she remarked. Then I shall accompany our esteemed boss Lei on a discreet visit to see which unfortunate company in Japan is about to be graced by your presence, O commercial tyrant. 3 days later, Japan, Hakone. This is the most renowned and prestigious hot spring resort in Japan, far removed from the clamor and splendor of Tokyo. It is embraced by mountains, shaded by lush trees, with air imbued with a refreshing scent that mingles sulfur and grass. Deep within Hakone lies a high-end hot spring named Yunshinshu, imbued with classical Japanese Zen aesthetics, which today has been wholly reserved by a mysterious tycoon from Hong Kong for an astronomical sum. Within the inn, in the most luxurious private bathhouse named Ting Song, mist swirled and water flowed gently. Lei Chao, clad in a loose-fitting Japanese yukata, sat cross-legged at a low table crafted from a single piece of cedar wood. Before him lay a pot of warm, top-tier Junmai Daijinjo sake and several exquisitely presented kaiseki dishes that resembled works of art. Across from him knelt 3 middle-aged Japanese men in formal suits, their expressions grave and meticulous, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. It was unclear whether it was the oppressive steam of the hot springs or the immense, intangible pressure emanating from the young man across from them, who, despite smiling, possessed eyes colder than the snow outside, that caused their discomfort. These 3 individuals represented the apex of Japan's optical industry, the highest decision-makers of Nikon, the president, the chief technology officer, and the representative of the largest shareholder. Beside Lei Chao, Lin Qingxia, similarly attired in a cherry blossom pink yukata, elegantly knelt on the tatami mat. Her striking features were adorned with subtle makeup, her long hair loosely pinned up with a simple wooden hairpin, revealing an exquisitely long and graceful swan-like neck. At that moment, she was no longer the dazzling box office queen but transformed into a gentle and compliant embodiment of the perfect Yamato Nadeshiko. She was pouring sake for the assembled guests. Her Japanese spoken fluently and laced with a soft, pleasing accent unique to the Kyoto region. She served as the translator for this negotiation. President Kimura. Lei Chao lifted the small, exquisite sake cup before him, raising it in salutation to the senior-most Nikon executive, whose hair was tinged with gray. A polite, yet distant smile gracing his lips. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Mr. Lei, you are too kind. President Kimura quickly raised his cup with both hands, instinctively bowing forward, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Although he was a titan in Japan's optical realm, before the Hong Kong business mogul who had recently trampled upon their pride, Sony, he dared not exhibit the slightest arrogance. I trust my assistant has made my intentions clear to you. Lei Chao took a sip of sake, cutting straight to the chase, without pleasantries. I wish to acquire all of Nikon's patents related to photolithography lenses and the entire research and development team. President Kimura's expression instantly shifted, and the faces of the 2 executives beside him simultaneously reflected anger and wariness. Indeed, this Chinese man was not here with benign intentions. Mr. Lei, if I may be frank, your request is something we cannot accommodate. President Kimura set down his cup, his tone growing firm. The technology pertaining to photolithography lenses is our Nikon's, and indeed, Japan's, most core and untouchable national strategic asset in the semiconductor field. He straightened his posture, a renewed sense of pride returning to his countenance, characteristic of Japan's technological elite. This technology, we are absolutely, unequivocally unable to sell to any foreign entity, regardless of the price they may offer. His stance was resolute. However, Lei Chao merely chuckled upon hearing this. His laughter was light and carefree, as if he had anticipated the refusal all along. He refrained from speaking further, simply exchanging a subtle glance with Lin Qingxia beside him. Lin Qingxia immediately understood. Rising to her feet, she retrieved a thick, Bilingual business proposal printed in both English and Japanese from an unremarkable black leather briefcase. She gently placed the document before President Kimura. President Kimura, this is a modest gift prepared for you by our esteemed boss. Her voice remained soft and melodious. Yet her cool gaze carried an almost imperceptible hint of pity. President Kimura furrowed his brow, flipping through the proposal with skepticism. However, upon merely glancing at it, the color drained from his usually impassive face. His pupils constricted into the most perilous pinprick. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. For the cover of the proposal boldly proclaimed a title that sent shivers through his very soul. Feasibility Analysis Report on the Comprehensive Acquisition of Canon Incorporated, and the provision of technological and financial empowerment to completely undermine Nikon's dominance in the global optical market. Canon, Nikon's sole and largest competitor in this world. Trembling, President Kimura turned to the second and third pages. The deeper he delved, the faster the cold sweat beaded on his forehead. This report was meticulously detailed and utterly terrifying. It dissected, with precision, the strengths and weaknesses of both Nikon and Canon across 4 dimensions: market, technology, finance, and talent. Even more alarming, it proposed a groundbreaking business strategy that could only be described as a dimensional assault. The report stated that once the Lei Group successfully acquired Canon, they would immediately inject an unlimited R&D fund of up to $50 billion into Canon. They would leverage Lei's global sales channels to help Canon penetrate the high-end markets of Europe and America that had previously been inaccessible. They would even grant Canon access to a portion of core patents on digital imaging technology, COGMOS, that surpassed the current era by at least 2 decades. This was nothing short of using capital, technology, and market power to transform Canon from a rival of equal standing into a prehistoric behemoth that one could only look up to. Faced with such a power-enhanced adversary, Nikon stood no chance whatsoever. Only one outcome awaited them: to be mercilessly crushed, devoured, and ultimately driven to bankruptcy by Canon. Mr. Lei, are you threatening me? President Kimura's voice was dry and hoarse, filled with profound dread. No, I am not threatening you, Lei Chao replied, raising his glass and savoring a sip leisurely. A devilish, serene smile returned to his face. I am merely amicably presenting to you a glimpse of a potential future. President Kimura, you now have 2 choices. First, you can immediately sign your name on this technology transfer agreement. Lei Chao produced another document from his pocket and slid it across the table to Kimura. I will purchase your technology at a profit that Nikon would not earn in a decade. From this point forward, we shall coexist peacefully as friends. Or, Lei Chao's lips curled into a cruel smirk, you can refuse. Then, by tomorrow morning, you will find on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that the Lei Group has formally initiated a comprehensive acquisition offer for Canon. At that point, what fate awaits Nikon, I believe, need not be elaborated. This is the tyranny of capital. This is the undeniable truth that wealth can indeed bend reality to its will. President Kimura exchanged a glance with the 2 executives beside him, their faces ashen. In the face of the company's survival and the so-called dignity of technology, they had no choice. Ultimately, President Kimura, as if all strength had been drained from him, bowed his once proud head in resignation. Trembling, he grasped the seemingly weighty pen. I will sign. An hour later, the negotiations concluded. President Kimura and his 2 companions left the inn, defeated and humiliated, like 3 wild dogs that had lost their fight. Only Lei Chao and Lin Qingxia remained in the room. Lei Chao gazed out at the majestic Mount Fuji, bathed in a golden hue by the setting sun, a satisfied smile gracing his face, a smile belonging to a victor. He knew that the last and most crucial piece of the puzzle, the lithography machine, was finally within reach. Turning around, he looked at the stunning woman kneeling beside him. Her eyes filled with unwavering admiration and affection as she gazed up at him. The tension in his heart, wrought by the tumult of business warfare, finally relaxed. An instinctual, primal desire surged within him. The work was done. He reached out, gently cupping Lin Qingxia's delicate chin, his voice hoarse yet magnetic. Now, it is time to unwind. Chapter 125. The allure beneath the yukata, celebration yet to conclude. Now, it is time to unwind. Lei Chao's voice resonated like a deep, plucked string in the misty, tranquil bathhouse. Lin Qingxia, gazing into the flames of desire flickering in his eyes under the dim light, felt as though her heart was seized by an invisible hand. Skipping a beat, the usually cool and spirited demeanor of her face was suddenly adorned with 2 enchanting blushes. She remained silent. Yet, the slight tremor of her butterfly-like lashes and her unconscious nibbling of her lower lip spoke volumes. Lei Chao smiled. He relished her display of yearning hidden beneath a facade of restraint, so innocent, yet so desirous. He offered her no further opportunity for hesitation. With a swift motion, he lifted the shy woman from the cold tatami mat, cradling her in his arms. Ah! Lin Qingxia gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around Lei Chao's neck. Afraid of falling, her body felt so light, as if devoid of weight. Lei Chao strode confidently through the ancient wooden sliding door, carrying her into the private outdoor bathhouse constructed entirely of natural black volcanic rock. The steam rising from the hot spring created an ethereal ambience. The nearby maple trees, their leaves kissed by autumn frost, were adorned with vibrant, fiery hues. A few crimson leaves drifted gracefully down, landing on the milky, sulfur-scented waters of the hot spring, sending gentle ripples across the surface. The scenery was breathtaking, like a dream. Lei Chao descended the stone steps, carefully stepping into the warm, soul-melting waters of the spring. Splash! The warm spring water swiftly soaked through the loose Japanese yukata worn by the two individuals. The delicate cherry blossom pink fabric became translucent under the water's embrace, clinging closely to Lin Qingxia's exquisite and alluring curves. The tantalizing contours, barely concealed, were breathtakingly full, while her slender waist, delicate enough to be encircled by a single hand, appeared even more enticing amidst the gentle ripples of the water. Lei Chao's breath grew heavy in an instant. He gently pressed Lin Qingxiao against the smooth, cool surface of a massive volcanic rock behind them. He did not hasten to untie her loosely knotted obi. Instead, he reached out, scooping up a handful of warm spring water and letting it cascade slowly down her elegant, long swan-like neck. The droplets glided along her delicate collarbones, tracing a path over her dazzlingly white skin, ultimately disappearing into the deep, mysterious valley below. Lin Qingxia's body shuddered suddenly, releasing a suppressed, soft, kitten-like moan. She felt every inch of her skin, every cell within her, heightening in sensitivity under the warm flow of water. Slowly, she turned around, presenting her back to Lei Chao. She picked up a soft, subtly fragrant loofah sponge from the edge of the pool, saturated with warm spring water. Then, she extended her hand, beginning to gently wipe Lei Chao's broad, muscular back. Her movements were light and tender, imbued with a hint of awkwardness yet brimming with reverence, as if she were caressing not a man's body, but rather the most sacred and perfect work of art in her eyes. Her fingertips glided over the faint scars left on his back from his earlier struggles on Wall Street, stirring an inexplicable pang of compassion within her. This man, seemingly invincible and powerful enough to control everything, must have endured countless, untold hardships and dangers along his journey. Lei Chao closed his eyes, savoring her gentle ministrations, laced with a touch of tenderness. He could clearly feel her soft, breathtaking fullness pressing against his back through the 2 layers of damp yukata, intentionally or not, creating an intoxicating closeness. The flame within him, already ignited, blazed even hotter. Suddenly, he turned around, grasping her delicate, boneless hand that had been wiping his back. With a firm pull, Lin Qingxia gasped, her entire being tumbling into a searing, masculine embrace. Splashing sounds ensued as their bodies melded seamlessly in the warm spring water, leaving no trace of separation. Lei Chao lowered his head, observing the woman in his arms, now startled and bewildered like a frightened fawn due to the abrupt turn of events. Her face, usually marked by a cool, heroic charm, now glowed with a captivating blush. Her eyes, perpetually clear as water, sparkled with a mesmerizing allure. The damp yukata hung loosely on her fragrant shoulders, half open, revealing glimpses of her dazzlingly white skin in the misty ambience, exuding a lethal temptation. Her voice, as delicate as a whisper, carried a final note of resistance. But the Japanese are still outside. Lei Chao chuckled, a domineering and mischievous smile spreading across his face. Fear not, he murmured, leaning closer so that his warm breath sent shivers through her. This entire inn has been reserved by me since yesterday. Now, it is our private sanctuary. No matter how loudly you call, no one will disturb us. With that, he relinquished all restraint. He leaned down, delivering a fervent, aggressive kiss upon her slightly parted, alluring lips, which were tinged with nervousness. His other hand unceremoniously ventured beneath her already drenched yukata. With a gentle tug, the fragile obi that symbolized her last line of defense snapped effortlessly. In the hot spring, the water began to ripple violently, intertwining with the woman's suppressed, enchanting gasps and the man's heavy breaths filled with primal desire, composing a most primal yet melodious symphony of life. After a considerable time, as the sun outside sank completely behind the western mountains and the night descended like a black velvet curtain over the land, the tumultuous battle within the hot spring that seemed poised to merge their very beings gradually subsided. Lin Qingxia, feeling utterly spent, resembled a boneless kitten, lazily nestled in Lei Chao's wide and solid embrace. Her face, usually bearing a trace of heroism, now radiated profound satisfaction and fatigue. The clarity in her eyes was now filled with an overwhelming affection. She gazed out at the luminous moon hanging in the deep blue night sky, accompanied by a few scattered twinkling stars, feeling like the happiest woman in the world. She possessed a man for whom she would willingly give everything. And this man equally cherished her as a treasure. Lei Chao, cradling the woman in his arms who resembled a rose rejuvenated by the rain, felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment swell within him. This trip to Japan had proven to be immensely rewarding. Not only acquiring the pivotal lens technology that would determine the height of his future tech empire without a fight, but also conquering the enchanting beauty he had long coveted. A flourishing career and a beautiful partner. What more could one desire from life? However, Lei Chao's ambitions extended far beyond this. His journey was towards the stars and the sea. Japan was merely a trivial stop in his global endeavors, as he embraced the beauty in his arms, contemplating whether to venture into the Middle East for oil or to profit from Wall Street. The encrypted satellite phone in the pocket of his yukata on the tatami suddenly vibrated urgently, furrowing his brow slightly. He recognized that the call at this hour could only indicate an urgent matter arising from Hong Kong. After reassuring Lin Xingxia, he stood up to answer the call. "Hello. It's me." The voice on the other end, filled with a peculiar urgency and disbelief, belonged to Zhao Yaji. "Chao Gu, you must return quickly. Something serious has happened. The president of Sony, Akio Morita, is currently kneeling at the entrance of our company headquarters. He says he won't rise until he sees you." Akio Morita kneeling at their company's doorstep? Lei Chao was momentarily taken aback by the news before a cold, mocking smile graced his lips. He never expected that the so-called saint of management, who had recently boasted at a press conference about wanting to trample him underfoot, would resort to such an extreme and humble act to plead for mercy. "Make him kneel." Lei Chao's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. "Let him come to understand what rules are before he dares to rise and meet me." With that, he hung up the phone without hesitation. He did not return to Hong Kong immediately. Instead, he luxuriated for 2 days in a hot spring inn in Hakone, embracing his enchanting companion, who had just been thoroughly pampered, indulging in a heavenly world for two. 2 days later, in Hong Kong, at the headquarters of the Lei Group, on the top floor. In the chairman's office, a symbol of Hong Kong's burgeoning commercial power, Lei Chao languidly reclined in his $1,000,000, handcrafted leather chair, crafted by Italy's finest artisans. His feet were audaciously propped upon a spacious desk made of precious rosewood, exuding an air of relaxed arrogance. A hint of satisfaction and laziness graced his face, reminiscent of someone who had just emerged from a tender embrace. Opposite him stood Akio Morita, once a titan commanding the vast Sony empire, now resembling a remorseful schoolboy awaiting reprimand from a teacher. He bowed his head, hunched his shoulders, and stood in reverent silence, scarcely daring to breathe. His visage was etched with fatigue, humiliation, and profound despair. His once meticulously groomed gray hair now appeared disheveled and lifeless. The expensive suit, always impeccably tailored, had become wrinkled and dust-laden from kneeling at the entrance of the Lei Group for 2 days and 2 nights. He had already been standing there for a full 3 hours. Throughout this time, Lei Chao had not uttered a single word to him, nor had he spared him even a glance. Lei Chao leisurely savored the hand-ground coffee brewed by his stunning secretary clad in a form-fitting business outfit, occasionally exchanging playful banter with the equally exquisite newcomer, actress Zhong Chuhong, discussing the script for an upcoming film. This extreme, silent, and psychologically torturous humiliation was far more devastating to a man's dignity than any venomous words could ever be. Morita felt that the sum of all the humiliations he had endured in his life paled in comparison to these 3 hours of standing here. He yearned to erupt, to roar, to turn and leave with the dignity of a samurai. Yet he could not. He understood that the moment he stepped out of that door, the only fate awaiting him, and the entire Sony Corporation, was the dead end of bankruptcy and liquidation. The advent of the Discman was akin to an unstoppable 12-point tsunami, sweeping away the entire tape industry, which had been built upon analog technology, in an instant. Sony's pride, the fully automated production line for the Walkman 2, had barely been operational for a month and had now been reduced to a pile of cold scrap metal. The warehouse, overflowing with millions of unsold Walkman 2 units, had become a ticking time bomb, threatening to detonate the company's financial chain. Demand letters from banks and legal notices from suppliers flew towards his desk like a flurry of snowflakes. Sony's stock plummeted, evaporating over half its market value in just a few days. This once mighty electronic empire that had filled every Japanese heart with pride was now utterly fragile in the face of Lei Chao's revolutionary digital technological assault. Morita found himself with no choice. He knew that if Sony wished to survive, they must transform immediately. They had to abandon the obsolete tapes, long rendered ridiculous by the passage of time, and embrace the new world of CD, digital music pioneered by Lei Chao. To produce CD players, they must obtain the core patent licensing tightly held by Lei Chao. Hence, he came. He relinquished all his dignity. He knelt at the entrance of the company of this young Chinese man he had once scorned, merely seeking a lifeline. Finally, After being left to stew for 3 long hours, experiencing a humiliation that made him understand what it meant to suffer more than death. To be a mere pawn at the mercy of another, Lei Chao seemed to have just noticed the presence of another in his office. He slowly lowered his feet from the desk, lifted the coffee cup to take a gentle sip, and then raised his eyelids. Regarding the nearly collapsing Japanese elder with a gaze filled with pity and disdain, as if appraising a stray dog. "Mr. Morita, is it?" His voice was languid, tinged with a slight rasp, as if he had just awakened. "Are you still accustomed to kneeling?" This statement, laden with ultimate humiliation, made Morita's body tremble violently. His face flushed a deep crimson, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. Yet, in the end, he forced himself to suppress the raging fury and humiliation within. He bowed deeply to Lei Chao, lowering his once proud gray head into the dust. "Mr. Lei." His voice was dry, hoarse, and filled with boundless subservience. "I come to represent Sony Corporation, seeking your permission for the CD technology patent." "Oh, seeking permission?" Lei Chao laughed as though he had heard an absurd joke. He stood up and approached Morita. Without a word, he picked up a small frame from his desk. Inside was an enlarged news photograph depicting Morita at a press conference just days prior, triumphantly smashing a future portable music player with a hammer. Lei Chao held the photograph up to Morita's face, a devilish grin illuminating his features. "Mr. Morita, were you not quite formidable when you smashed my device? How is it that you now come crawling like a dog to beg me?" Morita gazed at the image, at his own face, which now appeared utterly foolish and laughable. His body shook violently. A rush of heat surged to his head. He could no longer contain himself. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, staining the pristine, expensive carpet of Lei Chao's office, tarnishing the remnants of his already shattered dignity. Lei Chao recoiled in disgust, as if fearing that the filthy blood might soil his exquisite handmade leather shoes. He retrieved a pristine silk handkerchief from his pocket, wiping away non-existent dust from his hands. Then, from his drawer, he produced a contract filled with terms so harsh they bordered on extortion. He tossed the contract onto the face of the now crumpled, gasping Japanese elder. "If you wish to survive, you may sign it." Lei Chao's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion, like the final pronouncement of death. Morita's trembling hand reached for the contract, which felt akin to a deed of servitude. Upon reading a clause that sent chills through his very soul, his vision darkened, and he nearly fainted again. Party B, Sony Corporation, must pay Party A, Lei Group, 30 of the final retail price for every player produced and sold using Party A's CD patent technology as a licensing fee. 30%. This was no longer a mere royalty fee. It was outright robbery. This meant that for every CD player Sony produced from now on, 30% of their earnings would have to be dutifully surrendered to Lei Chao. They would utterly devolve into mere laborers for the Lei Group. Mr. Lei's unfairness prompted Akio Morita to muster his last ounce of strength to emit a faint protest. "Fairness?" Lei Chao laughed. He looked down from his lofty perch at the once mighty Japanese electronics titan, a cruel and disdainful smile gracing his face. "Sign, or bankruptcy. You choose." Morita shut his eyes in anguish, 2 streams of murky, humiliating tears coursing down from the corners of his wrinkled eyes. He knew there was no choice. To preserve the Sony name, a legacy of decades, and to safeguard the livelihoods of tens of thousands of employees dependent on Sony, he could only drink from the poison chalice. I will sign." Trembling, he inscribed his name on the contract that symbolized his humiliation and submission. In that moment, a once great commercial empire that had once made all Japanese people proud, formally bowed its once arrogant head to a young Chinese man from Hong Kong. It knelt and sang the song of conquest. As Lei Chao witnessed this scene, an unprecedented surge of exhilaration washed over him. He knew that from this day forth, he would become the most feared patent king in the world. He would recline upon the mountains of gold and silver erected by his technological barriers, reaping the world's wealth. This battle firmly established the Lei Group's unassailable dominance in the global electronics industry. However, while Lei Chao reveled in the unparalleled glory of victory, he remained oblivious to the shadow of resentment and hatred from a bygone era, stealthily creeping toward him and his closest companions. It was a figure once imprisoned by his father, a former underground king of Hong Kong, a name far more legendary than any $500 million detective, the infamous bow-legged Hao. Chapter 127, The Halo of Global Dominance, Fire in the Backyard. As the news spread through various clandestine channels of Morita's tearful signature on the unequal treaty in the humiliating office of the Lei Group headquarters in Hong Kong, the entire electronics industry of the world trembled violently. Sony had knelt. What could those second and third-tier manufacturers, whose technological prowess and market shares paled in comparison to Sony's, possibly do to compete against the now monstrous Hong Kong Lei Group? In an instant, the winds had completely shifted. Those who had previously been observing, hesitating, or even covertly banding together to circumvent Lei's patent barriers for imitation research, quickly relinquished all unrealistic fantasies. At Philips headquarters in the Netherlands, at Siemens Group in Germany, and at Samsung Electronics in South Korea, the chairpersons and CEOs of these commercial titans, unquestioned leaders in their respective nations, now resembled a flock of devout pilgrims bound for Mecca. They hurriedly booked the earliest first-class tickets to Hong Kong. Their singular aim was to arrive ahead of others to pay homage to the young Chinese man who had become the new godfather of the global electronics industry and to offer their most generous tributes, royalties, in hopes of securing a ticket aboard the ark of digital music sailing into the future. The Lei Group's headquarters was suddenly bustling with activity. Those foreign magnates, whose faces graced the cover of Fortune magazine, typically adorned in fine suits and worth billions, now humbly and respectfully awaited in the reception room of the Lei Group, eager for a personal audience with Lei Chao. Meanwhile, Lei Chao delighted in this supreme glory akin to ancient emperors receiving tributes from across the world. He no longer took the stage himself, delegating the intricate and commercially charged negotiations to his most trusted and capable chief of staff, Zhao Yaji. Zhao Yazi, once a mere girl unable to find employment, now donned a bespoke white professional suit designed by Chanel's chief designer. Seated in an office more opulent than many CEOs' quarters, she faced Li Jiyong, the future leader of Samsung Group. Mr. Li, Zhao Yaji gracefully lifted her fine-boned china coffee cup to her lips, savoring a sip, her face adorned with the faint smile of a victor. Regarding the patent licensing fees, our boss has suggested a 5% increase over Sony's price. Ms. Zhao, that seems unreasonable, Li Jiyong replied, his face contorting into a smile more painful than tears. How could our Samsung scale possibly compare to Sony's? Could we possibly? Impossible. Zhao Yaji's response was gentle, yet devoid of any negotiable leeway. She regarded the man who would soon wield control over the entire South Korean economy. A surge of unprecedented pride swelling within her. She understood that everything she possessed today, the exhilaration of manipulating international giants at her fingertips, was bestowed upon her by the man she deeply adored. Under Zhao Yazi's decisive business acumen, one stringent patent licensing agreement after another was successfully signed. An incessant tide of astronomical sums in U.S. dollars, euros, and yen surged into the secret accounts of Lei International Bank. The cash flow of the Lei Group reached an unprecedented level, one that would make any central bank envious. Meanwhile, the cold, mechanical notification in Lei Chao's mind chimed in once more. Ding. Host has successfully secured patent licensing agreements with over 50% of mainstream global consumer electronics companies. Congratulations, Host, for achieving the hidden accomplishment, global electronics industry dominator. System is undergoing LV3 version upgrade. Upgrade progress, 1050100. System upgrade complete. Congratulations, Host. Financial Tycoon System LV3 has been unlocked. New function unlocked, Global Resource Perspective Map. Function description, upon activation, the host can generate a real-time, three-dimensional global resource distribution map in their mind. This map will detail the confirmed and unconfirmed strategic resources worldwide, including, but not limited to, oil, natural gas, gold, diamonds, rare earths, etc., their specific reserves, extraction difficulties, and projected price fluctuations over the next 30 years. Lei Chao's heart raced once more. The Global Resource Perspective Map. It was nothing short of an ultimate treasure map leading to the throne of the world's richest. With it, he could strategically position himself in the oil fields of the Middle East, the diamond mines of South Africa, and the iron ore of Australia. He would no longer be merely an entrepreneur or financier. He would become a true oligarch, wielding control over the economic lifeblood of this planet. A figure far more terrifying than Rockefeller or the Rothschilds. A hidden emperor. A fierce flame of ambition ignited in Lei Chao's eyes. His aspirations reached for the stars and the seas. The small pond of Hong Kong could scarcely contain the dragon he was destined to become. Yet, just as Lei Chao prepared to extend his commercial tendrils toward a broader global stage, he remained oblivious to the insidious plot, steeped in blood and hatred, that was quietly brewing against him and his entire family in the familiar confines of Hong Kong. In a dim, damp underground mahjong parlor in Shek Kip Mei, the air was thick with the stench of mildew, and smoke swirled in oppressive clouds. A group of formidable men, bare-chested and adorned with grotesque tattoos, crowded around a rickety mahjong table, shuffling tiles while unleashing coarse, profanity-laden tirades in a heavy Teochew accent. "Damn it, this world has truly changed," exclaimed a toothless man, forcefully slapping a tile down on the table. "Back in the day, we followed Brother Ho in Kowloon Walled City, and we were a force to be reckoned with. Look at us now, just out of Stanley Prison, and we can't even find a job as a lookout." Indeed, another man, his face marred by a long scar, added bitterly, The entire underworld of Hong Kong is monopolized by that kid named Lei and his crew, the so-called Lei Dun Security. We, the old guard who only know how to fight, have been left starving. Damn it, just thinking about that Lei makes my blood boil. If it weren't for his father, the Chief Inspector Lei Lo, how could our brother Ho have fallen? How could we have languished in that hellhole for over a decade? The name Bald Ho, once synonymous with the legendary drug empire of Hong Kong in the 1960s and 70s, echoed through the room. Though he had been personally delivered to the depths of Stanley Prison by Lei Lo and sentenced to life imprisonment, his most loyal and fearless outlaws had recently been released after enduring years of incarceration. They were remnants of a bygone era, ill-suited for the orderly, rule-bound new age established by Lei Chao. They found themselves cast aside by time, bereft of sustenance and dignity, fueled only by an overwhelming animosity towards Lei Lo and the entire Lei clan. When a desperate outlaw is cornered, he will resort to the most reckless and terrifying acts. Brother, we can no longer sit idly by. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the scarred man's eyes. We must pull off a grand heist. How do we do it? Asked the toothless man, seemingly the leader of the group. The scarred man revealed a savage, wolf-like grin, leaning closer to the toothless man's ear. He whispered a plan so audacious that it could send shockwaves throughout Hong Kong. I've done my homework. That old Lei, despite his retirement, goes to a tea house called Luck You in Central every afternoon at 3 without fail for dim sum and Cantonese opera. And he now only has 2 useless bodyguards with him. If we plan meticulously and act swiftly, the glint of murderous resolve shone in his eyes. We can kidnap him. Then we demand a ransom of 10 billion from his filthy rich son. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at Luck You Tea House in Central, the air was filled with the melodic strains of Cantonese opera and the enticing aroma of tea. Lei Lo, clad in a comfortable, traditional Chinese tang suit, reclined contentedly in his exclusive Zeaton-wood armchair by the window on the 2nd floor. Before him sat a pot of top-grade pu'er tea and several exquisite shrimp dumplings and siumai. A satisfied smile graced his face, one that spoke of a life he had once only dared to dream of. His son had risen to prominence, becoming a business titan feared throughout Hong Kong and beyond. He himself had transformed from a controversial figure into the esteemed old Master Lei. Each day was filled with tea, music, and card games, accompanied by the genuine admiration and respect of his neighbors. This existence under the sun felt utterly sublime. He raised his teacup, savoring a sip. However, he remained unaware that below the tea house, several inconspicuous, dilapidated Toyota vans had quietly parked at the roadside. The doors creaked open, and a group of men clad in black trench coats, wearing masks and caps, with fierce gazes, emerged from the vehicles. Concealed beneath their coats were instruments of death, their intentions as cold as ice. They infiltrated the century-old tea house, reminiscent of specters from the underworld. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds of silenced gunfire erupted without warning in the bustling tea house. The 2 dozing Lei Dun security bodyguards by Lei Lo's side barely had time to react before a bloody hole appeared in their foreheads, and they collapsed into a pool of crimson. The tea house was instantly engulfed in a deathly silence, soon followed by a cacophony of heart-wrenching screams filled with terror. Diners scattered like headless flies, crying out and fleeing in all directions, turning the establishment into utter chaos. Startled by the sudden turmoil, Lei Lo leaped from his chair. His usually languid eyes sharpened to a fierce intensity. Instinctively, he reached for the old .38 revolver that had been his companion for decades, only to find nothing. He had forgotten that he was no longer the formidable chief inspector he once was. In that moment of distraction, several cold, dark gun barrels pressed against his temple. Mr. Lei, long time no see, rasped a voice thick with unrelenting resentment and hatred. We've thought of you for years in Stanley. In the next instant, a rough, black burlap sack was abruptly pulled over his head. The world plunged into darkness. News raced back to the Lei Group headquarters with astonishing speed. On the top floor, in the chairman's office, Lei Chao was poised to sign his name on a letter of intent for the acquisition of Universal Pictures. Just then, the red encrypted phone on his desk rang ominously. He picked it up, and Abu's voice, hoarse with fury and self-reproach, crackled through the receiver. Boss, the old man is in trouble. Lei Chao's grip tightened around the pen. Crack. The luxurious gold Parker pen was snapped in two by his single hand. A chilling, palpable wrath erupted from within him, causing the temperature in the entire office to plummet. He remained silent, slowly raising his gaze to peer through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, staring into the brooding sky. His voice was calm, yet as frigid as the whispers of a demon from the depths of hell. Kidnap my father? I will annihilate his entire clan. Lei Chao's voice was neither high nor low, exuding a calmness devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet it sent a profound chill down the spines of both Abu on the other end of the line and Zhao Yazi, who stood in the office, too fearful to even breathe. They recognized that their boss was genuinely enraged. It was a terror far more formidable than any hysterical outburst. An absolute calmness that was chilling in its precision, one that only accompanies the sentencing of an enemy to death, a divine indifference. Boss, it is my inadequacy. It is I who have failed in the security arrangements. Abu's voice was laden with deep remorse and anguish. He understood that safeguarding the old man's safety was one of his paramount responsibilities. The fact that the old man had been abducted right under his nose was a profound humiliation, a dereliction of duty that was unforgivable. This is not the time for such talk. Lei Chao's voice interrupted his self-reproach. Immediately seal off all information. I do not wish for any media outlet to be informed of this within half an hour. Furthermore, mobilize our entire intelligence network and investigate. Identify the exact location of the incident, track down all witnesses, and scrutinize any suspicious vehicles that were in the vicinity of Central during that time. I want to know who is responsible in the shortest time possible. Understood, boss. Abu replied emphatically, immediately setting out to execute the orders. After hanging up the phone, Lei Chao slowly rose from his executive chair. He approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the bustling city below, still vibrant and noisy with activity. His expression was devoid of any emotion. Yet within those deep, piercing eyes, which typically sparkled with a hint of amusement and confidence, there now surged a tempestuous black storm. The reverse scale. His father, Lei Lo, was one of the few individuals in this world who constituted an inviolable reverse scale for Lei Chao. He could tolerate cutthroat competition in business, even to the point of life and death struggles. He could also endure the various schemes employed by those seeking fame and fortune around him. However, he absolutely, unequivocally could not tolerate anyone daring to harm his family in such a despicable and vile manner. To touch it is to die. Zhao Yaji observed his figure, exuding an aura of lethal intent, filled with concern. She trembled as she stepped forward and gently embraced him from behind, wishing to dispel the icy, fearsome aura that surrounded him with her warmth. Should we contact the police? Her voice carried a hint of sobbing. In her understanding, encountering such a situation warranted immediate police assistance. Yet, Lei Chao merely shook his head coldly. Contact the police? A disdainful, mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. Too slow. Turning to face the woman still harboring illusions about the efficiency of the Hong Kong government's law enforcement, his voice was devoid of emotion. Do you really think that those in the Hong Kong police force, who only prey on the weak and fear the strong, and cannot even deal with a few street thugs, can save my father? Zhao Yaji was rendered speechless in an instant. She recognized the truth in Lei Chao's words. At that moment, a black landline phone that had never rung before suddenly emitted a sharp, urgent ringing. Lei Chao's gaze sharpened instantly. He knew this was a call from the kidnappers. He pushed Zhao Yaji aside and approached the desk, pressing the speakerphone button. Hello. Ha. Is this the great boss Lei? A raspy voice laced with arrogance and pride, tinged with a Chaozhou accent, came through the line. Your old man is in our hands. Do you want him to live? Lei Chao remained silent. His gaze as cold as steel. It's simple. Prepare 100 million in cash. Remember, old notes. No serial numbers. The voice grew increasingly brazen. We want to see the money within an hour. As for the location of the transaction, we will notify you later. The voice paused, turning sinister. I warn you. Don't try to play tricks. And absolutely do not contact the police. Otherwise, within the next hour, you won't receive a phone call, but rather a finger of your old man. With that, the line went dead with a mocking click. The office fell into an oppressive silence. Zhao Yaji, trembling at the violent threats conveyed through the phone, felt her strength drain away, her face paling. 100 million in ransom. They even threatened to sever fingers. These kidnappers were utterly deranged. Yet, Lei Chao's expression remained eerily calm. He merely picked up the phone receiver slowly, as though the menacing call had been nothing more than a misdialed nuisance. Brother Chao, Zhao Yaji looked at him, perplexed. I will comply with all their demands. Lei Chao replied calmly. He then picked up another phone and dialed the number for the Lei family bank's vault. Prepare 100 million in old notes and deliver it to the group headquarters within an hour. Yes, boss. After hanging up, Lei Chao gazed out the window. His expression turned exceedingly profound and frigid. Contact the police? He certainly would not, because he did not need the police. He had an army of his own that was 100 times more efficient and 100 times more ruthless. He slowly approached the grand Wang Wali wooden desk. Extending his hand, he discreetly pressed a hidden red emergency button located in a nondescript corner beneath the desk. This button had never been activated since its installation. It was not connected to the police station or the fire department, but rather to the shadow force, loyal exclusively to him, that Lei Chao had personally forged. Lei Dun Security, highest level combat readiness alert. Almost simultaneously with his pressing of the button, a blaring red alarm erupted in the underground command center of the heavily fortified Lei family security base in Kowloon Tong. All security personnel, whether training or resting, abandoned whatever they were doing at the first sound of the alarm. They dashed at lightning speed towards the equipment storage. Abu was in a gravity training room, bare-chested, pushing his physical limits with weighted squats. His formidable muscles glistened like forged steel under the sweat. Upon hearing the alarm, he wasted no time, hurling the 300-kilogram barbell to the ground with a thunderous crash. He grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He knew something grave had occurred. He sprinted into Lei Chao's office. "Boss, has the notification been sent out?" Lei Chao regarded him, asking calmly. "Yes. Combat readiness level 1. Everyone will assemble within 5 minutes." Abu stood at attention, his voice ringing strong and clear. "Excellent." Lei Chao nodded. Then, silently, he murmured, "System. Activate the citywide information scan function. Target, the signal source of the recent call from the kidnappers." Beep. Citywide information scan function activated. Tracking signal source. Signal tracking successful. Conducting geographical cross-reference. Target location locked. New territories, Saikung, Butai-O Fishing Village, Row 3, No. 7, Abandoned Fishing Cabin. System prompt. The terrain at this location is complex, with only one land route, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is recommended to adopt a three-dimensional assault strategy. Success. A glimmer of determination shone in Lei Chao's eyes. He rose, meticulously adjusting his impeccably tailored suit and tie. Then, he issued a chilling command to Abu, who was already poised for action. "Prepare the vehicle. Arm yourselves." Zhao Yaji, observing the man who was preparing to enter the fray, was filled with endless concern. She rushed forward and grasped his sleeve. "Brother Chao, are you really going? This is far too dangerous." Lei Chao turned, gazing into her beautiful eyes, which were filled with worry and fear. A gentle smile flickered across his face, yet it held an icy chill capable of freezing everything in its path. "Touch my reverse scale. I will personally see them off." Chapter 129, Lei Shield Assemble. "Leave no survivors tonight. I will personally see them off." When Lei Chao uttered this phrase in a tone that was eerily calm and almost cold, the seemingly tranquil commercial landscape of Hong Kong concealed the most terrifying and unknown war machine, which was instantly activated. Kowloon Tong, headquarters of the Lei Security Group. This facility publicly claimed to be a high-end security personnel training center. However, in reality, it was a private military fortress exclusively crafted by Lei Chao, utilizing billions in resources and advanced military technologies exchanged from the system. The piercing sound of a first-level combat readiness alarm echoed throughout the vast underground base, resembling a death knell. Instantly, the base erupted into chaos. No, it was not chaos. It was a highly efficient operation imbued with a cold aura of slaughter. 200 robust soldiers, with fierce gazes and an overwhelming scent of blood, surged forth from every corner of the base like a tidal wave. All were handpicked by Abu from the countless desperate souls in Kowloon Walled City, the fiercest, most fearless of the lot. They had undergone rigorous training through the most demanding courses of former U.S. Navy SEALs and advanced psychological conditioning, transforming them into relentless warriors devoid of their former gangster bravado. What remained was an unwavering obedience and ruthless demeanor exclusive to true soldiers. They were the shadows of Lei Chao, the blade of Lei Chao, his most formidable trump card in this chaotic era. Move, move, move. Weapons and ammunition. Everything must be ready within 3 minutes. Abu, clad in a black special operations uniform with camouflage paint on his face, roared hoarsely at the armory entrance. The soldiers moved in perfect unison, resembling the most precise killing machines. They stormed into the armory, deftly retrieving their specialized gear from the weapon racks. These were not the antiquated 38 revolvers issued by the Hong Kong police. Instead, they wielded sleek black M16 rifles gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Ferocious Beretta M9 handguns designed for close combat. Some specialized heavy fire teams even retrieved menacing at-4 rocket launchers capable of reducing an armored vehicle to rubble from the depths of the safes. All of these were military-grade weapons acquired through secret channels from the recently concluded Vietnam War, procured at a premium price by Lei Chao. Beyond their weapons, their other gear was equally formidable. The latest Kevlar helmets, heavy ceramic ballistic vests capable of withstanding close-range rifle fire, military-grade night vision goggles, and individual radio communication systems. The entirety of their luxurious equipment dwarfed the outdated tools of the Hong Kong gangsters still wielding fruit knives and iron pipes. Even when compared to the Hong Kong Police Tactical Unit, PTU, or the so-called Asian Elite Flying Tigers, SDU, they surpassed them in every regard. All personnel, board the vehicles. 3 minutes later, the equipped 200 elite soldiers split into 20 tactical teams and swiftly boarded the 20 black, specially modified armored Mercedes SUVs waiting at the base entrance. On the opposite side of the base, a massive underground helipad was coming to life. 3 helicopters, appearing to be ordinary civilian Bell models, began to spin their rotors, Yet, any military expert present would be horrified to discover that the seemingly decorative external mounts on the sides of these helicopters were outfitted with military-grade weapon attachment points capable of deploying aerial machine guns and rocket launchers. These were not civilian helicopters. They were camouflaged armed assault helicopters. Whoosh! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the three black helicopters, akin to specters of the night, ascended from the underground base's platform and circled above Kowloon Tong. This unprecedented, military-grade large-scale mobilization instantly sent shockwaves through all factions across Hong Kong. Hong Kong, Police Headquarters. Commissioner's Office. The newly appointed foreign commissioner listened in terror as the head of the intelligence division relayed urgent reports. What? You mean the so-called security base of the Lei Group just deployed 3 suspected armed helicopters? And over 20 armored vehicles? Yes, Commissioner. Moreover, according to our surveillance at various traffic junctions, this convoy is headed towards Saga. Saga. The foreign commissioner furrowed his brow tightly. He reached for the phone, intending to inform the governor's office of this explosive news that could destabilize British rule in Hong Kong. However, just as his hand brushed the phone, it rang on its own. It was Peter, the governor's private secretary. Commissioner, Peter's voice was concise and authoritative. The governor has issued an order. Tonight, regardless of what you see or hear in Hong Kong, please instruct your subordinates to act as if nothing has occurred. Understood? The foreign commissioner stood frozen, gripping the phone, his palms slick with cold sweat. He realized that the governor's office was tacitly approving, if not condoning, Lei Chao's audacious military operation. He understood that tonight, blood would flow like rivers in Hong Kong. Simultaneously, every significant figure in Hong Kong's underworld received urgent intelligence from their subordinates. Boss, this is bad. The Lei family has gone mad. They've unleashed their private army. Damn, over 200 armed with M16s. Are they planning to attack Vietnam? Quick, spread the word. Tell all our brothers to stay the hell at home tonight. Anyone who dares to stir trouble will find themselves at the bottom of Victoria Harbor feeding the fish. In an instant, the entire underworld of Hong Kong was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, fraught with anxiety. All the arrogant underworld bosses, who usually swagger about, now resemble mice that have encountered a formidable adversary, retreating into their holes, trembling in fear. They are acutely aware that tonight, Hong Kong belongs to a man they cannot possibly provoke. In Sai Kung, at the fishing village of Pak Tao, a lengthy procession consisting of 20 black Mercedes SUVs, like a torrent of iron, thunders down the only narrow country road leading to the village. All vehicles on the road, upon witnessing this terrifying convoy, hastily veer to the side in panic. At the heart of the convoy, within a command vehicle armored to the highest standards, Lei Chao stands clad in a sharply tailored black Armani suit. His face betrays no emotion. Before him looms a massive electronic screen, displaying a high-definition three-dimensional map of the entire Pak Tai O fishing village, transmitted in real time via satellite and drones. A blinking red dot is clearly marked on the map, indicating the dilapidated fishing shack where the kidnappers are hiding the hostages. As Lei Chao gazes at the red, a frigid glint of murderous intent flickers in his eyes. He picks up the tactical radio in the command vehicle and issues the final offensive order in a voice devoid of any emotion. All units, pay attention. In 10 minutes, commence indiscriminate encirclement of the target area. Remember my command. Surround the entire fishing village. Not a single fly is to escape. He pauses, his voice growing increasingly cold and ruthless. Except for my father. The others, kill without mercy. This is the first time Lei Chao reveals his most ferocious, unmasked fangs to the world. He no longer pretends. He lays his cards on the table. He is not a genteel business prodigy. He is a king capable of wielding life and death over others. A tyrant, poised to cleanse all who dare to tread upon his forbidden ground with blood and flames. At that moment, ahead of the command vehicle, the dark expanse of the sea comes into view. The dim, flickering lights of the Pak Tai O fishing village are now within sight. Above the village, 3 black armed helicopters, resembling deathly harbingers from hell, silently hover in position. Their enormous searchlight beams descend from the heavens like the whip of a deity, instantly illuminating the once tranquil and remote fishing village as if it were midday. Inside the dilapidated fishing shack, the kidnappers, who are drinking, playing cards, and celebrating their impending acquisition of 100 million in ransom, suddenly lift their heads in terror at the approaching roar of the colossal helicopter blades. They gaze out the window to behold the 3 blinding beams of light, heralding the arrival of the 3 steel behemoths, radiating a chilling metallic sheen and an aura of death. Their smiles freeze in an instant. They know, death has arrived. Chapter 130. The dark clouds press down. Is this security? What the hell is that? In the abandoned shack, reeking of fish and mold, the leader of the kidnappers, missing a tooth, stares out at the 3 helicopters, which hover like colossal black beasts in the air. His eyes, usually brimming with ferocity and greed, are now wide with unending horror and disbelief. Helicopters? And there are 3 of them. He has spent his life kidnapping and extorting countless wealthy individuals. Yet he has never encountered such an exaggerated display. Are they here to rescue the hostages or to launch an assault on Vietnam? Big brother, we're in trouble. A subordinate, tasked with keeping watch outside, scurries in, pale and breathless, his voice shrill with sheer terror. We are surrounded. Outside, it's all black cars. And so many people in black carrying long guns. They've blocked off all the entrances and exits of the village. This revelation falls like a bucket of icy water over the heads of all the kidnappers inside the shack, rendering them utterly stunned. They had thought they were dealing with a retired, toothless dog. But never in their wildest dreams did they imagine they had provoked a military base more terrifying than a hornet's nest. This is not the security of a business family. It is clearly a well-equipped, highly trained private army. Calm down. The toothless leader forces a semblance of composure, grabbing a loaded pistol from nearby and firing a shot into the ceiling. The deafening gunfire momentarily silences the trembling subordinates, who are on the verge of soiling themselves. We have hostages. The leader's eyes blaze red, akin to a cornered mad dog, as he bellows hysterically, "Your father is in our hands." I don't believe Lei Chao would dare disregard his father's life. Go, drag him out here. Soon. With hands bound in coarse hemp rope and a stinking rag stuffed in his mouth, Lei Lo is violently dragged out from the back room by 2 subordinates. Although he appears disheveled, the usual languid glint in his eyes is replaced with unbounded rage. Upon seeing the 3 helicopters belonging to his son outside, an unprecedented swell of pride and bravado rises within him. Truly, he is Lei Luo's offspring. This display far surpasses the grandeur he experienced as chief inspector back in the day. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice, imbued with supreme authority, emanates from the powerful loudspeakers of the helicopters, resonating throughout the fishing village. I am Lei Chao. Release my father, and I will spare your lives. This is not a negotiation. It is an ultimatum, a decree from the Grim Reaper. The toothless leader trembles at the chilling voice filled with lethal intent, yet he steels himself. Seizing Lei Luo and pressing the gun tightly against his temple, shouting hoarsely at the hovering helicopters, "Lei Chao, don't give me that nonsense. I'll tell you this, your father's life is in my hands. If your people dare to come any closer, I'll blow his brains out. If you've got the guts, order them to fire." He attempts to use the hostage's life as a final bargaining chip. However, he underestimates Lei Chao's ruthlessness and overestimates his own leverage. Fire? Lei Chao's voice drips with disdain over the loudspeaker. As you wish. No sooner had the words left his lips than bang, 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 bang. The M134 minigun mounted on the 3 helicopters unleashes a terrifying roar, akin to tearing through fabric. A storm of searing metal, composed of countless 7.62mm bullets, rains down from the heavens, not aimed directly at the fishing shack holding the hostages, but rather executing a display of precision suppressive fire that obliterates all potential cover, wooden crates, oil barrels, and broken boats, into mere fragments in an instant. Wood shavings and metallic debris mingled with the earth, splattering everywhere amidst the frenzied hail of gunfire. The terrifying scene, reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare, utterly shattered the psychological defenses of all the kidnappers within the room. They cowered in corners, clutching their heads and trembling, as the foul sound of liquid flowing from their pants filled the air. Was this truly a kidnapping? It was evidently an asymmetric modern warfare. While the aerial firepower provided cover, on the ground, Abu and his 200 heavily armed elite soldiers sprang into action. Unlike the foolish police in movies who charge headfirst, they divided into dozens of tactical teams of 3, employing night vision goggles and the intricate terrain of the fishing village to silently encircle the core fishing shack like the most seasoned hunters. Their movements were professional, cold, and efficient. Each motion, each shot, exuded a deadly aesthetic of slaughter. This was a thorough massacre. The kidnappers stationed on the periphery scarcely caught a glimpse of their foes. In the darkness, they were silently picked off one by the cold, silenced bullets. In less than 5 minutes, the entire perimeter of the fishing village collapsed in an instant. Abu, leading his elite assault team, had already besieged the solitary, abandoned fishing shack, sealing it off completely. Inside, the toothless leader, gazing out at the figures that seemed to crawl from the depths of hell, trembled at the sight of their cold, dark gun muzzles. He was utterly broken. Grabbing Lei Lo's grizzled hair, he used him as a human shield, hysterically bellowing outside, "Stay back. For God's sake, stay back. If you come any closer, I'll take him down with me." Though Lei Lo winced in pain from being manhandled, his eyes betrayed no fear. Instead, they brimmed with disdain for this pathetic excuse of a man. He even found the energy to hurl curses at the panicking kidnapper. "You bastard. If you've got guts, pull the trigger. Stop dragging your feet like a coward. I swear to you, if you so much as touch a hair on my head, my son will tear you limb from limb and desecrate your family's grave. Lei Lo's defiance only heightened the toothless leader's panic. Just then, a rush of wind swept overhead. A dark figure descended directly from the hovering helicopter, sliding down a thick rope like a divine soldier from the heavens. It landed with certainty on the patch of ground before the fishing shack. The newcomer was Lei Chao, still clad in his impeccably tailored black Armani suit. In the midst of the gunfire and carnage, in this hellish battlefield, he strolled forward, untouched, as if attending a lavish gala rather than a bloody shootout. He wielded a massive, menacing silver handgun, its surface gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen. It was none other than the Desert Eagle, famed in later years as the pistol of the gods, possessing terrifying lethality. Lei Chao advanced slowly towards the dilapidated fishing shack. The toothless leader, witnessing this harbinger of death emerging from the abyss, felt his soul flee in terror, his legs buckling beneath him as he nearly collapsed. "Don't come any closer," he stammered, pressing the gun firmly against Lei Lo's head, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Lei Chao halted, standing nearly 10 meters away from the kidnappers inside. Such proximity, for any sharpshooter, is fraught with peril, yet Lei Chao's expression remained inscrutable. In that moment, the air thickened to a palpable stillness, as if even the wind held its breath. Slowly, Lei Chao raised the silver Desert Eagle, its dark, gaping muzzle resembling the eyes of death, aimed squarely at the kidnapper's forehead peeking from behind Lei Lo. He did not even bother with the sight. He relied solely on instinct and the divine marksmanship bestowed upon him by the system. "I will count to 3. Lei Chao's voice was cold, devoid of emotion, like the final judgment from the depths of hell. "You and your comrades are destined to reunite in the afterlife. 1, 2. He watched the kidnapper's forehead barely visible behind Lei Lo, a cruel, devilish smile curling at the corner of his lips. 3. Go to hell. As Lei Chao's icy words echoed, a thunderous gunshot reverberated. The barrel of the silver Desert Eagle erupted with orange flames. A 50 AE caliber bullet, larger than a standard round, tore through the air, tracing a straight trajectory enhanced by the godly marksmanship aura. Inside the fishing shack, the toothless leader, who had been pressing the gun against Lei Lo's head, wore an expression frozen in the madness of the previous moment. He was still attempting to bargain with Lei Chao, his trembling hand gripping the gun, shouting in fear and exhilaration. "Lei Chao, don't you dare come any closer. If you do, I'll..." Before he could finish, he felt a violent impact strike his forehead. He had no time to register the pain before an overwhelming force penetrated his skull. A muffled pop sounded. The back of the toothless leader's head exploded. A mixture of red and white fluids, along with shattered bone, spraying 3 to 4 meters back, staining the dilapidated wooden wall behind him. His body jerked backward, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief, losing their luster in an instant. He could never comprehend how, despite being over 10 meters away with most of his head concealed behind the hostage, he had been struck. Thud. His corpse fell lifelessly to the filthy ground. Silence enveloped the fishing shack. The remaining kidnappers stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell, staring blankly at the gruesome scene before them. Their minds were a void. Was this even human? This marksmanship was nothing short of divine. As the hostage, Lei Lo too wore a dazed expression. He could distinctly feel the heat of the bullet was past, nearly grazing his scalp. He even caught the acrid scent of his singed hair. Warm, sticky blood splattered across his head and face, yet he remained unscathed. What extraordinary marksmanship! After a brief moment of shock, Lei Lo suddenly snapped back to reality. Instead of fear, he erupted into wild laughter. "Ha ha, well done. That's my bloodline for you." He pointed at the still twitching corpse and raised a bloodied thumb towards his son outside, who was armed. This was his son Lei Lo, decisive in his actions, cold-hearted. This fierce determination was tenfold stronger than in his youth. At that moment, bang, 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 bang. The doors and windows of the fishing house were violently kicked open. Abu and his squad of poised Thunder Shield commandos surged in instantly. "Don't move. Everyone kneel. Hands on your heads." The dark muzzle of an M16 was firmly aimed at the few kidnappers, already paralyzed with fear on the ground. "Please, don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender." The kidnappers, stripped of any thoughts of resistance, hastily discarded their weapons, kneeling like lambs to the slaughter, banging their heads and wailing for mercy. Abu paid them no heed. Instead, he calmly delivered 2 more shots to the twitching corpse on the ground, ensuring its finality. He then swiftly approached Lei Lo, deftly untying the ropes that bound him. "Sir, you must be shaken." Abu's voice carried a hint of guilt. "Shaken? Nonsense." Lei Lo pushed him away, carelessly wiping the blood from his face, then strode out of the fishing house. He approached his son, gazing at the taller figure with broad shoulders and a cold demeanor. In his usually languid eyes now gleamed pride and satisfaction. He said nothing, merely extending his bloodied hand to give his son a firm embrace. A gesture of camaraderie between men. The ground was littered with bodies, rivers of blood flowed. The helicopter's searchlight descended from the heavens. Father and son stood silently in this bloody backdrop, an image both eerie and striking, simultaneously violent, yet imbued with a touch of blood-bonded tenderness. "Dad, it's all over." Lei Chao gently patted his father's back, his voice softening slightly, transforming into a whisper of warmth. He meticulously checked his father's body, relieved to find that apart from some scrapes and a bit of fright, he was unharmed. However, as he released his father and turned away, the warmth that had just flickered in his deep-set eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by an intensified murderous intent. He regarded the kidnappers, kneeling and weeping profusely. With guns pressed to their heads by the Thunder Shield operatives, his expression impassive. He could hardly muster the energy to exchange further words with these insects. He simply waved his hand dismissively at Abu. Then, without looking back, he strode toward his command vehicle parked in the distance, as if merely concluding a minor task. Clean and tidy. His cold voice drifted into the salty night breeze of Saigon. "Yes, boss." Abu nodded affirmatively, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. The kidnappers, gazing at Lei Chao's receding figure, felt a flicker of desperate pleading in their eyes. Yet what awaited them was not mercy, but a barrage of gunfire from behind. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lei Chao did not look back as he opened the car door and settled into the comfort of the armored command vehicle. He retrieved a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the vehicle's climate-controlled wine cabinet and poured himself a glass. As he swirled the red wine, gazing at the fishing village shrouded in fire and death outside the window, his expression remained cold and profound. The accounts for tonight had just begun. He would ensure that the Lei Chao forces, lurking in the shadows orchestrating this group of fools, were thoroughly uprooted from this world. Chapter 132. The Zheng Who shakes, who agrees, who disagrees. Last night, blood flowed like rivers in Saigon's Budai-ao. The following morning, as sunlight bathed Victoria Harbor, an atmosphere of dread enveloped the entire underground world of Hong Kong. From the private clubs in Central to the underground gambling dens in Mong Kok. From the nightclubs in Causeway Bay to the mahjong parlors in Sham Shui Po. All gang leaders and syndicate heads were discussing the same matter. "Have you heard? How's Underlings? Just released from Stanley. Attacked that old fellow Lei Lo yesterday. Can you believe it? Are these idiots insane? Do they not know who is backing Lei Lo now? Not just insane. They must have had their brains caught in a door. Now, it's said that last night, Lei Lo's heir unleashed a military force. 3 armed helicopters. Over 200 men armed with M16s. They surrounded the entire fishing village of Budai-ao. Not a single survivor left. Even the guard dog at the village entrance was shot to pieces. Hiss. Every listener could not help but gasp in shock. Military force. Armed helicopters. Not a single survivor. These keywords pierced the nerves of every gang leader. For the first time, they realized the vast chasm between themselves and Lei Chao. They wielded watermelon knives and iron pipes, while he played with planes and cannons. This was a war on an entirely different dimension. Kidnapping Lei Lo? This was no mere gang vendetta. It was a challenge to the authority of a commercial empire. It was akin to lighting a lamp in a toilet, inviting death. Fear swiftly spread through every dark corner of Hong Kong. All gang leaders urgently recalled their subordinates, advising them to keep a low profile and avoid provoking any industry associated with the Lei family. In a single night, the underground world of Hong Kong transformed into an unprecedented state of harmony and peace. Yet, they were unaware that this was merely the beginning. Lei Chao sought not a temporary calm, but a complete order. While these leaders remained in trepidation, gilded invitations, hand-delivered by Thunder Shield security personnel clad in black suits and white gloves, reached the hands of various syndicate heads across Hong Kong. Whether from massive syndicates like Lian Sheng and New Qi, or smaller groups with merely 100 members, all received this invitation without exception. The content of the invitation was simple. Time, today at noon. Place, Peninsula Hotel, top-level banquet hall. Purpose, to discuss the future of Hong Kong. Signed, merely with one name, Lei Chao. No leader dared to decline, nor could they afford to be late. They understood that this was not an invitation, but a royal decree. The consequences of defiance had already been demonstrated by the loss of dozens of lives in last night's Budai-ao fishing village. At precisely noon, in the Peninsula Hotel's Lister room, the atmosphere was stifling. Dozens of syndicate heads sat upright, fidgeting nervously, afraid to whisper, even hesitant to breathe loudly. The banquet hall was so silent that the only sounds were the clinking of melting ice in glasses and the rapid beating of their own hearts. Just then, creak. The heavy, intricately carved doors of the banquet hall were slowly pushed open from the outside. A tall figure stepped in. It was none other than Lei Chao. Today, he donned a pure white Armani suit, perfectly tailored to accentuate his flawless physique. A gentle smile adorned his face, enveloping the room in a refreshing warmth. However, when all the distinguished guests present beheld his smile, an ominous chill swept over them. For they noticed Abu, who trailed behind Lei Chao. Abu maintained his usual impassive demeanor. Yet in his hand he held a black canvas bag, from which dark crimson liquid dripped steadily. A pungent scent of blood began to permeate the air. Several of the more timid dignitaries, upon catching a whiff of this odor, felt their stomachs churn violently, nearly retching on the spot. Lei Chao paid them no heed and walked directly to the head of the long table, towards the only vacant seat at the top. He did not take a seat. Instead, he slammed a black Type 54 pistol, stained with blood and brain matter, onto the table with a resounding thud. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of each dignitary present. They all recognized that firearm. It was the very weapon used by the toothless ruffian to threaten Lei Luo's life the previous night. Now, the gun lay here. Where was that man? The outcome was all too evident. Subsequently, Lei Chao leisurely retrieved a severed human head from the still bloodied canvas bag in Abu's possession and tossed it onto the center of the conference table. It was indeed the head of that toothless ruffian. Ugh! At last, one of the dignitaries could no longer contain himself, supporting himself against the table as he vomited. The entire conference room erupted into chaos. Silence. Lei Chao's voice, though soft, silenced all sounds of retching and gasps. He placed the bloodied head in the center of the table, its unblinking eyes staring directly at all those present. Lei Chao maintained his gentle smile as he surveyed the room, taking in the pale faces that had turned ashen with fear. Then, he got straight to the point and calmly announced a matter of great significance. From this day forth, there shall be no organized crime in Hong Kong. Upon the conclusion of his statement, the room fell utterly silent. All the dignitaries were rendered speechless. They could scarcely believe that Lei Chao had summoned them merely to convey this message. No organized crime in Hong Kong. Surely, this was a jest. What could they do aside from fighting and collecting protection fees? Are you, Mr. Lei, truly intending to shatter our livelihoods with a single sentence? What do you mean by this? At last, an elder statesman, the bold Dun Bo from Lianxing, stood up, his voice trembling as he inquired. Are you attempting to sever the financial lifeline of our tens of thousands of brothers in Hong Kong? Financial lifeline? Lei Chao laughed, a derisive smile gracing his face. You call the life of brawling for a few $100s in protection fees, where one risks life and limb, a financial lifeline? He shook his head. No, I will provide you with a true, bright path, one that allows your families to hold their heads high. He snapped his fingers. Instantly, Zhao Yaji, standing behind him, began distributing meticulously prepared documents to each dignitary. The title of the document read, Cooperative Proposal for the Integration of Security and Logistics Resources Across Hong Kong to Establish Lei's Group Auxiliary Service Company. The dignitaries, skeptical yet intrigued, flipped through the pages, their eyes widening and breaths quickening with each line they read. The contents of this proposal were nothing short of extraordinary. Lei Chao's plan was straightforward, to unify all the gangs across Hong Kong into a corporate structure. Lianxing, with its considerable manpower, would handle all logistics for Kowloon West. Establishing a Lianxing logistics company, Lei Chao would provide standardized vehicles and uniforms, and their thousands of underlings would become couriers, earning a base salary of $3,000 and a $5 commission per delivery, making over $10,000 a month achievable for those who excelled. The new G territory, expansive in reach, would see all security operations for Lei's commercial properties, shopping malls, office buildings, and residential complexes, handed over to them, forming a new G security company. Their elite enforcers would become security personnel, with a monthly salary of $5,000, plus benefits, meals, housing, and double pay at year's end. Moreover, smaller gangs would find work in cleaning services in Kwun Tong Industrial Area, parking management in Tsim Sha Tsui, and maintaining order in nightlife venues in Causeway Bay. Lei Chao sought to utilize his vast business empire to provide a stable, dignified income far exceeding their former occupations for the hundreds of thousands of struggling hoodlums at the bottom of society. He aimed to transform Hong Kong's underworld into an integral part of his commercial framework, a massive reservoir of human resources. The magnitude and ambition of this initiative utterly stunned everyone present. They gazed at the proposal in their hands, trembling with excitement. They realized that this was not merely a business proposal. It was a pardon that would allow them to completely cleanse their past and transition from gangsters to corporate employees. Of course, where there is a carrot, there must also be a stick. The final page of the proposal boldly declared in the boldest font, any organization that refuses to accept the restructuring will be deemed an enemy of Hong Kong society, an enemy of Lei's group. The consequences will be akin to those witnessed last night in the Baguio fishing village. Lei Chao observed the expressions of shock transform into exhilaration, ultimately giving way to reverence. And a gentle smile returned to his face. He slowly resumed his position at the head of the table, surveying everyone present. Then, in a calm tone, he posed a question that would etch itself into Hong Kong's history. Who supports my proposal? Who opposes it? As his words resonated, the room fell into a profound silence. All the dignitaries bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. At that moment, an incongruous voice suddenly broke through the tension. A corpulent warlord from the new territories, seemingly intoxicated and lacking clarity, suddenly slammed his palm against the table, rising to his feet as he slurred, "I oppose. Why should what you say go? I've been the boss in the new territories for 20 years. You think a mere young pup like you can ride my coattails?" Before he could finish his tirade, Abu, who had been standing behind Lei Chao, sprang into action. His movements were swift, and before anyone could react, he appeared behind the rotund warlord. A dark, silenced Beretta pistol was pressed silently against the back of the chubby man's head. "Try uttering another word," Abu's icy voice whispered in the new territory's warlord's ear. The cold muzzle pressed firmly against his skull, as if poised to shatter his cranium at any moment. The portly warlord's body went rigid, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead, quickly soaking through his expensive silk shirt. His face, flushed red from alcohol and anger, turned as pale as a sheet of paper. He could distinctly feel a warm trickle flowing in his trousers. He was terrified to the core. I support. I wholeheartedly support. Mr. Lei is wise and far-sighted. I was just a bit tipsy and spoke foolishly. Please, spare me, a mere rustic." The hefty warlord collapsed to his knees, bowing repeatedly towards Lei Chao, incoherent in his pleas for mercy. His abject demeanor stood in stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. In the conference room, the other dignitaries, who had harbored their own reservations, were now utterly cowed into submission by this spectacle. They are acutely aware that the times have indeed changed. This young man before them is not merely negotiating. He is issuing commands. Those who comply shall prosper, while those who resist shall perish. Excellent. Lei Chao gazed upon the trembling, corpulent figure kneeling on the ground, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He gently waved his hand at Abu, who holstered his weapon and, like dragging a lifeless dog, pulled the now limp and submissive gangster back to his seat. Lei Chao's gaze swept across the assembly once more. This time, no one dared to meet his eyes. All the gang leaders hastily rose from their seats, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle to Lei Chao. Their posture exuded reverence, akin to subjects paying homage to their sovereign. "We are at your service, Mr. Lei. From this day forth, the underworld of Hong Kong shall look solely to Mr. Lei for guidance." The synchronized voices echoed through the opulent banquet hall, heralding the end of a chaotic old era and the dawn of a new epoch. Meticulously crafted by Lei Chao himself, a sweeping reform of the underworld was underway, propelled by Lei Chao's iron-fisted methods and financial prowess, engulfing all of Hong Kong. The efficiency and profound impact of these changes left everyone astounded. Within a mere week, Hong Kong seemed to have transformed entirely. Once, the streets of Mong Kok were rife with shirtless, tattooed youths congregating in groups, extorting small vendors, or brawling over turf. Now, the very same streets were populated by these individuals, yet they were clad in blue uniforms emblazoned with the Lei Logistics logo, riding uniformly equipped electric tricycles laden with packages. "Beautiful lady, here is your delivery. Kindly sign for it." Scarface Chong, once notorious for his violent exploits on Temple Street, now beamed as he handed a parcel to a young girl, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. Previously, in the nightlife of Causeway Bay, ruffians would whistle and make unwelcome advances toward passing young women. Yet now, those same individuals donned crisp black security uniforms, standing tall with sharp gazes as they patrolled their surroundings. Upon seeing an elderly lady preparing to cross the street, they would even step forward to assist her. "Take your time, Grandma. Be careful of the cars." That gentle tone moved the elderly lady to tears, prompting her to exclaim, "These young men are truly becoming more polite." In the once tumultuous public housing estates, incidents of high-rise littering, burglary, and neighborly disputes were rampant. Now, those former delinquents had transformed into community grid workers for Lei properties. Their daily duties involved patrolling from door to door, mediating conflicts among neighbors, and even assisting elderly residents with light bulb replacements or unclogging drains. The security environment and neighborly relations within the entire community had reached an unprecedented level of harmony. Overnight, Hong Kong's safety had remarkably improved. Fistfights had vanished. Protection rackets were non-existent, and even petty theft had nearly disappeared. At the police headquarters, the newly appointed foreign commissioner stared incredulously at the crime statistics presented by his subordinates from the previous week, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The figures had plummeted drastically. Thefts down by 90, robberies by 95, and assaults by 98. The overall crime rate in Hong Kong had hit an all-time low since the city's inception over a century ago. My God, what on earth is happening? Have all the criminals in Hong Kong suddenly found religion and decided to reform? The foreign commissioner marveled at the report, his incredulity palpable. Beside him, the Chinese deputy commissioner merely shook his head with a wry smile. He understood that miracles are but illusions. The only explanation was that the man had intervened. With methods that the colonial government had never dared to conceive, he had addressed a long-standing affliction that had plagued Hong Kong for decades. He had become the undisputed arbiter of the city's underground order. In an instant, Lei Chao's reputation soared to unprecedented heights among the populace. The major newspapers extolled him as a benevolent savior, while many of the grassroots citizens, long victimized by gang violence, spontaneously erected altars in their homes to honor Lei Chao, offering daily tributes. In the study of the Lei family villa, Lei Lo perused the latest issue of the Lei Daily, the front page featuring his son's handsome, confident visage. The headline read, "One man's war ends an era. Mr. Lei Chao, the guardian of Hong Kong." Turning to the inner pages, he was greeted by a series of intriguing photographs. Those who had once stood on equal footing with him in the underworld, even his fiercest rivals, now adorned various uniforms. The head of Lianxing, Deng Bo, was clad in a security captain's uniform, instructing his subordinates, while Xiang Laoda from Xinji donned a logistics manager's suit, directing workers in a warehouse. They were now all laborers under his son's command. As Lei Luo gazed at the photographs, a myriad of emotions flooded his heart. He felt as though his entire life had been in vain. He had spent decades as the chief inspector of the Chinese police, struggling to maintain a fragile balance with these organizations. Yet his son had managed, in a single day, through one meeting and a decisive action, to transform these gang leaders into law-abiding citizens. Now that the internal troubles of Hong Kong had been resolved, Lei Chao finally felt a sense of relief. The relentless days of scheming and bloodshed had left him feeling somewhat weary. Instead of returning home, he drove to a lavish apartment in mid-levels, heavily secured, which he had purchased as a love nest for Guanjilin. He unlocked the door with his fingerprint, and upon entering, an alluring scent of perfume enveloped him. Guanjilin had been waiting for him. Today, she wore a black silk camisole with lace trim, its length barely concealing her curves, her long, slender legs fully exposed to the air. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was adorned with exquisite makeup, her large eyes glistening with allure. Upon seeing Lei Chao, a seductive smile blossomed on her face. Without uttering a word, she approached him, her delicate arms wrapping around his neck as her warm, soft body pressed against him. "I heard you were quite impressive last night," she murmured, her luscious lips brushing against Lei Chao's ear, her voice soft and enchanting, laced with a hint of playfulness. "Did you scare away all the bad guys?" Feeling the heat of her body against him, Lei Chao's blood, once cold from the violence, surged back to life. He swiftly lifted the enchanting woman into his arms. "Want to hear a story?" His voice was hoarse yet commanding. "Sure, but only after we take care of business first." Chapter 134, Guanjilin's Comfort, the Police Force's Donation. "However, we must finish our business first." Lei Chao's gravelly voice ignited every ember of desire within Guanjilin. She ceased speaking, her soulful eyes fixed on him, her toes barely grazing the ground as she leaned in closer. This invitation, silent yet imbued with temptation, proved irresistible to Lei Chao. He swept her off her feet, striding purposefully towards the luxurious bed adorned with black silk sheets. Guanjilin let out a soft gasp as she sank into the plush mattress, the stark contrast between the ebony silk and her alabaster skin striking. Lei Chao's breath grew ragged, resembling a lion poised for the hunt as he violently shed his expensive suit, still carrying the scent of gunpowder, revealing a physique sculpted like an ancient Greek statue, with perfect bronze muscles. He then leaned down, and outside, the dazzling lights of Victoria Harbor twinkled, while within the room, only the mingling of breaths and the crescendo of racing heartbeats remained. That night, Lei Chao unleashed the pent-up pressure and resentment that had been building within him for days. In contrast, Guanjilin, akin to the gentlest spring, silently embraced all of him, soothing his heart, which had grown cold from the violence of his past. She could sense the once dreaded sharpness of this man gradually dissolving, ultimately transforming into a warmth and tenderness potent enough to drown one in its depths. The following morning, as sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the disheveled black bed, Lei Chao slowly opened his eyes, feeling invigorated and alive. The catharsis of the previous night had dissipated all negativity from his heart. He turned to see Guanjilin curled up beside him like a sleeping kitten, a trace of tears lingering at the corners of her eyes, her face etched with fatigue and contentment. A wave of tenderness surged within him as he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Just then, his private phone at the bedside rang abruptly. Wishing not to disturb the slumbering beauty in his arms, he swiftly answered the call. On the other end, Zhao Yaji's efficient voice came through. "Brother Chao, Director Li from the police department has requested a private meeting with you, indicating there are urgent matters to discuss. The time is set for 10 o'clock this morning at the cafe in the Mandarin Hotel." The mention of the police director caused Lei Chao's brow to arch slightly. He was aware that the inevitable had arrived. Despite the tacit approval from the governor's office for the commotion he caused the previous night, it remained procedurally illicit. The police would not let the matter rest without a satisfactory explanation. Understood, I shall be there on time. After hanging up, Lei Chao quietly rose from the bed and dressed himself. Before departing, he glanced at the still sleeping Guan Jiling, contemplated for a moment, and withdrew an unlimited credit card from his wallet, placing it gently on her bedside table. At 10 o'clock, in the cafe on the top floor of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, Lei Chao sat leisurely by the window, savoring a cup of Blue Mountain coffee while admiring the stunning view of Victoria Harbor. Before long, a sharply dressed foreign man in his 50s, accompanied by a Chinese deputy director, approached briskly. It was the newly appointed police commissioner, Smith. Sir Lei, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you, and you certainly live up to it, Smith exclaimed, his face beaming with a smile as he extended his hand, adopting a humble demeanor. Though he was the head of the police force, he dared not overstep in the presence of this knighted gentleman of the British Empire. Commissioner Smith, you are too kind. Please, have a seat. Lei Chao shook his hand, maintaining a polite smile. After a few pleasantries, Smith finally broached the main topic. Clearing his throat, he donned a slightly pained expression and, with insinuation, said, Sir Lei, you are aware of the incident that transpired last night in Saigon. Our police department is under significant pressure. Although the outcome was favorable, with the kidnappers apprehended, the public opinion is overwhelmingly positive. However, he continued, shifting his tone, the security forces you deployed exceeded the legal boundaries set by Hong Kong law in both scale and equipment. If this matter were to be exploited by members of the Legislative Council, both our police department and the governor's office would find themselves in a precarious position. Smith's words were cloaked in grandeur, yet Lei Chao discerned the underlying message. He was essentially being asked for a hush money. Lei Chao chuckled. He refrained from arguing about procedural justice, for he understood that power was the ultimate rule, and money was the strongest form of power. From his suit pocket, he produced a pre-prepared checkbook, swiftly pinning down a figure that was impossible to refuse. He then slid the check across the table towards Smith. 50 million. His tone was calm and assured. This is a personal donation, made in the name of the Lei Group, to the Hong Kong Police Force's Fund for the Widows and Children of Fallen Officers. The recent tranquility in Hong Kong is largely due to your capable leadership, Commissioner Smith, and the diligent efforts of all our police colleagues. I hope this sum may provide some assistance to the families of the heroes who sacrificed themselves for the peace of Hong Kong. Smith's gaze fell upon the lengthy string of zeros on the check, his breath quickening. 50 million. This amount was nearly equivalent to their entire annual budget. With this funding, he could not only silence all the counselors, but also procure a new array of equipment for the police force, amassing considerable political capital for himself. The troubled expression on his face evaporated, replaced by a radiant smile as he discreetly tucked the check into his pocket. He then earnestly proclaimed, combating crime and protecting citizens is our police force's unassailable duty. Sir Lei, your fearless actions in subduing the criminals have set a commendable example for all citizens of Hong Kong. You are, indeed, a model citizen of our city. Thus, a potential political storm dissipated in the face of this $50 million olive branch. Lei Chao not only silenced all dissent, but also transformed the entire Hong Kong police force into his ally. From then on, who would dare to label Lei's security firm as a private army? They were now recognized as good citizens assisting the police in fighting crime. Just as Lei Chao bid farewell to the satisfied police commissioner, his personal assistant hurried over, clutching a gilded invitation. Boss, news just in from the governor's office. In recognition of your outstanding contributions to maintaining public order in Hong Kong and fostering community harmony, Her Majesty the Queen has decided to hold a small, private investiture ceremony for you before she concludes her visit to Hong Kong next week. The assistant's voice was brimming with excitement. Taking the invitation, adorned with the royal crest, Lei Chao felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at its prestigious emblem. He realized that his gift to the Queen had indeed borne fruit. It seems I am to be ennobled, he mused, gazing out at the governor's office, where the Union Jack fluttered. Chapter 135. The Queen's Visit to Hong Kong. My father must wear the dragon robe to meet her. It seems I am to be ennobled. The news of Lei Chao's impending knighthood by the Queen of England set the upper echelons of Hong Kong ablaze with excitement. In Hong Kong, the title of a knight carries profound significance, serving as a ticket to access the innermost circles of societal power and a political talisman from the British Empire's royal lineage. Henceforth, anyone wishing to challenge Lei Chao must weigh their own worthiness against the authority of the British Empire. In a fleeting moment, the threshold of the Lei family villa was nearly worn thin by the influx of prominent figures from various sectors come to extend their congratulations. From tycoons of the business world to high-ranking officials in politics, from celebrated stars to gang leaders, everyone sought to curry favor with this burgeoning new aristocrat of Hong Kong. As the prospective knight's father, Lei Lo was as exuberant as a child weighing 300 pounds, nearly grinning from ear to ear these past few days. He would eagerly boast to anyone who would listen, his words punctuated with fervor, "My son is about to be knighted. The Queen of England herself will bestow the honor upon him. Is that not magnificent?" His pride swelled 100-fold more than when he himself was promoted to chief inspector of the Chinese police. "No, such a grand occasion cannot allow me, as his father, to bring shame upon my son." Early one morning, Lei Lo energetically roused Lei Chao from his slumber. "Son, hurry, accompany me to Central. We must find the finest tailor in all of Hong Kong to craft the most splendid formal attire for me." A mysterious yet excited expression adorned Lei Luo's face. "I thought long and hard last night and have decided. I want a ceremonial robe embroidered with pure gold thread, featuring a 5-clawed dragon." Lei Chao nearly spewed the mouthful of milk he had just taken. "A dragon robe?" He stared incredulously at his whimsical father. "Dad, have you lost your mind? You plan to wear a dragon robe to meet the Queen? What are you thinking? Ascending the throne? Are you attempting to assert sovereignty before Her Majesty? Proclaiming that the Qing dynasty is not yet vanquished? Why not?" Lei Luo retorted, puffing out his chest with indignation. "She is a foreign queen, and my son is a knight. What is wrong with me wearing a dragon robe? It signifies matching social status. I intend to demonstrate the grandeur of the Chinese people. I want her to know that the Lei family is the true royal lineage of Hong Kong." Lei Chao was left completely flabbergasted by this peculiar logic, pressing a hand to his forehead as he felt his blood pressure rising. It took him an hour of patient persuasion to finally convince his father, who was still entrenched in feudal imperialist thoughts, to abandon that impractical dream of a dragon robe. "Dad, times have changed. Such notions are no longer fashionable. Trust me. A standard English morning suit or tailcoat will suffice. Remember, we are not going there to compete in grandeur. We are going to receive our honors and to be among our own. We must conduct ourselves with more decorum than those Englishmen, embodying what it truly means to be nobility." With Lei Chao's convincing words, Lei Luo ultimately relinquished his unrealistic aspirations for a dragon robe. In the ensuing days, Lei Chao even brought in the chief protocol officer from the governor's office to his home, painstakingly instructing his father, who had lived a rough-and-tumble life, on the intricate royal etiquette, from how to perform a proper bow to the use of cutlery. Even the angle at which to lift the corners of his mouth while speaking to the Queen underwent rigorous training. Lei Luo found the experience excruciating. Yet the thought of witnessing his son being honored in front of the world kept him gritting his teeth and enduring, while the Lei household basked in a jubilant atmosphere. An undercurrent of malice surged quietly from the other end of Hong Kong. At the headquarters of Jardine Matheson, in the office once occupied by Simon Ketherick, a gathering of executives from British financial consortiums, similarly left in ruin by Lei Chao during the last financial conflict, conspired for revenge. "We absolutely cannot stand idly by and watch that Chinese boy be knighted by the Queen," growled the newly appointed president of Swire Group, a man with a sinister glare as he stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray, his teeth gritted in frustration. "Once he becomes a knight, with that royal protection, we will have no leverage against him." "Indeed," echoed another director from a British bank. "We must tarnish his reputation before he receives the honor. Let him be utterly disgraced. I have prepared a dossier of incriminating evidence." A man named John, who had taken Simon's place at Jardine Matheson, revealed a devious grin as he produced a thick file from his briefcase. This contains all the evidence regarding his father's corruption and negligence during his tenure as chief inspector. It even includes a detailed report on his recent actions involving a private militia in the bloodbath at the fishing village of Saigon. "If we present this material before the Queen, I refuse to believe Her Majesty would knight the son of a criminal syndicate." "Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan." The group of British men exchanged knowing smiles, their faces betraying a sense of triumph in their conspiracy. They believed their plot was foolproof, unaware that Lei Chao had been privy to their machinations from the very beginning. At the Lei Villa, in the study, Lei Chao ended a call from a secure satellite line to London. On the other end was a high-ranking informant he had infiltrated into MI6 with his resources. "Planning to report me to the Queen?" A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Lei Chao's lips. A bunch of oblivious fools. He knew that dealing with such petty schemes required no defense or counterattack. He simply needed to prepare an offering to the Queen and the entire British royal family that they could not refuse, an extraordinary gift that would irrevocably bind their interests with his own. This gift was neither a rare treasure nor a priceless antique. It was a comprehensive business proposal concerning the revitalization of the British royal family's dormant assets and the realization of global capital appreciation. Approaching his safe, Lei Chao entered a sequence of codes. The safe door creaked open, revealing a meticulously prepared top-secret document. The cover bore a title in English: Strategic Cooperation Plan for Revitalizing the British Royal Family's Inactive Assets and Achieving Global Capital Appreciation. He understood that this was the true ace up his sleeve to secure the title of knight. At that moment, the study door creaked open gently. Zhao Yaji entered, carrying a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea. She wore a bespoke silver off-the-shoulder evening gown for the knighthood ceremony, adorned with crystals that sparkled under the lights, accentuating her perfect figure like a goddess of the moon. "Brother Chao, your tailcoat has arrived as well. Would you like to try it on now?" Her voice was gentle, her beautiful eyes reflecting admiration for the man poised to ascend to the pinnacle of power. She understood that after tomorrow, the Lei family would transcend mere affluence and truly embody nobility. Lei Chao set down the document in his hands, turning to gaze upon the breathtaking woman before him. A tender smile gracing his features, he stepped closer and gently embraced her. Very well. On the eve of the knighthood ceremony, Lei Chao stood before a grand floor-to-ceiling mirror, clad in a perfectly tailored black tailcoat. The man reflected in the mirror was handsome, with deep-set eyes and an air of nobility. His innate kingly aura harmoniously fused with the attire representing the highest Western etiquette, exuding an irresistible charm. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, the corners of his mouth gradually curling into a confident, yet icy arc. "Tomorrow, I shall make those lofty magnates of the foreign trading houses witness firsthand what it truly means to be a favored subject." Chapter 136. The Art of Gifting. Who dares to touch the Queen's purse? What it truly means to be a favored subject. This proclamation from Lei Chao was less a mere soliloquy and more a confident declaration. The gift he had prepared for the Queen, titled the Global Asset Appreciation Plan for the British royal family, was founded on a simple yet audacious principle: to amass wealth alongside the monarchy. As a top-tier Wall Street trader from the future, Lei Chao understood better than anyone of this era the primary concern of the British monarchy, a lineage steeped in centuries of tradition. It was not a lack of assets. On the contrary, their wealth was staggering. The value of their castles, estates, lands, artworks, and jewels scattered across the globe was astronomical. Yet, they lacked one crucial element: cash. They were akin to misers guarding a mountain of gold, oblivious to how to convert their riches into liquidity. Their assets were predominantly managed through archaic and inefficient methods, entrusted to bloated, corrupt royal foundations that yielded pitiful returns, often failing to outpace inflation, or, like antiquities, relegated to museums and safes, generating no income while incurring substantial maintenance costs. This led to an awkward predicament. The Queen was nominally one of the wealthiest women in the world, yet her annual disposable income paled in comparison to that of a second-rate real estate tycoon in Hong Kong. Lei Chao's proposal was the key to unlocking this conundrum. Within the plan, he did not present any groundbreaking business models. Rather, he meticulously illustrated with professional data and charts how entrusting the management of the royal family's dormant assets to him, an expert, would produce an extraordinary chemical reaction. The first step, asset securitization. Lei Chao articulated in the proposal. We could package iconic landmarks such as Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle into a royal real estate investment trust, REIT, subsequently listing it on the stock exchanges of London and Hong Kong. Investors worldwide could acquire shares in this fund, thereby indirectly owning a portion of these royal properties and reaping dividends from property appreciation and revenue from ticket sales and merchandise. Meanwhile, the monarchy could instantaneously raise billions of pounds in cash flow from the capital markets without relinquishing an inch of land. The second step, the financialization of artworks. We can consolidate the royal collection of masterpieces by Da Vinci and Raphael into an art investment fund, collaborating with premier auction houses like Sotheby's and Christie's. We could conduct global exhibitions, charging exorbitant entrance fees. We could even issue limited edition digital collectibles, NFTs, based on these artworks to attract the world's wealthiest individuals. The proposal brimmed with innovative financial alchemy that seemed remarkably avant-garde for this time. Lei Chao assured the Queen that by transferring the management rights of the royal assets to his firm, Lei International Bank and Lei Royal Trust, he was confident he could triple the annualized return on royal assets within 5 years. This was an irresistible temptation for anyone in dire need of funds. More importantly, this proposal was not merely a business collaboration, it was a potent declaration of allegiance. Once the Queen accepted this plan, it would signify that the interests of the Lei Group were irrevocably entwined with those of the entire British monarchy. Lei Chao would no longer be just a simple baron. He would transform into Her Majesty's chief financial advisor, the royal partnership's golden ally. At that point, who would dare to challenge him? To do so would equate to raiding the Queen's purse. To touch the Queen's finances was akin to desecrating her ancestral graves. This was the epitome of a masterful stratagem, a single move capable of plunging all rivals into despair. On the evening of the awards banquet, the Royal Yacht Britannia, docked at Victoria Harbour, sparkled with lights, resembling a floating crystal palace. All the prominent political and business figures in Hong Kong gathered here. The men donned sharply tailored tailcoats, while the women adorned themselves in splendid evening gowns, the air thick with the mingled scents of premium champagne, Cuban cigars, and expensive perfumes. This was a power feast reserved for the top 1% of Hong Kong's elite. However, when Lei Chao, clad in a custom silver suit, walked the red carpet alongside the goddess-like Zhao Yaji. The entire banquet hall seemed to be captivated by their presence. The man exuded an air of handsome dominance, while the woman radiated elegance and grace. Together, they resembled a pair of golden boys, their compatibility leaving the onlookers feeling a twinge of inadequacy. Humph. Merely a nouveau riche who ascended through women and opportunism. What is there to be smug about? In a corner of the banquet hall, John from Jardine Matheson and the president of Swire Group clutched their glasses, their eyes filled with envy and malice as they observed Lei Chao surrounded by admirers. "Patience, John," said Shun Bai from HSBC, gently swirling the red wine in his glass, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "The real show is yet to come. I've submitted our prepared gift through the channels to the governor's secretary. I believe that the Chinese lad will receive quite a surprise before Her Majesty." The three exchanged glances, a shared expression of schadenfreude evident on their faces, as if they could already envision Lei Chao's impending disgrace before the queen. At that moment, a melodious ship's whistle echoed, causing a stir on the open deck of the banquet hall. Her Majesty has arrived, accompanied by the resounding announcement from the MC and the Royal Military Band's solemn rendition of God Save the Queen. A dignified elderly lady dressed in a royal blue ensemble and matching hat, though advanced in years, still exuded vitality and regal grace, slowly ascended the deck, flanked by Governor MacLehose and numerous royal members. It was none other than the reigning monarch of the British Empire, Queen Elizabeth II. The grand welcoming ceremony commenced. Following protocol, Governor MacLehose would lead distinguished representatives from various sectors in Hong Kong to pay their respects to Her Majesty. Lei Chao, as the Chinese representative who had made the most outstanding contributions to Hong Kong this year, naturally stood at the forefront of the welcoming line. Clad in a perfectly tailored black tailcoat, he stood tall, his composure radiating a dignified smile. The innate nobility and confidence he possessed set him apart from the anxious Hong Kong elite surrounding him. The Queen's gaze swiftly fell upon this extraordinarily youthful, yet commanding Eastern man. While she merely nodded politely to others, she halted before Lei Chao, her wise blue eyes, though lined with wrinkles, scrutinizing him with keen interest from head to toe, as if appraising a worthy rival. Then, she spoke slowly, her voice imbued with the unique elegance and authority of royalty. "You are the young man repeatedly mentioned in MacLehose's letter, acclaimed as the Oriental Miracle?" Chapter 137, The Allure of the London Accent. The accuser is struck down. "You are indeed the one hailed as the Oriental Miracle?" The Queen's voice, though not loud, immediately stirred tumultuous waves throughout the grand banquet hall. All eyes swiftly converged upon her, filled with astonishment, envy, and disbelief. Good heavens! Her Majesty is actually engaging in conversation with a Chinese individual. Moreover, she has employed such a lofty commendation as Oriental Miracle. This is an unparalleled honor that has never been bestowed in over a century since Hong Kong's opening. Those so-called socialites standing behind Lei Chao found themselves consumed by regret. Their earlier mockery of Lei Chao for positioning himself too forward, disregarding decorum, now rendered foolish. Faced with the Queen's direct inquiry, anyone else might have faltered in excitement. Yet, Lei Chao maintained an air of calm and composure, as if untouched by the moment. He slightly bowed, executing an impeccable English nobleman's knee bend. Then, lifting his gaze, he wore a humble yet confident smile. His first words flowed forth in a fluent, pure, and even more classically elegant Oxford accent than the Queen herself. "Your Majesty, it is an unparalleled honor to stand before you. As for the title of Oriental Miracle, I believe that is too much of an exaggeration. I am merely a humble businessman doing what I can for the prosperity of this great city under your Majesty's gracious rule." This eloquence, reminiscent of a classic BBC theatrical tone, instantly captivated the entire assembly. All present, be they Chinese or British, stood agape. They could scarcely fathom that a native Hong Konger could articulate such refined, noble English. The accent, the choice of words, the intonation, it surpassed even that of the Prime Minister seated at number 10 Downing Street. Even the Queen herself, upon hearing this familiar and pure noble accent typically reserved for the most intimate afternoon teas at Buckingham Palace, displayed a glimmer of surprise and warmth in her usually authoritative eyes. "Oh, a humble businessman?" A playful smile curved the Queen's lips. "I beg to differ. I have heard that you had Mr. Akio Morita of Sony kneeling at your office door within a month. That hardly seems the deed of a humble businessman." In the face of the Queen's teasing reproach, Lei Chao remained unflustered. Instead, he laughed heartily and cleverly responded with a quote from Shakespeare. "Your Majesty, as Shakespeare once wrote in Twelfth Night, some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon him. I suppose I belong to the latter. It was not I who defeated Sony, but the unstoppable tide of digital technology." His witty and humorous allusion, coupled with the deft attribution of his success to the currents of the times, was nothing short of perfect. It showcased his profound cultural depth while exhibiting just the right amount of humility, earning him the queen's considerable favor in an instant. Ha! Well said. Well said indeed. The queen's laughter rang out, her gaze towards Lei Chao brimming with admiration. MacLehose told me you are an intriguing young man. Now it appears you are 100 times more fascinating than he described. As it seemed Lei Chao was on the verge of winning the queen's favor entirely. John from Jardine Matheson could no longer remain seated in the corner. He knew that if he did not interrupt, he would lose his chance for the evening. Summoning his courage, he approached with his glass in hand and interjected, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. While Mr. Lei has achieved some success in business, there are many unsavory rumors regarding his rise and his family's background in Hong Kong." His words dripped with insinuation, blatantly suggesting that Lei Chao's wealth was ill-gotten, hinting at his father, Lei Lo, being a notorious corrupt official. Upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere thickened instantly. All eyes focused on Lei Chao, eager to witness how he would respond to this malicious accusation. Even the smile on the queen's face faded slightly, her expression turning contemplative. However, Lei Chao did not cast a glance at the foolish jester. He refrained from any defense, knowing that any justification would be futile in the face of such baseless accusations. He merely offered a faint smile. He then received a thick gift, elegantly wrapped in a velvet document pouch, from Zhao Yazi, and respectfully presented it to the queen. "Your Majesty, rather than those tedious rumors, I believe you may find this more intriguing." The queen accepted the document with a hint of skepticism. Upon seeing the title Global Asset Appreciation Plan for the British royal family on the cover, her brow arched slightly. As she opened the first page and encountered the ambitious concept regarding the securitization of Buckingham Palace's assets, her breath caught momentarily. And when she reached the conclusion of the proposal, which detailed a projected tripling of the annual return on royal assets over the next 5 years, a glimmer of avarice ignited in her astute blue eyes. As a monarch, she may have grown weary of political games. Yet as the steward of the royal family's substantial expenditures, her innate desire for wealth was undeniable. She snapped the document shut, and her gaze towards Lei Chao transformed entirely. No longer did it reflect the appreciation of an elder towards a younger. Now it was the fervent gaze of a prospective benefactor and golden partner. She dismissed John, who was still prattling on in the corner, as though he were invisible. She even turned to John, her voice tinged with reproach, and said, "Mr. John, Sir Ray is a rare commercial genius of our British Empire, a pillar of the entire Hong Kong. I do not wish to hear any further false accusations or slanders against him. Do you understand?" Her words struck John like a resounding slap, leaving his face flushed a deep crimson before swiftly paling, as if he had just swallowed a fly, frozen in place with embarrassment, wishing desperately to sink into the floor. How could this be possible? Her Majesty the Queen openly reprimanding a pure-blooded British gentleman for a Chinese individual? Has the world gone mad? From a distant corner, Shun Bai, who had been observing with a cool detachment, let out a helpless sigh. He understood that the tides had turned. They, the so-called old British capitalists, were utterly defeated by Lei Chao's unconventional and divine strategies. The scene that unfolded next plunged them into despair. The Queen, before all gathered, personally took Lei Chao's hand. "Mr. Ray, come, sit beside me." She gestured towards the most esteemed chair at the main table, which should have been reserved for the governor. "MacLehose, I have many questions regarding the global economy and wish to hear your perspective as this Eastern marvel." What an extraordinary honor. The hall fell into a profound silence once more. All eyes turned towards the young Chinese man, who, amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the British elite, confidently took his place beside the Queen. They knew that from this moment onward, the sky over Hong Kong had truly changed. During the banquet, the two engaged in lively conversation, drawing upon his expansive vision from the future and his keen insights into the global economic landscape. Lei Chao proposed several incisive suggestions regarding the stagnation of the British economy and the reconstruction of the global monetary system following the decoupling of the dollar from gold. His profound thoughts and transcendent perspective left the Queen nodding in agreement, showering him with praise. Finally, as the banquet neared its conclusion, the Queen slowly set down her knife and fork. She gazed at the young man before her, increasingly satisfied, her expression turning solemn. "Mr. Ray, I believe that your outstanding contributions to the Empire warrant more than a mere dinner invitation. You deserve to receive a true medal." Chapter 138. The Birth of a Knight. My father is a knight, and so is his. You deserve to receive a true medal. When Her Majesty the Queen uttered these words in her authoritative tone, the opulent banquet hall fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Every breath in the room seemed to halt at that moment. A medal, and one promised personally by the Queen. Everyone present understood the significance of this. It meant that Lei Chao would officially enter the ranks of the nobility, becoming the pinnacle of this colonial society's hierarchy. Amidst the complex gazes of shock, envy, and jealousy, The awarding ceremony commenced aboard the Royal Britannia, conducted with unprecedented grandeur. There were no cumbersome procedures, no unnecessary words. Governor MacLehose himself served as the MC, his voice trembling with excitement. The Royal Military Band played a solemn and dignified award march. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lei Chao slowly ascended the makeshift podium. He approached the Queen, gracefully kneeling on one knee, lowering his proud head that had never bowed before anyone. This kneel was not an act of submission, but a means to attain greater power and a stronger amulet. The Queen took a knight's sword, symbolizing royal authority and honor, from an attendant, her expression grave, and gently rested the cold blade upon Lei Chao's shoulders in succession. Then, she proclaimed in a resounding and sacred voice, "In the name of God, Saint Michael, and Saint George, I dub thee, sir. Arise, Sir Chao Rei. I, Elizabeth II, by the grace of God, Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, officially confer upon you the honorary title of Knight Commander of the British Empire, KB, granting you and your legitimate male descendants the hereditary title of Knight." Boom. When the word knight was distinctly articulated by the Queen, the banquet hall erupted into thunderous applause. Countless flashes captured this historic moment, forever enshrining it in the annals of Hong Kong's history. In the front row of the distinguished guests, Lei Lo, the former $500 million detective, the formidable hero of Kowloon City, could no longer control his emotions, resembling a child in tears. He trembled with excitement, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Gripping tightly onto the hefty thigh of Pig Oil Boy, desperately pinching with all his might. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts. You're killing me, Lo." Pig Oil Boy grimaced in pain, letting out a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Does it hurt?" Lei Lo glared with reddened eyes, his voice hoarse. "Of course it hurts. It hurts, damn it." Suddenly, Lei Lo slapped his thigh, erupting into a deafening laugh. "Ha ha, I'm the father of a knight now. My son is a knight." In that moment, his pride, satisfaction, and the fulfillment of family honor reached unprecedented heights. He had climbed from a poor policeman to the chief detective of the Chinese, believing that was the pinnacle of his life. Yet he never dreamed his son would soar even higher, seeing further than he ever could. A knight of the British Empire. This was no mere accumulation of wealth and power. It was a true transcendence of class. From this day forward, the Lei family would shed their past as mere ruffians, transforming into the pinnacle of elite nobility in Hong Kong. On the podium, Lei Chao rose amidst the tide of applause. He accepted the heavy, pure gold KB medal from the Queen, wearing a confident and composed smile, bowing gracefully to her and all the guests in gratitude. His innate royal demeanor, his calmness amidst triumph and humiliation, captivated everyone present. He became the youngest and most legendary Chinese knight in over 100 years since Hong Kong's inception. After the awarding ceremony concluded, the banquet continued, but the atmosphere had entirely shifted. Lei Chao was now the sole focus of attention. Even Governor MacLehose instinctively addressed him with the respectful you. The British elites who had previously harbored resentment towards him could only muster forced smiles, approaching to congratulate him with strained expressions. "Congratulations, Sir Rei." Shen Bai, the HSBC magnate, approached Lei Chao with a glass in hand, his face reflecting a complex array of emotions. He understood that from this moment onward, he could no longer regard the young man before him as a malleable partner. He must acknowledge him as an equal, perhaps even someone of superior standing. "You are too kind, Mr. Shun," Lei Chao remarked, smiling as he clinked glasses with him. Subsequently, he extended his hand, clasping Shun Bai's large palm. At that instant, as they shook hands, Lei Chao leaned in, his lips brushing closely against Shun Bai's ear, whispering in a tone that only the two of them could discern, laced with both amusement and a hint of warning. "Mr. Shun, do not forget. We are now bound together in the same vessel. The Queen's purse relies entirely on our combined efforts. From now on, we are family." Shen Bai's body stiffened abruptly. Beneath Lei Chao's seemingly jovial words lay an unmistakable chill of threat. It was a warning that should HSBC dare to engage in any underhanded maneuvers, he would not hesitate to bring it to the Queen's attention. If that were to occur, the repercussions would not befall Shun Bai alone. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke upon Shun Bai's forehead as he gazed at the young man before him, whose smile was as cunning as a fox. And for the first time, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. He realized he was entirely at the mercy of this man. In this atmosphere teeming with unspoken currents, the ceremony of honors concluded, giving way to a light-hearted and joyous ball. The melodious strains of a waltz began to fill the banquet hall, prompting men and women alike to glide onto the dance floor, twirling gracefully. However, just as Lei Chao had seen Shun Bai off and was preparing to invite Zhao Yazi for the first dance, a young, tall figure, radiating a blend of shyness and curiosity, approached him. She appeared to be a mere 17 or 18 years of age. Adorned in a simple yet elegant light blue evening gown, her beautiful golden locks accentuating her porcelain complexion. Her features were exquisitely angelic, particularly her sapphire-like blue eyes, which sparkled with a naivete and kindness untouched by the world. Everyone present recognized her. She was one of the royal members accompanying the Queen on her visit to Hong Kong, a young princess poised to become the most celebrated British rose of the future. Diana. Sir Lei, may I invite you to dance? Diana's voice carried the soft, tender timbre characteristic of youth, laced with a hint of shyness. Her pure eyes brimmed with curiosity and a barely perceptible admiration as she looked up at the man recently knighted by her grandmother, a figure of Eastern legend. She had been observing him since the banquet commenced, noting how he conversed effortlessly in impeccable noble English with her grandmother. How he faced the challenges posed by the British elites with poise, turning their jests to dust with a mere flick of his wit. She admired his dignified presence on the stage of honors, an aura of grace and authority surrounding him. This man seemed to possess a captivating allure, embodying the reserved depth of the East while exuding the confident flamboyance of the West. Within his deep, starry black eyes lay countless enchanting tales. For Diana, a young girl raised within the rigid confines of royal decorum, harboring romantic fantasies of the outside world, Lei Chao resembled a mysterious adventure novel, one she could not resist the urge to open, to explore, to understand. Thus, she gathered all her courage and extended this audacious invitation, one that flouted royal protocol. Lei Chao regarded the somewhat naive yet already radiant British rose before him, his face breaking into a gentle, charming smile. He recognized the significance of forging a positive rapport with this future princess, understanding the immeasurable advantages it would yield for his endeavors in Britain and across Europe. He inclined slightly, extending his hand in a flawless gesture of gallantry, his lips lightly brushing against the air as they landed upon the smooth skin of her gloved hand. "My dear lady, it is my honor." His voice, deep and magnetic, caressed Diana's fluttering heart like a soft feather. Diana's cheeks flushed instantly. Hand in hand, they glided into the center of the dance floor, instantly becoming the focal point of all eyes. One, the newly minted youngest Chinese knight in Hong Kong, a rising titan of commerce from the East. The other, a beautiful, pure, and much-admired rose of the British Empire. Together, they resembled a prince and princess emerged from a fairy tale, the tableau harmonious and filled with dreams. Countless reporters frantically captured the moment, forever freezing it in time. They knew tomorrow's headlines would be set, the century dance of the Eastern Prince and the British Rose. Sir Lei's unmatched charisma conquers the most beautiful pearl of the British Empire. As the enchanting waltz flowed through the ballroom, Lei Chao's steps were practiced and graceful. Brimming with power, he led Diana, whose movements were still somewhat awkward and whose body was rigid with tension, with the ease of an experienced dancer. His hand rested gently on her slender waist, the warmth of his touch causing her heart to race. "Do not be nervous, Your Highness," Lei Chao murmured, bending slightly to whisper in her ear with a charming London accent. "Follow my rhythm, relax, and envision yourself as a feather." He refrained from discussing the mundane topics of politics and economics, instead regaling her with tales of the distant, mysterious East. He spoke of the marvel of the Great Wall, constructed 2 millennia ago, and the poignant dramas of emperors and ministers that once unfolded beneath the red walls and yellow tiles of the Forbidden City. He even half-jokingly described the delectable Hong Kong street snack, egg waffles, as a culinary delight that surpassed the royal afternoon tea by 100-fold. His humorous discourse, vast knowledge, and the pride and love for Eastern culture that subtly emerged from his words captivated the young girl, who had long harbored a curiosity about the East. Diana erupted into peals of laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells, and her usually melancholic blue eyes sparkled with unprecedented brightness. She felt that the few minutes spent with this man were far more exhilarating and liberating than the years she had spent within the confines of the palace. A feeling of infatuation quietly began to blossom within her heart. Standing on the edge of the dance floor, Zhao Yaji held a glass of champagne, observing the radiant couple at the center. A polite smile graced her lips, yet deep within her gentle, watery gaze, a hint of a barely perceptible pang of jealousy stirred. She understood the necessity of this social engagement. Her man was conquering a broader world for their shared future. However, as a woman, witnessing her beloved dance and engage merrily with another, equally beautiful and perhaps more noble woman in such a public forum, it was impossible to claim she felt no envy. Beside her, Lin Qingxia seemed to sense her thoughts. She stepped forward, gently clinking her glass against Zhao Yaji's. "Sister Yasi, do not fret." Lin Qingxia's voice remained cool and composed, yet imbued with a touch of solace. "He is an eagle soaring in the heavens, destined to one day ascend to broader skies. Our duty is not to tether him with a mere rope, but to strive to transform ourselves into phoenixes capable of soaring alongside him." Zhao Yaji, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at her sister beside her, who equally cherished that man, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Ultimately, she smiled with a sense of release. Indeed, a man of his caliber is destined not to belong to just one woman. And what they could do is to become better, stronger, powerful enough to forever stand by his side. As the melody concluded, Lei Chao returned to the dance floor, hand in hand with Diana, executing a flawless gesture of kissing her hand before gracefully stepping aside. The entire sequence was impeccably balanced, showcasing his charm without overstepping any boundaries. Diana watched his retreating figure, a flicker of subtle disappointment crossing her gaze. Just as Lei Chao prepared to return to Zhao Yaji, eager to soothe his rightful queen, he suddenly sensed a chilling, scrutinizing gaze emanating from an inconspicuous corner of the banquet hall. The stare was as sharp as a blade, bearing the hallmark of rigorous training. Lei Chao raised an eyebrow, following the direction of that penetrating gaze. There he beheld a middle-aged Caucasian man clad in a black tailcoat, appearing as an ordinary guest. Yet his eyes were strikingly keen, with pronounced temples and an aura of icy detachment, all while feigning admiration for the scenery with a martini in hand. His peripheral vision fixated unyieldingly upon Lei Chao. A smirk of intrigue played upon Lei Chao's lips. He realized he was being observed. From the man's posture, gaze, and the slight separation of his index finger as he held the glass, Lei Chao deduced the identity of his observer, a senior operative of MI6, the type that had blood on their hands. Chapter 140. The interest of MI6. Who will disrobe this lord tonight? An elite MI6 agent? The thought flashed through Lei Chao's mind, yet his expression remained unaffected. He did not intentionally shy away from the agent's scrutinizing gaze. Instead, he executed an unexpected gesture that caught the hidden operative off guard. Lei Chao raised his champagne flute, lifting it towards the direction of the agent through the bustling crowd. And then, with a playful and provocative smile, he silently proclaimed, "I see you, and I am utterly unconcerned." In the corner, the MI6 agent codenamed 007, James Bond, felt his grip on the martini glass tighten at the sight of Lei Chao's action. His pupils constricted sharply, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Discovered. His pride in his disguise and infiltration skills had been effortlessly unraveled by this young Eastern man. Moreover, the reaction from Lei Chao was not one of panic, fear, or anger, but rather a calm disdain, reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. This man was 100 times more formidable than the dossier had described. James inhaled deeply, forcing his racing heart to steady. He understood that he was facing an unprecedentedly challenging target. He retrieved a seemingly ordinary pen from his pocket, which was, in fact, a miniature recording device, and pretended to casually press the shutter towards Lei Chao's direction. He then swiftly jotted down an initial assessment report in his specially encrypted notebook. Target, Sir Chao Rei. Assessment level, extremely dangerous, code red. Capability assessment, business acumen SSS, proven ability to disrupt global industrial patterns single-handedly. Financial capability SSS, the cash flow scale of Rei International Bank poses a potential threat to the pound system. Intelligence SSS, exhibits exceptional counter-surveillance awareness and extraordinary psychological resilience. Combatability, unknown. However, the Rei Shield security under his command possesses quasi-military operational capabilities. Threat analysis. The target is immensely wealthy, ambitious, and exhibits strong nationalist tendencies. His rise in Hong Kong has severely undermined the foundations of the British Empire's rule in the region. Should his development continue unchecked, he may well become one of the foremost potential threats to British interests globally within the next decade. At this juncture, James paused and added a note. Action recommendation. Given that the target is deeply intertwined with core royal interests, Royal Asset Appreciation Plan, and possesses unparalleled prestige and influence within the Chinese community in Hong Kong, the risks of direct physical elimination are exceedingly high and could trigger unpredictable diplomatic and financial upheavals. Suggestion: transition to long-term surveillance and attempt contact and infiltration. When necessary, leverage his influence to handle certain unsavory tasks the Empire cannot personally address, transforming him from a potential adversary into a controllable and useful ally. Upon completing this report, James closed his notebook and downed his martini in one gulp. He observed Lei Chao in the distance, still engaging in lively conversation with various dignitaries. As if nothing had transpired moments ago, a newfound gravity flickering in his eyes. He recognized that the focus of his work for a considerable time ahead would revolve around this formidable Eastern man. Meanwhile, after this brief yet profound exchange with the MI6 operative, Lei Chao chose to disregard him entirely. He understood that to navigate this world successfully and expand his commercial empire globally, dealings with pervasive intelligence agencies were inevitable. Perhaps, in the future, he would even establish a personal intelligence network of his own, one that spanned the globe. That would be true power capable of commanding the world. The banquet concluded amidst an atmosphere of harmony yet rife with undercurrents. Lei Chao returned to the Lei family villa adorned with the weighty KB medal, a symbol of unparalleled honor. Upon entering, he was immediately encircled by Lei Luo and Zhu Yuzi, who had been eagerly awaiting his return. Lei Luo snatched the exquisite velvet box containing the medal, opening it with the utmost care, as if cradling a newborn. Upon seeing the golden cross medal glimmering under the light, exuding an air of nobility, his old face beamed like a blossoming chrysanthemum. A treasure. This is a true treasure. He held the medal in his palm, turning it over and over, unable to part with it. He even contemplated draping the ribbon around his neck, admiring himself in the mirror with unrestrained delight. "Father, perhaps you should ease up a bit," Lei Chao remarked, bemused, observing his father behaving as if he had lost his senses over a mere insignia. "You know nothing." Lei Luo shot him a glare. "This is no mere insignia. This is our family's golden ticket to immunity, our treasured heirloom." He clutched the medal, refusing to relinquish it, ultimately retreating to his room to sleep with it cradled in his arms. Lei Chao could only shake his head in resignation, choosing to leave him to his whims. He returned to his master bedroom, dragging a body tinged with fatigue. As he pushed the door open, an exquisite tableau, vibrant and alluring enough to quicken the pulse of any man, unfolded before him. Upon the colossal circular bed lay Zhao Yaji, Lin Qingxia, Zhong Chuhong, and Guan Zhilin, goddess-like figures, unattainable beauties revered in society, now adorned in a variety of seductively enticing nightwear, having awaited his arrival for quite some time. Zhao Yaji, draped in a dignified yet seductive white silk robe, exuded an aura of maturity and intellect befitting a queen. Lin Qingxia, clad in a gender-neutral black silk shirt, flirted with the daring allure of being bottomless, her long, slender legs glistening like ivory under the soft glow of the lights. Zhong Chuhong, still imbued with a hint of youthful innocence, wore an adorable pink spaghetti-strap nightgown that hinted at her vibrant, healthy physique. Meanwhile, the stunning Guan Zhilin was audacious, donning a black, nearly transparent lace bodysuit that accentuated her scandalously curvaceous figure. As they beheld Lei Chao's entrance, their eyes ignited with a fervent blaze of admiration and possessiveness upon noticing the velvet box containing the KB Knight's medal in his grasp. They understood the significance of this medal. It symbolized power, status, and the pinnacle of success this man had achieved in the city and in this era. To conquer a man standing at the apex of power was an irresistible, primal temptation for any woman. This medal was the most potent aphrodisiac. Lei Chao surveyed the enchanting creatures before him, their eyes ablaze with desire, and smiled. Casually, he tossed the velvet box, regarded by his father as a family heirloom, onto the plush bed as if it were mere refuse. Just a metal plaque, he mused, while leisurely unfastening the intricate bow tie of his tailcoat. His gaze swept slowly over the four uniquely styled, yet equally captivating bodies, ultimately curling into a smirk brimming with mischievous authority. Tonight, who will assist this gentleman in shedding his attire? Chapter 141, The Knight's Bounty, a novel use for the medal. With a languid yet commanding voice, Lei Chao's words rippled through the luxurious master bedroom of the Lei family villa, creating a palpable atmosphere of desire. The four beautiful bodies, each distinct yet equally alluring, trembled slightly at the sound of his proclamation. Their eyes sparkled with a fiery glow, filled with adoration, infatuation, and unabashed possessiveness. The gentleman they all cherished had finally ascended to the pinnacle of this city, and indeed this era. As his most intimate women, they felt an overwhelming sense of pride. "I'll do it." Guan Zhilin, the most daring of them all, was the quickest to respond. Her black lace bodysuit, illuminated by the light, showcased her voluptuous figure enticingly. Like a panther, she leapt from the bed, striding gracefully to Lei Chao. Without uttering a word, she wrapped her porcelain-like arms around his neck and tilted her exquisite face up to bestow a deep kiss upon him. Next came Zhong Chuhong, embodying a touch of youthful shyness in her charming pink nightgown, her vibrant body teasingly revealed. Gathering her courage, she shyly approached, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. Following her was Lin Qingxia, maintaining her cool demeanor in a gender-neutral black silk shirt and daringly missing her lower garments. Her long legs radiated an ivory sheen under the lights. Unlike Guan Zhilin's boldness or Zhong Chuhong's timidity, she approached with quiet elegance, gracefully reaching for his bow tie, treating it as if it were a delicate work of art. Finally, there was Zhao Yazi, the matriarch of this household, draped in her dignified yet alluring white silk robe, radiating maturity and intellect. Observing the lively scene before her, she bore no hint of jealousy, instead wearing a gentle smile. She approached the bed and carefully picked up the velvet box that Lei Chao had casually discarded. "Take your time, dear," her voice was soft. "Today is a momentous occasion for our family, and this medal was personally bestowed upon you by Her Majesty the Queen. We, your sisters, have yet to fully appreciate it." As she spoke, she opened the box, revealing the pure gold cross metal that shimmered under the light. Lei Chao, gazing into her intelligent eyes that seemed to converse with him, instantly comprehended her intent. He smiled, relishing the tacit understanding that existed between them. That night, the master bedroom of the villa was filled with an unbounded springtime ambience. The KB Knight's medal, symbolizing the glory of the British Empire, was playfully explored by these stunning women, who devised various blush-inducing and heart-racing new games with it. At times, it was draped across Zhao Yazi's ample bosom, gently rising and falling with her breath. At other moments, Lin Qingxiao would tenderly hold it between her crimson lips, the cold metal contrasting sharply with her warm mouth. Zhong Chuhong curiously grasped it, her delightful gasp escaping as she felt its icy touch. Ultimately, it found its way into the hands of the boldest, Guan Zhilin, who used it to measure the depths and breadths of their playful game. This was the reward Lei Chao rightfully deserved, one he had won through countless victories, earning the blessings of a harem. These women, though they may be celebrated stars and powerful vice presidents in the outside world, were here, before this man, merely waiting as concubines for their king's favor. They competed with one another, yet at that moment, they harmoniously submitted to the man who had given them everything. As the night deepened and the enchanting music in the bedroom finally subsided, when the beautiful bodies, satisfied yet weary, succumbed to slumber, Lei Chao, however, remained wide awake. Quietly, he rose from the plush bed, clad only in loose sleep pants, his robust torso bare, and stepped out onto the open-air balcony of the master bedroom. He retrieved a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and inhaled deeply. The smoke swirled within his lungs before he slowly exhaled, forming a white ring that dissipated into the cool night breeze of Hong Kong. He gazed down at the city he had conquered, illuminated and vibrant. From the opulent mansion atop the hill to the skyscrapers of Victoria Harbor, and further to the factories of Kuntong, the city seemed imprinted with the indelible mark of Lei Chao. He had triumphed. He had completely triumphed. From the son of a corrupt official on the brink of fleeing, he had transformed into the de facto king of this city. Yet, within his heart, there was no elation. Instead, only a profound sense of emptiness lingered. Hong Kong felt too small, as he was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, reflecting on the profound solitude of invincibility. An icy, long-lost mechanical chime suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully acquired the Knight Commander of the Order of the British Empire, KB, and has established a close relationship with the core interests of the British royal family. Congratulations to the host. The third phase main quest of the Industrial Tycoon system, Game of Power, has been completed. The system is conducting a final settlement based on task completion. Settlement complete. Task completion level, SSS, perfect. Issuing task rewards. Reward 1, comprehensive system upgrade. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new aura, Financial Plunder Aura, Advanced. Aura description. The Advanced Financial Plunder Aura will grant the host a 30% bonus on profits during any transactions involving financial derivatives, including, but not limited to, futures, options, foreign exchange, and a 10% chance to trigger a critical strike effect, which can instantly breach the opponent's stop-loss line, causing forced liquidation. Lei Chao's pupils contracted sharply. A 30% bonus on profits. Forced liquidation. This was no mere advantage. It was a veritable killing machine designed for harvesting in the financial markets. Yet, that was not the end. Reward 2, System Authority Upgrade. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new Authority Global Resource Detection Satellite, Level 1 Authority. Authority description. Upon activation, the host can access real-time data from a classified reconnaissance satellite, codenamed Lockeye 12, belonging to the U.S. military, directly in their mind. This satellite possesses high-precision geological exploration and infrared spectral analysis capabilities, enabling the host to discover and pinpoint all undiscovered strategic underground resources globally. Level 1 Authority includes detection of resources such as oil, natural gas, large gold mines, and large diamond mines. Lei Chao's mind buzzed. A global resource detection satellite. What did this signify? It meant that he could know sooner than all the countries, oil companies, and mining giants around the world, where beneath the sands of Saudi Arabia lay the next Gawar superoil field. He could ascertain which frozen land in Siberia harbored enough natural gas to supply Europe for a century. He could uncover beneath which dry riverbed in South Africa lay a century diamond worth an unimaginable fortune. This was no longer just a key to wealth. It was as if the treasure maps of the world had been inscribed into his very consciousness. Lei Chao's heart began to race uncontrollably, an unprecedented ambition, more potent than conquering any woman or defeating any rival, ignited within his chest. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing at the pitch-black sky adorned with a luminous moon. His gaze seemed to pierce through the atmosphere, beholding the divine eye that belonged solely to him, quietly orbiting in the cold cosmos. Hong Kong. Hong Kong could no longer contain this dragon poised for takeoff. His gaze slowly withdrew from the starry expanse. A colossal world map emerged in his mind. London, New York, and that land of desert sands, flowing with black gold. The Middle East, rife with both sin and wealth. He understood that an economic storm, triggered by an oil crisis that would impact the entire world, was imminent. For the common folk, it would be an apocalypse, a catastrophe. But for him, a top hunter wielding a shotgun, it would be an unprecedented feast. A chilling, cruel smile gradually crept upon Lei Chao's lips. He extinguished the long-burned cigar in his hand with a forceful motion against the white railing before him. Sparks flickered and vanished into the night. Next stop, the world. Chapter 142. The Dilemma of Sir Daddy. Shall we buy a football team for fun? Son, you must adjudicate this for me. I can no longer endure this wretched existence. The following morning, while Lei Chao was still luxuriating in the embrace of his two companions, the door to his master bedroom was abruptly kicked open with a resounding bang. Lei Lo, clad in an extravagant silk robe, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes, stormed in, brandishing a newspaper emblazoned with his own photograph, visibly fuming. Father, what on earth are you doing? Why the commotion so early in the morning? Lei Chao sat up helplessly in bed, regarding his irate father. Commotion? I am on the verge of madness. Lei Luo slammed the newspaper down forcefully in front of Lei Chao. The latest issue of the Eastern Daily was sprawled open, featuring a headline photograph of Lei Luo attending a charity ribbon-cutting ceremony the day before. In the image, Lei Luo was clad in a suit, adorned with a gleaming medal. His face contorted into a stiff smile as he shook hands with some portly, bearded gentry. The headline read, Father of the Sir, a model of charity. Mr. Lei Luo donates 5 million to Tung Hua Group of Hospitals. Look. Lei Luo pointed vehemently at the newspaper, his voice rising in agitation. Ribbon cutting. Banquets. Charity. I spend every day either cutting ribbons or en route to do so. In the past, I commanded respect, with people following my lead. I could strike anyone I wished, curse anyone I desired. Now, wherever I go, I must feign civility and amiability. My face has become frozen in a perpetual smile. Ever since Lei Chao was bestowed the title of Sir, Lei Luo's life had undergone a seismic transformation. His newfound identity as the father of a knight had rendered him the darling of Hong Kong's high society. Those who once avoided him now sought his favor through various means. One day he was invited to inaugurate a new development, the next to serve as a guest at a charity gala, and the day after that to present awards at a horse racing event. His schedule was packed to the brim, yet he found no joy in it. Yesterday, I wanted to gather a few old friends to my private club for a few rounds of mahjong, to unwind a bit. Can you guess what happened? Lei Luo grew increasingly agitated, plopping down on the edge of the bed to vent his frustrations. Those ingrates acted all deferential towards me. When I called east wind, they wouldn't dare touch west wind. When I sought a triplet, they would tear apart 4 tiles to feed me instead. By the end of the night, I didn't even have a chance to lose a single round. What is the point of playing mahjong like this? Also, I was itching to fire a few rounds at the shooting range. But the moment the owner saw me, he cleared the entire place, leaving just me to play. Not a single person to call out the targets. As Lei Luo's grievances mounted, he concluded, almost tearfully, Son, this noble life is utterly insipid. If this continues, I shall surely grow moldy. Lei Chao looked at his vivacious father, torn between laughter and exasperation. He understood that at heart, Lei Luo was still that blood-soaked rogue who thrived on the edge of danger. Forcing him to conform to the decorum of high society was indeed a tall order. It seemed he needed to find his father something that suited his temperament. In Lei Chao's mind, thoughts whirled rapidly. Suddenly, he conceived a brilliant idea. Dad, aren't you bored of Hong Kong? A mysterious smile crept across Lei Chao's face. What if I suggested a trip to England for some leisure? England? Lei Luo paused. Taken aback. What on earth would we do in that wretched place? Watch those pretentious Brits sip afternoon tea? No way. That sounds utterly dull. Not tea. Lei Chao shook his head, gently persuading, but to purchase a football team. A football team? Lei Luo's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. You mean those fools on television, chasing after a ball in shorts? Exactly, Lei Chao affirmed. But what would be the point of that? What fun could it possibly bring? Lei Luo scoffed. There is plenty of fun to be had. Lei Chao's lips curled into a sly grin. First and foremost, you could be the boss. You decide who plays and who sits out. Those supposedly formidable British football stars would have to address you as boss. Oh, Lei Luo's intrigue was piqued. Furthermore, you could renovate the stadium. Make your box more luxurious than Buckingham Palace. Watching the game while sipping on a 1982 Lafite, with a few foreign ladies beside you giving massages. Wouldn't that life be splendid? That does sound somewhat interesting, Lei Luo mused, stroking his chin. Most importantly, Lei Chao emphasized, heightening the stakes. You could strut in front of those self-proclaimed noble British aristocrats as their superior. Just imagine, sitting in your lavish box, surrounded by Prince Charles and Prince William, their favored team being soundly trounced by yours on the field. Each goal scored would have you rising, pointing at their noses and laughing heartily. How glorious would that spectacle be? Goodness, absolutely glorious. Exceedingly glorious, Lei Lo exclaimed, slamming his thigh and leaping from the bed. The dullness that had previously clouded his eyes ignited into a blazing fire at that moment. To dominate the realm where the British pride themselves the most, using their beloved sport to trample them, especially their so-called royal aristocrats. This idea was perfectly aligned with his rogue sensibilities. However, as Lei Luo's eyes twinkled mischievously, he leaned closer to Lei Chao and whispered, "Son, let's be honest, can we gamble on that?" 3 black lines appeared on Lei Chao's forehead. "Dad, we need to broaden our horizons and think long-term," he explained patiently. "We're going to be the owners, not mere gamblers. We're playing with capital, power, and prestige. Betting a few bucks is beneath us." "Fine. No gambling, then." Lei Chao's words ignited Lei Luo's enthusiasm completely. His mind was now filled with visions of himself sitting in the VIP box at Wembley, pointing at Prince Charles and cursing him out. "That's settled. Son, make arrangements. I want to go to England, buy a team, show those Brits what." Watching his father, who had rediscovered his zest for life, eagerly rush out to study the incomprehensible football rules, Lei Chao could only chuckle helplessly. In the future, as the Lei Group's banner waved across Premier League fields, perhaps his father could indeed become the football tyrant that would give all of Britain a headache. With his father's midlife crisis resolved, Lei Chao finally turned his attention to his own affairs. After freshening up and donning a sharp suit, he arrived at the top-floor office of the group headquarters. "Notify all vice presidents and senior executives to assemble in conference room 1 in 10 minutes, Lei Chao instructed his secretary. He understood it was time to reveal the next grand and audacious strategic direction of the Lei Group to his executives. Not only should they deepen their roots in Hong Kong, but they must also set sail to conquer the world. As he organized his speech for the meeting, his personal assistant, with a serious expression, knocked and entered. She held a document that had just been faxed from London through a secure channel. The cover bore 2 conspicuous red words: "Top secret." "Boss, this is the latest intelligence from MI6, she announced. Taking the document, Lei Chao opened it. Upon glancing at it, his pupils constricted sharply. It was a detailed report on the military deployments along the borders of the 2 major oil-producing countries in the Middle East, Iran and Iraq. The report concluded with a bold and alarming statement: "War imminent." Chapter 143, War approaches, 100 billion gamble on oil. War imminent. These 5 chilling words transformed in Lei Chao's mind into countless shimmering dollar signs. His heart, previously aflame with excitement over the impending globalization strategy, now cooled. No, it grew even colder. It was the focused and greedy intensity of a hunter who had just discovered the traces of its prey. An oil crisis. He had awaited this opportunity for far too long. In the memories of his past life, he vividly recalled the 8-year Iran-Iraq war that had culminated in the second oil crisis. International crude oil prices had skyrocketed from just over $10 a barrel to nearly $40 in mere months, a 3-fold increase. It was a global economic disaster. Countless nations sank into rampant inflation due to soaring oil prices. Numerous businesses went bankrupt as production costs surged. Ordinary people found themselves struggling as prices soared. Yet, for a select few like Lei Chao, who could foresee the future and wield substantial capital, it was a once-in-a-century feast for harvesting the world's wealth. "Yaji, cancel the meeting." Lei Chao's voice was calm, yet resolute and unyielding. "What? Cancel?" Zhao Yaji was momentarily taken aback and asked in confusion. "But all the executives have already arrived. Send them home," Lei Chao instructed without further explanation. He simply picked up the confidential report from his desk and strode into his inner office, the heavily guarded trading room designated for secret financial operations. Inside the trading room, a dozen top-tier traders, lured from Wall Street with high salaries, were already in position. Before them stood dozens of the most advanced Bloomberg terminals, displaying real-time data from major global financial markets. The air was thick with a tense yet exhilarating scent of money. Boss, the chief trader, an American named Jack, stood as Lei Chao entered. "Initiate the war protocol," Lei Chao commanded without hesitation, delivering the highest order. "Yes, boss." Jack's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was acutely aware that the war protocol was a meticulously crafted contingency plan devised by Lei Chao to confront this global financial crisis. Once initiated, it would signify the onset of a high-stakes gamble that could risk the entire fortune of the conglomerate. The first step, Lei Chao approached the colossal market display wall. Composed of dozens of screens, his gaze piercing. "Immediately contact all our partner brokers in London and New York. Mobilize every last reserve from the Lei Royal Trust Fund. Employ a 10-fold leverage. In the international crude oil futures market, initiate aggressive long positions. I care not for the price or the point of entry. I demand you acquire every available long contract on the market within the shortest time frame possible. This declaration left every trader in the trading room gasping in disbelief. A tenfold leverage and a reckless acquisition spree, disregarding costs. This was far beyond mere investment. It was an audacious gamble, wagering billions against all the investors betting on declining oil prices. Boss, could this be too reckless? Jack, the chief trader, could not suppress his concerns. Presently, most investment banks on Wall Street believed the tensions between Iran and Iraq were merely minor border skirmishes that would not escalate. Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley had even begun shorting the market heavily, anticipating a 10% decline in oil prices over the next month. Is that so? Lei Chao's lips curled into a cold, disdainful smirk. Goldman Sachs? Morgan Stanley? These financial giants, perceived by the masses as possessing the reins of the global economy, were merely a group poised for a merciless harvest under his financial predatory aura and resource detection satellite. Let them short. The more they sell, the more we shall buy. I am eager to discover whether it is their capital that prevails or the strength of my bullets. With that, he dismissed Jack's lingering hesitations and strode directly to Zhao Yaji. Yaji, I need you to attend to an urgent matter at once. What matter? Zhao Yaji, gazing into his eyes burning with fervor, felt a wave of apprehension yet nodded resolutely. She understood that regardless of how insane his decisions might seem, her sole duty was to unconditionally believe in and support him. In the name of the Lei Group, Lei Chao's voice was cold and resolute. Mortgage all non-core commercial properties in Hong Kong, including office buildings and shopping centers, to the bank. I need to liquidate at least 10 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash within 24 hours. What? Zhao Yazi's body trembled violently. For the first time, shock was evident on her usually composed and serene face. Mortgage all non-core assets? Liquidate 10 billion. This was a gamble of the entire Lei Group's fortune. Chao Gu, this is far too perilous. Finally, unable to restrain herself, she grasped Lei Chao's hand, her voice tinged with desperation. What if we lose? We could end up with nothing. There is no what if. Lei Chao firmly clasped her icy hand, his gaze unwavering. Yaji, remember this. Wealth is always seized amidst peril. When others are fearful, that is when we must be greedy. He gazed out the window at the tumultuous sea, teeming with uncertainty and opportunity. In his eyes flickered a light, as if he could pierce through to the future. This time, I am not merely acquiring a parcel of land in Hong Kong or a company. I am set on acquiring half of the Middle East. This bold and ambitious declaration shattered the last remnants of doubt in Zhao Yaji's heart. She looked at the man before her, seemingly forever brimming with confidence and capable of conjuring miracles, and her heart overflowed with blind, unwavering admiration. Very well, she nodded emphatically, I will attend to it immediately. Under Lei Chao's resolute decision, the vast Lei Group sprang into action at an astonishing pace. The 100 billion in mortgage loans, facilitated by Zhao Yaji's special connection with HSBC, was fully processed in under 12 hours. This colossal cash flow, sufficient to astonish any nation, was swiftly converted into U.S. dollars and inundated the crude oil futures markets in London and New York like a tidal wave. A tsunami of buy orders engulfed the entire market instantaneously. Concurrently, Lei Chao dialed the phone of the world's shipping magnate, Pao Yugong. Uncle Pao, may I borrow your fleet of oil tankers? Of course, not just a loan. I would gift them to you. Pao Yugong chuckled on the other end, his grin wide. Having owed Lei Chao a significant favor since the Kowloon warehouse incident, he was eager to repay it. Soon, dozens of supertankers, flying the flag of universal shipping, quietly departed from ports worldwide, heading towards the Persian Gulf. All was in readiness, awaiting the favorable winds. And those winds did not keep Lei Chao waiting long. 3 days later, as he leisurely savored a cup of premium Kopi Luwak coffee in his trading room, the television screen in the room was abruptly interrupted by a breaking news flash from BBC. A grave-faced female anchor, with urgency in her tone, reported, "We have just received news. According to the Iraqi National News Agency, at 2 p.m. local time today, Iraqi Air Force fighter jets unexpectedly crossed the border, launching a large-scale, devastating airstrike on 10 major air bases within Iran. The first shot of war had officially been fired." As the screen displayed the Iraqi Mirage F-1 fighter jet releasing its ordnance, creating a massive fireball on an Iranian airstrip. The world seemed to have pressed the mute button at that moment. What followed was a colossal chain reaction. In London, at the International Petroleum Exchange, IPE, and in New York, at the Commodity Exchange, NYMEX. The two largest crude oil futures trading centers in the world erupted like a bomb had been dropped into a pool of water. Prices surged. Brent crude opened with a 10% leap. Insanity. WTI crude had already breached the $20 mark. Buy. Purchase without regard for cost. The war had commenced. Oil was now more precious than gold. Countless traders, resembling sharks that had caught the scent of blood, roared and bellowed in the trading pits, their eyes ablaze. The green candlestick representing oil prices skyrocketed like a frenzied bull, ascending at a nearly 90-degree angle. Panic and greed. These primal emotions were being played out to the fullest extent. Yet, in the trading halls of the premier investment banks on Wall Street, an unsettling silence prevailed. The trading supervisor at Goldman Sachs stared vacantly at the glaring, colossal bullish candlestick on the screen. His coffee cup slipped from his grasp, crashing to the floor and shattering into fragments. Meanwhile, the chief analyst at Morgan Stanley, his complexion ashen, muttered to himself incessantly, "It's impossible, it cannot be. How dare they truly engage in conflict?" Just days prior, they had mocked the naive, ill-informed money from the East. Armed with their so-called geopolitical models and a smattering of insider information from the Pentagon, they confidently proclaimed to investors worldwide, "War will not ensue. This is merely a minor political threat between two Middle Eastern nations. Oil prices will undoubtedly plummet." Thus, they conspired with nearly all of Wall Street's mainstream forces to establish a vast short position in the futures market, amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. They were poised, as they had countless times before, to exploit the information asymmetry and capital advantage to reap profits from global retail investors. They fancied themselves as hunters. Yet little did they realize that they were the prey, already targeted by a top predator from the East. "It's breached. It's breached. Our first stop-loss has been shattered. Quick, liquidate. If we don't act now, we'll be left with nothing." Panic ensued as the market lacked any counterparty. All sell orders were swiftly devoured by a mysterious, colossal buying force from the East. Cries of despair and anguish echoed in an unending chorus. Countless fortunes evaporated in that instant, leaving so-called financial elites destitute. It was a one-sided, bloody slaughter. At the headquarters of the Lei Group in Hong Kong, the trading room stood in stark contrast to the apocalyptic wails emanating from Wall Street. Here, it was as serene as a church holding a solemn mass. Every trader held their breath, their eyes fervent and reverent, gazing at the young figure standing before the large screen, hands clasped behind his back. Their faces radiated worship for this demigod. The numbers representing the total assets of the Lei Group's futures account surged upwards at an almost frenzied, alarming pace: $100 million, $500 million, $1 billion. These figures transcended mere numerical value. They symbolized the obliteration of Wall Street's dignity, the very lifeblood of the Western financial system being ruthlessly siphoned away. "Boss, the oil prices have doubled. Our unrealized gains now exceed $2 billion. Should we consider gradually liquidating our positions?" Chief Trader Jack approached Lei Chao, his voice trembling with overwhelming excitement. $2 billion. Acquired in just 3 days. The speed of this profit was far beyond his comprehension. He believed that taking profits and securing gains was the most prudent choice. However, Lei Chao merely shook his head dismissively. "Liquidate?" A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The war had only just begun. The feast had merely been laid upon the table. It was far too early to depart. He turned to Jack, his deep-set eyes shimmering with a frightening greed. "Notify everyone. Double all positions and leverage." What? Jack and all the traders present thought their ears had deceived them. Double the leverage. This was sheer madness. It equated to betting all the recently earned $2 billion, along with the principal, back on the table. This was no longer a gamble. It was a wager with their very lives. "Boss, think twice. The oil prices are already at historical highs. They could collapse at any moment due to a ceasefire agreement. Increasing our positions now carries immense risk." Jack pleaded earnestly. "Risk?" Lei Chao chuckled, pointing to his head. "This is the greatest certainty of all." With that, he dismissed the concerns of these mere mortals, constrained by their so-called risk management models. He sauntered over to the trading room's lounge area, leisurely taking a seat. Lin Qingxia had been waiting there for quite some time. Today, she wore a simple white shirt and jeans, her bare face still exuding beauty. Unlike Zhao Yaji, she did not concern herself with the K-lines and numbers that eluded her understanding. Instead, she quietly poured a warm, aromatic cup of hand-ground coffee for the man who stood against the world. She knew nothing of finance, futures, or the concepts of long and short positions. But she understood this man. She recognized the unwavering confidence in his eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through all veils of illusion. It was the gaze of a victor. And that sufficed. "Tired, are you? Have a cup of coffee." She gently placed the coffee before Lei Chao, her voice as soft as a gentle breeze. Lei Chao lifted the cup, savoring a sip. The aroma of the coffee, combined with the warmth of her presence, eased his taut nerves, which had been frayed by the tension. He waited 3 more days. During this time, the international financial market remained engulfed in a state of extreme instability. Oil prices fluctuated wildly at elevated levels, soaring and plummeting unpredictably. The bulls and bears engaged in a fierce tug-of-war around the psychologically significant price of $30. Countless funds were ground to dust in this brutal conflict. Wall Street's investment banks finally caught their breath, beginning to reorganize an effective counteroffensive in an attempt to drive oil prices down from their peaks. Suddenly, the short forces within the market surged. The Lei Group's account also faced temporary unrealized losses. The atmosphere in the trading room grew tense and oppressive once more. All the traders felt as though they were perched atop a volcano, enduring a harrowing ordeal. Only Lei Chao remained calm. He continued his daily routine of eating and drinking, even finding time to nap with Lin Qingxia in the trading room's lounge. His composure and tranquility suggested he was not engaged in a high-stakes gamble with billions of dollars at stake, but rather playing an inconsequential video game. Finally, on the afternoon of the third day, as the market approached its closing bell, a piece of news capable of determining the outcome emerged from Vienna. OPEC, after an emergency meeting lasting 3 days, officially announced, in order to maintain market stability and safeguard the interests of oil-producing countries, all member states will coordinate to reduce daily crude oil production by 20% starting next month. Upon the announcement, the entire crude oil futures market erupted. All short positions fell into utter despair at that moment. If the outbreak of war had merely ignited the flames of rising oil prices, then OPEC's decision to cut production was akin to dousing gasoline on the roaring fire. The price of oil has spiraled completely out of control. 135. 140. 145. On the screen, that green candlestick resembles a colossal dragon, unshackled from all constraints, soaring into the sky with an unprecedented and savage ferocity. Wall Street is awash with lamentations. The cacophony of liquidations echoes incessantly. Those once invincible financial titans, in the face of this cataclysmic wave unleashed by Lei Chao, have been shattered into disarray, utterly defeated. Meanwhile, in Lei's trading room, an uproar of jubilant cheers erupts, powerful enough to lift the roof. We have triumphed. We have won. Oh God, we did it. We vanquished all of Wall Street. Jack and all the traders embrace, laughing and crying, akin to a group of children celebrating a World Cup victory. On Lei Chao's account, the digits representing total assets have ceased their frenetic dance, having inflated to such an extent that even the Bloomberg terminal struggles to display them. Lei Chao rises slowly from the sofa, his expression still composed, as if the astronomical profits amounting to billions of dollars are merely inconsequential figures in his eyes. He approaches Lin Qingxia, who is still pouring his coffee, and gently lifts her delicate chin with his hand, a mischievous smirk playing upon his lips. Darling, prepare yourself. We are bound for London. For what? Lin Qingxia blinks her beautiful, ethereal eyes, inquiring with curiosity. To acquire property. Lei Chao's tone is relaxed, and perhaps, to invite their queen for afternoon tea. Chapter 145. Reaping the World, Becoming the Landlord of London. Acquire property, and invite the queen for tea? As Lin Qingxia listens to Lei Chao's casually audacious words, her typically tranquil heart is once again profoundly shaken. This man possesses an uncanny ability to articulate the most outrageous and exhilarating sentiments in the most mundane manner. All right, she replies without further inquiry, gazing at him dreamily and nodding emphatically. When Lei Chao issues the directive to close all positions, a collective sigh of relief sweeps across the international financial markets. The suffocating, mysterious force from the east that loomed over all the bears has finally retreated. However, as major investment banks and financial institutions begin to analyze the epic battle of the century in oil futures, they are horrified to discover the staggering wealth that the mysterious account codenamed Dragon has siphoned from the market in less than 2 weeks. $5 billion. A staggering $5 billion in pure profit. This figure detonates like a bomb, igniting Wall Street in a frenzy. What the hell? 5 billion. Oh God. He is just one man, robbing the entirety of Wall Street. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. No fund could possess such precise judgment and such colossal capital flow. There must be some national power backing this. Investigate. I must know who this dragon truly is. In an instant, tales of the Eastern sorcerer and the mysterious dragon circulate through every corner of Wall Street. Although Lei Chao's name has yet to surface in the public eye, he has already gained notoriety within the circles of those who wield true control over the world's financial veins. He has become a figure of such significance that he can be compared to financial titans like Soros and Buffett, a presence not to be trifled with. Following this wild global harvesting, the assets of the Lei Group have ballooned dramatically, akin to an inflated balloon. If previously the Lei Group was merely a local powerhouse reigning over Hong Kong, it has now genuinely evolved into a global commercial empire with assets substantial enough to rival those prestigious Western financial conglomerates that have endured for centuries. It has reached a truly terrifying level of wealth. However, unlike other newly wealthy individuals, Lei Chao does not simply deposit this astronomical fortune in the bank or indulge in luxury goods. he embarks on an even more frenzied buying spree. His ambitions now transcend the small businesses of Hong Kong. He sets his greedy, aggressive gaze directly upon the heart of the once great British Empire, London. The first step, to acquire the site of the iconic Gherkin in the city of London. The second step, a complete acquisition of Thames Water. The third step, to acquire shares in Heathrow Airport Holdings, becoming its largest shareholder. In the conference room of the Lei Group's European headquarters, Lei Chao issues a series of acquisition commands that can only be deemed audacious to his team of elite financial and legal experts from Oxford and Cambridge. He is not merely purchasing properties and companies. He is targeting the key industries of this nation. He intends to ensure that every proud British citizen residing in London must bow before him, a descendant of the former colony. Need to work? Fine. The office building you occupy is mine. Pay your rent. Need water? Sure. The tap water you use is supplied by me. Pay your water bill. Wishing to fly abroad? Certainly. The airport from which you depart is mine. Pay your airport fees. This represents a direct economic control. It is the most resounding retribution against the once mighty empire that forced open the doors of his homeland with opium and gunfire. Sir Lei, are you attempting to purchase all of Britain? A local British CEO, hired at a high salary, stammers, looking at the extensive and aggressive acquisition list. No. Lei Chao shakes his head, a devilish smile gracing his face. I merely wish for you British to experience, even if just a taste, what it felt like for us Chinese when you treated us as the sick man of East Asia and bullied us at will. These words ignite a fervor among all the Chinese executives present, their eyes brimming with emotion. Meanwhile, the British employees lower their once proud heads, their faces etched with shame and unease. Lei Chao's audacious acquisition spree naturally raises alarms within the British government and the royal family. However, when they attempt to intervene, they despairingly realize that they are utterly powerless. Firstly, all of Lei Chao's acquisition activities comply entirely with British legal procedures. Secondly, his current status is that of a knight of the British Empire, bestowed by Her Majesty the Queen, one of their own. More importantly, he is also the chief financial advisor to Her Majesty, a gold-tier partner of the royal family. Upon learning that her financial benefactor has reaped billions in the oil futures market, the Queen is so delighted that she nearly considers bestowing upon him an even higher title. Her mind is currently consumed by the splendid vision of royal assets and the global appreciation that Lei Chao has delineated in his proposal. She longs to immediately package the entirety of the royal fortune and entrust it to Lei Chao for management. How could she possibly impede his investment endeavors within the British Isles? Indeed, when a faction of conservative parliamentarians proposed restrictions on the Lei Group's hostile acquisitions, the Queen herself leveraged her influence to publicly support Lei Chao. Sir Lei is our most esteemed ally within the British Empire. He is a crucial partner in our economic recovery. His investments yield nothing but benefits for the United Kingdom. With the Queen's endorsement, Lei Chao's acquisition journey in Britain became an unstoppable force. Within a mere month, he devoured a substantial portion of London's, and, indeed, the entire nation's most coveted core assets. Akin to a ravenous beast, he emerged as the largest overseas landowner in Britain. To showcase his triumph and to better oversee his vast European enterprise, Lei Chao extravagantly purchased a sprawling estate in the outskirts of London, a true aristocratic castle, steeped in nearly a millennium of heritage. This castle, once the hereditary domain of a certain duke, boasts forests, lakes, a racecourse, and even a private aerodrome. Its opulence far surpasses that of the governor's residence by tenfold. Lei Chao established this as his European stronghold. Standing atop the castle's highest bell tower, he gazed down upon the expansive foreign territory that belonged to him, a surge of a conqueror's pride swelling within him. Yet, he remained unclouded by the allure of success and grandeur before him. He knew who he was. He understood where his roots lay. He recognized that, regardless of the splendid achievements he amassed abroad, without a formidable homeland providing support, all he had built would merely be edifices erected upon shifting sands, vulnerable to being easily swept away by a political tempest from the west. He was not merely a businessman. He was a Chinese man, imbued with the blood of Yin and Huang. With this thought, Lei Chao descended from the bell tower. He returned to his study and picked up the red encrypted satellite phone. He dialed a familiar number, and, shortly thereafter, the aged yet resonant voice of Tycoon came through the line. Hello, is this Sir Lei? Congratulations. I've seen your grand undertakings in Britain. You are truly bringing honor to our Chinese community. Tycoon Hua, you flatter me, Lei Chao replied with a smile, his tone shifting to one of solemnity. I am calling to inform you that I plan to head north. There are some valuable resources I wish to personally present to the nation. Chapter 146, Preparations for Heading North. I am merely a businessman, but even a businessman has a homeland. Valuable resources? To be presented to the nation? On the other end, Tycoon Hua's voice, after a brief silence, erupted with exhilaration. His aged voice trembled with excitement. Lei Chao, Are you being serious? As a red capital magnate with intricate ties to the mainland, he understood better than anyone what the phrase valuable resources implied when uttered by Lei Chao. It was certainly not a mere reference to money. It represented technology of a caliber 100 or 1,000 times more precious than currency, embodying the pinnacle of contemporary advancement. Indeed, it is true, Lei Chao's voice was calm, yet imbued with strength. Tycoon, you should be aware that our Lei semiconductor has recently made a modest breakthrough in lithography technology. Not just a modest breakthrough. Tycoon could not help but exclaim. Lei Chao, you have single-handedly paved a path for our entire nation in the constrained realm of semiconductors. You are the pride of all Chinese people. You flatter me. Tycoon, Lei Chao chuckled, continuing, in addition to the somewhat immature lithography technology blueprints for 1-micron processes, I am also preparing to invest an additional $10 billion in the mainland. In either Shenzhen or Shanghai, I will choose a location to construct a larger, modern semiconductor industrial park. This will encompass everything from chip design to wafer fabrication, culminating in a complete, fully autonomous industrial chain. If the previous lithography technology had merely stirred Tycoon excitement, then Lei Chao's grand plan to invest $10 billion to establish a comprehensive semiconductor industrial chain detonated like an explosion in his mind. $10 billion. In the early 1980s, during a time when the country's foreign exchange reserves barely exceeded $20 billion. What did this sum signify? This was not just money. It was a groundbreaking act. It sent a powerful signal to the world, and overseas, elite Chinese capital's unwavering confidence in the nation's future. Such courage and resolve were required. Tycoon's voice trembled with emotion. On behalf of the country and the billion compatriots still struggling at the poverty line, I thank you. You are a true patriot. Tycoon, you overstated. Lei Chao smiled sincerely. I am merely a businessman. But a businessman also has his own homeland. These words resonated with gravitas and strength. Tycoon remained silent for a considerable time on the other end of the line. Finally, he spoke with utmost seriousness. Lei Chao, rest assured, during your journey north, my family, the whole family, will ensure your protection at every step. I will promptly report your itinerary to the highest echelons in the north. I am confident they will extend the highest honors to welcome you, our illustrious benefactor from afar. The travel plans for the north were swiftly finalized, set for early next month. To guarantee the utmost secrecy and security for this mission, Lei Chao began to arrange all affairs during his absence from Hong Kong. He operated with the precision of a king preparing for a grand expedition, meticulously organizing the defenses of his empire. Abu. Lei Chao summoned the commander of his shadow forces before him. During my absence, I temporarily entrust you with the highest command of Lei Shield security. I need you to elevate the security level to its utmost peak, particularly regarding the safety of my family and several esteemed partners. There must not be a single oversight. Understood. Boss. Abu stood at attention, his gaze resolute as iron. Unless they step over my corpse. Excellent. Lei Chao nodded, then turned his attention to Zhao Yaji. Yaji, the daily operations of the group will be entrusted to you and our CEO team from Wall Street. Remember, prioritize stability. Regardless of any market fluctuations, do not panic. Everything will await my return. Yes, I understand, Chao Go. You can rest assured. Zhao Yaji gently adjusted his slightly wrinkled collar, although her eyes brimmed with profound reluctance. She understood that her man was undertaking a monumental endeavor. All she could do was safeguard their home. Lin Qingxia, Zhong Chuhong, and Guan Zhilin, these enchanting beauties, have equally exhibited an unprecedented understanding and thoughtfulness. They refrained from weeping or clinging. Instead, they poured all their tenderness into bidding farewell to the man who was about to embark on a journey. In the study of the Lei family villa, upon learning that his son intended to venture into the mainland, Lei Lo was nearly jolted from his seat in shock. What? You plan to go north? His eyes widened in disbelief. Son, have you lost your mind? Is that place somewhere we can go? In his mind, the mainland remained a perilous land rife with turmoil and poverty, especially considering he himself had once held the position of chief Chinese inspector under the British Hong Kong government. Such a status was viewed as a significant liability in the north. Father, do not worry. Lei Chao patiently explained the tremendous changes and the winds of reform and opening up that had swept through the mainland. Indeed, the times had transformed. Moreover, as Lei Chao gazed at his father, who had been away from home for decades, a flicker of complex emotion passed through his eyes. Do you not wish to return to your hometown of Shantao and take a look? Do you not long to hear that familiar Chaos Han dialect once more? Lei Luo fell silent. His eyes, often laced with a hint of cynicism, glistened with unshed tears at that moment, as leaves must eventually return to their roots. After a lengthy pause, he rasped out a single word, I will go with you. Just as Lei Chao had arranged everything and prepared to set off, a mysterious, uninvited guest quietly arrived at the Lei family villa one evening. The visitor appeared to be in his 60s, adorned with black-rimmed glasses. Exuding an air of scholarly elegance, yet emanating an unspoken authority, he was accompanied only by an unremarkable middle-aged secretary. However, Lei Chao detected a familiar scent of iron and blood emanating from the secretary, reminiscent of Abu. "May I inquire who you are?" Lei Chao personally welcomed the elder into his study. The elder remained silent, merely producing a beautifully crafted golden embossed business card from his briefcase, which he presented to Lei Chao. Upon receiving the card, Lei Chao's pupils constricted in shock as he read the title that sent a tremor through his heart. Xinhua News Agency, Hong Kong Branch, President Su Jiaoduan. Chapter 147. You wish to see me? President Su, it is an honor to finally meet you, Lei Chao said, maintaining a calm smile on his face, though his heart was tumultuous with waves of excitement. The Xinhua News Agency, Hong Kong Branch. During the unique historical period of the 1980s, this institution represented far more than a mere news agency. It was, in fact, the highest representative body of the North in Hong Kong. Its leader, the president, was hailed by outsiders as the underground governor of Hong Kong. His esteemed position and immense power often surpassed even that of the actual governor, Macleos. And today, this underground governor had come to pay a personal visit. This was not merely a matter of importance. It constituted the highest level of honor. Sir Lei, the young hero, indeed lives up to his reputation, Su Jiaoduan. A legendary figure who had left an indelible mark on history, scrutinized the excessively youthful commercial magnate before him with unabashed admiration and curiosity. He found it hard to fathom how this seemingly refined and strikingly handsome young man had managed, in just a few short years, to instigate such monumental upheaval in the complex commercial landscape of Hong Kong. Not only had he single-handedly decimated long-established British-funded conglomerates that had reigned for over a century, but he had also miraculously eradicated the persistent scourge of organized crime that had plagued the British Hong Kong government for decades. This young man was an enigma, brimming with captivating power. The two took their seats in the study, with Lei Chao personally brewing a pot of the finest Wui de Hong Pao tea for the elder. President Su, your visit today is quite special. May I inquire as to your purpose? Lei Chao asked candidly. Purpose? I dare not presume, Su Jiaoduan replied with a smile, raising his teacup to take a delicate sip. His demeanor then shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Sir Lei, I have come today bearing a special mission. I represent the North, and that esteemed chief architect, Deng Xiaoping. I am here to formally extend an invitation for you to visit Beijing at your convenience. Deng wishes to meet you, a business genius the likes of which our Chinese world has not encountered in a century, despite having anticipated this moment. When Lei Chao heard the names of Deng Xiaoping, famous enough to alter the course of Chinese and even world history, his heart raced uncontrollably. He realized he had wagered correctly. All his efforts, all the goodwill he had extended, had finally garnered the attention of the highest echelons of this great nation. I am truly honored, Lei Chao replied, forcing himself to suppress his excitement, keeping his voice calm. The two engaged in a confidential discussion for a full 3 hours in the study. No one knew the specifics of their conversation. Neither Lei Luo nor Zhao Yaji had any idea that when President Su emerged from the study, his typically grave face was illuminated with a relieved and joyful smile. That smile radiated delight, astonishment, and boundless anticipation for the future. He grasped Lei Chao's hand tightly, shaking it vigorously. Sir Lei, the future is entrusted to you. With that, he hurriedly departed with his secretary. Lei Chao stood alone on the balcony of the second floor, watching as the black Hongqi sedan with its special license plate vanished into the night. His gaze shifted toward the north, to the vast and vibrant land of China, brimming with life and hope. His heart surged with exhilaration. He understood that from this day forward, he would no longer be fighting alone. Behind him stood a great nation of 1 billion people, a nation poised to unleash a terrifying force that would send tremors throughout the world in the coming decades. Only by entwining his destiny with that of this great dragon could he and his Lei family commercial empire truly secure an everlasting stronghold, remaining invincible. This was the final step of the grand plan he envisioned. With this thought, Lei Chao could no longer contain his excitement. He dashed back to his underground secret laboratory. Zhang, boss, what brings you here? Zhang Debiao, who was directing engineers in the development of the Longxin 2 project, hurried over upon seeing Lei Chao. No time for pleasantries. Lei Chao seized his hand, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Immediately activate the system. No, activate all our supercomputers. Make copies of all the technical blueprints in our database. No, I mean 10 copies. 100 copies. From semiconductors to precision instruments, from materials science to heavy industry, from biopharmaceuticals to aerospace. Nothing shall be overlooked. I intend to gather all these cutting-edge technologies that have outpaced this era by at least 2 decades and present them as an unprecedented gift to our homeland. Zhang Debiao gazed at his boss, whose fervent excitement bordered on madness. Although he did not fully grasp what was unfolding, he could sense an extraordinary tide, potent enough to alter the course of history, was imminent. They were destined to become a crucial part of this tide. Yes, boss. He nodded emphatically, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He turned to the group of equally bewildered, yet passionately stirred top engineers in the laboratory and raised his voice with conviction. Brothers, gather your belongings. Bring our finest technologies and equipment. The boss declared, his voice elevated with exhilaration. We are going home. Chapter 148. The night before departure. Whoever dares to challenge me shall face their entire family. We are going home. Zhang Debiao's shout, filled with boundless excitement and pride, reverberated like thunder, instantly igniting the entire underground secret laboratory. Home? Which home? Engineer Zhang. Aren't we in Hong Kong? Could it be? After a brief moment of astonishment, all the astute engineers quickly grasped the situation. Their faces mirrored the same fervor and excitement as Zhang Debiao. Home. Back to the land of our birth, though impoverished, yet brimming with hope. Bringing back the advanced technologies we have acquired here, to forge the sharpest sword and shield for a nation that has languished for a century. At this moment, a fervent wave of patriotism surged within each heart. They were no longer merely engineers working for their boss. They were heroes bringing the flame of technology and civilization to their homeland. On the eve of departure, in the headquarters of the Lei Group, atop the building, in Conference Room 1, the lights shone brightly, yet the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Lei Chao convened his final emergency meeting with all senior executives before heading north. He aimed to establish the most stringent arrangements for his vast commercial empire during his absence. After my departure, the daily operations of the group will be overseen jointly by Zhao Yaji and CEO Robert. Yaji will manage internal affairs, finances, and media, while Robert will handle external matters, including industry, finance, and overseas business. The two will serve as checks and balances, complementing each other. Any significant decisions exceeding 100 million Hong Kong dollars must bear both their signatures to take effect. Lei Chao's voice was icy yet undeniably authoritative. He employed this method to prevent power grabs and ensure that no single individual could wield unilateral control in his absence. However, he shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. His eyes scanned each executive present, who dared not utter a word. If, during my absence, any foolish entity dares to stir up trouble in Hong Kong, be it malicious commercial attacks or covert, petty tactics, he paused, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I authorized Zhao Yaji to bypass all board procedures and directly mobilize Lei Dun security. Abu, here. Abu, who had been standing like a shadow behind Lei Chao, stepped forward with a sudden intensity. His response, filled with lethal intent, sent a shiver through all the executives present. Tell them, Lei Chao stated coolly. What should be done if anyone dares to harm a single hair of our Lei group? Abu's face bore no expression. He delivered a chilling, emotionless proclamation that sent fear coursing through everyone present. Eliminate them and their entire family. This simple yet brutally violent declaration utterly silenced everyone. No one harbored even a shred of false hope. They understood that although this man was soon to leave Hong Kong, the threat known as Lei Dun, soaked in blood, would forever loom over any adversary with ill intentions. Whoever dares to act shall perish. The meeting concluded. As Lei Chao returned to the Lei family villa, his weary body dragging, he was met not by the cold emptiness of a vacant house, but by a farewell banquet filled with warmth and affection. Zhao Yaji, Lin Qingxia, Zhong Chuang, and Guan Zhilin, all his women gathered together. They did not weep or cling to him like ordinary women. Instead, they exhibited an unprecedented strength and understanding. Zhao Yaji prepared his favorite lotus seed and pork belly soup. Lin Qingxia played a tune on the guqin that she had recently learned. Zhong Chuang performed a peacock dance, her movements still tinged with youthful grace, showcasing exotic charm. Meanwhile, Guan Zhilin sat directly on his lap, meticulously peeling a translucent grape and feeding it to him with her rosy lips. That night was filled with tenderness. Lei Chao reveled in this royal-like affection. The tension in his heart, strained by the impending journey, finally relaxed completely. Late into the night, he wandered through each room of the villa alone. He observed his father and his women, already deeply asleep in their respective chambers. A profound sense of protectiveness surged within him, stronger than ever before. To safeguard this hard-won peace and happiness, he was willing to confront the entire world. The next morning, at dawn, a massive convoy comprising dozens of black armored Mercedes and several large trucks quietly assembled at the entrance of the Lei family villa, dressed in a low-key black Zhongshan suit. Lei Chao embraced each of the women who had come to see him off one last time. When I return, his voice brimmed with confidence and promise. Next time, I will take you to Beijing to see the snow. With that, he resolutely turned and boarded the central armored Hongqi sedan. Inside, Lei Lo had been waiting for quite some time. The once dominant figure in Hong Kong now resembled a child eager for his first adventure. His face was etched with a blend of anxiety and anticipation. He had not set foot on the land that nurtured him for decades. "Let us go?" Lei Chao said to the driver calmly. "Yes, boss." The vast convoy, like a black dragon, slowly started its journey. In the morning mist, it silently departed from Kowloon Tong. Their destination, the historically significant border between Hong Kong and the mainland, Luohu Port. There, a more specialized convoy awaited their arrival. Chapter 149, Crossing the Luohu Bridge. This is where my roots lie. Accompanied by a faint sound of brakes, the black Hongqi sedan, bearing the license plate $1 and modified to the highest level of bulletproof standards, came to a gradual halt at the Hong Kong side of the Luohu Bridge. Outside the window fluttered the familiar British flag, alongside several solemn-faced British soldiers armed with rifles. Lei Chao remained seated in the car, quietly gazing through the thick window towards the other end of the bridge. There lay a world starkly different from his own. A vibrant five-starred red flag snapped in the morning breeze. Beneath the crimson banner stood a row of young soldiers, standing tall as pines, their faces resolute. Clad in pristine military uniforms, they gripped their gleaming rifles with unwavering hands, their gazes sharp and brimming with vitality. It was an innate confidence and fervent love for their nation and this land, emanating from their very cores. This stood in stark contrast to the listless, dispirited British soldiers on this side of the bridge. "Let us go," Lei Chao said to the driver with a hint of indifference. "Yes, sir." The black Hongqi sedan slowly resumed its journey, like a witness to history, steadfastly traversing the Luohu Bridge that connected two disparate worlds. As the wheels rolled over the invisible dividing line at the bridge's center, the row of PLA soldiers standing at attention suddenly executed a crisp, collective salute to the black sedan. The synchronized motion, the resonant sound, and the gaze filled with profound respect stirred even the seasoned Lei Lo, who was accustomed to grand spectacles, causing him to tremble with emotion. His eyes instantly moistened. He understood that this salute was not in honor of his son's noble title, nor was it a tribute to his immense wealth. It was a salute to their fervent Chinese hearts that had returned to their homeland. The car gradually came to a stop at the other end of the bridge. The door was pulled open from the outside. Several other black, more antiquated yet dignified Hongqi sedans had been waiting here for some time. An elderly man, dressed in a slightly faded blue Zhongshan suit, with graying hair yet a spirited demeanor, and eyes filled with wisdom and depth, stood at the door with a beaming smile. It was Su Jiaoduan, the head of the Xinhua news agency's Hong Kong branch, who had personally come to greet them. "Sir Lei, welcome home." The elder offered no superfluous pleasantries. He simply extended his weathered yet warm hands, firmly grasping Lei Chao's. That heartfelt and warm welcome home stirred an unprecedented sense of belonging within Lei Chao. He had finally returned home. "Dad, let us get out." Lei Chao turned to his father, Lei Lo, who was still lost in thought inside the car. Only then did Lei Lo awaken from his reverie. He awkwardly adjusted his expensive designer suit and then gingerly stepped out of the car. As his feet touched this land he had left for decades, as he inhaled the familiar air tinged with earthy scents, and as he heard the familiar dialect, albeit with a Mandarin accent, ringing in his ears, this once formidable figure in Hong Kong's underworld could no longer contain his emotions. The man, now over 50, squatted down like a child and wept uncontrollably. "I, Lei Lo, have finally returned." The cries were laden with nostalgia, grievances, and overwhelming excitement. Su Jiaoduan, observing this scene, was also filled with deep emotion. He patted Lei Chao's shoulder and softly remarked, "Sir Lei, let the old gentleman express himself. After being away for so long, one tends to miss home." Lei Chao nodded. He understood that from this moment onward, his and his father's destinies would be inextricably linked to this land. Here, indeed, was where their roots lay. After a simple welcome ceremony, Lei Chao and his entourage transferred to the several long-awaited Hongqi sedans, accompanied by Su Jiaoduan, a special convoy, with military vehicles leading the way and providing protection, set forth towards Guangzhou and Beijing. Along the way, the scenery outside the windows, while somewhat impoverished and backward compared to the flourishing Hong Kong, showcased low brick and tile houses, muddy roads, and farmers toiling in patched clothing. However, Lei Chao saw in the faces of these people something that was hard to find in Hong Kong, a vibrant spirit filled with boundless hope for the future. Every person's eyes sparkled with light. They believed that through their own hard work and perseverance, life would inevitably improve day by day. As Lei Chao beheld these vivid scenes imbued with the marks of the times, the grand investment blueprint he had meticulously planned in his mind became increasingly clear. He envisioned establishing the world's most advanced factories here, erecting skyscrapers even more splendid than those in Hong Kong, and constructing extensive highways. He aspired to plant the Lei family's banner from the southern special economic zone all the way to the heart of the northern capital. He yearned to personally participate in and witness the magnificent revival of this Eastern dragon over the coming decades. This would be a journey grander and more significant than any commercial war. However, as Lei Chao raced toward his dreams and ambitions, he was unaware that behind him in Hong Kong, a colossal conspiracy targeting him and his entire business empire was quietly brewing. At the HSBC headquarters in Hong Kong, atop the building, the cunning Shun Bai, holding a glass of blood-red 1982 Lafite, stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. A sinister smile crept across his face as he perused a highly confidential report just received from an MI6 informant. The contents were simple. Target has departed Hong Kong. Heading north. Return date uncertain. The tiger has finally left its mountain lair, Shun Bai murmured coldly to himself while gently swirling the wine in his glass. Now, it is time for us monkeys to take our turn at being king. Chapter 150. The tiger leaves the mountain. Shun Bai initiates the tiger hunt plan. It was high time for that imperious Sir Lei to learn who the true master of Hong Kong really was. Shun Bai's eyes sparkled with a mix of resentment and excitement. He had been suppressed by Lei Chao for far too long. From the forced compromise following the Kowloon Wharf incident to the successive losses in core industries such as electricity, transportation, and banking, culminating in his public humiliation at the Queen's investiture banquet, where he was threatened with royal wallets in front of all of Hong Kong's elite. Each of these events had pierced him like the sharpest of thorns. Who was he? He was the master of HSBC, the lifeblood of Hong Kong's finance. He was the most trusted guest of the colonial government. He stood atop the power pyramid of this colony as a British man. How could he tolerate a yellow-skinned Chinese boy riding roughshod over him? Previously, he had refrained from action. It is due to Lei Chao's deeply entrenched influence in Hong Kong. Not only does he wield control over essential utilities, but he has also effectively manipulated the media landscape. His subordinates command a private army that even MI6 regards with trepidation. More importantly, he himself resembles a cunning and ferocious tiger, firmly seated in Hong Kong, rendering any opposition futile. Yet, the situation has now changed. The tiger has left its lair. Moreover, he has ventured into what Shun Bai perceives as the treacherous and uncertain realm of Red China. This presents an extraordinary opportunity. Immediately alert John from Jardine Matheson and Smith from Swire. Shun Bai seized the telephone, his voice imbued with a chilling conspiratorial tone as he issued the command for a full-scale offensive. Inform them that our tiger hunting plan can now be officially initiated. A financial blitzkrieg, orchestrated by the three remaining venerable British capital consortiums in Hong Kong, has commenced against the Lei family conglomerate without any forewarning. The first step, short selling. Shun Bai capitalized on HSBC's absolute dominance in the interbank lending market, uniting all British and foreign banks in Hong Kong. At the same moment, a tsunami of selling pressure was unleashed on the recently listed Lei International Bank stock. Billions of dollars in sell orders surged into the Hong Kong Stock Exchange like dark clouds engulfing a city. The stock price of Lei Bank plummeted catastrophically at the opening bell, akin to an avalanche. 10%, 20%, 30%. Within a mere hour, the stock's value was halved. The market's panic was ignited instantaneously. Countless oblivious retail investors began to frantically liquidate their holdings, creating a vicious cycle of panic selling. The second step, inciting chaos. Jardine Matheson and Swire Group deployed the remnants of the Underworld, which they had covertly supported for years, who had narrowly escaped during the last purge. Groups of thuggish enforcers, armed with iron rods and machetes, stormed various factories and logistics warehouses under the Lei Group's banner. They vandalized equipment, intimidated workers, and blocked access roads. In an instant, the Lei Group's extensive production lines across Hong Kong came to a complete standstill. The third step, tarnishing the public image. Several mainstream newspapers and television stations under British control began to publish an incessant stream of negative news targeting the Lei Group. Lei Bank suspected of massive bad debts. Internal reports suggest insolvency. Factories under the Lei Group erupt in large-scale labor conflicts, with workers' rights utterly unprotected. Shocking. Sir Lei's motives for heading north are suspect. He may be absconding with funds. Each malicious and inflammatory article struck like daggers at the seemingly indomitable commercial reputation of the Lei Group. A tempest was brewing, and the entire business community in Hong Kong sensed the ominous winds of turmoil. It was evident to all that this was a premeditated counterattack by the British capital consortiums. They aimed to seize the opportunity while the tiger was away, intending to shred to pieces the commercial empire that Lei Chao had painstakingly built. In the Lei Group's headquarters, within the executive office, Zhao Yaji's personal assistant, a young and capable woman, burst into the office, her face pale and clutching a stack of recently printed urgent reports. Her voice trembled with extreme panic. Yaji, it's terrible. Our stock price has fallen below the issue price. The stock exchange is flooded with investors demanding delisting. The two largest factories in Kowloon and Wan are surrounded. Production has completely halted. As she spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably. To her, it felt as if the world was ending. However, seated behind the desk, Zhao Yaji remained remarkably composed. Her breathtakingly beautiful face bore no trace of alarm. She listened quietly to her assistant's report, then set down the documents in her hand. Rising, she walked to the massive safe in the corner of the office. Entering a long string of numbers known only to her and Lei Chao, the safe's door slowly opened. Inside, there were no gold, silver, or jewels, nor piles of cash. Only an unassuming, antique sandalwood box lay within. Zhao Yaji retrieved the box and gently placed it on the desk. Before her assistant, she slowly opened the lid. Inside, nestled within, was a small, exquisitely crafted silk pouch. This was entrusted to her by Lei Chao just before his departure. He had instructed her that if one day the group faced insurmountable troubles, she should open this pouch. Zhao Yazi extended her delicate hand to grasp the pouch, untying the red silk thread that secured it, and extracted a neatly folded note. The note contained but a single line, penned in powerful, vigorous calligraphy, radiating an aura of unyielding dominance and decisiveness. Close the doors and strike the dog. Activate the Guardian Reserve Fund. Upon reading this line, a gentle, reassuring smile began to form at the corners of Zhao Yaji's lips. She understood that her omnipotent man had anticipated everything. He had already prepared an inescapable grave for these petty clowns. Notify everyone. Zhao Yaji's voice regained its former calm and confidence. Have the trading department prepare all available funds. In 1 hour, we shall counterattack. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, aboard the train speeding towards Beijing, Lei Chao lounged comfortably on a soft leather sofa, gazing out at the vibrant fields and mountains whizzing past the window. His expression bore no hint of worry, as if the cataclysmic financial storm brewing in Hong Kong had no bearing on him whatsoever. He even found the time to jest with his excited father, who was experiencing train travel for the first time. Dad, what do you think of the land beneath our feet? It's fantastic. So much better than that godforsaken place in Hong Kong. Lei Lo exclaimed, taking a deep puff from his Cuban cigar, filled with nostalgia. Indeed, Lei Chao replied with a smile. His gaze returned to the vast expanse of the motherland beyond the window. His eyes were as deep as if they could peer into the future. He seemed to sense something, the corners of his mouth curling into a knowing smirk. He was aware that the seeds he had sown were beginning to sprout. The impatient monkeys were finally starting their performance. However, he harbored no concerns, for he knew that he had laid an elaborate web. He was even more certain that when he returned from Beijing, he would bring back not only wealth and technology to Hong Kong, but also an irresistible force capable of crushing all adversaries, the formidable strength of the nation. Lei Chao turned to his excited father and said softly, Dad, when we return this time, Hong Kong truly ought to bear the surname Lei. I swear. Lei Lo abruptly slapped his thigh, his face flushed with excitement. Excellent. I shall eagerly await my return to the position of the supreme ruler. The father and son exchanged knowing smiles, their laughter brimming with boundless anticipation for the future. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted outside. A flash of lightning tore across the sky, followed closely by a deafening clap of thunder. A torrential downpour commenced, saturating the world outside. Lei Chao gazed at the storm-laden sky, draining the last sip of red wine from his glass. A cold smirk formed at the corner of his mouth. The wind has risen. It is time to kill. Chapter 151. The last line of defense for HSBC, the right to print currency? Do you even deserve it? Our bank's assets eclipse those of both HSBC and Standard Chartered combined. The gold bars in our vault are piled as high as mountains. Why on earth should we not have the power to print money? In the opulent living room of the Lei family villa, Lei Lo, clad in a flamboyant Versace silk robe, fumed with rage, his beard bristling. With a sudden motion, he smashed an exquisite Jingdezhen porcelain teacup onto the polished Italian marble floor with a resounding crack. The cup shattered into countless pieces, scalding pu'er tea splattering everywhere. A bunch of bullies afraid of the strong. Back in my day, I collected fees in Kowloon Walled City with more reason than they ever had. This former police chief, who had just tasted the luxurious life of the father of jazz, now reverted to the persona of a formidable underworld hero. His face was etched with dissatisfaction and fury. Moments ago, a formal notice from the financial secretary of the Hong Kong government had doused the inflated excitement in his heart, which had swelled to its peak due to his son's noble title. The proposal for Lei International Bank to become Hong Kong's third issuing bank had been officially rejected. The reasons were grandiose yet steeped in unabashed arrogance and discrimination. Lei Bank's relatively short establishment, lack of financial credentials, and insufficient international reputation rendered it unqualified for the critical duty of issuing Hong Kong dollars. Nonsense. Lei Lo was acutely aware that the old fox Shunbai from HSBC was conspiring behind the scenes. What do they mean by insufficient qualifications? In terms of cash reserves, Lei Bank's vault could drown both HSBC and Standard Chartered combined. As for international reputation, his son Lei Chao was personally knighted by Her Majesty and serves as the Royal Chief Financial Advisor. This was clearly a shameless suppression by the British Financial Consortium to protect their last bastion in this colony. The right to print currency is not merely the ability to print money. It symbolizes the financial sovereignty of a region. It is the ultimate scepter that controls the lifeblood of an economy. HSBC and Standard Chartered wield this privilege to command authority in Hong Kong, brazenly manipulating the money supply to amass wealth. They would never allow a Chinese bank to stake a claim on this emblem of dominion. In stark contrast to Lei Luo's furious outburst stood Lei Chao, who remained calm at the grand floor-to-ceiling window. He held a glass of blood-red 1982 Lafite, gently swirling it. Outside, the night view of Victoria Harbour sparkled brilliantly, the lights of countless homes resembling scattered stars, reflected in his deep, oceanic eyes. "Father, do not be upset." He spoke softly, yet his voice bore an unwavering calm that pierced through all. "It is not worth our ire to be angered by a group of outdated forces destined for obsolescence." "How can I not be angry?" Lei Luo exclaimed, plopping down onto the sofa in frustration. "These foreigners are practically defecating on our heads. We possess wealth, power, and prestige. Why on earth can we not print money? Is there no rule of law left?" "Rule of law?" Lei Chao chuckled. He turned to face his father, whose thinking was still ensnared in the paradigms of the underworld. A flicker of pity crossing his gaze. "Father, you must remember, in this world, the so-called rule of law and order is eternally pinned by the victors." He raised his glass, gesturing towards the HSBC headquarters, a colossal beast looming in the night. "Currently, they possess the legal document that grants them the right to print currency. All we have is money. That is why we cannot print it." Upon hearing this, Lei Luo's expression grew even more despondent. He recognized the truth in his son's words. In the game dictated by the opposition, regardless of one's wealth, one could only passively endure blows. However, Lei Chao's next words ignited a fierce flame in his previously dimmed eyes. Thus, a cold, subversive smile slowly emerged at the corners of Lei Chao's lips. "Since we cannot defeat their rules, then we shall rewrite the rules." With that, he drained his glass of red wine. He then picked up the internal phone on his desk and directly dialed the number of the president's office. "Notify all core executives of the group to convene in conference room 1 in 10 minutes. He paused, his tone turning icy and infused with madness. "Connect me to the general manager of the Hong Kong Currency Printing Company. Inform him that the Lei Group has a business deal worth 200 billion to discuss." 10 minutes later, at the Lei Group headquarters, conference room 1. The atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Zhao Yazi, Robert, and other core figures of the group sat upright, their faces etched with confusion and gravity. They could not comprehend why the boss had suddenly called such a high-level emergency meeting in the dead of night. Just then, the conference room door swung open. Lei Chao entered, clad in a sharp black suit, his expression devoid of emotion. He did not take a seat, but instead strode directly to the massive electronic whiteboard. Without a word, he grabbed a marker and, without any preamble, inscribed 3 monumental characters that sent shivers down the spine of everyone present. "Abolish the Hong Kong dollar." Boom. The conference room erupted in chaos. "Boss, you can't be serious. Abolish the Hong Kong dollar? How is that even possible?" "Yes, boss. The Hong Kong dollar is the legal tender of Hong Kong, the cornerstone of the credit of the British Hong Kong government. How could we possibly abolish it? This is no longer a business action, but a declaration of war against the entire British Hong Kong government. They will deploy the military." All the executives sprang from their seats like cats whose tails had been stepped on, their faces a canvas of terror and disbelief. Yet, amidst the cacophony of confusion and doubt, Lei Chao's face remained a mask of calm. He patiently waited for the clamor to subside. Then, he slowly raised his hand and pressed down, an invisible yet powerful aura of imperial authority instantly enveloping the conference room. All noise ceased abruptly. "What I propose is not abolition." Lei Chao's voice was cold and clear. "It is replacement." With that, he picked up the marker again and drew a beautifully designed, modern-looking banknote on the whiteboard. At the center of the banknote was not a portrait of the Queen nor a depiction of Lion Rock, but the majestic silhouette of the Lei Group's headquarters, exuding a sense of futurism. At the top of the banknote, in the largest font, 4 prominent characters were printed: Lei shopping voucher. "Starting tomorrow," Lei Chao's voice resonated like the final judgment from hell, echoing in every ear present. "I shall let all citizens of Hong Kong know. Hong Kong dollars are nothing more than mere scraps of paper. In contrast, this shopping voucher is the lifeline that enables them to survive in this city, a true currency of value." He turned around and surveyed the executives, who were already rendered speechless by his audacious plan, and issued his final, unequivocal command. "Inform the Hong Kong Printing Bureau to commence operations immediately." I demand the production of 20 billion Lei's shopping vouchers within 24 hours. Remember, the anti-counterfeiting technology must surpass that of the Hong Kong dollar by 100-fold. Chapter 152. The entire Hong Kong rejects Hong Kong dollars. Lei's shopping voucher is the true currency. I apologize, sir, but our system is undergoing an upgrade today, and we are temporarily unable to accept Hong Kong paper currency. The following morning, at a Park and Shop supermarket in Wan Chai, an elderly gentleman, his hair as white as snow, held a crumpled $50 Hong Kong bill, wishing to purchase a bag of rice, only to be politely stopped by a young cashier. System upgrade? Unable to accept Hong Kong dollars? The old man was taken aback, raising his money with a bewildered expression. Then what am I to use to pay? You may use this. The cashier retrieved a beautifully printed, thickly textured, brand new banknote that appeared more sophisticated than the Hong Kong dollar and presented it to the gentleman. The note's front displayed the majestic image of the Lei Group's headquarters, with the phrase Lei's shopping voucher emblazoned prominently at the top, and a denomination of $100. Alternatively, you may use U.S. dollars, the cashier added. The old man gazed at the unfamiliar shopping voucher and then glanced at his well-known Hong Kong dollar featuring the Queen's portrait, utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? In my lifetime, I have never heard of a situation where one cannot use Hong Kong dollars for purchases in Hong Kong. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in every corner of Hong Kong that day. What is going on? Why aren't Hong Kong dollars accepted on the bus? At the Hong Kong bus terminal, a white-collar worker, anxious to get to Central for work, raged at the bus driver. The driver merely pointed helplessly to a fresh announcement affixed to the door. The announcement clearly stated in bold letters, to facilitate a comprehensive system upgrade, effective immediately. All bus routes under this company will cease to accept Hong Kong banknotes issued by HSBC and Standard Chartered. Passengers may pay using Lei's shopping vouchers or U.S. dollars. We apologize for any inconvenience. Lei Transportation Group. How am I supposed to have any Lei's shopping vouchers? The worker exclaimed, nearly beside himself. Yet, regardless of his curses, the driver simply shrugged, indicating he was powerless to assist. Ultimately, he could only watch in despair as the pristine, air-conditioned bus drove away. Hello, is this China Light Power? My home has lost power. Please send someone to fix it quickly. A housewife urgently pleaded over the phone. A sweet yet icy customer service voice responded from the other end. Madam, according to our system records, your electricity bill from last month remains unpaid. I paid it. I went to your service center just yesterday and paid in cash. I am very sorry, madam. As of yesterday, our company has suspended the acceptance of cash payments in Hong Kong dollars. You will need to use Lei's shopping vouchers or U.S. dollars to settle your electricity bill. What? You are robbing me. Panic spread like wildfire, engulfing all of Hong Kong within mere hours. Citizens were struck with terror as they realized that the colorful Hong Kong dollars, once regarded as symbols of wealth, had overnight become nearly worthless scraps of paper. They could not use them for bus rides. They could not use them to buy rice or vegetables. They could not even use them to pay for electricity or water. For the colossal commercial empire, Lei's Group, which held dominion over the city's transportation, retail, energy, communications, and entertainment, essentially the lifeblood of the populace, had simultaneously shut its doors. The entire social order of Hong Kong plunged into unprecedented chaos. Countless citizens flooded the streets, unable to go to work, attend school, or purchase essential goods. They surged toward government offices, stormed the Legislative Council, demanding answers from the British Hong Kong government. We need to eat. We need to live. Why can't we use Hong Kong dollars? Return my hard-earned money. The cries of outrage echoed through the air, resonating across Victoria Harbour. The British Hong Kong government was rendered utterly paralyzed. They dispatched all available police forces to maintain order, but faced with the surging tide of enraged citizens, their meager numbers were utterly insufficient. This was a financial coup orchestrated solely by Lei Chao against all of Hong Kong. He did not deploy a single soldier or spill a drop of blood. He merely flicked his finger, severing the connection between the Hong Kong dollar and the livelihoods of the people. He transformed this renowned international metropolis, famous as a financial hub, into an isolated island where movement was nearly impossible. This is the terrifying power of monopolistic capital. This is the dimensional strike of commerce wielding control over governance. While the official world descended into chaos and panic, the underground realm of Hong Kong blossomed into an unprecedented scene of prosperity. In Mong Kok, Yau Ma Ti, and Sham Shui Po, former underground gambling dens and mahjong parlors transformed into makeshift exchange centers for Lei's shopping vouchers. Countless citizens, desperately needing vouchers to sustain their basic living, flocked here with bundles of Hong Kong dollars in hand. Exchange. I need 10,000 worth of Lei's vouchers. A man, resembling a small-time boss, slammed a suitcase filled with Hong Kong dollars onto the table. Certainly, sir. A former top enforcer, now clad in Lei's security uniform, skillfully counted out a stack of brand new Lay's shopping vouchers from a larger box, and handed them over. However, sir, the exchange rate has changed again today. The enforcer wore a professional smile. The current rate is 110 Hong Kong dollars for 100 Lay's vouchers. What? Wasn't it 105 just yesterday? How has it gone up? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. There's nothing we can do, sir. The enforcer shrugged, looking helpless. Everyone in Hong Kong is scrambling to exchange, and our supplies are tight. You know how it is, supply and demand. Grinding his teeth, the man ultimately had to begrudgingly accept this black market price, knowing that if he delayed, tomorrow it might rise to 120 or even 130. The exchange rate for Lay's shopping vouchers had risen on the black market to exceed the nominal value of the Hong Kong dollar. This was nothing short of an unprecedented miracle in the annals of financial history. This was no longer merely a commercial transaction. It represented a profound shift in the minds of Hong Kong citizens, as the trust in Lay's group eclipsed that of the British Hong Kong government. They preferred to believe in a shopping voucher issued by a private company rather than the so-called legal tender bearing the Queen's likeness. At the Lei Group headquarters, in the top-level trading room, Lei Chao reclined leisurely on the sofa, observing the chaotic and absurd scenes transmitted in real time from the extensive surveillance network deployed across Hong Kong by his subordinate Abu. A cold smile, reminiscent of a deity surveying humanity, graced his face. Boss, according to our statistics. The portly figure of Pig Oil's eye rushed over, clutching a freshly printed report, his face alight with excitement. As of 3 o'clock this afternoon, we had successfully reclaimed over 16 billion Hong Kong dollars from the market using our printed 150 billion Lay's vouchers. Moreover, this figure continues to escalate at an alarming rate. We have not spent a single penny and have nearly drained all liquidity of the Hong Kong dollar from the market. In fact, we have even profited several billion from the exchange rate differential. By the end of his proclamation, his voice cracked with uncontainable exhilaration. He felt his mind was utterly overwhelmed. Such a miraculous operation, this alchemical feat of extracting profit from nothing. It was utterly unprecedented. He gazed at his seemingly miraculous young boss, filled with boundless, almost frenzied admiration. Yet, Lei Chao merely nodded indifferently, as if the billions in profits were nothing more than trivial figures to him. His gaze remained fixated on the screen displaying the governor's residence, adorned with the Union Jack. He knew that the true spectacle was only just beginning. He awaited a phone call, a plea for mercy from the nominal supreme ruler of this city. Sure enough, the phone rang shortly thereafter. Boss, it's the private secretary of Sir Mac Lehos from the governor's office, Zhao Yazi said respectfully, handing the phone to Lei Chao. The governor would like to invite you for a cup of coffee. Chapter 153. The roar of the governor's office. Lei Chao, the financial terrorist. Coffee. Does he still have the audacity to invite my brother Chao for coffee? Before Lei Chao could respond, Pig Oil's eye leapt up, his rotund face etched with disdain and fury. Who does he think he is? The entire Hong Kong is on the brink of chaos. Instead of putting on airs, that governor should be scrambling to resolve the situation. He ought to come and beg our boss on his knees. Zhao Yaji shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, what do you know? This is called political maneuvering. The governor is, after all, the highest official in Hong Kong appointed by Her Majesty the Queen. He has his own dignity to uphold. By proactively calling to invite, he has already lowered himself and is indirectly conceding. Lei Chao chuckled, taking the phone from Zhao Yaji. He addressed Peter, the secretary, in a languid and casual tone. I've been feeling a bit unwell lately, and it's inconvenient for me to go out. If the governor truly wishes to have coffee, I wouldn't mind sending my personal chef with the finest Blue Mountain coffee beans to brew it for him on-site at the governor's residence. This audacious proclamation was both brazen and humiliating. Not only would he not attend, but he would also send his chef to offer consolation. This was nothing short of a slap in the face to the governor. Peter, on the other end of the line, fell silent for a good 10 seconds after hearing this. His usually composed and elegant voice now bore a trace of barely concealed fury. Sir Lei, I will convey your health condition to the governor. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Inside the governor's residence, in a study rich with classical British charm, a loud crash resounded. Sir Mac Lehos slammed his exquisite mahogany desk with such force that his beloved set of bespoke bone china coffee cups, crafted for the royal family, leapt from the surface and shattered into a million pieces on the floor. How outrageous! How outrageous! The usually composed and dignified face of Sir Mac Lehos was now flushed with rage. He paced like a thoroughly incensed lion, roaring in his study. A financial terrorist. He is nothing but a complete financial terrorist. He is holding me hostage. He is using the livelihoods of 7 million citizens in Hong Kong to blackmail me. To blackmail the entire British Hong Kong government. This is lawlessness. Utter lawlessness. Standing before him, the financial secretary and the newly appointed commissioner of police, Smith, kept their heads bowed, silent as mice, not daring to breathe a word. They had never witnessed the usually calm and sagacious governor in such a furious state. Seal off his operations. Immediately deploy all police forces. Seal off all his companies. Freeze all his bank accounts. Mac Lee bellowed, pointing at Commissioner Smith with a voice hoarse from shouting. Arrest him. I want him detained. Sent to Stanley Prison. Let him rot there. However, faced with the governor's nearly uncontrollable orders, Commissioner Smith could only shake his head in resignation. Sir, I'm afraid that's not feasible. Not feasible. Mac Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. Why not? Is it possible that Lei Chao can do as he pleases in Hong Kong? Sir, from a legal standpoint, we truly have no recourse against him. Smith's voice was laden with profound helplessness. First, he has not broken any laws. All companies under the Lei Group merely issued a commercial announcement stating that they were temporarily adjusting payment methods due to a system upgrade. This falls entirely within the realm of business autonomy, and we have no authority to intervene. Secondly, the Lei shopping voucher he issued is nominally just a promotional coupon within their group. It does not claim to be legal tender. The citizens voluntarily exchanged Hong Kong dollars at inflated prices. That is a market behavior beyond our control. The most troublesome point, Smith hesitated, finally voicing what weighed heavily on him. Moreover, Lei Chao is a justice of the peace and has been personally ennobled by Her Majesty the Queen. According to the British Nobility Act, we have no power to arrest a registered imperial knight without solid evidence and a personal arrest warrant issued by Her Majesty herself. Upon hearing this, Mac Leos felt as if he had been deflated like a punctured balloon. He slumped back into his chair, feeling like a boxer trapped in a cage. Outside the cage, Lei Chao wielded a long stick, taunting and provoking him without restraint. He yearned to retaliate, yet found his limbs bound by the damned laws and procedures. This was what they termed a legal rogue. He used the very rules you established to turn them against you, leaving you powerless to voice your grievances or exert any force. Is there truly nothing we can do? The financial secretary asked, gazing out at the gathering crowd of protesters, his voice trembling with apprehension. He knew that if they did not devise a way to restore the circulation of the Hong Kong dollar, they would face an unprecedented political catastrophe, one that could even threaten the foundation of the British Empire's rule over this land for over a century. Mac Leos remained silent, his eyes, usually brimming with wisdom, now filled with deep fatigue and struggle. After a long pause, he seemed to summon every ounce of strength, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Prepare the car. To the Lei Group. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a symbol of utmost authority, adorned with the AM license plate, struggled to halt at the entrance of the Lei Group headquarters, amidst the seething, accusatory gazes of countless citizens. Sir Mac Leos, the nominal highest ruler of Hong Kong, strode into the commercial empire erected by his greatest adversary, flanked by a retinue of bodyguards, his countenance ashen. At the top floor, in the chairman's office, Lei Chao had been awaiting his arrival. He made no move to rise in greeting, remaining languidly reclined in his million-dollar executive chair, cradling in his arms a breathtaking beauty, the striking Guajeline, who had just been signed as the global ambassador for Lei's International Bank. Today, Guajeline was adorned in a deep blue evening gown, tailored by a premier French designer, featuring a daring V-neck and high slit that accentuated her scandalously alluring figure. She nestled against Lei Chao like a docile kitten, while he leisurely fed her plump blackcurrants, one by one, into her luscious red lips. The scene conveyed an intimacy more fitting for a favored concubine than a meeting with the governor. As Sir Mac Leos pushed the door open and beheld this provocative tableau, the pallor of his face deepened to a shade reminiscent of liver. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, feeling as though his dignity had been ruthlessly trampled upon and callously rubbed into the ground. Lei Chao? He nearly spat, grinding the words out through clenched teeth. Chapter 154. The paper at the negotiation table, money or face. Lei Chao? Sir Mac Leos' voice, boiling with suppressed fury, reverberated within the opulent confines of the chairman's office. Yet, Lei Chao appeared oblivious, too languid to even lift his eyelids. He continued his leisurely pace, plucking another plump blackcurrant from the fruit bowl and gently offering it to the slightly parted lips of his enchanting companion. With perfect cooperation, Guajeline opened her mouth and accepted the fruit, her large, glistening eyes casting a deliberately provocative glance toward the trembling figure of the governor standing at the door. Her gaze seemed to taunt, "Do you see? This man, who wields the fate of all Hong Kong, now belongs solely to me." The exquisite cocktail of humiliation and power dynamics nearly consumed Sir Mac Leos' reason in a fiery rage. Drawing a deep breath, he fought to suppress the impulse to confront the brazen couple with a few well-deserved punches. He was here to negotiate, not to brawl. Sir Lei, he endeavored to infuse his voice with an air of calm. I believe we need to have a discussion. Discuss? Only then did Lei Chao feign surprise at the presence of a guest in his office, lazily raising his head. He surveyed Sir Mac Leos' anguished visage. then glanced at the equally perturbed faces of the high-ranking officials from the finance and police departments standing behind him. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. What are we discussing? Governor, shouldn't you be in your office directing your police to seize my company and arrest me, this financial terrorist? How fortunate you were to find time to sip coffee in the den of a criminal. His words pierced like daggers, echoing back Sir Mac Leho's earlier outburst in his own office. The governor's complexion shifted from green to purple, then to a ghastly pallor. He felt like a naked jester, stripped of all dignity, exposed to the harshest ridicule. Lei Chao, you have gone too far. The financial secretary behind him could no longer contain himself. Pointing an accusatory finger at Lei Chao, his voice trembling with indignation. Do you realize your actions are severely disrupting Hong Kong's financial order? You are undermining the international credibility of the Hong Kong dollar. You are playing with fire. Playing with fire? Lei Chao laughed, finally rising from his expansive chair. Guojilin gracefully stepped aside. He approached Sir Mac Leho's, each step resonating with an innate authority that compelled the governor to instinctively retreat a half-step. Mr. Secretary, Lei Chao spoke, his voice laced with a chilling, pitying mirth as if addressing a corpse. You are mistaken. It is not I who is playing with fire. Rather, the blaze you ignited is nearing your own eyebrows. He moved to the vast floor-to-ceiling window and gently drew back the curtains. Boom. The roiling cacophony of outrage surged into the office, revealing a throng of citizens below on Queen's Road, a sea of darkened figures blocking the thoroughfare. Thousands of demonstrators brandished various banners and placards. Return our hard-earned money. The Hong Kong dollar is worthless. We need to eat. Governor, step down. Incompetent government. The chorus of fury crescendoed into a tidal wave capable of toppling everything in its path. Sir Mac Leho's, gazing upon the tempest of anger outside, felt a cold sweat drench his back. He understood Lei Chao's words were true. If this inferno was not extinguished, it would consume not only his political future, but also the century-long colonial reign of the British Empire on this eastern soil. Speak. Sir Mac Leho's voice emerged hoarse and devoid of strength. He had surrendered all pretense of resistance. What do you want? Quite simple. Lei Chao turned. Retrieving a document from his desk, he tossed it onto the coffee table before Sir Mac Leho's with a decisive thud. It was the formal authorization for Lei's International Bank to become the third note-issuing bank in Hong Kong. I want this. Lei Chao's tone was calm, yet uncompromising. Grant me this document. Beginning tomorrow, all Lei's shopping vouchers will be unconditionally exchangeable for Hong Kong dollars at a 1-to-1 ratio. The financial order of Hong Kong will be restored instantly. You shall continue to be the respected governor, and I shall remain the compliant noble of the empire. Everyone shall coexist peacefully. A devilish smile danced upon Lei Chao's lips. Should you refuse, that too is straightforward. From this day forth, the residents of Hong Kong shall use Lei's vouchers as currency. I shall relish the moment the world discovers that your Hong Kong government's credibility is inferior to that of a private corporation. Where will you place the pride of the British Empire? This was a brazen, unrelenting ultimatum. Sir Mac Leho's stared at the weighty document before him, feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, his hands trembling violently. He knew that signing this document would signify the total relinquishment of the Hong Kong government's financial sovereignty. It would mark him as the first governor in British history to surrender currency issuance rights to a Chinese individual, a disgrace he could not bear. No, I cannot. He shook his head with great difficulty. The right to issue currency is a core interest of HSBC and Standard Chartered. I do not possess the authority to act without their consent. HSBC? Lei Chao seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke. He interrupted Mac Leho's words. Governor, do you still not comprehend the current situation? Do you think you still have the standing to negotiate with them? Lei Chao's gaze instantly turned icy. I am not here to negotiate with you today. I am here to inform you. He gestured towards the increasingly violent tide of protesters outside the window. Either you sign this document right now, or prepare to be completely engulfed by this wave of public fury. The choice is yours. Mac Leho's face drained of color. He looked out at the faces twisted in anger and rage. It was as if he could already hear the countdown of his fragile political life ticking away. Ultimately, he slumped onto the sofa, feeling as if all strength had been drained from his body. A flicker of final, reluctant struggle flashed in his eyes. If Shunbai of HSBC agrees, then I will sign. He attempted to pass this hot potato to the one who should truly bear the responsibility. However, he was oblivious to the fact that this decision would irrevocably push his once most trusted ally into the abyss of despair. Very well. A cold smile of triumph appeared on Lei Chao's face. As you wish. Chapter 155. Drive Shunbai to despair. Sign your surrender. As you wish. When Lei Chao's cold, commanding voice fell, Shunbai's fate was already sealed. Half an hour later, at the HSBC headquarters in Central, on the top floor, within the opulent office that symbolized the financial power of Hong Kong, Shunbai paced back and forth anxiously. Before him sat a cup of once premium kopi luwak, now cold. which he could not bring himself to sip. An unsettling premonition gnawed at his heart. Just moments ago, he had received an urgent call from the governor's office. On the line, MacLehost's personal secretary, Peter, had informed him in an unprecedented, almost commanding tone. Sir Lei Chao will arrive at HSBC headquarters in 1 minute to discuss critical matters regarding the right to issue currency. Discuss? Shunbai scoffed inwardly. He knew that the ruthless Chinese lad was not here to negotiate. He was here to exert pressure. Humph. You think you can seize the right to issue currency from me? In your dreams. A glint of ferocity flashed in Shunbai's eyes. He acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated Lei Chao's madness and audacity. He had never imagined that the other party would dare to challenge their British financial hegemony using such reckless, life-threatening tactics that jeopardized the livelihoods of all Hong Kong. But so what? The chaos of public life was a matter for Governor MacLehost to fret over. He, Shunbai, was the master of HSBC. He was accountable only to the board of HSBC and the shareholders in London. The right to issue currency was the most fundamental and untouchable interest of HSBC in Hong Kong. It was the sharpest fang of their financial lion. Anyone who dared to covet this piece of pie would face his wrath. He refused to believe that. Under the combined resistance of the Hong Kong British government and all their British banks, Lei Chao could turn the tide. Just as he was steeling himself, the heavy oak door to the office was flung open. Lei Chao, clad in a perfectly tailored black Armani suit, entered with a subtle, inscrutable smile. Strolling leisurely into the lair of the lion. Master Shun, I trust you are well. Lei Chao's tone was as relaxed as if he were visiting an old friend after a long absence. Sir Lei, you certainly have made quite the entrance today. A grim smile, more painful than tears, stretched across Shunbai's face, his voice dripping with undisguised sarcasm. You nearly brought our entire financial system in Hong Kong to ruin. You exaggerate, Master Shun. Lei Chao nonchalantly seated himself on the sofa opposite Shunbai, even crossing his legs. I merely wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us Chinese. What belongs to you Chinese? Shunbai scoffed. Sir Lei, the right to issue currency is not like a cabbage on the street. Something you can acquire simply by throwing money at it. It represents credit, history, and the century-long stewardship of our great British Empire over this land. And your Lei Bank is merely a newly established upstart. Do you think you are worthy? Shunbai's words grew more impassioned and acerbic. He sought to strike at Lei Chao's arrogance from a moral high ground. Yet, Lei Chao remained silent, listening intently, a hint of amusement dancing on his lips. It was as if he were not engaged in a high-stakes negotiation filled with tension, but rather watching a comical performance by a jester. Only when Shunbai had exhausted his words, feeling somewhat bored himself, did he finally cease. Lei Chao then spoke slowly. He did not refute a single word Shunbai had said. Instead, he posed a seemingly unrelated question. Master Shun, I have heard that you are set to retire with honor next year. Is that correct? Shunbai paused, uncertain of his intent, but instinctively nodded. And what of it? I have heard that HSBC has prepared an exceptionally generous pension plan worth tens of millions of pounds to honor your outstanding contributions to the group over the years. Lei Chao's voice remained calm. Moreover, most of this pension is to be distributed in the form of original stock options of HSBC Holdings plc, correct? Shunbai's expression finally shifted. For the first time, a flicker of fear crossed his typically haughty blue eyes. He felt as if he were a gambler stripped bare. All his cards laid bare to the opponent. What are you implying? His voice began to tremble slightly. Nothing much. Lei Chao smiled. That smile appeared to Shunbai as the grin of a devil. He withdrew a compact black satellite phone from his pocket. Then, right before Shunbai's eyes, he dialed a number from London. The call was quickly answered. Lei Chao pressed the speakerphone button. Immediately, a respectful voice with a thick London accent came through. Boss, how may I assist you? John, Lei Chao's tone was languid. What is the status of the $300 billion worth of short positions on HSBC holdings that we set up in the London futures market? Report, boss. The voice on the other end surged with excitement. Everything is ready. Just give the word. We are confident we can drive HSBC holding stock price below its issue price within 10 minutes. Even so, we could exploit that astonishing loophole regarding their internal liquidity bad debts that you provided, triggering a cascading panic in the market. Let them be directly forced into suspension by the exchange. Perhaps even face bankruptcy liquidation. Boom. Every word on the phone detonated in Shunbai's mind like a barrage of heavy explosives. A short position of $30 billion. The astounding loophole of liquidity bad debts. Bankruptcy liquidation. Shunbai's body jolted violently, nearly causing him to topple from his expensive leather chair. His face turned as pale as a sheet in an instant. He finally comprehended. It turned out that from the very beginning, Lei Chao's ambitions extended far beyond merely seizing the currency issuance rights of Hong Kong. His appetite was far greater than he had imagined. He aimed to swallow not only himself, the venerable steward of HSBC for decades, but the entire century-old foundation of HSBC in one fell swoop. This was a meticulously orchestrated trap from the start. Everything he had previously undertaken, whether in oil futures or acquiring London real estate, had merely served to deceive himself. His true lethal move had always remained concealed in the depths, and he, who fancied himself the financial Lion King, had unwittingly walked step by step into the meticulously designed snare. You. Shunbai pointed at Lei Chao, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. His heart brimmed with endless regret and fear. He lamented why he had ever provoked this devil-like Eastern man. He feared that his multi-million-pound pension, sufficient to ensure a comfortable retirement, would be reduced to a pile of worthless paper with the collapse of HSBC's stock price tomorrow. Shindaban. Lei Chao's voice resonated in his ears like the final pronouncement of death. Now, I grant you one last opportunity to choose. He gently pushed the already signed currency issuance authorization letter, penned by MacLehose, before Shinbai. Either you sign your name on this document right now. We remain friends. Your pension will not diminish by a single penny. HSBC will continue to be the dignified century-old bank. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lei Chao's mouth. Or, you refuse. Then, be prepared to leap from the rooftop of the building you have labored a lifetime to build tomorrow. Because I assure you, by then, the most valuable possession you will have is that Armani underwear you wear. Shinbai completely collapsed. He stared at the agreement before him like a letter of surrender and then glanced at the devil's phone in Lei Chao's hand, which seemed poised to issue a command of destruction at any moment. His body trembled violently. Ultimately, he felt as if all the bones in his body had been removed, and he slumped dejectedly into his chair. 2 streams of murky, humiliating, and resentful tears trickled down from his once proud blue eyes. He shakily extended his hand and grasped the seemingly weighty Mont-Blanc pen. I sign. Chapter 156. The new currency is launched. With my family's building printed on it, I sign. As Shunbai expended the last vestige of his strength to utter these 2 words. An era of financial colonialism, during which a British bank had dominated Hong Kong for over a century, was punctuated at that moment with a period filled with humiliation and resentment. He trembled as he inscribed his name on the currency issuance authorization letter. His once flamboyant signature appeared painfully pale and powerless at that moment, akin to a surrender document drenched in blood and tears. A cold smile of victory graced Lei Chao's face. He tucked away the document capable of altering the course of Hong Kong's history, hardly bothering to cast another glance at the former financial Lion King, now reduced to a mere shell of his former self. He simply said into the phone, in London, all short positions are to be liquidated. Yes, boss. A decapitation operation targeting HSBC that could send shockwaves through the entire global financial market dissipated into nothingness with that casual remark, as if nothing had ever transpired. The next day, the Hong Kong government's press office convened an emergency press conference, under the flashing lights of hundreds of media outlets from Hong Kong and around the world. The financial secretary, with a tone imbued with complexity, tinged with humiliation yet forced to feign a smile, officially announced, after prudent consideration by the governor and the executive council, and with the consent of the boards of HSBC and Standard Chartered Bank, the Hong Kong government has decided to officially approve Lei International Bank Limited as the 3rd statutory bank authorized to issue currency in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Upon the release of this news, Hong Kong erupted in an uproar. Immediately, there was a tidal wave of jubilation. Countless citizens flooded the streets, cheering with joy. They waved their Lei shopping vouchers, chanting slogans of "Long live Sir Lei," "Long live the Chinese." The scene was even more boisterous than during the New Year, for they understood that this was not merely a Chinese bank obtaining the power to print money. It represented that these Hong Kong Chinese, who had been colonized for over a century, had finally risen economically. The front pages of major newspapers exuberantly reported this historic event with the most exaggerated and emotive headlines. Centennial Dream realized. A Chinese bank secures the right to issue Hong Kong dollars. The Lion King falls. The Lei Dragon ascends to the pinnacle of Hong Kong finance. The curtain falls on an era, and a new epic begins. At that moment, Lei Chao's name was utterly deified. He became the undisputed national hero in the hearts of all Hong Kong people. Subsequently, Lei International Bank also announced the design samples of the new edition of the Hong Kong dollar set to be issued. When citizens beheld the brand new $1,000 banknote featuring a golden bull in the newspapers, they erupted in awe once more. The design of the new Hong Kong dollar was infused with modernity and a sense of technology. It utilized the world's most advanced multi-optical color-changing inks and embedded holographic security thread technology. Its anti-counterfeiting level surpassed even that of the US dollar and pound by an entire generation. What thrilled all Hong Kong residents even more was the design on the back of the banknote. The reverse of the old HSBC banknote depicted the cold bronze lions symbolizing colonial authority. In contrast, the reverse of the new Lei banknote illustrated a magnificent scene brimming with vitality and a sense of the future. At the center of the image stood the already iconic Lei Group headquarters, which had become a new landmark of Hong Kong. Behind the building, the dazzling night view of Victoria Harbor unfolded. The sea was bustling with ships, a picture of prosperity. This image symbolized Hong Kong's rise. It represented a brilliant future crafted by the hands of the Chinese people. Lei family villa study. Lei Lo, wearing a pair of reading glasses, held a newly minted $1,000 Hong Kong banknote, still fragrant with ink, that he had just collected from the printing factory, examining it thoroughly for a full half hour. His mouth stretched into a grin that seemed to reach the back of his head. The old face, always tinged with a hint of cynicism, beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum. My goodness. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. He pointed at the skyscraper belonging to his son on the back of the banknote, exuberantly boasting to the nearby Zhu Yuzi, spitting with excitement. Look, this is my son's building. In the future, the pockets of all 7 million residents of Hong Kong will be filled with our family's currency. I shall no longer need to carry cash when I step outside. My visage will serve as currency. The more Lei Luo spoke, the more exhilarated he became, eventually raising the sample banknote high above his head, dancing and singing like a madman in his study. My son is the god of wealth. The god of wealth is my son. His exuberant display left Zhu Yuzi and Zhao Yaji beside him both amused and bewildered. Yet their hearts brimmed with immeasurable pride and joy. To have one's family legacy printed on the official currency of a region, what an honor. This is true glory. A legacy that will be etched in history. On the day of the currency issuance, an astonishing spectacle unfolded outside every branch of Lei International Bank across Hong Kong. From dawn, countless citizens gathered spontaneously to queue. The lengthy line snaked from the bank's entrance for several kilometers, blocking the main thoroughfares of Central to a standstill. They were not there to withdraw money. They came to exchange old banknotes adorned with colonial figures for the newly issued Hong Kong dollars. Imbued with a sense of national pride from their own bank. That day, the entire city of Hong Kong was enveloped in an unprecedented atmosphere of fervent celebration. Yet, as the architect of it all, Lei Chao did not attend any public festivities. He had more pressing matters to attend to. At the headquarters of Lei International Bank, in the underground vault, constructed by Germany's Krupp Company using the finest alloys, a veritable fortress, there came a crisp pop. A bottle of limited edition 1986 Romanée-Conti champagne, valued at several $100,000 Hong Kong dollars, was uncorked. Bubbles surged forth, releasing an intoxicating aroma. Dressed casually, Lei Chao lazily reclined atop a mountain of freshly printed, ink-scented $1,000 bills. Before him stood a breathtaking beauty who stirred even his typically composed demeanor, Guan Jilin. She wore a garment that could drive any man wild, a form-fitting, high-slit strapless dress crafted from fabric featuring the newly issued $1,000 banknote design. The money-themed pattern enveloped her voluptuous, hourglass figure, merging the dual temptations of wealth and beauty in the most direct and unabashed manner. Her face was adorned with exquisite, alluring makeup, and her large, soulful eyes glimmered with a mix of intoxication and unabashed desire. She resembled a sultry Persian cat, waiting for her master's affection. A devilish smile curled at the corners of Lei Chao's lips as he beckoned her with a casual flick of his finger. Instantly, she understood. With graceful feline steps, she swayed her perfectly rounded hips, enticing enough to drive any man to madness, and approached Lei Chao. Then, she obediently knelt upon the cold yet tantalizing mountain of banknotes. Do you like money? Lei Chao's voice was hoarse yet magnetic. He reached out, gently lifting her delicate chin. I do. Guan Jilin's response was forthright and sincere. Her entranced gaze fixed upon the man who had given her everything. I love money, but more so, I adore you, the one who makes it. He chuckled softly, appreciating her candor and intelligence. He raised the champagne glass to her lips. Drink. Guan Jiling obediently parted her crimson lips, indulging in the sensual champagne. The ruby liquid trickled down her porcelain cheek, cascading onto her voluptuous bosom. Under the cold light of the vault, it left behind a trail of seductive allure. That night, Lei Chao's breath grew heavy. He discarded the empty glass and forcefully pressed the already heated beauty, consumed by desire and alcohol, onto the cold, ink-scented mountain of banknotes. All of this will serve as your backdrop. Chapter 157, Guan Jiling's Special Reward. I wish to be the woman behind the money printer. Oh, Guan Jiling gasped, a mixture of surprise and boundless excitement in her voice. The sight before her, a mountain forged from countless bundles of pristine $1,000 bills, captivated her senses. The cold, ink-scented currency contrasted intensely with her flushed cheeks, igniting a sensory overload. The sensation of being enveloped by endless wealth while being observed by a man powerful enough to control it sent her heart racing. Her large, glimmering eyes ignited with a fiery, passionate desire. She shed all restraint, approaching Lei Chao like the most alluring, sinuous serpent, her ivory-like arms delicately resting on his solid shoulders. Her ruby lips brushed against his ear, whispering sweetly, "Your surprise is truly delightful, Lei Chao." He smiled devilishly, a grin reminiscent of a demon. He did not rush to reciprocate her advances. Instead, he casually plucked several unopened bundles of $1,000 bills from the towering stack. Then, in front of Guanjiling, he tossed them into the air. The crisp, new banknotes, imbued with life, arched luxuriously before cascading back onto the mountain, producing a symphony of crisp and resounding sounds. In an instant, the cold, unyielding vault felt as though it had been graced by the world's most extravagant and wildest rain of cash. Countless $1,000 bills, emblazoned with the Lei Group headquarters, fluttered like snowflakes in the wind. Money and desire, power and beauty, these primal forces of humanity merged in the most direct, raw, and visually striking manner. After a while, as the breathtaking rain of currency began to subside, Guanjiling languidly leaned against Lei Chao's broad and sturdy bronze chest. Resembling a thoroughly captivated Persian cat, her breathtaking visage radiated with excitement and a deep crimson hue. The cleverness and ambition that usually danced in her eyes were now replaced with an intoxicating fervor and affection. She traced delicate circles on Lei Chao's muscular chest with her slender, jade-like finger. Lei Chao. Her voice was hoarse, imbued with a unique languor and allure. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Lei Chao's mouth. He lowered his head, gently lifting her delicate chin with his fingertips. "What is the matter? Are you frightened? Or is it not enough?" "Neither." Guanjiling shook her head. She raised her gaze, looking at Lei Chao with an unprecedented seriousness, even carrying a hint of reverence. "What I desire is not this money. I wish to be the woman behind your money-printing machine." At her words, Lei Chao was momentarily taken aback. He looked at the woman in his arms, whose eyes no longer brimmed with raw desire but instead were tinged with a budding affection. The softest string in his heart seemed to have been gently plucked. He understood that this time, she was truly sincere. What she sought was no longer mere wealth and fame, but rather a title, a place beside him that could endure the test of time. Lei Chao fell silent, hesitating to respond, for he knew that such a promise, once made, bore the weight of the world. Guanjiling gazed into his profound, inscrutable eyes, a flicker of anxiety passing through her heart. Yet, she did not falter. Summoning all her courage, she leaned in, offering her crimson lips once more. This kiss was no longer a mere tease, but rather a tender and unadulterated expression of affection. After a long moment, their lips parted. The glimmer of tears danced in Guanjiling's eyes. "Lei Chao, I care not how many women surround you. I do not aspire to become your primary partner, like Sister Yaji. I only seek a title that allows me to stand by your side forever, even if it is as a clandestine lover. I am willing." These words, humble to the point of being almost dust-like, spoken from the lips of a woman renowned for her pride and beauty, could soften the heart of any man with a heart of stone. Lei Chao's heart, too, softened. He reached out, gently caressing her beautifully smooth cheek, akin to silk. His voice was low and filled with an irresistible dominance. "Who said you must remain a hidden lover? My woman shall forever bask in the brightest spotlight." Pausing, a wicked smile graced his lips. "However, before I grant you a title, you must first assist me with a task." "What task?" The spark of hope ignited once more in Guanjiling's eyes. "I need you to travel to America." Lei Chao's gaze sparkled with the keen brightness of a hunter. "To establish our own film company in Hollywood. I want you to utilize our resources to scout, acquire, and seize the most talented directors and the most promising scripts. I intend to wield Eastern capital to dominate the Western narrative. I want the world to watch films made by us, the Chinese, in our Lei cinemas." This grand plan, brimming with cultural imperialistic ambition, stirred Guanjiling's blood to a boil. She recognized this as a test from the man, and an extraordinary opportunity. "All right." She nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with unprecedented determination. "I will not let you down." Having resolved the matter of her status and laid an important piece for her Hollywood aspirations, Lei Chao's gaze shifted back to the heart of Hong Kong. Securing the power to issue currency was merely the first step in his financial hegemony plan. Next, he aimed to reach further, to touch the foundation of Hong Kong's financial system, the Foreign Exchange Fund. The Foreign Exchange Fund was a colossal super fund established by the British government to maintain the linked exchange rate system between the Hong Kong dollar and the US dollar. Composed of hundreds of billions in reserves of dollars, pounds, gold, and more. Ostensibly, this wealth belonged to all the people of Hong Kong, but in reality, it was tightly controlled by a select few British officials led by the financial secretary. They utilized this vast amount of capital to engage in various secretive, high-risk investments in the international financial market. Profits were their accolades. Losses were borne by the entire populace of Hong Kong. In Lei Chao's eyes, this was nothing short of a massive, unregulated treasure trove left behind by the British government. And now, he intended to reach into this treasury. At the governor's office. In the study, Lei Chao faced Sir Maclehose once more. This time, Maclehose's demeanor was significantly more respectful. He even poured Lei Chao a glass of his personally treasured top-shelf Scotch whiskey. Sir Lei, I wonder what new surprises you bring with your visit today? Maclehose's tone carried a hint of self-deprecating humor. He was genuinely beginning to fear this unpredictable young man. Surprises are not my intention, Lei Chao replied with a smile. Getting straight to the point. I merely wish to propose a modest suggestion beneficial for maintaining Hong Kong's financial stability. He retrieved a new document from his briefcase. Titled Feasibility Report on Inviting Lei International Bank to participate in the management of the Hong Kong Foreign Exchange Fund to jointly maintain the stability of the Hong Kong dollar. Maclehose's brow, which had just begun to ease, immediately furrowed tightly upon seeing the title. Sir Lei, what do you mean by this? He looked at the astonishingly titled report, his voice quivering in disbelief. Participate in managing the foreign exchange fund. He knew Lei Chao harbored grand ambitions, but he never imagined they would stretch into such audacious territory. What was the foreign exchange fund? It was the lifeblood of Hong Kong's financial system. The last line of defense for maintaining the linked exchange rate system of the Hong Kong dollar, and the cornerstone of the British government's legitimacy on this land. This vast fund, composed of hundreds of billions in foreign exchange reserves, had always been a sanctum. Managed under the strictest and most secretive conditions by the Financial Secretary and the Monetary Authority, two of the most critical financial departments of the British government. Not even the governor had the authority to intervene lightly, let alone the Chancellor of the Exchequer in London. And now, Lei Chao, having just seized the power to issue currency from them, dared to reach for the very core of the British government's dominion. This was no mere commercial expansion. This was a coup. It was an attempt to undermine the entire British government's rule at its foundation. Sir Lei, I hope you understand that this request has far exceeded the realm of commerce. Maclehose's expression turned grave. He slammed the report down onto the table. This is impossible. His stance was resolute because he knew that agreeing to this demand would render him a historical traitor to the British Empire. Yet, in the face of his almost roaring refusal, Lei Chao maintained an air of calm indifference, a serene smile gracing his face. It seems that the reaction of the other party was well within his expectations. Your Excellency, the governor, please refrain from hastily rejecting my proposal. He lifted the whiskey before him and took a gentle sip. Allow me to articulate my thoughts completely. The reason I have put forth this suggestion is not for my personal gain. He paused, a look of profound concern for the nation and its people gracing his features. Rather, it is for the financial security and long-term development of our entire Hong Kong. Financial security? Maclehose scoffed. Lord Lei, I am quite curious to hear your grandiose rhetoric. Quite simple. Lei Chao set down his glass, his eyes sharpening instantly. Your Excellency, having been in your esteemed position for so long, you may not fully grasp the current volatility of the international financial market, rife with hidden perils. Especially since the decoupling of the dollar from gold. The entire global monetary system finds itself in a state of extreme instability. Currencies like the Hong Kong dollar, which are tied to the US dollar, resemble a small boat amidst turbulent waves, perilously close to being devoured by lurking international financial leviathans. Our foreign exchange fund serves as the sole ballast for this vessel. However, Lei Chao's tone shifted, growing gravely serious. As far as I am aware, this ballast currently harbors severe structural issues. What issues? Maclehose's heart tightened at the query. Quite straightforward. The asset allocation is excessively singular and overly conservative. Lei Chao's eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to a finely tuned machine. According to my intelligence, over 70% of our Hong Kong foreign exchange fund is allocated to US and UK government bonds. Such a configuration may barely suffice in peacetime. However, should significant turmoil arise in the international arena, such as war or economic crisis, the moment the dollar and pound experience substantial devaluation, our foreign exchange fund could evaporate hundreds of billions in wealth in an instant. At that juncture, how shall we maintain the stability of the Hong Kong dollar? The entire financial system of Hong Kong would collapse in a heartbeat. Each of Lei Chao's words struck Maclehose like a hammer, resonating deeply within him. Though not a financial expert, as a seasoned politician, he could discern the chilling latent risks embedded in Lei Chao's discourse. So what do you propose we do? His voice unconsciously carried a hint of inquiry. Quite simple. Lei Chao's lips curled into a conspiratorial smile. Diversification of assets. We must immediately reduce our holdings in dollar and pound assets and instead increase our investments in currencies that possess greater hedging attributes and appreciation potential. For instance, Lei Chao's eyes gleamed with a covetous golden light. Gold. Gold. Maclehose furrowed his brow. Indeed, gold. Lei Chao's voice brimmed with a compelling allure. Your Excellency, consider this. Throughout history, regardless of the dynasties that have risen and fallen, or the transformations of currency, one immutable symbol of wealth remains gold. In times of chaos, gold stands as the most resilient hard currency. Now, with the fires of war rekindled in the Middle East and the intensifying Cold War between the US and the Soviet Union, the entire world is shrouded in the shadow of conflict. This is the onset of an unprecedented bull market for gold. We must seize this opportunity to convert those dollars in our foreign exchange fund, which may soon be rendered worthless, into gleaming gold that will retain its value eternally. This impassioned and inciting speech ignited a fervor within MacLehose, stirring his ambitions. He envisioned a future where, under Lei Chao's sagacious guidance, Hong Kong's foreign exchange reserves would exponentially appreciate. Yet, he hesitated, aware that the management of the foreign exchange fund adhered to stringent legal protocols. One man's word was insufficient. I understand, Lei Chao smiled. That is precisely why I propose that our Lei International Bank deploy a professional team to the Foreign Exchange Fund's Investment Decision Committee. We seek no decision-making power. We merely desire the role of advisors, tasked with providing the government with the most professional and timely investment recommendations. The ultimate decision, however, remains firmly in your hands. Lei Chao's words were impeccably crafted, affording MacLehose ample dignity while deftly positioning himself in a role of suggestion without accountability. MacLehose felt a profound shift within him. He recognized that Lei Chao was a wolf in sheep's clothing, yet he had no alternative. He needed the strength of this wolf to secure substantial political capital for himself. If, as Lei Chao claimed, he could significantly enhance Hong Kong's foreign exchange reserves during his tenure, upon returning to London, he might even vie for that coveted position of Chancellor of the Exchequer. In the face of immense potential gain, all risks paled in comparison. Very well, MacLehose declared with a decisive slap of the table. In principle, I agree with your proposal. I will instruct the Financial Secretary to expedite coordination with your Lei Bank regarding the specifics of our collaboration. Pleasure to cooperate, Your Excellency. Lei Chao's face broke into a victorious smile. He knew he had triumphed again. He had finally obtained the key that could unlock Hong Kong's hundreds of billions in foreign exchange reserves. He could now rightfully wield this vast, non-personal fortune to stir the international financial markets, securing greater benefits for himself. At that moment, as he exited the governor's office with a sense of satisfaction, the cold mechanical prompt in his mind arrived as expected. Ding. Host has successfully encroached upon the core financial sovereignty of the Hong Kong region, currency issuance and foreign exchange fund management participation rights. Congratulations, host, for achieving the hidden accomplishment, regional financial overlord. System is undergoing permission upgrade. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the new permission, international precious metals trading rights. Permission description. Upon activation, the host will be able to anonymously conduct unlimited buying or selling operations across major global precious metals exchanges, including London Gold, New York Gold, disregarding all trading restrictions. Furthermore, the system will provide real-time accurate fluctuation K-line charts for international gold prices over the next 72 hours. Lei Chao's pupils constricted sharply. His heart raced once more. Unlimited trading. K-line charts for the next 72 hours. What the hell? This is not merely trading rights. It is akin to a super cash printing machine that can foresee the future. With this, he would become a deity within the global gold market. Chapter 159. The Anomalies in International Gold Prices. A storm approaches. The deity. Lei Chao's lips involuntarily curled into a greedy and fervent arc. He could hardly contain his eagerness to activate the newly unlocked, game-changing feature in his mind. International Precious Metals Trading Rights. Activate. Connecting to the Global Precious Metals Trading Data Chain. Connection successful. Generating the price fluctuation candlestick chart for London Gold, ZOST, over the next 72 hours. In an instant, a dynamic candlestick chart imbued with a futuristic essence materialized in his mind like a holographic projection. The green curve representing the gold price steadily ascended with a slow, yet resolute demeanor. To the right of the chart, a vivid red digit pulsated, displaying the current real-time gold price, $3,856 per ounce. Below the candlestick chart, a line of system prompts quickened his heartbeat even further. Time coordinate, November 20th, 1979. Major historical event alert. Soviet troops will launch a full-scale invasion of Afghanistan in 35 days, December 25th, 1979. As a result of this event, international risk aversion will surge dramatically and global capital will flood into the gold market. It is anticipated that within the next 2 months, the international gold price will experience the largest super bubble in human history. Projected price peak, $850 per ounce, $11,850. Lei Chao's breath became extraordinarily rapid. His heart, forged in countless commercial battles to be as solid as rock, could not help but race wildly at this moment. As a top financial player from the future, He was well aware of the unprecedented gold frenzy that would unfold in early 1980. It was a colossal bubble birthed from war, panic, and speculation, marking the most frenzied and resplendent chapter in human financial history. Countless individuals amassed fortunes overnight in this frenetic game of musical chairs, transcending social classes. Yet, many others lost everything in the instant the bubble burst, plunging into despair, some even leaping from rooftops. In his past life, Lei Chao was merely a novice on Wall Street, helplessly watching the true financial titans feast upon this extravagant banquet while he could not even partake in a single drop of broth. This had always been his greatest regret. But now, he had been reborn. Not only did he possess the memories to foresee the future, but he also had a system that could pierce through the veil of what was to come. More importantly, he held an immense, terrifying, astronomical sum of capital capable of shifting the entire market. The timing, the location, and the people, he had gathered all the conditions necessary for victory. If he were unable to seize the most succulent morsel in this once-in-a-century golden feast, he would be utterly unworthy of his identity as a reborn individual. He chuckled softly. A low, resonant sound filled with boundless excitement and greed. A blazing fire of ambition burned hotter in his eyes than ever before. He knew that the true battle for his ascendance was about to commence. No longer would he be satisfied with reigning supreme in the small pond of Hong Kong. He would venture into the world's largest and most ruthless financial arena. He would confront the true, global financial giants. He would demonstrate to the world what a genuine dimensional strike entailed, what it meant to be a true deity. At the headquarters of the Lei Group, on the top floor, in Conference Room 1, the executives, who had just been basking in the joy and euphoria of acquiring the right to issue currency, were utterly stunned by Lei Chao's even more audacious decision. What, boss, are you saying we should mobilize all of our group's liquid assets? The CFO gazed at Lei Chao's unervingly calm face, his voice trembling. Indeed, all of it. Lei Chao's tone was icy and resolute. Furthermore, he surveyed the room, observing their expressions filled with shock and confusion. A manic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I intend to mortgage the Lei Center building that we have just acquired as well. I do not care what methods you employ, whether it's securing a bank loan or issuing short-term bonds. I demand to see at least 30 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash within a week. Boom. The conference room erupted in chaos. Boss, think carefully. You must be insane. The Lei Center building is the foundation of our group. It is our symbol. How can we simply say we will mortgage it? Yes, boss. We have just won the battle for the right to issue currency. Now is the time to consolidate our foundation and recuperate. How can we engage in such a high-risk gamble? All the executives stood up, collectively voicing their vehement opposition to Lei Chao's decision for the first time. For them, this was no longer a mere business decision. It was a reckless gamble of the entire Lei Group's fortune. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming dissent, Lei Chao's expression remained as tranquil as ever. He offered no explanations. He understood that summer insects cannot discuss ice. Those blinded by immediate gains and perceived risks would never comprehend the future vision of this prophet. He simply waited for everyone to finish speaking. Then, he slowly began to speak. His voice was not loud, yet it sliced through the cacophony and doubt like the sharpest, coldest surgical scalpel. I am not consulting with you. I am informing you. An invisible, potent, imperial pressure that brooked no resistance enveloped the entire conference room. All opposition fell silent. The executives lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. They understood that once this young lion they pledged allegiance to made a decision, no one could alter it. Go execute it. Lei Chao waved his hand dismissively. Then, without looking back, he exited the conference room, leaving behind a room full of executives exchanging anxious glances, their hearts laden with endless concern and fear. They had no idea whether their audacious leader was about to lead them to unprecedented glory or into an abyss of despair. Lei Chao disregarded the concerns of these mortals. He returned to his office and promptly dialed a number in London. John, please book me the fastest flight to London. Additionally, his voice paused, and a cold, battle-ready smile graced his lips. Reserve the entire top-floor presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel adjacent to the London Gold Exchange for me. I wish to establish a temporary command center there. Inform all our brothers in London to prepare for an unprecedented war. Chapter 160, The Wolves of Wall Street. What do Hong Kong people know about gold? War. When Lei Chao's directive was transmitted via encrypted satellite signals to London, the financial undercurrents of the entire world began to surge violently. In New York, Wall Street, at the pinnacle of a modern glass-walled skyscraper, the headquarters of the Quantum Fund, a slender man of Hungarian Jewish descent, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, possesses a gaze as sharp and insightful as that of a hawk. Standing before a vast floor-to-ceiling window while cradling a freshly brewed cup of black coffee. His name is George Soros, a man destined to instill dread in the world's central banks under the moniker of a financial behemoth over the coming decades. Yet, at this moment, A playful smile dances upon his lips. Before him stands his most capable and trusted chief trader, Stanley Druckenmiller. George, have you heard? Stanley's voice betrays an unmistakable excitement. Recently, a colossal and mysterious buying force from the east has emerged in the London gold market. They are sweeping the market with reckless abandon, pushing gold prices from just above $300 to nearly $400 in a matter of days. Oh, Soros raises an eyebrow. Have you traced their origins? Somewhat. Stanley presents a briefing. According to intelligence from our contacts in Hong Kong, this influx of capital is likely from a burgeoning Chinese consortium known as the Lei Group. It is said that their leader is a remarkably young and enigmatic Chinese individual who recently siphoned off billions in the oil futures market from Wall Street. The Lei Group? The upstart that made its fortune selling a gadget called the portable cassette player? A hint of disdain curls at the corners of Soros's mouth. I expected something more formidable, merely a clueless local snake from Hong Kong. Stanley, do you believe they intend to casually profit in our gold market? I wager that's a likely scenario, Stanley chuckles, noting the naivety of these newly emboldened Asian investors who have just begun to taste financial success. They are blissfully unaware of the true complexities of gold, the world's oldest and most intricate financial game. They think that with money and audacity, they can dominate as they would in a casino. Little do they know the ferocious prehistoric beasts, long concealed beneath this seemingly tranquil surface. Soros nods in agreement, gently swirling his coffee cup. His profound eyes glimmer with a ruthless and avaricious light, akin to that of a wolf pack leader. Since there is a plump lamb from the east presenting itself, how could we, as gracious hosts, not properly entertain? He drains his cup of black coffee and then issues a chilling, sanguinary directive to Stanley. Spread the word. Inform all traders at Quantum Fund to be alert. Prepare your rifles. We shall hunt that unwitting, plump dragon from the east. He pauses, a cruel smirk forming on his lips. I'm curious to see how gracefully the foolish Hong Kongers leap from the rooftops when the gold bubble bursts. Meanwhile, a G3 ultra-long-range private jet, produced by Gulfstream Aerospace, slices through the pitch-black night sky, racing toward London at a terrifying near-supersonic speed. The interior is as opulent as a mobile aerial palace, featuring plush, handcrafted leather sofas, floors laid with exquisite Persian carpets, and even a small private bar and a luxurious bedroom complete with a shower. Lei Chao reclines languidly on the sofa, clad in a loose silk robe, while Lin Qingxia, dressed in alluring sleepwear, playfully peels a translucent lychee and feeds it to him with her luscious red lips. Before him, the ultra-slim LCD screen connected to satellite networks displays real-time market data from the London Gold Exchange, alongside a mocking system alert visible only to him. Detected target, George Soros. Established a 5 billion short position in gold. Detected target, Julian Robertson, founder of Tiger Fund, established a 3 billion short position in gold. Detected target, Paul Tudor Jones. Gazing at the names of these titans of Wall Street, whose legacies resonate through time, and their staggering short positions, Lei Chao's face reveals a cold, pitying smile, akin to that of someone eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. He gently pushes away the beauty in his embrace and lifts the glass of 1982 Lafite that has been prepared for him. He raises his glass toward the screen, offering a toast to those Wall Street wolves still reveling in their perceived invincibility. May your descent be graceful. With that, he drains the wine, the blood-red liquid trickling down the corner of his sensuous mouth, reminiscent of the final requiem poised to herald this bloody financial feast. Outside, the ancient yet vibrant silhouette of London comes into view. An ultimate confrontation between gods is about to unfold in the financial capital of the world. Chapter 161. Canary Wharf in London, the banquet in the eye of the storm. Boss, it's 800. My God. The gold price in London has surpassed the historic threshold of 800 per ounce. Should we not pull back? In the presidential suite atop the Four Seasons Hotel at Canary Wharf, London, transformed into a makeshift command center by Lei Chao, dozens of top-tier Bloomberg terminals flicker with alarming red and green. The air is thick with an electrifying tension, a heady mix of cigars, coffee, and adrenaline. A star trader, poached from Wall Street and known as Cold-Blooded John, trembles uncontrollably as he grips the mouse, his forehead glistening with sweat, his voice sharp and piercing from sheer anxiety and fear. It's madness. The entire market has gone insane since news of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan broke. The international gold price has surged like a frenzied bull, defying all economic logic. 11,600, 11,700, 11,800. Each once thought unreachable psychological barrier has been shattered in less than 2 weeks. Panic-stricken capital is flooding in from every corner of the globe, flocking to gold, the sole safe haven. This is a colossal bubble sweeping the world, a frenzied feast born of war, panic, and greed. Pull back? Yet, at the center of this storm, the very architect propelling gold prices into frenzy, Lei Chao, reclines languidly upon the soft leather sofa, his expression devoid of any semblance of tension. He did not even cast a glance at the candlestick charts that sent shivers down the spines of his traders. In his hand, he cradled a glass of blood-red 1982 Lafite, gently swirling it as he gazed out at the enchanting nightscape of the Thames. Beside him was the exquisitely beautiful Zhao Yaji, clad in a seductive black lace nightgown. Like a docile kitten, she delicately peeled a glistening grape for him, then tenderly fed it to him with her luscious, crimson lips. The air of composure and contentment around him suggested that he was not engaged in a high-stakes gamble involving billions of dollars, but merely attending a tedious private soiree. Boss, all technical indicators in the market are severely overbought. The RSI has surpassed 95. This is unprecedented. The bubble could burst at any moment. If we close our positions now, we can secure profits exceeding $8 billion. Chief Trader Jack stepped forward, earnestly imploring him. $8 billion. Such a figure would drive any central bank governor to madness. To them, taking profits and securing gains was the most prudent choice. Profit? Lei Chao chuckled. He turned to look at these elites, whose minds were clouded by the present profits yet paralyzed by the lurking risks, his eyes flashing with a hint of pity, as if gazing upon mere mortals. Is $8 billion a lot? His voice was soft, yet it struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. Do you consider this a bubble? No. A cold, devilish smile curled at the corners of Lei Chao's mouth. I believe this bubble is not nearly large enough. He rose slowly from the sofa and approached the vast display wall of market data, pointing at the nearly vertical green candlestick that symbolized madness on the screen. He issued a command in an undeniably regal tone that sent chills through everyone present. Continue buying. What? Everyone in the command center thought they had misheard. Buy more. At a point the entire world deems an absolute historic peak. This is no longer gambling. This is suicide. Boss, think twice. This defies all trading logic. Jack's voice quivered with desperation. Logic? Lei Chao laughed. He turned, his deep, starry eyes shimmering with a chilling madness. I am the logic. When God wishes to destroy, he first drives them to madness. He gazed at the screen displaying those still reveling in the rising gold prices, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Since they wish to go mad, let us stoke the flames further. Let us make them even more thoroughly insane. Utilize all our reserves. Leverage it to 15 times. I want you to push the gold price up by another $30 within the next 24 hours. I want the entire world to believe that gold is about to breach $1,000. I want the last batch of fools still on the sidelines to mortgage their houses, their wives, their children, and invest every last penny into this final revelry. Lei Chao's voice was imbued with a compelling allure. He resembled a devil painting a vivid picture of paradise to his followers. What he desired was not merely profit. He sought a harvest. A thorough, ultimate harvest of all the greedy speculators across the globe. In the face of Lei Chao's nearly frenzied will, all reason and logic appeared starkly impotent. Though the traders were filled with trepidation, they could only tremble like marionettes, their hands shaking as they began to execute what they perceived as a self-destructive command. A tsunami of buy orders surged into the already tumultuous London gold market without warning. Boom. The gold price, already in violent oscillation at high levels, surged upward once more, propelled by this immense, cost-ignoring mysterious force, as if it had been injected with adrenaline. 11,810, 11,820, 11,830. When the numbers on the screen finally surpassed 830, the entire market erupted. All investors still hesitating found their last vestiges of rationality utterly shattered. My God, it's still rising. It's truly going to reach $1,000. Buy? Buy quickly. If you don't buy now, you'll never afford it again in your lifetime. All in. I'm all in. Greed had utterly triumphed over fear. A final revelry belonging to speculators worldwide had commenced. Meanwhile, Lei Chao stood quietly by the window, holding his glass of blood-red Lafite, watching the bustling city below, illuminated as if it were daytime by neon lights, a cold, death-like smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew the moment to reap was fast approaching. Chapter 162, The Last Revelry. I hope you save enough for your coffins. Sir Lei. Oh no. God Lei. You are truly the new deity of London's financial district. As the funds from the Lei Group rampaged through the London gold market like a prehistoric beast, driving the prices to unprecedented heights. A lavish cocktail party for the elite of the British financial sphere was underway in the illustrious ballroom of the Savoy Hotel. The star of the evening was none other than Lei Chao. At that moment, he was surrounded by a throng of impeccably dressed British fund managers and bankers, all beaming at him with near-fawning enthusiasm. Sir Lei, I toast to you. On behalf of Barclays Capital, I thank you for illuminating the path to wealth. A portly fund manager named Richard, appearing to be in his 40s, was the first to raise his glass, a broad smile plastered across his face. Indeed, Sir Lei. You are the Eastern Wizard of the gold market. Your every judgment is astoundingly precise. Following your lead, we've made more money in these few days than we did in the past year. Another investment director from Lloyd's Bank eagerly chimed in. Their eyes brimmed with admiration for Lei Chao. To them, his audacity to continue aggressively buying at the high point of 800 was nothing short of miraculous. What kind of courage and confidence did that require? These so-called professionals appeared as infants just learning to walk in comparison to Lei Chao. They were utterly captivated by his masterful operations, devoid of any skepticism. They firmly believed that this young man from the East had obtained some earth-shattering insider information through unknown, mystical channels. Perhaps the United States and the Soviet Union were on the brink of igniting World War III. Or perhaps the Earth's gold reserves had actually been depleted. In any case, gold was destined to skyrocket. $1,000? No, $2,000 was entirely possible. Thus, they too succumbed to madness. They poured all the funds from their portfolios into the frenzy. They even began to leverage excessively, much like the reckless Lei Chao. 5 times, 8 times, 10 times. They mortgaged everything they possessed, wagering their entire fortunes and lives on what appeared to be an infallible gamble of the century. They fancied themselves clinging to the thickest golden thigh in the world, believing they were on the brink of ascending to the pinnacle of wealth alongside this Eastern deity. Yet, they could not have imagined that they were merely a flock of plump lambs, soon to be led to the altar as sacrificial offerings to the gods. Sir Lei, I must sincerely express our profound gratitude to you. The fund manager, Richard, emboldened by a few drinks, leaned closer to Lei Chao and remarked in a half-joking tone. You are like a great leader, wielding your immense capital to clear the path for us, elevating our fortunes. We, your humble followers, are content to pick up the crumbs you leave behind. Such flattery was both extravagant and shameless. The surrounding British gentlemen erupted in knowing laughter. Standing beside Lei Chao, Zhao Yaji listened to these insincere and avaricious compliments, observing their faces twisted with greed as they anticipated impending wealth. An inexplicable chill coursed through her. Although she lacked financial acumen, she sensed a suffocating crisis lurking beneath the veneer of this seemingly vibrant and prosperous facade. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Lei Chao's arm. Her gentle eyes filled with concern. Lei Chao felt the cold sweat in her palm. He turned to her, offering a reassuring glance. Then, he slowly raised his champagne flute towards the self-satisfied Richard and the group of British men, intoxicated by greed, and bestowed upon them a smile that was both radiant and laden with meaning. No offense, he said, his voice calm yet tinged with a chilling, almost funeral pity. Let us all prosper together. However, the corners of his mouth curled into a devilish smile. I must remind you all, should you make a profit tonight, do refrain from extravagant spending. It would be wise to set aside your own coffers, your coffin funds. This ominous and foreboding statement instantly froze the once jubilant atmosphere. Everyone was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Lei Chao would utter such a dampening remark at a moment of collective celebration. Sir Lei, you certainly have a knack for humor. Richard managed to muster a forced smile, attempting to lighten the mood. A jest? Lei Chao chuckled, saying no more. He drained his glass of champagne and, amidst the confused and bewildered gazes, took Zhao Yaji's hand and turned away, leaving the banquet hall rife with hypocrisy and deceit. Behind him a room full of pitiable fools still dreaming of becoming billionaires. They remained oblivious to the fact that the Grim Reaper's scythe was already poised, awaiting the final hour of judgment. On January 21st, 1980, at 2 p.m. London time, at the Four Seasons Hotel's presidential suite in Canary Wharf. The atmosphere in the command center was so oppressive that it felt as though the very air had solidified. All the traders held their breath, fixated on the colossal market display screen before them. On the screen, the green candlestick representing the price of gold in London, after a frenzied ascent over several days, finally reached the sacred figure destined to be immortalized in the annals of financial history. 85,000 USD per ounce. This was the pinnacle of the epic bull market in gold that Lei Chao had envisioned, as depicted by the system-generated K-line chart in his mind. Not a cent more would be attained. Bang! The moment the gold price touched $850, Lei Chao, who had been standing silently by the window like a statue, sprang into action. He abruptly turned, shattering the exquisite crystal goblet he held against the cold, hard marble floor. The goblet splintered into countless shards, the crimson liquid mingling with the sparkling glass fragments, resembling a blood-red rose splattered across the ground. The sharp sound of shattering resonated like the clarion call to arms or the death knell for all bulls. In that instant, Lei Chao's typically calm and deep-set eyes ignited with a feral, insatiable, bloodthirsty fervor. Addressing the traders, who were now as skittish as startled birds, he delivered his frigid, emotionless decree as if from the depths of hell. Now, liquidate all our long positions, regardless of the cost. Then, His voice grew increasingly cold and frenzied. Short the market. To the hilt. 10 times leverage. I intend to shatter the entire market. Chapter 163. Free fall. The whales in the exchange. Liquidate. Short everything. To the hilt. 10 times leverage. Lei Chao's cold and frenzied command sliced through the oppressive silence of the command center like a bolt of black lightning. Understood, boss. Chief Trader Jack, after a fleeting moment of shock, felt an inferno of fervor ignite within his blue eyes. He hesitated not for an instant, nor did he question it. Over the past half-month, Lei Chao's countless, almost prophetic predictions had shattered the rationality and logic he had learned from Wall Street textbooks. His trust in Lei Chao had reached a fervent, almost fanatical religious zeal. He believed that this man before him was a deity, and their sole duty as mere mortals was to execute the divine will without question. Sell, 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 short everything. Now. Jack roared like a madman to his equally battle-ready team of traders. Instantly, a colossal, terrifying sell order worth hundreds of billions of dollars descended upon the already trembling London gold market, akin to a nuclear waterfall cascading from the heavens, striking without warning. Boom. The entire market seemed to erupt as if ignited by an invisible atomic bomb. On the screen, the green candlestick that had just touched the historic high of $850, representing countless dreams of wealth, did not linger for even a second. It plummeted as if a fighter jet had been struck in its engine by a surface-to-air missile, losing all momentum in an instant. Then, in a manner incomprehensible to all, akin to a terrifying free fall, it plunged headlong into the unfathomable abyss. 11,840. 11,830, 11,820. In the trading hall of the International Petroleum Exchange, IPE, in London, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone stood as if ensnared by a spell, their eyes wide in disbelief, fixated on the colossal electronic display overhead. They watched in horror as the red digits cascaded down like a waterfall, their minds blank. Their worldview was irrevocably shattered at that instant. Impossible. What is happening? Why is it plummeting? Wasn't it supposed to rise to $1,000? There must be some mistake. Did the exchange's system encounter a bug? After a brief silence, the trading hall erupted into a cacophony of anguished cries, louder and more piercing than at any previous moment, filled with boundless terror and disbelief. It has fallen. My God, it has truly fallen. Quick, sell. If we don't sell now, it will be too late. My money. All my money. Panic. Like the most dreadful plague, it spread instantaneously to every corner of the trading hall. Countless traders surged towards their trading desks like headless flies ignited by fire, crying out and screaming, frantically attempting to close their positions. They sought to halt their losses. Yet, it was already too late. There were no buyers in the market. All buy orders had seemingly evaporated into thin air. The screen displayed an overwhelming deluge of sell orders, relentless and seemingly inexhaustible, akin to a bloodbath. A stampede. The most terrifying crash in the financial market occurred. Countless investors watched helplessly as their account balances evaporated at a visibly alarming rate. 1,000,000, 500,000, 100,000, down to zero, then into the negative. Ringing, ringing. In the trading hall, every phone simultaneously emitted a piercing, urgent sound akin to a death knell. Those were calls from clients seeking margin calls, notifications from brokers enforcing liquidations, inquiries from family members wondering if they were still alive. Yet, not a single trader dared to answer. They buried their heads deep in their arms like ostriches. Some even rudely yanked the phone lines from their desks. They could not bear to confront the furious roars and desperate cries emanating from the other end of the line. They feared facing the grim reality of being utterly ruined due to their own greed and folly. At the Savoy Hotel, where laughter and joy had recently filled the opulent banquet hall, Richard, the Barclays fund manager who had once mockingly belittled Lei Chao, now slumped like a pile of mud in his expensive leather chair. His face was drained of color, as pale as a sheet. His eyes were hollow and vacant, fixated on the portable quoting machine before him, where the candlestick chart plummeted like a cliff. His lips trembled as he incessantly repeated one phrase. Impossible. This cannot be. Just an hour ago, he had been immersed in dreams of becoming a billionaire. He had even booked a brand new luxury yacht and first-class tickets to the Caribbean. He envisioned basking in the sun, on the beach, indulging in a life of excess with his youthful and beautiful mistress. But now, everything was over. His account, leveraged tenfold, had already been forcibly liquidated the moment gold prices fell below 800. He had not only lost all his life savings, but also accrued astronomical debts to the bank that he would never be able to repay. What awaited him was no longer sunlit beaches, but a cold prison and endless despair. Lei Chao. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze piercing through the crowd to the young man from the east he had once ridiculed. His eyes brimmed with profound resentment and regret. He finally understood. He comprehended the true meaning behind Lei Chao's warning at the banquet to save enough for a coffin. It dawned on him that from the beginning, he was not a mere acolyte trailing behind a deity to collect crumbs. He was merely a pitiable sacrifice, personally delivered to the guillotine by the divine hand. Spurt. A mouthful of blood gushed from his lips. Darkness engulfed him as he toppled backward from his chair. In stark contrast to the hellish scene in London was Wall Street. Thousands of kilometers away, at the headquarters of Quantum Fund, the financial titan George Soros, known for his calmness and rationality, was also drenched in cold sweat. He stared intently at the massive Bloomberg terminal screen. He watched as the candlestick chart plunged in a manner wholly inconsistent with any technical analysis, almost maliciously. His mind, usually sharp and calculating, faltered momentarily. Who is doing this? His voice trembled, betraying an unmistakable hint of fear. At this price point, so precisely, launching such a large-scale, devastating short attack. This was beyond human capability. This was the hand of God. He finally realized that he and all of Wall Street had fallen into a meticulously designed, unprecedented trap. The Eastern buyer, who had previously been frantically accumulating gold and driving prices skyward, was no mere lamb for slaughter. He was a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex, more ferocious, cunning, and greedy than all the wolves of Wall Street combined. Everything he had done was merely to inflate the bubble further, luring these self-satisfied shorts into the slaughterhouse he had crafted. Then, at the peak, delivering them the most lethal blow. Cut the loss. Now. Soros bellowed hoarsely at his traders. He knew that if they did not cut losses immediately, his prideful quantum fund would suffer its most catastrophic loss since its inception. Yet, it was already too late. Lei Chao's colossal short position loomed like an insurmountable steel wall, sealing off all avenues of escape. They were utterly trapped. Soros slumped despondently in his chair. He gazed at the screen, where the red digits continued their frenzied descent. Feeling for the first time an overwhelming sense of respect for that land he had once held in such disdain, and for the people who inhabited it. Chapter 164. The Fear of Wall Street Wolves, earning $50 billion in a day. All. When this word emerged from the mind of George Soros, the financial titan destined to upheave global affairs, he realized he had lost. Lost with complete acceptance. Lost utterly and irrevocably. He had never anticipated that his proud theory of reflexivity, constructed upon intricate mathematical models and geopolitical analyses, could be so thoroughly undermined by an obscure young man from the East. The opponent had employed no complex models, nor had he conducted any substantial analyses. Instead, he wielded a primal, savage, yet remarkably effective approach, a sheer force coupled with a profound insight into human greed that manipulated both Soros and the entirety of Wall Street with effortless ease. This was not finance. Soros gazed at the screen displaying a candlestick chart that had plummeted below 700, continuing its terrifying descent, and murmured hoarsely to himself. This is war. A unilateral, dimensionality-reducing massacre launched by a prophet endowed with a godlike perspective against these self-satisfied mortals. Stanley. He slowly turned to face the chief trader beside him, who was equally ashen. At that moment, his voice was astonishingly calm. Calm as a still pond. Calculate our losses this time. Stanley Druckenmiller's body jerked involuntarily. He struggled to lift his gaze to his mentor and friend, his lips trembling, unable to articulate a single word. Speak. Soros's voice remained composed. Yet beneath that calm lay a chilling intensity capable of freezing all in its path. Report, George. Stanley's voice was as dry as if it had been sanded down. We anticipate our total losses in the gold futures to exceed. He paused, as if summoning every ounce of strength, finally squeezing out the suffocating figure through gritted teeth. $2 billion. $2 billion. This figure detonated like a silent bomb in the eerily quiet trading hall of Quantum Fund. Countless traders felt their hearts gripped by an invisible hand, nearly ceasing to beat upon hearing this number. $2 billion. This was nearly half of Quantum Fund's total profit since its inception. In less than a day, it had been mercilessly reaped by that enigmatic man from the East. Yet, after hearing this figure, Soros's expression remained eerily calm. He even slowly rose to his feet. He walked to the immense floor-to-ceiling window and gazed down at the forest of steel, a symbol of global financial supremacy, composed of countless skyscrapers. After a long pause, he uttered a statement that left everyone present feeling profoundly shocked and bewildered. Notify all. From today onward, the Lei Group and its founder, Lei Chao, shall be placed on our Quantum Fund's highest level never as enemies list. And then, he turned, his eyes, typically as sharp as a hawk's, now glimmering with an unprecedented excitement and combativeness. Find a way to contact him. Tell him I, George Soros, would like to invite him for a cup of coffee. I have a premonition. A cryptic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. In the future, we might become good friends. In stark contrast to the desolation that engulfed Wall Street, the Four Seasons Hotel's presidential suite at Canary Wharf in London was a sea of joy. We won. We won. $50 billion. My God. In just one day, our account's floating profit has surpassed $50 billion. We did it. We truly defeated all of Wall Street. Jack and all the traders, like a frenzied mob, tossed papers and reports into the air. They embraced one another, weeping and laughing, jumping with elation. Countless bottles of top-tier champagne were uncorked with a series of loud pops. The golden liquid mingled with the joy of victory, splattering within the opulent command center. Each of them would receive astronomical bonuses from this historic battle, sums they could never exhaust in a lifetime. Their lives were irrevocably transformed at that moment. Yet, the architect of it all, the man who orchestrated this extraordinary triumph, Lei Chao, did not partake in the revelry. He sat quietly on a couch in the corner, wearing a faint smile, as if everything was under his control. Zhao Yaji nestled beside him, gazing at the man who had created miracles, her gentle eyes brimming with unending admiration and affection. She knew that from this day forth, this man's name would resonate far beyond Hong Kong. He would become a true king of finance, causing the entire world to tremble. Lei Chao paid no mind to his jubilant subordinates still celebrating. His mood was indeed splendid, exceptionally so, although $50 billion appeared to him merely as a string of numbers. The exhilaration of having ruthlessly brought down a financial giant like Soros was a thrill beyond any monetary value. He relished this sensation, the feeling of manipulating the entire world at will, as if he were a deity controlling all. He slowly rose, taking Zhao Yazi, her cheeks flushed with victory, by the hand. Let us go? His voice bore a raspy, languid quality, as if he had just emerged from a raucous battle. Where to? Zhao Yazi asked, puzzled. To celebrate. A mischievous smile played on Lei Chao's lips as he led her into the lavish bathroom of the presidential suite, grander than the average living room, adorned like a Roman palace. Upon seeing the enormous circular bathtub, carved from a single block of white marble, capable of accommodating 7 or 8 people, her cheeks flushed instantly. She thought Lei Chao intended to. However, when she beheld the sight within the tub, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Her crimson lips parted slightly in an adorable A shape from sheer astonishment. For the vast tub contained not a single drop of water. It was filled to the brim with countless bottles of freshly uncorked, bubbling, golden Dom Perignon champagne. The entire bathroom was infused with a heady, intoxicating aroma, a blend of fruitiness and alcohol. This scene of extravagant luxury left Zhao Yazi utterly astounded. Taking a bath in the world's finest champagne? Such a notion she had only encountered in films depicting the lavish lives of ancient European monarchs. Never had she dreamed that such absurdity would manifest before her. Do you like it? Lei Chao gently wrapped his arms around her delicate waist from behind, his lips brushing against her ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. I have prepared a victorious champagne bath for you. Zhao Yaji felt her mind go blank. Her rationality completely overwhelmed in that moment by an immense sense of happiness interwoven with money, triumph, and hormones. She turned, rising on her toes to offer her crimson lips willingly. Under the influence of alcohol and victory, she surrendered entirely, like a most enchanting siren. She entwined herself with Lei Chao in that opulent sea filled with golden bubbles. She intended to reward this man who had given her everything, allowing her to stand atop the world and gaze down upon all life with her most fervent body. She longed to be utterly immersed in the embrace of the man who had just seized control of global gold prices. Just as they were on the precipice of that crucial union of spirit and flesh, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed through the room, interrupting the enchanting atmosphere. Lei Chao's brows furrowed instantly, his displeasure evident as he halted his movements. Outside, the comical voice of Zhu Yuzi, tinged with urgency, called out, "Young master. Young master. It's terrible. The vice president of Barclays Bank, along with their entire fund management team, is now kneeling at our suite's door, pleading for you to show mercy and spare their bank's short positions. They're crying out that if they do not stop the losses, their bank will declare bankruptcy tomorrow." Chapter 165. The Champagne Bath in the Hotel, Kneeling to Sing Conquer. The vice president of Barclays Bank kneeling at the door begging for mercy? Upon hearing this news, Lei Chao's expression bore no hint of surprise. Instead, a cold, mocking smile graced his lips. He understood that these British fellows, who only weep at the sight of a coffin, could no longer hold out. Brother Chao, Zhao Yazi, her body heated with passion, shifted slightly in his embrace, her previously dreamy eyes regaining a glimmer of clarity. Should we go out and handle this first? After all, she was the company's vice president, and her professional sensibility remained. However, Lei Chao merely extended a finger, gently pressing it against her luscious red lips. Hush! A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his voice husky, yet commanding. Let them remain on their knees. Even the gravest matters must wait until I finish my celebration. With that, he disregarded the pitiful wails from outside. Leaning down, he sealed Zhao Yaji's lips with a fierce and passionate kiss, reigniting a tempestuous champagne bath battle in that lavish bathroom, filled with indulgence and desire. An hour later, as the storm in the bathroom began to subside, Lei Chao emerged, wrapped in a loose white bathrobe, exuding a sense of languor and satisfaction after a thrilling encounter. His hair still dripped with water, and drops of sparkling champagne clung to his bronzed, muscular chest. Meanwhile, Zhao Yaji had succumbed to exhaustion. Sprawled like a satiated kitten in the golden sea of champagne, her always intelligent visage now flushed with ultimate fatigue. Lei Chao opened the heavy oak door of the presidential suite, revealing a line of impeccably dressed British men kneeling on the carpet of the hallway. At the forefront was Richard, the Barclays fund manager who had once mocked Lei Chao at the party. Yet now, he appeared devoid of his earlier bravado. His face streaked with tears, reflecting boundless fear and despair. His expensive Armani suit, now wrinkled and dust-stained from prolonged kneeling, bore witness to his downfall. Upon seeing Lei Chao, Richard scrambled forward, clinging to his leg like a desperate child. "Lord Lei, oh no, God Lei, please I beg you, spare us," he cried, his voice filled with anguish. "We were wrong. We truly were. We should not have opposed you. We should not have mocked you. Please, have mercy and close some of your short positions. Grant us a chance to survive. The gold price has already fallen below 600. If it continues to plummet, our hedge fund under Barclays will face liquidation tomorrow. Our bank will declare bankruptcy." The executives behind him also bowed repeatedly, crying out for mercy. "Yes, Lord Lei, if our bank goes under, thousands of employees will lose their jobs. Countless families will be shattered. Please, consider it an act of charity." They attempted to manipulate him through the lowest form of moral coercion to elicit sympathy. However, Lei Chao merely looked down coldly at this pitiful display of financial elites groveling at his feet, his gaze devoid of any emotion, as if observing a colony of insignificant ants. "Charity?" After a lengthy pause, he finally uttered the word, a smirk of endless derision and disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Did you ever speak of charity when you, the so-called elites of the sun never sets empire, forced open the doors of our China with opium and cannon fire? Did you consider the ordinary people who lost everything and took their own lives due to your greed when you colluded to maliciously short the Hong Kong stocks a few months ago? Now, you have lost." Lei Chao's voice rang like a cold verdict from the depths of hell, chilling every British ear. "You come to me speaking of compassion? Do you even deserve it?" His words struck like a series of resounding, invisible slaps across the faces of each British man, draining the color from their cheeks. They finally comprehended that this young Eastern man was not there to engage in some sentimental business game. He was there for revenge, a thorough and brutal reckoning against these former colonizers, transcending a century of time. No. A flicker of desperate pleading flashed in Richard's eyes. Yet, Lei Chao could not muster even a moment's interest in him. With a disdainful kick, he shoved the man clinging to his leg aside, turning his back to return to his room. With a resounding thud, he closed the door that separated two worlds, leaving behind a chilling decree capable of plunging all into an abyss of despair. "Tell Soros and my friends on Wall Street, the game is not over. I want the gold price to fall below 500. At the moment Richard and the group of executives from Barclays Bank heard those words, the last vestige of color drained from their faces. In their eyes, the flicker of hope was entirely extinguished, leaving behind an abyss of desolation akin to lifeless ashes. They comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was all over. Barclays Bank, a financial titan that had endured for over 3 centuries and witnessed the rise and grandeur of the British Empire, was destined today, at the hands of their own generation, to be consigned to the annals of history by a young Chinese man hailing from their former colonies.